The Lord of the Rings, I reforged the glory of the magic ring in Middle-earth. Chapter 41. Thoren's request. After the hug ended, Thoren looked at the majestic Stonewell city and expressed surprise and admiration. In just a few months, you already have such a wonderful city. The speed at which you have rebuilt your hometown is far beyond my imagination. Tans stood beside Thoren and expressed his gratitude generously. If it weren't for the food and livestock you initially provided, I wouldn't have been able to transform the territory into what it is today in such a short time. Even if I can use witchcraft, I can't conjure food out of thin air. Otherwise, my compatriots from my hometown would only starve even if they came here. Just accept my gratitude, Thoren. He looked at Thoren with a look that said, it has nothing to do with me. Thoren didn't think too much about it, but gladly accepted Tan's thanks. At this moment, Philly and Kili exchanged a glance, then simultaneously stepped forward, bent down, and shouted, Teacher Tans, hello. We've come to see you. Tans had to admit that he was startled by the dwarf brothers' sudden loud voices, mainly because he didn't expect them to do this in front of so many people. Well, how are you guys doing lately? Are you practicing prayer every day? Tans asked. Philly and Kili stood up. Kili spoke before his brother and said happily, Philly and I have learned half of the prayers written in the beast prayer book you gave us. Philly added calmly, and we also feel that if we can truly learn the prayers in that book, we can apply what we have learned to create our own prayers as dwarves. Tan's eyes lit up. If Philly and Kili could really succeed, then this series of prayers would be something he had never seen before. This made Tans himself feel itchy. He had already mastered all the prayers at the border, so the dwarf prayers that Philly mentioned were so attractive to him. Therefore, Tans also responded with a happy smile, I am looking forward to that day coming soon. Then it will be my turn to ask you two to teach me a new prayer. Philly and Kili were surprised to hear this. Philly quickly said, with our status, how dare we teach you, Teacher Tans, to pray. Tans comforted the dwarf brothers and said, on the road of learning, the most experienced are the teachers. Don't be nervous. I am also eager to learn the new prayers you have researched. Thoren then joined the conversation. He looked at Philly and Kili and said sternly, well, Philly and Kili, since Tanis has said so, you must listen to him. Philly and Kili were scolded by Thoren, and the dwarf brothers stood at attention and nodded frantically. Haha, Thoren, don't scare my lovely students. But this is not a place to have a good chat. Let's go into the city first. Tans greeted. The dwarf caravan brought by Thoren slowly drove into the city of Stonewell. This fortress of the Storm King welcomed its first friendly caravan. The convoy moved slowly along the cobblestone road. The collision of horse hooves and stone surface made a crisp and pleasant sound, breaking the usual silence of the street. Mills was standing at a street corner in Stoneville. Today it was his turn to clean the street. This was a job he found in the Golden Tree territory. He had just finished his work when he happened to encounter this caravan, and his eyes were closely following the sturdy dwarves. The dwarves on the carriage were wearing leather armor, their muscles faintly visible under their coarse cloth coats. Each cart in the fleet is loaded with cargo, from rare ores brought from the distant Blue Mountains to meticulously handcrafted dwarven furniture. Mills imagined how these goods would enrich his life. Perhaps the crystal-clear ore would become a beautiful sight on his mantelpiece, or perhaps the carved dwarf wooden chair would add a touch of warmth to his cabin. Perhaps I should buy Doris and the other children some toys made by the dwarves. I remember that the toys made by the dwarves were very exquisite. Even I have seen those wonderful children's toys in Rohan before. Mills muttered to himself. Thanks to the treasures discovered by Roger before, the gold coins sent by Elrond before, and several transactions with the dwarf caravans before, there is a currency that can be circulated in the territory of the Golden Tree. Even those like Mills, who had only been there a month, received their wages, so they had some spare money to buy a few things to improve their lives. He still remembered how, when he received his slightly heavy bag of money, his companions, who had also received their wages, all showed expressions of disbelief. After all, back in his small village in Rohan, working for the Lord was a matter of course, and the wages were unimaginable. Because Doris's mother knew how to farm, she was assigned to work on the farm and earned more money than herself, which made her smile from ear to ear. Other compatriots who knew how to herd sheep also received their wages. Since there were so many people, there was no shortage of herders. That was why Mills, who was born in Rohan, chose to be a cleaner in Stonewell City. In fact, there was no such position originally. Tans also felt that there were not many people living in Stonewell City now, so there was no need to hire someone specifically to do sanitation and cleaning. This was the suggestion of Kenneth Hyde. This ancient nobleman of noble birth said that finding some helpful things for these Middle-earth humans who had defected to the Golden Tree and paying them on time like the Golden People would help these people adapt better and faster to their identity change as citizens of the Golden Tree territory. Although Tans was not sure whether this would be useful, Kenneth Hyde must have thought more deeply about it than he did, so he agreed without hesitation. Just as Mills was lost in the somewhat incredible memories of the past month, Tans, riding on Torret, spotted him standing there, broom in hand. He smiled and called out to Mills, "Mills, don't stare at the cargo on the cart. Go inform your compatriots. I'll have these dwarves stop on this street and ask them to come over and see if there's anything they want. Also, help me inform the Golden People of Morn City that a new dwarf convoy has arrived." Mills was stunned, and quickly and respectfully bowed to Tans, then immediately replied, "I understand, Lord Tans." Tans slowed down Torret's progress, came to the carriage where Thoren was, and spoke to him for a few words. Thoren nodded and shouted a few words to the dwarf grooms in the caravan behind him. The carriages loaded with cargo slowly stopped, then turned around and drove towards the empty street. Thoren continued to follow Tans all the way to the mayor's hall of Stonewell City. Nephililu was inside, swinging her battle axe at the air, feeling a bit bored, just as a form of exercise to relieve her boredom. When she heard the door open, she immediately stopped what she was doing and went to greet it. "Tanis, it's really too boring to stay here." "Oh, who is this?" Nephililu was about to complain to Tans that she was not the kind of person who could sit in the house and look through documents all day, but Tans stepped aside to reveal Thoren who was following behind her. Tans smiled slightly and introduced Nephililu, "This is Thoren Oakenshield, the dwarf leader of the Blue Mountains. It was he who provided us with the first batch of our most valuable supplies." Nephililu immediately greeted Thoren and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for the food you sent, we would still be hungry and suffering from the attacks of the orcs. Tanith would not have been able to summon these cities so quickly with his magic. May the breeze always accompany you on your journey and guide you home when you get lost." Thoren smiled politely at Nephililu and said, "I heard Dwellin mention you, Nephililu, the bravest warrior beside Tanith. I thank you on Dwellin's behalf for your axe skills training." He showed off to his friends when he got home. Tans looked at Nephililu in surprise and asked, "When did you instruct Dwellin? I didn't even know about it." Nephililu invited Thoren in and said to Tans with a smile, "While you were teaching the dwarf brothers how to pray, I saw that dwarf practicing axe skills while passing by the farmland. So I went up to help him correct some of his movements and taught him some tricks." Tans nodded thoughtfully. Philly and Keely had just followed Thoren in. They heard Nephililu's words, and Keely took over, saying, "That was no simple trick, Lady Nephililu. Dwellin single-handedly defeated 5 dwarf warriors surrounding him in the training ground, including Gloin." Philly nodded repeatedly. Thoren turned around after hearing their conversation and smiled in agreement, saying, "I was surprised by Dwellin's expression at the time. I didn't expect him to go to such lengths." Tans glanced at Nephililu, who blinked. "I really only corrected some of his minor combat movements. He's an excellent fighter himself." Tans shrugged his shoulders. After the dwarf brothers came in together, the 2 lost knights standing guard outside the door took the initiative to close the door of the city lord's hall for the people in the hall. Squeak! With the heavy sound of the door closing, Thoren and the others were seated. The chairs that Thoren, Philly, and Keely sat on were specially adjusted for dwarves so that their conversation with Tanis would not be affected by the dwarf's physique. Then, the waiter, who was a member of the Golden People, stepped forward and served the prepared high-quality hot tea to everyone who was seated. "Replace Thoren and the others' tea with fine wine." Seeing this scene, Tans said to the 3 waitresses. He also remembered that the dwarves preferred strong wines to these light teas. Thoren shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Tans. But the wine will be enjoyed in the evening. Hot tea will be fine." Tans sat at the first seat, looked at Thoren and asked, "Besides thanking me, you must have something else to ask me this time, right?" Thoren paused, then smiled. "As expected, nothing can be hidden from a great wizard. I do have something else to ask you." Tanis glanced at Philly and Keely and found that they also had surprised expressions, which meant that the dwarf brothers did not know what Thoren wanted to tell him. He asked thoughtfully, "So what could possibly be the reason you'd go to all the trouble to come all the way from the Blue Mountains?" Thoren didn't answer immediately, but reached out his hand just enough to touch the warm white porcelain teacup on the table. His gnarled thumb traced the cup as he spoke. I intend to call the Council of Erdluin, the dwarf representatives of the Blue Mountains, to the 7 kingdoms of the dwarves, and propose to them my plan to reclaim the Lonely Mountain. Then Thoren motioned Fili and Kili, who were standing in their seats in surprise and wanted to say something, to stop talking. He looked at Tans and said, I would like to invite you to attend this meeting, Tans. Now it was Tans' turn to show surprise. He pointed at himself and asked, Me? But this is your Dwarven Kingdom's meeting. Will my participation as a human cause dissatisfaction among your compatriots? Thoren smiled when he heard this. If you were just an ordinary human, it would indeed cause dissatisfaction among the dwarves of the 7 kingdoms. But don't forget that you have another identity, that is a wizard. Wizard. Thoren nodded, emphasizing the word wizard. That's right, wizard. In our homeland, the Lonely Mountain, lies a sinister dragon. To reclaim the Lonely Mountain, we must inevitably battle this fire-breathing dragon. They all know the horror of the dragon, the flames it spews can instantly burn dwarves to ashes. Therefore, they will certainly not easily agree to my proposal. But with you, a powerful wizard, here, the chances of the representatives of the 7 kingdoms agreeing to my proposal are very high. Tanis thought, well, Gandalf did tell me about the Lonely Mountain. He should be on his way north now to investigate the matter. Thoren's eyes lit up. Gandalf, the wizard in grey? If you count him, I have the support of 2 wizards, you and him. Now the dwarf representatives of the 7 kingdoms will have to agree to my plan to retake the Lonely Mountain. Tanis made a hollow gesture. Calm yourself, Thoren. I do not know Gandalf's location at this moment, and I am not sure if he would be willing to attend the meeting with you. Thoren realized he was a little excited and apologized. Ah, that's right. Sorry, I was a little too excited just now. When I saw the hometown you rebuilt in the desolate land of Mincilias on the road, it made me too eager to reclaim my own hometown. Tans smiled and said, I understand your feelings, Thoren. You lent a helping hand to the Golden Tree when it was at its lowest point, so I will definitely agree to your request. Not to mention attending the Dwarf Council in the Blue Mountains, even if you ask me to accompany you to face the evil dragon, I will agree. Thoren raised his head and looked at Tans in disbelief, his voice trembling. Tans, is everything you said true? Even if you want to face the evil dragon with me? Tans nodded vigorously and said with a smile, why? A powerful wizard challenges an evil dragon. Isn't this something strange? Thoren quickly shook his head. No, I just didn't expect you to agree so easily. I even prepared a lot of excuses. What's more, you're the first person who's willing to support my plan without me promising any reward. Tans said, as I said, your reward has already been paid, the grain, the seeds and the animals that brought me and gave hope to the Golden Tree. Fili excitedly stood up from his chair and said, Uncle Thoren, I am willing to go with you to retake the Lonely Mountain. Kili didn't say anything, but he stood up as well, and the way he nodded frantically made his thoughts clear. Thoren first looked at his 2 nephews gently, then his expression turned serious again. Please sit down quietly and listen to what I have to say, Fili, Kili. Fili and Kili were once again silenced by Thoren. Tans made a face as if he was listening attentively. Thoren continued, the Dwarven Council will be held in 6 months. My relative, Dane, is far away in Ironfoot Hill. Even sending a message by carrier pigeon would take a long time. Then, Thoren showed a determined expression, his eyes seemed to have already set eyes on the distant Lonely Mountain. After the meeting, whether the 7 kingdoms agree or not, I will gather people and march to the Lonely Mountain. Chapter 42. Thoren's plan. Night falls, but the territory of the Golden Tree is still brightly lit. In the city of Stonewell, which used to sleep in peace, the folk songs sung by the dwarves were heard. Ballads floated out from the windows where the dim lights were swaying, and the notes bloomed in the night sky, flying to the streets and into the night sky. Tans liked these dwarves very much. They seemed to be full of energy all the time, born to show off and bring happiness to people. In the city lord's hall, Thoren looked at his compatriots who were drunk and had already stepped onto the table, clapping their hands along with the songs. He said to Tans with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, my people have caused you trouble. Tans looked at the bustling hall with a smile on his face and said nonchalantly, it's okay, Thoren. This city hasn't been this lively for a long time. Let them dance for a while longer. After all, they've eaten all the food on the tables where they danced, so there's no food wasted. Thoren glanced at his fellow dwarves, who had already started playing a throwing game, accurately throwing fruit, cheese, and ham into each other's mouths. He slowly smiled and said, "My compatriots haven't been so relaxed outside the Blue Mountains for a long time, Tans." Then he saw Keely trying to join in the dwarves' food game, and his expression changed slightly. Fortunately, Philly noticed Thoren's expression and pulled Keely in time. He picked up the wine glass and nudged Keely's waist with his elbow. Keely looked down and saw Philly's eye hint to him, then glanced at Thoren and immediately sat back in his seat, pretending to try hard to finish the bacon on the plate. Thoren's expression returned to normal. There were not only dwarves in the city lord's hall where the dinner was held, but also some golden people and mills and others. As for the elves sent by Elrond to help, they did not attend the dinner. Tanis had invited them in the past, and the elves had readily agreed, but after hearing Thoren's name, they politely declined Tanis' invitation. "We don't want any discord at your banquet, respected wizard," the leading elf explained gently. "The dwarves of Durin, led by Thoren Oakenshield, once had a conflict with another branch of our compatriots far away in Mirkwood. The dwarves' stubbornness and prejudice will surely make them mistake us for fellow Mirkwood people. To prevent such a misunderstanding, we will not disturb your dinner. I wish you a pleasant evening, Lord Tans." Therefore, apart from the elves, there were only humans and dwarves at the dinner. The demi-humans were in their own caves. Rather than attending human banquets in sturdy castles at night, they preferred to sleep in deep and spacious caves. During this time, Tans did not forget the subhuman request that Kenneth Hyde submitted to him before going to Long Dedale. Not long after he returned, he summoned a demi-human queen. The demi-human queen, whose height would rival that of a mountain troll if she stood up, expressed her gratitude to Tans very rationally, and then happily led the demi-humans to live and work in peace in the countryside near the city of Morin. If the demi-humans gathering around the demi-human queen during the day and sleeping beside her at night can be said to be living and working in peace and contentment. Anyway, Kenneth Hyde, who is most familiar with the subhumans, said that this is normal subhuman life. The lingering echoes of the banquet drifted away on the night wind, and the laughter of the golden people gradually faded into the air. The clock hands silently passed by, and the lights in the banquet hall began to dim. In the silence, the snoring of the dwarves rose and fell. Their sleeping figures, spread out in a haphazard manner between the tables and chairs, appear both bold and unrestrained. There wasn't a single speck of food residue on the gold and silver cutlery on the table. These dwarves really managed to have fun without wasting any food. The golden people, with lingering joy on their faces, saluted Tans on the main throne and said goodbye to each other in a low voice. They remembered these dwarves as a simple, innocent joy that needed no pretense. Mills and others also said hello to Tans and went back. Outside the city lord's hall, the night was deep and the sky was dotted with stars. The moonlight, infected by the liveliness of the banquet, seemed to be swaying gently. Thoren and Tans came outside together. Because the former was careful about his image and did not drink too much, he did not fall drunk on the floor like the dwarves in the hall. As for Philly and Keely, unfortunately, they were snoring loudly. However, Thoren's red cheeks revealed that he was a little drunk. He enthusiastically pulled Tan's arm, raised his head to look at the bright moon in the starry night sky, and said, "I am really happy today, Uncle Tans." "Just be happy." Tans followed Thoren's words. He had not been drinking and was therefore sober. Thoren's fingers slowly loosened, he turned around, and his eyes were blurred as he looked at the twin golden trees that were so close. Their lush branches and leaves emanated a gentle and peaceful light. Those points of light twinkled in the night like stars in the sky, decorating the entire city of Stonewell like a golden dream. The surrounding air became soft because of the light of the golden tree. A breeze blew, and the tree tops swayed gently, making a rustling sound, and golden blessing fragments fell quietly. The magnificent golden tree, Thoren admired softly. Its light shines even in the darkest night, like a sun that never goes out, bringing hope and warmth to people all the time. Tans smiled when he heard Thoren's praise. The golden light before him seemed to open a door to Thoren's past memories, leading him to the golden age in his memory. Thoren's voice was low and trembling, like a distant echo, carrying with it an endless attachment to the past. "Master Tans, do you know? This golden light reminds me of the Lonely Mountain. In the past, countless gold flowed from the Lonely Mountain. Dwarves, humans, and elves all gathered near the Lonely Mountain. The dwarves worked hard to dig out the gold veins hidden deep in the earth, while humans and elves sang in the green fields at the foot of the mountain. Thorin's words filled the air with a strange atmosphere, as if the glory of the lonely mountain was right before his eyes, and the flowing gold seemed to be right in front of him. But the mountains of treasure eventually attracted the attention of the evil dragon from the north. It brought fire and death and destroyed the human towns at the foot of the mountain. The breath of death still lingers among the ruins. Then it broke into the lonely mountain and occupied it. My people were driven out of their homeland, lost their pride, and have been displaced for so many years. Thorin's voice gradually became low. Thorin clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and the terrifying voice of the evil dragon seemed to still ring in his ears. Tans listened to Thorin's nostalgic narration and gazed into the distance, as if he wanted to penetrate the tunnel of time and return to the lonely mountain, and see the dwarf homeland that was once prosperous but now desolate. A scene of towering mountains appeared before his eyes. Inside the mountains was a golden riverbed, but an evil dragon was crawling and sleeping on it. Tans patted Thorin's shoulder gently and said, "Your hometown will surely bloom with its own light again, just like my hometown, Thorin." "Yes, it will. It will." Thorin took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Then Tans asked, "Speaking of which, when do you plan to leave for Lonely Mountain after the meeting?" Thorin looked troubled. "I can't say for sure. We'll have to wait until the meeting in half a year. If the dwarf representatives of the Seven Kingdoms disagree, we'll probably have to wait another year or two. If they agree, to be honest, before I came to you, I had little confidence they would agree." Tans smiled and gestured for Thorin to relax, then asked, "Why are you so unconfident?" "This isn't the Thorin I know. Because 140 years ago, in 2799, we dwarves had just concluded a war with the orcs, the Battle of Azanul Bizarre." Thorin said with a gloomy look, "Although the dwarves won that war, it was a bitter victory. On the night of victory, there was neither feasting nor singing, and only about half of the dwarves could still stand or have any hope of recovery. The pain of that war still affects us to this day." Tanis nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. If the representatives of the Seven Kingdoms agree to your plan, it means they will have to prepare for war with a dragon. I'm afraid that's something the Dwarven kingdoms, who haven't yet recovered, are unwilling to face." Thorin nodded and smiled at Tans. "You are right, Master Tans. So I am really happy that you can stand by me and support me." Tans said, "Although you may not believe it, I have actually killed many dragons in my hometown. I don't know what the situation is with the dragon deep in the Lonely Mountain, but past experience tells me that facing such a sky overlord, using an army to fight it is not a good option. I don't look down on you dwarf warriors, Thorin, but please believe me, many people will be so scared that they forget to breathe when facing a dragon rushing down from the sky. Those who are not mentally strong will only die in vain when facing such a behemoth." Thorin was silent for a moment, but the memory in his mind told him that what Tans said was not wrong. Most people, even well-trained warriors, were frightened and stood there in a daze when Smaug attacked. Thorin said with difficulty, "You are right. What I need is not an army, but warriors who are full of courage and ready to die." Seeing Thorin's expression, Tans was afraid he might go from one extreme to another, so he quickly said, "You misunderstood me. I'm only saying that we shouldn't send the army to confront the dragon head-on, but we can still have them provide assistance. For example, if the dragon is severely injured after entering the Lonely Mountain, and if it's determined to escape, it would be difficult for us to stop it given its size. What if there's a group of well-trained archers lying in ambush outside?" Simply put, Tans was advising Thorin not to lead his army to fight Smaug head-on. Thorin's eyes lit up and he said, "Yes, we dwarves once forged black arrows that could penetrate dragon scales. We could ambush several wind crossbows at the main gate." Thorin then frowned. "However, not many black arrows were forged at that time. I'll look for the forging technology for black arrows after I return. I should be able to find it. I also need to select a warrior who was trapped in the Lonely Mountain with me and who can severely damage the evil dragon." Tans smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, my dear Thorin. Take it one step at a time. You won't have to face the evil dragon tomorrow. As for warriors who can severely damage the evil dragon, you can choose a few from those you trust. I will also select about 3 candidates. I promise you that these 3 will definitely be heroes who are worth 10,000. Thorin's brow relaxed, as he thought of Neferi Lu whom he met today, so he smiled and said, "I can't refuse your kindness. And I promise you, after we recapture the Lonely Mountain, you will definitely have a share of the treasure in the mountain." However, Tans didn't know that Thorin thought he would send Neferi Lu. He had someone else in mind to slay the dragon, and he already had a definite target in mind. Thoren took another breath of fresh air and said to Tanis, "It's getting late. I'll go inside and wake up Philly and Keely." As representatives of Durin's royal family, these two got carried away and got drunk at the banquet. "It's really my fault for not teaching them well." Tan silently prayed for the dwarf brothers in his heart while following behind Thoren. He smiled and said, "For the sake of my teacher, Thoren, let them relax a little." Thoren replied helplessly, "Okay, but just this once." When Tans re-entered the city lord's hall, the waiters in charge of cleaning were looking at the drunken dwarves snoring on the ground with some embarrassment. They were important guests of His Majesty Tans, so the waiters were reluctant to wake them up forcibly, for fear of making the dwarves unhappy. "Don't worry about them. The dwarves are strong enough. Let them sleep here." Thoren saw the waiters' embarrassment and said to Tans. Tans ordered the servants, "Then bring some blankets and cover them." "Yes, Your Majesty Tans." The waiters bowed slightly and walked away. Tans glanced at Thoren, then at the sleeping dwarves below him, and pointed, "Do you want to sleep here with them, or go to the room I have prepared for you?" Thoren glanced at Keely, who turned over, hugged his legs, and talked in his sleep. He showed an expression of disdain, sighed softly, and gently pulled his legs out. He said, "I don't want to sleep on the cold floor. Besides, how can I refuse a room prepared for me by a wizard?" Chapter 43, Cillian's Discovery. The next day, around noon, the hungover Philip groaned and slowly opened his eyes. He had just opened his eyes when he heard the sound of people talking not far away. But Philip soon saw himself lying on the ground, covered with a blanket, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt unwell. Especially when he recalled his last memory of last night, that his uncle was still at the banquet, his face turned pale. "I don't know how long he will let Thoren be scolded when he returns this time. Hey hey!" Just when Philly was worried about how Thoren would scold him, a big hand came over from the side. Philly looked over and saw that it was his younger brother Keely. Keely was sleeping, with a silly smile on his face, and he showed no sign of waking up. Philly glanced around. Both the plates and the table had been cleared away. There was no trace of last night's banquet. Only a few dwarf compatriots who had not yet woken up were snoring like Keely. However, Thoren and Tans were chatting near the city lord's seat in the hall, and the female warrior named Neferi Lu was not in the hall. "Wait, Uncle Thoren is in the hall?" Philly subconsciously raised his hand and slapped Keely in the face. Unfortunately, Keely didn't wake up. Instead, he mumbled something and turned over to continue sleeping. Snapped. Philly's second slap woke Keely up. Keely opened his eyes and sat up, his expression confused at first, then he realized it was his brother, rolled his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. Originally, when Philly saw Keely wake up, he looked over because of Thoren's stern gaze and gave him an awkward but polite smile. As a result, Philly almost lost his temper when Keely fell asleep again. He quickly supported Keely's back, then pinched Keely's chin with his other hand and turned his face towards Thoren. Keely was no longer sleepy. Tans couldn't help laughing when he saw the dwarf brothers' funny behavior. He said to Thoren, who had a serious expression, "Thoren, don't be too strict with them." Then he shouted to Philly and Keely, who had stood up on trembling legs, "Philly, Keely, please do me a favor and wake up these hungover compatriots of yours. It's almost noon, and it's not good to sleep any longer like this." "Okay. Teacher Tans." Philip reacted immediately and responded quickly and loudly. Keely was still a little dazed. After being gently kicked by his brother, he realized that Tans was helping them. He quickly called out to his compatriots who were sleeping soundly under blankets on the floor. From the movements of Philly and Keely, you couldn't tell that they had just woken up from a hangover. All I can say is that Thoren really put a lot of pressure on the two brothers. Thoren also knew that Tans was protecting the two brothers from being scolded by him. He sighed slightly and said, "You will spoil Philly and Keely by acting like this. Especially Philly. As the crown prince, he should be held to stricter standards." Tans smiled and said, "After all, they are students that satisfy me. Philly and Keely are obviously still a bit playful, so let them have more fun while they are young. If they were your age, I think they would feel it's not right even if you let them do this." Thoren was silent for a moment, nodded, and then asked curiously, "I have a question, Tans, how old are you?" Tans did not answer immediately, but asked curiously, "Why did you think of asking this question, Thoren. Thoren replied, because you look like a human in his 20s or 30s, but your eyes are so weathered that they seem to hide a whole world. Sometimes you speak like a group of pointy-eared people who have lived for a long time. He specifically glanced at Tan's ears and added, besides, you don't have the pointed ears of an elf, which makes me a little confused about your age. Tan smiled and said, just assume that I've lived a long time. I've long forgotten my exact age. Tans did not lie to Thoren about this. During those 8 reincarnations, he did not know when he stopped counting his age because it was meaningless and he gradually forgot about it. Thoren nodded in agreement, and then saw Philly and Keely waking up their compatriots while looking over here curiously, as if they wanted to know the content of the conversation between Tans and Thoren. Thoren nasally asked doubtfully and looked towards them. Philly and Keely shuddered and shook their heads. After waking up the last compatriot lying on the ground, they did not forget to take away all the blankets and left the city lord's hall. After Thoren watched Philly and Keely leave, his serious expression finally melted away. He said with a hint of fondness, these 2 troublesome fellows. Everyone has such moments, and I think you have done a good job in educating Philly and Keely. Tans said happily. Thoren hummed, then said, I'm leaving today. Tans was a little surprised, why so soon? You just got here yesterday and you are leaving today. Is there something urgent? Thoren looked out the window, smiled with relief, and said, actually, I originally wanted to stay here for a few more days because Philly and Keely told me a lot about your things here, and I was curious about how you rebuilt your hometown yourself. But when I came here, I found that you have achieved greater results than I imagined, which made me a little jealous. So. He paused, turned around, and patted Tanis on the back. So, I'm also a little impatient to retake Lonely Mountain and don't want to stop for a moment. It will take a long time to convene a dwarf meeting. Your conversation with me after the banquet last night made me realize that I actually still have a lot of work to do. It can be said that I have hardly figured out how to face the dragon deep in the Lonely Mountain. It was your words that woke me up, Tanis. Tan said, well, since you are so eager to go home, I wish you a safe journey back. Thoren nodded, but I have a small request, I hope you can agree to it. Tans was a little surprised, what request? Thoren coughed lightly. You've done this before, actually. I want Philly and Keely to stay and continue learning the magic of prayer from you. Then, I also want them to learn combat techniques from Neferi Lu. I'll pay her a satisfactory tuition. Please help tell that powerful female warrior. Prayer really isn't witchcraft. Tans grumbled inwardly, then nodded happily, of course, no problem. I was planning to check on the brothers' prayer studies this time. As for Neferi Lu, I can't agree on her behalf, but I'll ask for you. He thought of Neferi Lu and smiled, shaking his head. Yesterday, she told me she wasn't used to sitting in the city hall all day, so she told me she was leaving to patrol the territory with the soldiers. It was already evening when the patrol ended. If you leave today, you might not be able to wait for her to come back and ask her in person. Thoren said, this was a sudden idea I came up with after the dinner yesterday. I am very grateful that you agreed to my request. Thoren acted quickly, even swiftly and decisively. Perhaps, as he said, the speed with which Tans rebuilt his hometown stimulated Thoren. So he even declined Tan's invitation to lunch, and left with a few carriages that had sold their goods, leaving Philly and Keely looking at each other in bewilderment. The 2 brothers were a little confused about the situation. When they went to the city lord's hall in Stonewell City and found Tans working in the office, they were still confused. Philly asked uncertainly, Teacher Tans, is Uncle Thoren disappointed with us? Is that why he doesn't want to take us back? Keely was also nodding frantically beside Philly, even feeling a little aggrieved. Ah? And this thing? Tans was confused by Philly's cautious look, but after looking at Philly and Keely, he was amused by their nervousness. Thoren just had to go back in a hurry. How could he leave you 2 here? Tans said with a smile, he didn't take you back because he wanted you to continue learning prayers with me. He also asked me to find Neferi Lu to be your teacher and train you in combat techniques. Keely then regained his cheerful expression and said to Philly, I told you, brother, Uncle Thoren wouldn't just abandon us without a word. Philly's brows were still furrowed. He was thinking a lot and asked, Teacher Tans, why is Uncle Thoren so anxious to go back? Did something happen in the Blue Mountains? After hearing this, Keely's face changed again. He held his breath and looked at Tans nervously. Tans gestured for them not to overthink it and replied, "Didn't Thoren tell me yesterday that he was planning to convene a meeting of dwarf representatives from the 7 kingdoms? You all heard it." He was anxious to go back because he realized he still had a lot of preparations to make for this meeting. "You two can relax and stay with me for a while." Only then did Philip feel relieved. Tans signed the last document that needed his approval, exhaled, looked at his dwarf brothers who had not yet left, and said, "It's good that you haven't left yet. Go to the courtyard outside and demonstrate it to me. I want to see how you are learning the beast prayer." The results demonstrated by Philly and Kili did not exceed Tan's expectations. In addition to the beast claw prayer they learned at the beginning, they also learned beast stone, beast vitality and beast strength. The only things that Philly and Kili had not learned were Gulang's beast claw and Gulang's beast stone. Philly panted slightly and said to Tans, "This is all the prayers that Kili and I have learned. In fact, he and I started to learn the rest of the prayers in the book half a week ago, but we just couldn't understand them." Kili also said with a tired face, "Yes, Teacher Tans. You told us the story of Grunger in detail, but we still can't learn the prayers of the 2 beasts named after him." Tans nodded and smiled, encouraging the somewhat dejected Philly and Kili, saying, "Don't be discouraged. It's already commendable that you've learned more than half of the beast prayers. Just take your time with the rest." After all, the 3 words Gulnga once meant the death of a demigod. And the prayer named after him was naturally more than just an ordinary beast's prayer. Tans himself had learned this prayer from Grunge himself. Philly and Kili could only face the text and pictures in the book, so Tans was not surprised. "Maybe I should ask Teacher Saren if she has any better ideas." Tans had to admit that he was still too immature as a teacher. Thinking of this, Tans said to the dwarf brothers, "Philly, Kili, let's stop here for today." Philly and Kili said goodbye to Tans and walked towards the street where the dwarves gathered to have lunch. Tans returned to Stonewell and found Serenity, who had moved from the post station to Stonewell. He knocked gently on the door, and a calm voice came from inside, "Come in, the door is not locked. But watch your step, don't touch those pyroxenes and books." Tans then gently opened the door, carefully stepped over the pyroxene and books scattered on the floor, and slowly walked into the house. He quickly scanned the room with heavy curtains drawn and noticed that the furnishings in the room looked a little messy. It was obvious that no one had taken care of it for some time. At the end of the room stood a beautiful woman with long black hair. Saren was not wearing her witch hood at the moment. The table in front of her was as messy as the floor, with all kinds of objects that Tans couldn't name. When Saren saw that the person who entered the room was Tans, his calm tone turned into surprise, and then he said playfully, "What's the matter? My good disciple is free to visit his master today." As Tans walked, he said, "Master, you really should have someone come and tidy up this place." Lien shook his head. "If a stranger tidied it up, I wouldn't be able to find what I'm looking for. It's good this way now. I just know where I put it." Then Lien raised his beautiful eyebrows, and the corners of his rosy lips curved slightly. "Of course, if you, my apprentice, come to help clean up, I have no objection." Tans glanced at the terrible environment inside the room and spread his hands. "It's not impossible, but not now. I have a question for you, Teacher Saren." Then Tans explained to Serlin the problems encountered by the dwarf brothers, but saw Serlin looking at him with a smile in his bright eyes. Tans pointed at himself and asked, "Is there anything strange about me?" Lien sighed softly and shook his head as if amused. "My dear disciple, do you think everyone can learn any prayer or spell in such a short time like you?" Tans showed a confused look. Seeing that the other party was still unclear about his own situation, Saren decided to skip this topic. She turned around, took a blue scroll from under the pyroxene, and said, "Let's put the dwarf problem aside for now. If we give them enough time, they will eventually learn those 2 prayers. Come here, I have a new discovery to share with you." Tans walked over, and Sirian handed him the blue scroll in his hand, saying, "Didn't we discover earlier that dwarves have no way of learning magic?" Tans nodded, "That's right." Sirian stretched out his hand, pointing his white finger at a certain text on the blue scroll, and smiled mysteriously, "The dwarves really have no way to knock on the door of magic. The elves can." Chapter 44. After hearing what Serlin said, Tans also raised an eyebrow. He looked at his teacher, raised the blue scroll in his hand, and said, "Teacher Serlin, from the way you sound, I'm afraid it has been verified. This isn't just speculation, but real data, right?" He knew Izelian's character and it was impossible for her to just leave the theory without verifying it, otherwise she would not be called a witch in the Ria Lucalia Academy. As expected, instead of apologizing, Izelian said smugly, "Yes, this is the data recorded on the elves' spells. But don't worry, I didn't let them try more advanced spells. I only taught them some basic pyroxene magic. It won't affect their safety." It can be seen that Izelian also knows the character of his obedient disciple, so he restrained himself a lot when doing the verification. Tans caught the word in Sarian's tone and asked, "Wait, they? You found more than one elf to conduct theoretical experiments?" Sarin said, "As a matter of course, isn't that natural? How can a single individual determine the universality of my findings? Verification by at least 3 individuals is necessary to avoid the possibility of accidental results." Tan sighed and said, "Next time you conduct this kind of experiment, remember to tell me. My presence can at least ensure the safety of the elves." "Have you told them about the possible dangers?" Izelian shrugged. "I told you it's just basic pyroxene magic, so even if it fails, it won't affect them. Of course, I also explained the various possibilities of the test to them, and the elves agreed after weighing the pros and cons." Tans curled his lips and said, "What did you say to the elves?" Serlin replied, "I told them directly that since the dwarves couldn't learn it, I wanted to teach them some spells from your homeland to test whether the elves could learn it. They quickly agreed. Isn't it? Teacher, first you mentioned that dwarves are not capable of this, and second you mentioned that it is a spell that is related to me and the professor. It would be strange if the elves disagreed." Tan sighed inwardly and asked, "So what's the result? How many spells did the elves learn?" Izelian thought for a moment and said, "They have already learned Starlight and Pyroxene Gravel. I haven't taught them the others yet." Then, a strange emotion appeared on Izelian's face. "But there's one thing I don't understand. Why did these elves ask me if I could teach them spells for close combat? I'm not one of those battlefield maniacs in the Hamo classroom, so I simply didn't teach them." Tan's expression was also quite interesting. He remembered that when he asked Philly and Keely, the 2 dwarves also preferred prayers that could be used for close combat. "I'm afraid that all the people in Middle-earth are avid fighting enthusiasts." Although Tans knew it was just a stereotype, he couldn't help but complain in his mind. Cillian took the blue scroll back from Tans and placed it casually on the table. "My dear disciple, are you free now? You don't know the specific situation just by talking about it. Your magical attainments are not inferior to mine. Since you care so much about the safety of the elves, come with me to see them." Tans figured that he was almost done with his work for the day, so he smiled and nodded, "Looks like I'll have lunch with my teacher at noon today." Both of them were people who could leave on a whim. Tans called out Torrit and took a ride with teacher Serlin. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the place where the elves lived. Cillian sat behind Tans, patted him on the shoulder, then pointed ahead and said, "These 3 are the ones." "Teacher, you don't need me to tell you, I've already noticed it." Tans looked at the 3 elves with azure balls of light created by the starlight spell on their heads, reaching out to touch each other's heads, and felt that the elegant image of the elves in his mind was somewhat disillusioned. The elves noticed Tans's arrival one after another and walked over quickly. "Lord Tans, Lord Cillian, good afternoon." The leading elf saluted gracefully. After Sarin dismounted, Tans returned the greeting while putting Torrit back into the whistle. "Hello, I hope we didn't disturb you." The leading elf looked like a man or a woman, and it wasn't until he smiled and started talking that one could tell he was a man. He said, "I think the 2 of you came here at this time because of the 3 of my compatriots learning magic." Tans nodded. "You guessed right. I'm more worried about the negative effects on their health after learning magic. I came here this time with this concern." "You are truly kind, Lord Tans," the elf said, calling out the names of his compatriots, "Aaron, Kelson, Merthin, come here." In fact, he didn't need to call them, 2 men and 1 woman, the 3 elves had already come over with blue light balls on their heads. Tans looked at the elves who were looking at him with respect and wanted to say something, but he could not ignore the starlight spell above their heads. What's more, the light emitted by the starlight spell dyed their faces and golden hair into a deep blue, which looked a bit funny no matter how you looked at it. Could you please cancel the effect of this spell first?" Tans finally asked, holding his forehead. The 3 elves looked at each other, then raised their hands and waved, and the magic light above their heads disappeared. Tans was actually a little surprised when he saw this scene, because the three elves had empty hands and did not hold any spell-casting wands. He glanced at teacher Saren, who smiled and said to him, "That's why I asked you to see it with your own eyes." Tans temporarily suppressed his doubts and invited the three elves, "Let's find an open area. Cast your spell and let me see it." Behind the house where the elves lived was an open and lush meadow. Tans stood behind the house, staring at the three elves intently. As they simply raised their hands, a faint blue light began to condense in the palms of their hands, and pyroxene magic gravel appeared and flew out, leaving behind a series of elegant trails. "Can you really cast spells without a wand?" Tans's expression became extremely wonderful, which somewhat broke his three views. However, Tans was relieved very quickly. After all, this was another world, and it was normal to see phenomena that he had never seen before. Tans was more concerned with how they felt after casting their spells than with their ability to cast spells without a staff. "Do you feel any discomfort? For example, do you feel an extra drain on your energy after casting a spell?" Tans asked, approaching the elves. Selen's voice echoed from beside Tans, "I've asked about this before, and they don't experience the extra drain on their energy like the dwarves do when they perform a prayer." "Master Selen is right, Lord Tans." One of the elves, who looked quite elegant, saluted and said to Tans, "I was in a hurry just now, so I introduced myself late. Greetings to you again, Lord Tans. My name is Merthin, this is Kelson, and here is his sister Elin." The golden-haired elf named Kelson and his sister Irene, who had her hair tied up, bowed to Tans together. Tans returned the greeting, and Merthin spoke again, "We've learned from Master Saren that casting the spells of your homeland requires expending something within oneself. For example, those stubborn and unintelligent dwarves can only expend physical strength. But we are different. After discussing with Kelson, Irene, and I, we've concluded that the energy we expend when casting spells should be called mental energy." Tans widened his eyes slightly and asked, "Spiritual power?" Merthin nodded, then smiled, and said, "Yes, it's mental strength. To put it more simply, if we cast spells continuously, our heads will feel increasingly dizzy, making us want to sleep. Although our physical strength hasn't been depleted at all, our minds will feel physically exhausted and in urgent need of sleep to replenish it." "I understand. Using spells too much will make you look like you're still asleep." Tans suddenly understood. Lien walked over, looked at the elves for a few moments, and said with a smile, "The elves' bodies are indeed very interesting and magical, aren't they? They are like the darlings of the Creator God, perfect and flawless." Merthin heard Serlin's words and responded politely, "Thank you for your praise, Master Serlin." Tans originally nodded to show his agreement with Serlin, but suddenly thought of something. He gave the elves an apologetic look and pulled Serlin to a deserted place. "Teacher Saren, you must not have any thoughts about the elves' bodies. As for the bodies, I think it's better to keep them original." Tans whispered worriedly, fearing that the elves would hear. Lien was stunned for a moment, looking at his apprentice in surprise. Noticing Tans's serious expression, he couldn't help but laugh. "Apprentice, what are you thinking about? The elves' bodies and souls are incompatible with the borderland, just like the difference between pyroxene magic and storm combat skills. How could I possibly exchange my body for the elves?" "So, teacher, you have had this thought before, right?" Although Tans felt something was amiss with the reason given by teacher Serlin, he still breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, teacher Serlin." After declining the elves' invitation to a banquet, Tanis took Syrian back to Stonewell, and happened to meet Nephili Lu who had returned at this time. But Tans remembered that Nephili Lu should still be on patrol at this time. It was already afternoon, and the sunlight slanted into the spacious city lord's hall, making the gorgeous marble gleam with golden light. Since Saren and Nephri Lu had nothing in common, they returned to their rooms, leaving Tans alone with Nephri Lu staring at each other in the city lord's hall. The sound of light footsteps broke the silence, and a maid slowly came over carrying a golden tray with 2 cups of steaming hot tea on it. Tans nodded, and the maid understood and placed the tray on the mahogany table next to her. "You're back just in time. Thoren asked me for a favor. Can you teach Philly, Keely, and the others some fighting skills? Just like you taught Dwellin." "Of course, Thoren promised me that he would pay you for your teaching." Tanis broke the silence and asked. Nephri Lu thought about it seriously, but still shook her head and refused. Tans did not rush to ask why, but waited patiently for Nephri Lu's explanation. Nephri Lu cleared her throat and said, "It's not that I don't want to teach, but I'm not good at it. Thoren, the Dwarf King clearly values the brothers Fili and Kili very much. I think you should find someone more professional than me to teach them. Tans thought carefully and said, but now in the entire Golden Tree territory, you are the only one with the most outstanding close combat skills. Neferi Lu smiled and said, you can also summon those guys from the borderland through the Golden Tree. I remember there's a powerful guy in Nimjfu. He lives in a shabby little hut and often enthusiastically teaches combat techniques to the fated ones who pass by. Wait, you're talking about him? Tan's heart skipped a beat, and an image of a middle-aged man wearing heavy silver armor and with a face covered in silver-grey stubble emerged in his mind. Neferi Lu recalled the name. I remember he told me his name was Bernard. Yes, that's right. Tans showed a complicated expression, and Neferi Lu asked with some confusion, is there something wrong with the person I recommended, Tans? This is a huge problem. Tans sighed inwardly, gathered his emotions, and slowly said to Neferi Lu, it's normal that you don't know him. Bernardo and I have a somewhat unclear relationship. To be honest, I don't know whether he is my friend, my teacher, or my enemy. There was absolutely no problem for him to call Bernal teacher, because when he first arrived at the border area and had not yet grown up, he did learn a lot from Bernal. Neferi Lu said bluntly, my adoptive father didn't let me read much, so I can't offer any elegant words or profound teachings. I only know that if we become enemies, I will wield my axe and storm to question you thoroughly. This is the last thing I can do as a warrior. So, why not summon Bernard and clash his blade with yours? She paused, then spoke in a relaxed tone, you look so different now than the confident and courageous King Eldon I remember. Hesitation is unlike you. The you I knew, when facing an enemy, though fearful of their immense strength, was never afraid to confront them head-on. And Bernard isn't necessarily your enemy. Besides, I've sworn to you that no matter what you face, I will stand by your side and face it together. After hearing this, Tans laughed uncontrollably. I'm actually comforted by you, Neferi Lu. As the things I need to protect have become more numerous and broader, my state of mind has indeed changed. Neferi Lu said in an agreeing tone, when I first became the Storm King, I experienced a similar state of mind as you. Tans took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp again, well, I'm going to the Golden Tree now and try to summon Bernal. Bernal was originally a member of the dragon-slaying expedition that Tans had planned. As a Quasi King, he would be summoned sooner or later. Neferi Lu's words only made Tans decide to face this old friend sooner. But he had to go to the Elden Ring first to confirm whether he could summon Bernal through the dilapidated house that had summoned Nimgfu first. Chapter 45 Bernal. When the broken house of the warrior appeared in the courtyard where the golden tree was as the golden light dissipated, Tans immediately noticed that the name that had turned grey like Bernal began to light up. Tans checked again the blessings that the golden tree had stored in recent days, which were more than enough to summon Bernal. He originally intended to use these blessings to summon some more homeless knights and exiled soldiers from Stonewell City. However, because the food that the farmland can provide has just reached its upper limit, Tans can only suspend summoning before opening up new fields. Because the hybrids stationed far away in Taki Dale also need food. The land they are in is too far away and the golden tree cannot reach there. Therefore, before the hybrids can be self-sufficient, they still need material support from Morin City. Of course, if Longdale is rebuilt by the hybrids and this once great port starts operating again, the wealth brought in from the sea will be enormous. And if Shabad, located north of Longdale, can also be restarted, the entire Greywater River waterway will regain its former prosperity. Come on, Bernard. Tans refocused his attention on the name that came to his mind and finally confirmed the summons. A slight wave broke the silence in the courtyard, and a vague figure gradually took shape in front of Tans. This was a middle-aged man wearing a silver beast gathering heavy armor that did not look gorgeous. He had his grey hair tied into a short braid, his chin and lips were covered with stubble, and his old hair hung down on his temples. The branches and leaves of the golden tree swayed, casting golden light and shadows, illuminating the man's deep face. This is Bernal, who possesses the strength of a quasi-king and once carried the destiny of becoming a king. His appearance did not cause any huge changes, it was just an ordinary appearance. Bernal slowly opened his eyes, revealing silver-grey pupils. His gaze met Tans's. A large number of memories suddenly flooded Bernal's brain, but his face was as calm as water. He just stood there, like a mountain standing in front of Tans. Time has carved furrows on Bernard's face, and the wind blows through the empty courtyard, rolling up the golden leaves. The two stood facing each other without speaking. Nephililu appeared at the gate of the courtyard. She walked into the courtyard silently with vigorous steps. Her calloused hands gently stroked the axe handle at her waist. She stood beside Tans, raised her head fearlessly, and cast a sharp look at Bernal. Ah! When Bernard saw Nephililu's actions, he couldn't help but laugh, as if recalling his past in the Round Table Hall, when he also had some like-minded friends who stood by him no matter what they faced. However, as time passed, they went their separate ways to pursue their own goals, and when they met again they were even enemies. Then he slowly looked around, trying to find a place he was familiar with. But apart from discovering that he was in the city of Stonewell, Bernal also found that the sky above his head and the golden tree behind Tans were different from his memory. He said in a complicated tone, "This is no longer a border area, right, Tans?" Tans nodded slightly, "Yet." Bernard said, "Indeed, because the golden tree behind you is too small." "But it will grow into a towering tree," Tans replied. Bernard suddenly asked, "Where's your witch? Where's the girl who always hides her face under her hood and follows you?" Tans suddenly felt a huge sense of suffocation enveloping him unexpectedly, and the sound of his own heartbeat rang clearly in his ears. It seemed that the next moment he would hear Melina calling his name in a gentle and calm voice. Bernard's silver-grey eyes turned dangerous. "You wouldn't let her burn the tree too, would you?" He emphasized the word also, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Tans did not answer Bernal's words. He realized that the other party was trying to take the initiative in the conversation and disturb his heart. So he asked, "Bernard, if there was even a slight possibility of reviving your witch, what would you do?" Now it was Bernal's turn to be speechless. He stood there, motionless, as if time had frozen around him. Bernal's eyes were like torches ignited by anger, burning fiercely and breaking the silence around them. "Of course, I'll resurrect her." Bernard's voice was low and unquestionable. "Even if it means embarking on a bloody path, with the blood of innocents stained on my hands and their curses surrounding me, I will not hesitate. My soul was already stained with the deepest darkness the moment I lost her." Anger and sadness danced in Bernal's pupils. His suppressed words echoed in the empty courtyard. Every word was like hammered iron, hard and cold. Tans pointed at himself, nodded to Bernard, and said, "I am that possibility for you, Bernard. When the Elden Ring came to this world with me, it also brought everything from the borderland with it. You must have memories of fighting me and being killed by me in your mind, but now you appear before me alive. You should know what this means." Bernard looked at Tans with sharp eyes, his voice tinged with sarcasm, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, "But this does not mean that I will become a lackey of the Golden Rule." "The Golden Rule, hey! I will never forget that it was because of this damn Golden Rule that my witch voluntarily sacrificed her life, but the result was so ridiculous and laughable." He raised his hand, pointed it at Tans, and asked loudly, "Tanius, I remember that you and I became judges together. Are you willing to be a lackey of the Golden Law now? Tell me, you who have obtained the Elden Ring and become the King of Elden, what is your law now? You can't let D hear these words of yours, otherwise he will definitely fight you at the risk of his life." However, Tans also understood what Bernal really hated. He hated the Golden Rule that brought him pain in the border area. From Bernal's perspective, it was the Golden Rule that betrayed him first, so he betrayed the Golden Rule. Facing Bernal's question, Tans answered without hesitation, "My law? Of course, it is no longer the flawed Golden Rule. I met a virtuous veteran in the Shadowland, and he talked to me about this before his death. I swear on my soul that both my law and the reason I became king are for the people of the borderland, not those gods." Then he looked at Bernard and extended his hand, inviting him, "I summoned you here because I am rebuilding the border area. I need your strength. Join me, Bernard." Bernard slowly chewed over what Tans had just said, "Not for those gods, but for the people of the borderland." Tans nodded, "If you don't believe it, you can walk out of Stonewell City now and take a look outside." Bernard's chest rose and fell, and his silver-grey eyes looked at Tans again, but this time, instead of the doubt in his eyes, they were filled with fighting spirit. "But this alone is not enough. If you want me to join, you know the rules of the borderland." "Oh, I know, strength is the reason to become a king." Tans stretched out his hands, and he didn't know when two identical knight swords appeared in his left and right hands at the same time. He handed one of the knight's broadswords to Bernard and said jokingly, "I've defeated you 8 times. Do you still want to do this?" Bernard took the knight's broadsword, swung it a few times as if it were nothing, and snorted coldly, you're not trying to defeat me in swordsmanship. Tell me, what spell or prayer are you going to use this time? Tans blinked. I dare you to believe it. Bernard grinned and asked with a forced smile, what do you think? Tans shrugged and glanced at the courtyard. Why don't we go somewhere else? I'm worried that the aftermath of our fight will destroy such a beautiful courtyard. Bernard nodded nonchalantly. You can choose whatever you want. Even if you want to choose a place as hostile as the volcano residence, I have no objection. Tans curled his lips and said, I wouldn't choose that kind of terrain. Only people like you like to take a lava bath. Then Tans looked at Neferi and said to her, Neferi, call Philly and Keely for me. Tell them that I want to fight with their future combat instructor. Tell them to come to the open space outside the main gate of Stonewell City. Neferi was a little surprised. She said, but considering their personalities, I'm afraid the dwarves will come over to watch you two fight. That would be better, letting our dwarf friends see how powerful Bernard is. It would also save me from having to explain Bernard's power to Thoren's expedition team later. It would be better to let those elf friends come and watch as well. Tans said. It would be better to say that he had this idea in mind. After all, Bernal's reputation and strength were only known to some people in the border areas, and the people in Middle-earth were not aware of it. Bernard was completely confused. He frowned and said, You two, explain to me what future combat instructors are? And who are Philly and Keely? Tans gestured for Neferi to go and call for help, then said to Bernard, It's hard to explain in a few words. Come with me first, and I'll explain it to you as we walk along the way. Nefeli quickly wrote a few letters and asked the Storm Eagles under her command in Stonewell City to fly to Morin City and Hyde Fortress respectively, and then find Philly and Keely who were temporarily staying in Stonewell City. Soon, everyone in the entire Golden Tree territory knew that their leader wanted to compete with others. On the way, Tans explained to Bernard the story of what happened after he came to this world, as well as the affairs of the dwarves and elves. So you summoned me here just to let me serve as the combat skills instructor for the two dwarves? Bernard asked with a strange look on his face. Tans nodded and then shook his head. Not entirely. Later, you, two others, and I will join a dwarf king on an expedition to reclaim his homeland. That dwarf king is also a new friend I made in this world. He generously provided me with a lot of supplies when I needed help the most when I first arrived here. That's why we have the city of Stonewell you see now. Bernard sighed, not sure whether to laugh or remain silent. He shook his head and said, It's a matter of reciprocity and loyalty. I don't mind helping your friends. But when you first summoned me, your expression was so serious, as if you were about to swing your sword at me. I thought you were going to do something to me. But I didn't expect you to just ask me to teach me combat skills. Why didn't you just ask me directly? I think it's because you were just summoned and were still emotional, and you asked me a very uncomfortable question, so you looked so bitter and resentful before. However, Tans did not say this, and his mood became more relaxed. Because he was sure that Bernal was not really hostile to him, Tans, who didn't want to break up with Bernal in the first place, was happy from the bottom of his heart. Bernard watched Tans's footsteps quicken and said, Don't let me take you lightly and let you be defeated just because I have no hostility towards you. Although we call it a sparring match, I will not show mercy. Upon hearing this, Tans looked at Bernal with burning eyes. How could I underestimate you? I am just excited about the upcoming battle with you. You, a battle fanatic, haven't changed at all, Bernard said. He was silent for a while, and finally asked with a trembling voice, But what you said to me just now in the courtyard of the Golden Tree, that there was a slight possibility that you could resurrect my witch, were you serious about it? Or were you just lying to calm me down? Bernard was really afraid that Tans would say that he was lying, but based on his understanding of Tans, although Tans was very cunning in combat, he had never lied to anyone about important things, not even the enemy. Under Bernard's hopeful gaze, Tans replied, Everything from the borderlands is within the Elden Circle, and it's very likely that your witch's soul is among them. Even if not, you don't have to give up hope. Although you and I have both been to the ancient dragon city, Famuzra, there is one thing you don't know, and I haven't told you. The ancient sky city surrounded by a storm appeared before Bernard's eyes, and he subconsciously asked, What is it? The ancient dragon king Platon Shanks is still alive. He is at the center of the storm in Famuzra, which is also a rift in time and space. Perhaps we can use this rift to find the time when your witch soul had not yet dissipated. Bernal's perspective, this fated one who defeated me 8 times is silent and must be planning how to kill me. I have to torture him with words first. Fader's perspective, he tortured me with Melina. Was he angry because he failed to invade me 8 times? No, I have to torture him in return. Chapter 46, Pray Before the Fight. Aren't there too many people? Bernard couldn't help but say as he looked at the bustling scene outside Stoneville City. Tans looked over and saw that Philly and Keely were waving and cheering him on along with the dwarves who had come with them. He responded to the dwarves while answering Bernard's words, "It is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. It seems that except for those patrolling soldiers, everyone in the entire Golden Tree territory has come here." Bernard also noticed that Philly, Keely, and the others were noticeably shorter than the others around them, and asked, "Are they the dwarves you were talking about? Are the students you assigned to me among them?" Tans said, "Yes, the 2 dwarves with the shortest beards, one with golden hair and the other with black hair, standing together in the front are them." Bernard raised an eyebrow. "It's them, of course. The aura they exude is different from other dwarves, not to mention their striking looks. It's just a shame they're so short." Tans shrugged. "Don't underestimate dwarves. Although they're small, they're stronger than you might imagine. They also have excellent balance. They might seem short, but they're actually very agile. More importantly, they're incredibly stubborn and will always surprise you." Bernard didn't continue the topic of the dwarf. Instead, he looked at the elves standing opposite the dwarf. "Are those with long ears elves? Their appearance is so pleasing to the eye that it's hard to tell whether they are male or female." Tans curled his lips and said, "Don't mention you. I'm the same way. I never know the true gender of elves until they speak. After all, they like to have long hair and dress themselves very elegantly and exquisitely." Bernal paused, and Tans took a few steps forward, then turned to face Bernal. The crowd of onlookers consciously stepped back several steps, leaving enough space for the 2 of them to compete. Bernard gently gripped the hilt of the sword, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly. The knight's sword, which a normal person would find difficult to wield with both hands, was easily lifted by him with one hand, and the tip of the sword was pointed at Tans. Tans also kept his feet on the ground and adjusted his posture with ease. He also raised the identical knight's great sword with one hand, and the tip of the sword touched the knight's great sword raised by Bernal. They seemed to have reached some kind of silent agreement and retreated 4 sword lengths backward almost in sync. The crowd that was originally making all kinds of noise and discussion gradually quieted down, because the 2 people in the center of the venue exuded a silent sense of oppression. Some people even felt that if they spoke, the knight's swords in the hands of Tans and Bernal would be aimed at them and chopped down. The feeling of oppression forced the onlookers to retreat again and again, but they never felt that they had reached a safe distance. The dwarves and elves were no exception and retreated with the crowd, but Philly and Keely stayed behind. Because Neferi Lu told the 2 dwarf crown princes that the burly silver-armored warrior who confronted Tans was their future combat skills instructor. This made Philly and Keely not want to leave a weak impression when they first met Bernal. Moreover, Tans was already their teacher, and Philly and Keely did not want to retreat, even if it was just to support Tans. So the dwarf's stubborn character came out, and even though Philly and Keely's legs were shaking violently, they did not take a single step back. "Hehe, I admit that your evaluation of the dwarves is correct. The performance of these 2 crown princes is indeed beyond my expectation. Even though their bodies are sending signals of fear and they are too nervous to speak, they are still unwilling to retreat. Looking at their looks, it seems that they want to cheer you up," Bernard said to Tans. Tan's eyes were unusually serious. Although he had defeated Bernal 8 times, a quasi-king was still a quasi-king, and that would not change just because he defeated the other. After hearing Bernal's pre-fight teasing, Tans grinned and said, "Because I'm their teacher, isn't it normal for them to stay and cheer me on?" Bernard narrowed his eyes. "Then I, the latecomer, must demonstrate my abilities and let my future students know who of their 2 teachers is the most formidable." At this moment, on the city wall above the main gate of Stonewell, 2 lost knights who had finished their patrol and rushed here after hearing the news were looking at the confrontation between Tans and Bernal with shining eyes. This is a very rare battle between the King of Eldon and the Quasi-King, and the lost knight does not want to miss it. Neferi Lu, the only person present who was not affected by the oppression of Tans and Banar, also stayed where she was, and then stood in front of Philly and Keely, allowing the 2 dwarves' tense bodies to finally relax. Philly and Keely were breathing heavily, and cold sweat kept coming out of their foreheads. "Thank you, Lord Neferi Lu." Philly thanked the other party. Keely asked breathlessly, his eyes filled with fear and excitement. Is this the true strength of Mr. Tan's? Just standing there makes me feel like an insurmountable mountain. If I get close, I'll be frozen by the icy wind from the top. Neferi Lu simply nodded calmly, then looked at the two of them and asked loudly, "Do you need me to be the referee?" Tans had no intention of objecting and expressed his agreement directly. Bernal also nodded to Neferi Lu and said, "Of course, there is no greater honor than having the respected new Storm King witness this duel between Tans and me." With both sides' permission, Neferi Lu said, "Given your strength, a decisive victory will inevitably result in casualties. In that case, let's see who knocks the other's knight's great sword down first. The one whose knight's great sword is knocked down will be declared the loser. Do you agree?" Tans replied without hesitation, "For a warrior, losing his weapon is equivalent to losing his life." "I agree." Bernard echoed, "I agree with Tans. Having your weapon knocked off your body by the enemy is like being slaughtered." Neferi Lu nodded and drew her battle axe from her waist. Golden lightning crackled and converged on the axe blade. "Then let the thunder strike as the signal to begin." Tans and Bernal nodded at the same time, and then focused all their attention on each other and Neferi Lu. Philly and Keely subconsciously held their breath again. As dwarves, the two brothers were able to guess the weight of the knight's swords in Tans and Bernal's hands. The two of them were already imagining what kind of pleasant sound would be made and what kind of sparks would be produced when the two knights' swords collided with each other in a few seconds. "Teacher Tans and Mr. Bernard, I wonder what kind of exciting battle these two warriors who are equally good at swordsmanship will bring me." With this thought in mind, Philly and Keely tried to open their eyes wide, fearing to miss any details of the fight between the two sides. Boom! Neferi Lu swung her battle axe downwards, and the golden lightning dragged a shadow in the air, but the roar of thunder appeared before the shadow and reached people's ears. "It has started." Philly pressed his lips together, and Keely clenched his fists in excitement. Was it Mr. Tans who drew his sword first, or Mr. Bernal? The dwarf brothers looked at the two people not far away in the field with their own expectations. Then they widened their eyes, and the people watching not far behind them also opened their mouths slightly, showing surprised expressions. Because the confrontation between swords and skills that they imagined did not occur, nor was there any sound of metal clashing with metal or the battle cries between men. At the moment when Neferi Lu swung her battle axe with a thunderous sound, Tans and Bernal did not charge with their swords raised. Instead, they bent down at the same time and knelt on one knee on the ground as if they had agreed. Open the prayer. Just as the others were at a loss for words about how to express their emotions at this ridiculous scene, Philly and Keely suddenly understood. They were both praying, and kneeling on one knee was the proper posture for prayer. Golden light shone from the hands of both men at the same time, and then spread throughout their bodies. At the same time, the golden tree serving as the background became brighter and brighter, with its branches and leaves swaying and golden light falling. The Golden Tree Oath, a prayer of the Golden Tree faith, improves the user's physical abilities. This ancient prayer, passed down by the Knights of Rivendell City, is a tradition. Then the two men stood up and looked at each other. Just when the onlookers thought they were going to charge at each other with swords raised, they squatted down again in tacit understanding. Continue to pray. The golden tree's light became brighter, which meant that the prayers Tans and Bernal were performing at this time were even higher level than before. Golden tree shelter can provide considerable protection for the user. By the time Tans and Bernal stood up again, a rich golden light had already covered their bodies, armor, and weapons. As someone who has fought with Bernal 8 times, Tans knows him too well. Bernal always does this before fighting with him. If Tans had a heavier weapon in his hand instead of a knight's broadsword, he would not have prayed with Bernard like this, but would have rushed forward directly. Otherwise, if he rushed forward, Bernard, who had just finished praying, would use his beast-gathering armor to block the sword, and then be hit by the opponent's counterattack. Bernard's silver-grey eyes reflected the golden light, and he said in surprise, "You didn't just throw away the sword this time. You took out a staff. After all, I want to come here once in a while." Tans was just about to say that he wanted to have a head-on fight with Bernal this time, but before he could finish his words, Bernal suddenly used a New Year's sword technique to smash the knight's sword in his hand to the ground. This seemingly ridiculous action made Tans swallow his unfinished words and quickly move to the side to avoid it. The ground between Tans and Bernal cracked silently, and the invisible sharp blade cut 2 wounds in the ground, making Tan's eyes more serious. Combat skill, vacuum slash. It was this attack that made Philly and Keely exclaim in surprise. They simply couldn't believe that this was a fighting technique that a human could use. The elves in the back looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw this scene, and were speechless. Merthin, who had learned magic, pondered and asked the elven brother and sister, Kelson and Irene, beside him, "You two are also masters of swordsmanship in the valley, having been immersed in it for hundreds of years. Did you see the humans' movements clearly?" Kelson and his sister Irene looked at each other and saw the tremor in each other's pupils. The former was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'm not sure what I saw was real, Mr. Merthin. It's precisely because Irene and I saw it clearly that it felt so dreamy." The moment the silver-armored warrior raised his sword and slashed it down, the air around it suddenly vanished, transforming into two invisible blades. Irene also spoke up to add on behalf of her brother, "As for more, my brother and I can't tell. Perhaps we should ask Lord Tans, who accurately dodged the attack." Kelson hesitated for a few seconds, then finally said with a wry smile, "I think the question we should ask is, are Tans and his compatriots truly the humans we know them to be? We've seen those human heroes fight bravely, but to be able to unleash such a terrifying slash..." He didn't finish his words, but Mersine and Irene knew what Kelson meant. Irene suddenly thought of something. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Ah, come to think of it, I remember Tans always calling his compatriots people of gold." "The golden people," Merthin repeated. He then looked up at the twin golden trees radiating a bright glow within the city of Stonewell and smiled faintly. "What a fitting name for them." Kelson then uttered another short exclamation, "Look!" In the field, Bernal had already taken advantage of the time when Tans was dodging his vacuum slash and approached him. A distance of about 10 meters is no different from standing in front of each other for both parties. Combat skill, broken steps. Even though Bernal was wearing heavy beast-gathering armor, his figure still came to Tan's side like a ghost, stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot, twisted his body with the force of his waist to slash back, and the knight's sword in his hand showed a cold edge, pointing directly at Tan's. Combat skill, spinning slash. A nimble swordsman can spin his body dramatically and strike his enemy unexpectedly. But the feeling of the knight's sword hitting Tan's waist that Bernard had imagined did not come true. Instead, the recoil from the sword almost made him lose his grip on the hilt, and almost made Bernard lose his balance. Tan's voice sounded somewhat unhappy, "Your beast armor is really heavy. It didn't even make you fall down." Bernal nimbly jumped back a step, just avoiding the sword that was about to come from Tan's, causing Tan's to let out a tisk sound. He looked at Tan's free hand and smiled. "I see. No wonder I almost dropped my weapon just now. You didn't use those strange spells, but used the skills I taught you to deal with me. I really didn't expect that." A small silver metal round shield appeared in Tan's other hand at some point. Just now, it was this seemingly inconspicuous small shield that perfectly blocked Bernal's unexpected attack at the critical moment. Combat skill, block. Tan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This close combat confrontation made him feel his heart beating for the first time in a long time. He grinned happily and said, "I'm not a fool. You saw through my magic patterns during our 8 exchanges. If you can't figure out a way to break them, I'll doubt the value of your title of Quasi-King." If Tans had chosen to use magic just now, he would definitely have been hit by Bernal's unexpected vacuum slash. Bernard also saw the fighting spirit in Tan's eyes and couldn't help but say, "You fighting madman." Tans responded bluntly, "How dare you call me crazy? Even you're laughing so recklessly, Bernard." Bernard was slightly stunned, subconsciously raised his head and touched his mouth, and finally tightly gripped the knight's sword. When he looked up again, he showed the same expression as Tans. He raised his sword and used broken steps to quickly approach again, while shouting, "That's because I can finally catch you, a guy who likes to run around and throw spells around, and give you a good beating." The swords collided again. A player you often encounter who runs around with a ball suddenly wants to fight you in close combat. Chapter 47. Kilai no longer remembered how the battle between Teacher Tans and Mr. Bernal ended. He only knew that he could no longer see the figures of the two until the sound of swords clashing suddenly stopped, and one of the knight's great swords flew out and rolled to the lush ground. Who won? Kilai quickly looked over and found that Teacher Tans and Bernal's figures overlapped with each other. He didn't know whose weapon was knocked down. Tans and Bernal did not let the spectators wait for long and soon separated. Tans still held the knight's sword in his hand, but Bernal had no weapon in his hand. The winner has been decided. King Tans of Eldon has defeated the Quasi-King Bernard. Let us cheer for His Majesty Tans, and let us also applaud Lord Bernard for his courage in challenging the King of Eldon." Neferi Lu shouted loudly, bringing the duel to an end. Philly and Kili immediately clapped their hands excitedly and cheered for this wonderful performance. The golden people watching followed suit and cheered, while the elves clapped their hands gracefully. Bernard did not show any anger or displeasure, but rather satisfaction with this exhilarating battle. His only complaint was probably his 9th defeat to Tan's. He sighed, "I didn't expect you to even know the Bloody Knight's hound footwork. I thought you, a master of magic, wouldn't be good at close combat. I miscalculated." Because of Bernal's misjudgment, he thought Tan's could not deal with his close attack, so he slightly relaxed his vigilance from behind. As a result, the opponent seized the opportunity and came from behind him in an instant using the hound step. Although Bernard reacted quickly and blocked Tan's attack with the knight's sword behind him, his strength had already left and new strength had not yet emerged. The hand that did not have time to swing the sword was hit by Tan's, who had planned it in advance, and the hilt of the sword slipped out of his hand. Tan's put away his knight's greatsword, smiled modestly, and said, "I was just trying to learn various styles to relieve my boredom. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I'm indeed slightly inferior to you. You simply lost to the unknown. Besides, you still have your world-eating scepter, don't you?" Bernard shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "A true enemy on the battlefield wouldn't reveal their true identity. I lost, and I lost. It's simply because I wasn't as skilled as you. There's no need to make excuses. Besides, this is my 9th defeat by you. It has nothing to do with the world-devouring scepter." At this time, the crowd around gradually dispersed. Nefeli Lu picked up the knight's sword that fell on the ground and walked over to return it to Tan's. Tan's took it and waited for a few seconds before inserting the knight's sword into the scabbard and handing it to Bernard. "I still prefer the way you look when you use the sword, Bernard." Bernard took the knight's broadsword and slung it on his back, replying, "My witch also likes the way I swing my sword." "Never mind, let's not talk about this nonsense. Aren't you going to send those 2 dwarves who still won't leave over here?" After being reminded by Bernard, Tan's noticed that Philly and Kili were still staying where they were and did not leave like the other onlookers. So he waved to the 2 of them and asked them to come over. Philly gently pushed Kili's back and asked him to follow him. The 2 dwarves came in front of Tan's and Bernard together, raised their heads and looked at them with admiration. Tan said to Philly and Kili, "I believe Neferi Lu has already introduced you. This is the combat instructor I found for you. You have just witnessed his strength. Even if you can only learn 10% of his skills, it will be enough for Thoren to look at you with new eyes." This is also the reason why Tan's did not use magic to fight Bernal. Allowing Bernal to fully demonstrate his swordsmanship is also one of Tan's purposes in this duel. Moreover, when Tan's dueled with Bernal, he also understood why Neferi Lu recommended him as the teacher of Philly and Kili. Because although Nefeli Lu herself is good at fighting and the weapon she uses is the battle axe that the dwarves like to use, she does not use prayer in battle. If it was to teach dwarves like Dwellin who couldn't use prayers, Neferi Lu felt that there was no problem in teaching them herself. Even if she was not good at verbal instruction, she could make up for it with actual combat. But when she heard that the dwarves Tan's asked her to teach were Philly and Kili, she immediately thought that these 2 dwarves had learned prayer systematically from Tan's. It would be a waste of Philly and Kili's talents if they were simply asked to learn axemanship from him instead of teaching them how to incorporate prayer into their respective fighting styles. At this time, Philly and Kili also bowed to Bernard and shouted in unison, "Teacher Bernard." Bernal raised his hand and touched his chin, then walked over and pressed hard on the shoulders of Philly and Kili several times. Philly and Kili felt a strange force coming from their shoulders, as if trying to push them down. They subconsciously exerted force with their legs and feet, but only shook their bodies slightly. "Well, very strong bodies. I can feel that you 2 have been exercising seriously." Bernard let go of his hands, which was considered to have ended a small test. He evaluated his 2 new students. At least the first impression he made was not bad. If Philly and Kili had just been pinned to the ground by him, Bernal would have to think about how to train the stability of the 2 dwarves' lower bodies. Tan smiled and said, "I've already said that I trust the dwarves' control of their body balance. Your little trick just now wouldn't be difficult for Philly and Kili." Bernard glanced at Tan's and said, "How I teach my apprentice is my business. Don't bother me." Tan's shrugged and then asked, "By the way, do you still have your red dewdrop Holy Grail bottle with you?" Bernal took out an exquisite transparent bottle from somewhere, which was filled with red liquid. The liquid flashed a golden light from time to time. Tans finally nodded. Then I have no problem. Just remember to feed them the drops of grace in the bottle in time. If you need to replenish them, just leave them in the courtyard of the golden tree for half an hour. As long as nothing happens to them, you can teach them any other way. Bernard put away the red dewdrop holy grail bottle and replied, I understand. Philly and Keely blinked together. The dwarf brothers were still in the dark and didn't understand what the conversation between Tans and Bernard meant. Bernard waved to Tans and said, I'm free now anyway, so why not start teaching now? If you have time, please help me and my new apprentices find a quiet, spacious courtyard with few people around. If you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. Then come with me. The military training ground in Stonewell City is quite suitable. Tans didn't care what Bernal said, because he knew that Bernal was actually eager to pass on his fighting skills. Bernal was always so enthusiastic in this regard. Tans brought them to the area where the homeless knights and exiled soldiers lived in Stonewell City with ease. The two exiled soldiers on guard, wrapped in dark red cloaks, saluted Tans and Nephili Lu respectively, and took the initiative to move the barricades at the main gate for them. After they went in, Nephili Lu separated from Tans and others and went to another training ground. She went to check the training situation of the exiled soldiers. After all, Nephili Lu is now the Storm King, and the exile soldiers are the army directly under her name. They are not like the previous King Greg's army, which was just commanded by Tans. Tans took the remaining 3 people to a relatively secluded training ground and stopped. The afternoon sun shines through the clouds and falls on the field. In the armory nearby, armor and swords were neatly arranged, shining with a cold light. Tans gave Philly and Keely an encouraging look and said, Philly, Keely, keep going. Bernal is a very good teacher. He also taught me. I look forward to the day when you will graduate. Philly replied very politely, we won't embarrass you, Mr. Tans. Keely said confidently, that's right, Mr. Tans. Philly and I will definitely work hard to learn combat techniques. Bernal couldn't help but smile when he heard the dwarf brothers' voices full of energy and enthusiasm. Tans nodded and said, well, I'll arrange for someone to prepare a room for you to rest. But before he left, he stopped and looked at Bernard's smiling face, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, he warned Bernard, don't scare Philly and Keely. Be more restrained. I know. Don't worry. Remember to prepare some meat for their dinner, Bernard said. Tans left with peace of mind after seeing Bernard nod. Why did Mr. Tans say that Mr. Bernal would scare us? Philly and Keely looked at each other. Bernard clapped his hands, drawing Philly and Keely's attention to himself. A bright smile appeared on his old face, and he seemed to have become several years younger. He laughed and said, all right, without further ado, let's get started. Now it's time for combat skills instruction. Why does it feel like Teacher Bernal has suddenly become a different person and has become so excited? Philly thought to himself and whispered to Keely, do you feel anything is wrong? Keely looked over with a confused expression, hey. It's okay. When Philip saw his brother's appearance, he immediately realized that he could not rely on him. So Philly suppressed the uneasiness that was rising in his heart and waited with Keely for Bernal's next move. Bernard looked the dwarves up and down with a smile and said, let me introduce myself again. My name is Bernard. Philly and Keely also immediately gave their names. Philly, at your service. Keely, at your service as well. Bernard, however, smiled and raised his hand, interrupting, wait a minute, I know you two are excited about learning combat techniques, but I'm still talking. Wait, it seems like you are the one who's excited. And this is probably what you'd call hyper-excited, right? Even your body is swaying with joy. Philly looked at Bernard in surprise, but Keely was slow to react and showed an apologetic expression. He felt that he really shouldn't interrupt Bernard while he was talking. Bernal seemed to realize that he was too excited, so he calmed down and cooled down. He took off the knight's great sword hanging from his back, resting the scabbard against the ground, and continued, I only know how to wield a sword. I have devoted all my energy to combat. Therefore, I really want to pass on my combat skills to people like Tans. Then Bernal smiled and looked down at Philly and Keely, but it's not bad to pass it on to you. Philly blinked, trying to steer the conversation in the right direction, and asked, so when do we start learning combat skills? Bernard laughed heartily upon hearing this. He walked towards the armory on the training ground, rummaging through the weapons, and said loudly, okay. So, where do we start? He seemed to be unable to find a suitable weapon in the armory, so he walked back, but Bernal seemed to have made up his mind. So he looked at his dwarf brothers, patted his chest, and the beast armor made a crisp sound. He said, "Fili, Kili, you two come and beat me up and see." "What?" Fili and Kili were both stunned. They didn't expect Bernal to say such a thing. Bernard didn't pick up the knight's broadsword stuck in the ground. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest in a defensive stance and said, "Don't worry, I won't fight back. Just attack me, don't be polite." Fili hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded with his brother Kili and said, "Then we won't be polite." The two of them rushed towards Bernal. Because Bernal did not use the knight's sword, Fili and Kili did not take out their weapons, but raised their fists. Bernal stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the two dwarves rushing towards him. Due to his height, Fili came behind Kili halfway through the sprint, and Kili also jumped to a height higher than Bernal with the help of Fili, and then landed a punch. A gleam of light flashed in Bernal's eyes, and then his whole body shook violently. Boom! But the scene that Kili imagined of Bernard blocking his fist did not appear. Instead, the fist actually hit Bernard's right cheek with a dull sound. However, Bernal's body did not move, even his head did not shake. It seemed that he had taken a solid blow from Kili with all his strength. Fili, who was behind Kili, immediately widened his eyes and covered his mouth. Kili also fell to the ground and rolled to Fili's side, then stood up with the same surprised expression on his face. Fili said in a low and hurried voice, "Why did you really punch Mr. Bernal in the face?" Kili's eyes were innocent and bewildered. "I thought he would block it." Fili whispered again, "But you used too much force. Look, your fist is red. I bet you knocked out a few of Mr. Bernard's teeth." Kili didn't dare to speak now, and looked at Bernard nervously. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I did it on purpose." Bernard's laughter attracted the attention of the dwarf brothers again. Fili quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bernal, we were too rude." Bernal said, "I told you, it was intentional. Look carefully at my face and see where I was hit." Fili and Kili looked over and saw that the place where Bernal had been hit hard by Kili was only slightly red. It looked like the damage was not as severe as Kili's own fist. Fili instantly turned his head to look at Kili. "Were you not strong enough just now? Or didn't you eat enough?" Kili glared back in dissatisfaction, "I ate 2 more pieces of cheese than you at lunch. And do you want me to push harder or not?" It was obvious that both Fili and Kili understood that the injury on Bernal's face should not be so minor. Bernard raised his hand and gently touched his right cheek, grinning and saying, "That was the combat skill patience. Fili and Kili couldn't help but speak at the same time, "Patience." Then, Fili asked in disbelief, "Patience? Can that really be considered a combat skill?" Kili nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. This seems to be no different from simply being beaten." Chapter 48, A Teacher Who is Passionate About Combat Skills. Facing Fili and Kili's confusion, Bernard patiently silenced them and explained, "Listen to me first. This combat technique requires mental preparation, lowering your center of gravity, and steadying your steps. This instantly increases your defense and reduces damage." Kili still felt that what Bernard said was too fantastic, but he was unsure, so he looked at his brother Fili. Fili was carefully recalling how Bernard looked when he was attacked by Kili. If his memory was correct, Bernard did not show any signs of shaking. Could it be that what Mr. Bernard said was true? Philip was a little skeptical. Bernal shrugged. "If you don't believe me, try it on each other. Kili, you punch Fili like you just punched me. Fili, you try to perform the endurance combat technique I just told you to." Kili's eyes lit up. "Really?" Fili looked at his brother with a speechless look. "Wait a minute, if I fail to perform my fighting skills, won't you punch me in the face for nothing?" Kili nodded in sudden realization. Just when Fili thought his brother understood what he meant, Kili suddenly smiled confidently, "Then if I don't punch you in the face, won't the problem be solved? Is it a question of punching someone in the face?" Fili's eyes widened. Bernard urged, "All right, both of you hurry up and don't dilly-dally. If you think Kili can't do it, let me do it." Fili glanced at Bernard and saw him eagerly groping for the hilt of the knight's great sword stuck in the ground. He quickly said, "No need, let Kili do it." "But Mr. Bernard, could you please repeat it again?" "Of course, no problem. Kili, listen carefully. After Philly attempts his endurance combat technique, it will be your turn. Bernard readily agreed, and Kili, whose name was called, saw that his brother suddenly became interested for some reason. He doesn't really want to beat me, does he? Kili wondered. Philly took a deep breath, crossed his hands in front of him, and assumed the same defensive posture as Bernard just now. Bernard noticed Philly's lack of confidence and said, "It's hard to describe how to successfully perform the endurance technique. When you feel your body become as hard as steel in a moment, it means you've succeeded. If that doesn't work, just keep repeating the name of the technique in your mind." Philly nodded, then nodded to Kili, "Come on." Kili also hit his brother's face without any hesitation. "Patience. Patience. Patience." Philly's orange pupils watched as Kili's fist continued to grow larger and larger in his field of vision, and he screamed nervously and desperately in his heart. At a certain moment before Kili's fist hit his cheek, Philly really felt that his body seemed to become as hard as iron, and an indescribable sound came from inside his body. It worked, Philly cheered inwardly. But the next second, a burning pain came from his cheek, making Philip's eyes go black. However, his body did not shake at all, just like Bernal who had been attacked before. Only Philip's head with golden orange braids and short beard shook several times. Bernard then smiled and said, "Well, not bad, not bad. You got it straight away and successfully demonstrated endurance. But there's one thing I forgot to tell you. While endurance combat techniques can reduce the damage done to the user, the pain remains the same." Philly tensed up, using all his strength not to cry out from the pain in his cheek. Then he raised his face, looked at Kishi with a forced smile, and said word by word through his teeth, "Kili, it's your turn." Kili blinked. Even if his reaction was slow, he knew what Philly was going to do to him next. So Kili asked Bernard, "Teacher Bernard, can I learn a different combat technique?" "No." At this moment, Bernal and Philly refused in unison and looked at Kili with a smile. Finally, amidst Kili's screams, the dwarf brothers were able to master the technique of combat skills endurance. Bernard warned earnestly, "Philly, Kili, even if you have mastered the combat skill endurance, unless it is unavoidable, do not actively use it to trade wounds with the enemy. It does not make you invulnerable. Do you understand?" Philip collapsed on the field and responded weakly, "We understand, Mr. Bernard." Then he looked at Philly and Kili, whose faces were still swollen and tired even though they were trying to endure it, and took out his red dewdrop holy grail bottle and handed it to Philly. He weighed the red bottle in his hand and said, "Tanis should have told you what the liquid in this bottle does. Drink it, restore your strength, and prepare to practice the next combat technique." When Philly and Kili heard that they were going to practice the next combat technique, they showed a resigned expression on their faces. They had some initial understanding of why Teacher Tans looked at them with sympathy before leaving, and also told Bernard to be more restrained. The dwarf brothers each took the red dewdrop holy grail and took a sip. The physical strength they had consumed was quickly replenished, and the physical injuries they had suffered while practicing endurance combat skills were also quickly restored to normal. Bernal looked at Philly and Kili, who had stood up again and adjusted their mindsets to prepare for the next combat skill. He smiled with satisfaction again. "Very good, both of you are very energetic. What combat skill would you like to learn next? If you don't tell me, I will choose it myself." Philly was afraid that Bernard would teach them another technique similar to endurance, so he quickly asked, "Teacher Bernard, could you please teach me the technique you used on Teacher Tans when you and Kili first sparred?" Bernal searched his mind for information about the recent duel, then nodded and said, "Oh, you are talking about vacuum /dot." Philly and Kili nodded vigorously immediately. The considerable power and invisible attack method of this fighting skill made the dwarf brothers particularly want to learn it. However, Bernard shook his head. "With your current strength, it's still a bit difficult for you to learn vacuum /. Even if I teach you now, the power of your combat skills will not reach your expectations. If you want to fully master vacuum /, you have to start from the most basic combat skills, unless..." Kili asked impatiently, "Unless what, Mr. Bernard?" Bernard looked at Kili and said, "Unless you possess a weapon with the vacuum / skill, you can skip learning it." Then Bernard looked toward Tans leaving the training ground and said, "But among the people I know, it seems that only Tans has such a weapon. The skill attached to that weapon was created by him and a skilled blacksmith." After hearing what Bernard said, Philly's mind immediately came to the frozen shell axe on Thoren's waist, which he loved so much and never left. He had heard his uncle mention the origin of this battle axe, which was a battle axe given by Tans, with magical witchcraft powers. Philly saw with his own eyes that Thoren used the battle axe to freeze the attacking orcs into ice sculptures. Philly glanced at Keely, and it was obvious from the latter's eyes that he was also thinking of Uncle Thoren's battle axe. Such a magical weapon is so precious. I think even Teacher Tans would not give it away casually. Besides, we have already gained too much from Teacher Tans. Teacher Bernal, please let Keely and I start learning from the most basic combat skills first. Philly patted his cheek and said with energy. Keely nodded vigorously as well. Bernard praised loudly with satisfaction, excellent. I'm very pleased that you are willing to work hard to lay a solid foundation. Then let's start with the most basic combat skills. Philly subconsciously looked at his younger brother, Keely, and rubbed his face, which was hurt from being beaten. He asked softly, Mr. Bernard, can you start by teaching me fighting skills that won't hurt? Bernard didn't refuse. He nodded and walked towards the armory, saying loudly, of course, no problem. Let's start with ready stance. Along with the sound of weapons being rummaged through in the armory, Bernal quickly returned with 3 of the most common standard long swords and 3 iron-shaped shields in his arms. He threw the sword and shield to Philly and Keely, and the 2 dwarves caught them very accurately. Now all 3 of them had a sword and a shield in their hands. Although the sword and shield seemed a little awkward for Philly and Keely. After all, they were dwarves, and the long swords and medium-sized shields used by normal humans almost became big swords and big shields in their hands. The standard long swords were several centimeters longer than their legs, and the iron-shaped shields almost covered half of their bodies. Bernard didn't draw his sword from its sheath. Instead, he turned directly to Philly and Keely and asked, I have a question. When you're in close combat, what do you do when facing an enemy with a raised shield? Keely answered without hesitation, of course, get around to the enemy's side or behind them as quickly as possible, where their shields can't protect them. Philly thought for a moment and replied, if it were me, I would probably throw a throwing knife at the enemy's eyes, and when they raise their shield to protect their upper body, I would quickly rush over and attack their exposed lower body. Bernal said, well, both of you are actually right. They are both reasonable ways to deal with an enemy holding a shield. But the preparatory stance I'm going to teach you is a combat technique that can directly penetrate the enemy's defense from the front. Then he raised his scabbarded sword, keeping it parallel to the ground, and said to Philly and Keely, no matter how much I talk, I will never be able to see it in action. Philly, raise your shield with both hands and do your best to block my attack. With a look of doubt in his eyes, asking, why am I the one suffering first? Philly made a bitter face and followed Bernal's instructions. He gripped the handle of the iron-shaped shield tightly with both hands, lifted it up, and hid his body behind the shield. Keely, watch my movements carefully. Switch places with Philly later and let him watch my movements carefully as well. Bernal said as he looked at Philly. Philly poked his head out from behind the shield, nodded to Bernal, and quickly retracted it. Seeing that Philly was ready, Bernal lunged forward, and the scabbard in his hand hit the lower half of the shield from bottom to top. Philip, who was hiding behind the shield and holding the shield handle tightly, felt like he was hit by a goat. He couldn't hold the shield and his body staggered back a few steps. If it weren't for the dwarf's exquisite control of his balance, Philip would have sat down on the ground long ago, instead of staggering backwards to release the force like he was now. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Bernal not using his full strength. Otherwise, Philip would be flying backwards now. Bernal quickly reached out and grabbed Philly's arm to help him stabilize his body. Philly first looked at his hands, which seemed to have lost their strength, with wide eyes in surprise, then looked at Keely silently, his eyes asking what Keely had just seen. Keely noticed his brother's look and frowned. Mr. Bernal is just attacking your shield from below in a very ordinary way. No, it doesn't seem very ordinary. The moment Mr. Bernal moved, I seemed to see something different about the weapon in his hand. Bernard didn't hold back. He said directly, that's the feeling of a successful combat technique. Keely, now it's your turn. Philly, stand in Keely's place and observe me. Keely nodded, picked up the shield and switched places with Philly. Afterwards, he behaved in the same way as Philly, with his shield almost falling out of his hand, and he staggered backward. Although Keely's face was filled with surprise, he also felt anticipation and excitement for being able to learn this fighting skill. Philly walked over, also surprised. I understand what Keely meant. When you attacked, Mr. Bernal, there was a moment when every part of your body reached a perfect level of coordination, and that lasted until the end of the attack. Kili nodded repeatedly, yes, that's pretty much what I was going to say. Okay, you dwarves are really interesting. You can guess the essence of the fighting skills after just watching it once. Well, you have all seen the demonstration of preparation postures, and it's your turn to use your fighting skills on me. Philly, you go first. Bernard said while laughing. Philly nodded, imitating Bernal's previous gesture. But Bernard came over, extended his hand, and personally corrected Philly's posture, step by step, teaching him enthusiastically, keep the sword parallel to the ground, and don't lower your body's center of gravity too low. Relax your muscles, don't tense them. Kili. Don't just stand there, come and see where your brother's posture is wrong, so you don't end up like him. As Bernal spoke and the dwarf brothers studied diligently, time slipped away like water through their fingers day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was a month later. Roger and Dee, unable to hide their fatigue from the journey, returned to the territory of the Golden Tree and brought back news of Shabad. And an old friend also came back with them, and the three of them met in the quagmire of Shabad. Gandalf, riding a white horse, wearing a grey robe and a wizard's pointed hat, looked up in shock and looked at Hyde Fortress, Morn City and Stonewell City standing on this land. After a brief moment of surprise, Gandalf, an old and wise man, smiled faintly, my friend Tanis really gave me a big surprise. Chapter 49. Are you inviting me to the meeting too? When Tanis heard the news that Gandalf had returned with Roger and Dee, he ran happily to the outside of Stonewell to wait for them. Roger and his men were also moving quickly and soon arrived at the main gate of Stonewell City. Tanis went ahead to greet them and hugged Roger, Dee, and Gandalf respectively. Thank you for your hard work, Roger and Dee. Tan said while hugging them. Then he looked at Gandalf, opened his arms and smiled. It's been almost 6 months since we last met. Are you surprised by the changes in my territory? Gandalf accepted Tanis's embrace with a smile, and after releasing him, he said kindly, the speed with which you have rebuilt your homeland is truly astonishing. I've been away from you for almost half a year, yet the changes in your territory seem like 50 years. Furthermore, when I returned, I passed through the territories of the human kingdoms and heard bards singing praises of your land. Tans showed a curious expression. Oh, is there such a thing? But I've been in Minirius all this time. Even my compatriots haven't gone to places where humans gather. How could human poets sing praises of my territory? How do they sing? Then Gandalf cleared his throat, and remembering the words of the bards, he sang in a loud, operatic voice. On the edge of the ancient west, the hand of plague rights the hand of death. The flood mercilessly engulfed the fields, causing great suffering and widespread grief. But in the southwest, there is a lone wizard whose eyes burn with the fire of hope. Wearing strong armor and holding a sword, they walked forward with firm steps, vowing to rebuild on the ruins. He walked on the golden land and sowed the seeds of peace in his heart. The wizard's spell echoed across the barren land, and life and hope slowly awakened. The distant hometown will no longer be a dream. In that once barren land the golden radiance and the song of peace will always illuminate every dawn. Dee, hearing Gandalf's chant, murmured, ha, not bad. In fact, he liked this ballad very much. After all, there were humans in faraway places praising Tans and his golden tree, which made Dee, who believed in the golden tree, very happy. Roger was standing next to Dee. He chuckled softly after sensing Dee's inner emotions. Before Dee turned his head to look at him, he raised his hands and clapped softly, praising him. It's indeed a good ballad. Thank you for your singing, Mr. Gandalf. Tanis was even more curious. He looked at the smiling Gandalf and asked, so how did these human poets know about my situation? Gandalf replied, you will have to ask your dwarven friends. These reports and poems praising your land were spread by the dwarves who travelled from the Blue Mountains to other places. Dwarf? Okay. Tan's mind flashed with the image of Thoren and those enthusiastic dwarves, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He probably knew what was going on. Gandalf continued to chuckle, perhaps after a while, some humans will come here who are interested in your territory. You have to know that wizards rarely stay in one place for a long time, let alone establish their own territory. You are the second wizard to do so, so there must be many people interested in you. If friends come, I will naturally have delicious food and fine wine to welcome them. Tan said generously. Then he noticed what Gandalf said and asked curiously, I am the second one. Are there other wizards who have established their own territory like me? Gandalf's smile disappeared for a moment, and he replied with a somewhat unnatural expression, yes, Saruman the White. He came to Middle-earth with me and built a wizard's tower of his own in Isengard. Tanis noticed Gandalf's unnatural expression just now. He could see that Gandalf did not have a very good relationship with the wizard named Saruman. Although he was very curious about what had happened between Gandalf and Saruman the White, he did not spoil the mood by asking. Tanis simply smiled, then noticed the pair of slender golden ceremonial swords hanging from Gandalf's waist. To change the subject, he jokingly said, compared to the stories the dwarves tell me, I'm more curious about the nickname you gave me when you introduced me to Elrond. I remember it was Giver of Swords. Why did you give me that nickname? Ahem, well, this actually happened because I was a guest in Rivendell, and when I was chatting with Elrond, he noticed the ceremonial straight sword you gave me. He asked me about you and what to call you, and I couldn't think of how to introduce you for a moment. Gandalf explained quickly. Tan said he didn't care and asked, how are they helping you? Gandalf raised his hand and gently touched the golden hilt. He smiled and said, of course, you can even say that you have helped me a lot. If it weren't for the sword you gave me, I would probably have to spend several more days to come back to you. Tanis immediately understood what Gandalf meant. His smile faded slightly as he asked, does this have anything to do with your investigation into the north? What happened there? Gandalf's smile faded. He nodded, then glanced at Roger and Dee who were waiting silently on the side. He smiled and said, this is not a place for a long conversation, Tanis. Take us to a place suitable for conversation. There are many things I need to tell you. Tans asked, making an inviting gesture, would you like something to drink? How about a cup of the blue mountain tea that the Dwarven caravan brought over last week? No, please bring me a glass of fine wine, especially the best quality dwarf wine, said Gandalf. In the city lord's hall, the wine glass on the table in front of Gandalf was filled with reddish-purple translucent liquid, and Tanis still fulfilled Gandalf's wish. Roger had just finished reporting the intelligence about Shabad. He stood at the conference table opposite Gandalf and told him all the news he had seen. Similar to the abandoned Long Didale, Shabad also has a large number of abandoned buildings and a very long bridge that spans the Grey Water River. However, this bridge has been in disrepair for many years and has collapsed in many places and cannot be used, just like the two bridges outside the Ria Lukalaya College. After Roger finished speaking, he sat down. Dee then stood up and continued Roger's words, unlike Longdale, where hybrids could be stationed, the ruins of Shabad are filled with swamps. Furthermore, the bridge is in a semi-destroyed state, making the area extremely dangerous. There's no telling when the remaining bridge will collapse. This means that until this river port city is completely rebuilt, it's impossible to station troops or live there. And a city 3 or 4 times larger than Longdale is clearly not something we can allocate manpower and wealth to rebuild right now. Roger, who had already sat down, added with a faint smile, perhaps when the Golden Tree's protection extends to Shabad, Tans, you can directly summon the Mage Academy in Linia there. This will save a lot of manpower and money. Tanis nodded, then looked at Gandalf. He remembered that the construction of Shabad was a matter of discussion between Gandalf and Elrond. Gandalf noticed Tans's gaze, took a sip of wine, and swallowed it. He said, Tanish, there is no rush regarding the reconstruction of Shabad. I believe Lord Elrond has already conveyed our wishes to you. Tans nodded, then said, yes, Shabad. As Roger just mentioned, I will not send anyone there until the Golden Tree's protection range can affect that place. Well, that's all we have to say about Shabad. Gandalf, I also have something to tell you. What is it? Asked Gandalf. Tans said, it's related to Long Didale. Gandalf frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Landdale, I remember you mentioned earlier that it has been occupied by hybrids from your territory. Is there something wrong over there? Tans shook his head. No, it's not that something went wrong now, it was before. Before? Yes. Tanis nodded. Gandalf, the former Torndale was occupied by a group of orcs at some point in time. They captured humans from all over Middle-earth and enslaved them to build the Torndale harbor. Gandalf's eyes widened and he stood up suddenly. His blue eyes revealed his inner shock. Are the orcs repairing the port of Longdale? Then he sat down again and subconsciously took out his long pipe and tobacco from his waist. Then he remembered that he was in the city lord's hall and put them back. Gandalf fell into deep thought, his expression becoming serious. Then he said, "If I did not know your character, I should have thought you were telling me some new joke." Tanis remained silent, and Roger, after hearing Gandalf's words, asked curiously, "Is this situation serious?" "I think it's normal for an orc to want to occupy a stronghold." "No, this is not normal at all, Mr. Roger." Gandalf immediately shook his head. He picked up the cigarette butt and rubbed it, saying, "If it were a group of humans, even a group of dwarves, I wouldn't be surprised, but they are orcs. They are better at destruction and waste than construction and repair. Unless they are led by a commander, they will not do what you have encountered." Tanis thought of something and said, "Ah. You mentioning this reminds me of something, Gandalf. When the hybrids of the Golden Tree successfully defeated the orcs in Longdale, their leader was captured alive. When I interrogated them about who had ordered them to repair Longdale Harbour, the orc leader said something like, 'Our master has returned, and darkness will once again cover Middle-earth,' and then committed suicide." Dang Kang! Gandalf lost his grip on the cigarette butt and it fell to the ground with a crisp sound. However, Gandalf didn't care about his cigarette butt falling to the ground. Instead, he stared at Tanis nervously and asked slowly, "Are you sure you remember correctly?" "That's what the orc said." Tanis raised his right hand and pointed in the direction of the Golden Tree. "I swear in the name of the Golden Tree, Gandalf, I heard it correctly." Gandalf's expression grew complex. He bent down and slowly picked up his cigarette butt, saying quietly, "No wonder I encountered large groups of orcs on my way to the Lonely Mountain. They appeared and disappeared in a regular pattern, as if following orders from someone, attacking villages or lone caravans. Darkness, darkness. No, I can't be completely sure, but I can't completely ignore this possibility." Gandalf kept repeating the words. Finally, he raised his head, revealing the face of a wise man beneath his pointed wizard hat, and extended an invitation to Tanis. "What you just said is truly helpful to me. It seems it's time to convene the Second White Council. I wonder if you have time to accompany me to Rivendell and participate in this White Council? If my guess is correct, your strength is needed to fight against the awakening darkness, Tanis." Tanis didn't answer immediately, but asked first, "How long will it take to get back?" Although Gandalf didn't understand why Tanis asked this question, he estimated the time in his mind and said, "To be conservative, it will take about 5 months, and that's if there are no accidents along the way. After all, Rivendell is quite far from here, and now that the waterway in Shabbat is impassable, this is already the fastest time." Tanis showed a conflicted expression. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why does it feel like everyone needs to see me for a meeting? I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. You are not the first person to invite me, Gandalf. I really want to agree to go with you, but I already have an appointment with someone else." Gandalf asked, "Whose promise made you to refuse a wizard's invitation?" Tanis replied, "Thoren Oakenshield, the current king of Durin's clan, a dwarf from the Blue Mountains." Gandalf was a little surprised. It turned out to be him. "I also planned to go to the Blue Mountains to discuss something with him when I came back this time." Then Gandalf realized what was happening and said to Tanis, "Wait a minute, are you saying that Thoren actually asked you to attend the Council of Erdluin of the Dwarves? Does that mean that Thoren is already preparing to take action against the Lonely Mountain?" Now it was Tanis's turn to be surprised, because before he said anything, Gandalf had guessed most of it. He asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you originally planned to find Thoren and persuade him to retake the Lonely Mountain?" Gandalf nodded. "Yes, while evil has not yet fully awakened and the evil dragon in Lonely Mountain is still sleeping in the Golden Mountain, this is the best time for the dwarves to restore Lonely Mountain." Chapter 50. Everyone is busy. But I didn't expect Thoren to invite you to attend the dwarf meeting, Tanis. This really saves me a lot of effort to persuade Thoren to retake the Lonely Mountain." Gandalf said with a smile. Tanis said, "I'm actually quite curious why you're so keen on persuading Thoren to reclaim the Lonely Mountain." Gandalf said worriedly, "Because all signs indicate that darkness is awakening, Tanis. Although the dragon of the Lonely Mountain serves no one, if it joins the ranks of the Dark Army, the damage it causes to Middle-earth will be many times greater than before. Imagine the army of the Kingdom of Gondor, which has been resisting the main force of the orcs in the southeast of Middle-earth, and suddenly a giant dragon appears above their heads and spews fire at them, and their hard-won front will be overturned. And another point is that the Lonely Mountain's strategic location is extremely important. If the Lonely Mountain falls into the hands of the Dark Army, they can use it as a base to march south from the north without restraint. The dwarves of the Iron Hills alone cannot resist the enemies who attempt to retake Angmar and the northern passes of the mountains, and ultimately the entire north will be plunged into war. Tan stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, I understand what you mean. You want the dwarves to recapture the Lonely Mountain and use it as the first line of defense against the enemy in the north. Gandalf smiled and nodded. I'm glad you understand what I mean. And hearing from you that Thoren also has the same intention is one of the few good news I've heard recently. Tanis warned, don't be too happy, Gandalf. Although Thoren wants to recapture the Lonely Mountain, he still needs the consent of the 7 kingdoms of the dwarves to mobilize the army. Otherwise, he can only go to the Lonely Mountain alone, although I will give him help. Gandalf said he knew, but he confidently took out an old map and an ancient key from his grey wizard robe. Tanis asked curiously, Gandalf, what are these 2 things? Gandalf smiled slightly and said, didn't Thoren tell you that the Lonely Mountain is sealed and no one can enter it? Tans nodded. Gandalf picked up the key and held it in front of him. These 2 items are the treasures that allow people to enter the Lonely Mountain. I once met Thoren's father, Thrain. He entrusted me with the key and map to the secret door of the Lonely Mountain and asked me to give them to Thoren at the right time. It was not surprising to Tans that there was a secret door in Lonely Mountain. After all, the large buildings and castles in various border areas also had secret passages or side doors. But Tanis still said, but these 2 things are not enough to convince the representatives of the 7 dwarf kingdoms to agree to support Thoren's plan. Where does your confidence come from, Gandalf? Gandalf still maintained that smiling expression, you are right, Tanis, the 7 dwarf kingdoms may indeed reject Thoren, but they will never reject the king's crown jewel in the Lonely Mountain, the Arkenstone, also known as the Heart of the Mountain. The 7 dwarf families have sworn an oath of absolute loyalty to the Arkenstone. Therefore, as long as Thoren can sneak into the Lonely Mountain while the dragon is sleeping and bring it out, he can gather the dwarf army, kill the dragon and successfully reclaim the Lonely Mountain. Tanis blinked. So when Thoren first went to the Lonely Mountain, he didn't actually have to worry about killing the dragon. He just had to enter through the secret door, find the gem, bring it out, and return to the Blue Mountains. Gandalf reacted, wait, when you said you would help Thoren, did you mean you were going to fight the dragon? Tans asked in confusion, yes, what else? And when I first met you, I said that since there is an evil dragon there, we should kill it. Now it was Gandalf's turn to open his mouth, not knowing how to answer. He could only shake his sleeves, put away the key and map, and said, I thought it was just some kind of polite remark. After all, I don't think anyone would really want to face a huge, invulnerable, fire-breathing dragon alone. Tans shrugged. Well, that's the way it is. I've already made an appointment with Thoren to attend the Dwarven Council, and there's a conflict in our schedules, so I can't attend the White Council you mentioned. Gandalf also showed a regretful expression. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Lady Galadriel and Saruman the White. Lady Galadriel is a beautiful and wise woman, and although Saruman is a little arrogant, he is also a wise man. Tanis suggested, why don't we try something else, Gandalf? Thoren has already told me that if he sees you, he will invite you to the Dwarfs' Council. So, you and I can go to the Blue Mountains first, and then after the council is over, I will go to Rivendell with you. How about this proposal? Gandalf shook his head. Before the White Council begins, I have some places to go and some things to do. Therefore, I cannot attend the meeting of the 7 kingdoms of the dwarves with you. If you had not told me of Thoren's plan, I would have rushed to the Blue Mountains to find Thoren tonight. When Tanis heard Gandalf's answer, he could only sigh softly and say, it is the only way. Now that we have discussed the important matters, it's time to talk about some relaxing things. If you are not busy, how about you take me on a tour around your territory? Gandalf's stern expression relaxed, and a smile appeared on his old and wise face as he asked Tanis. Tans nodded happily and said with the same smile, of course, don't be too surprised when the time comes. Then he looked at Roger and Dee and said, you should rest well in the territory for the next few days. There is no need for you to go out and search for intelligence for the time being. Roger smiled easily and said, I'm still a little uncomfortable with this, Tans. If nothing else requires me, I'd like to go to the Blue Mountains and take a look. Tans asked curiously, why did you suddenly think of going to the Blue Mountains? Before Roger could reply, Dee, who was sitting next to him, spoke first, still using his cold tone towards Roger, saying, because he complained to me all the way, saying that the scenery he saw on the road these days was nothing but swamps and wastelands, not beautiful at all. He wanted to see some truly beautiful places. I've heard this so many times that my ears are almost covered in calluses. Roger coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Dalian is actually right. I'm curious about the world, so I thought I'd travel around when I'm not busy. Tans was slightly stunned, and said to Roger sincerely, I was not considerate enough and ignored your feelings, Roger. Roger waved his hands repeatedly. This isn't your problem, Tans. Look, Dee never complained. It's simply because I'm too curious and want to explore further afield. Gandalf glanced at Tanis, whose face was filled with apology, and then said with a smile, but this is human nature, Mr. Roger. Given Tanis's personality, he certainly doesn't want to see his friends do things they don't want to do because of him. Then Gandalf changed the subject and said, however, although this world has magnificent scenery, there are also hidden dangers beneath that beauty. If you want to go out and see beautiful scenery, why not go to Rivendell? Lord Elrond is also acquainted with you, and he is also looking forward to having the people of the Golden Tree visit him. The wonderful scenery of Rivendell will definitely not disappoint you. Tan's eyes lit up and he nodded, well, that's good. What do you think, Roger? Roger pondered for a moment and said, Rivendell? It sounds pretty good. Tan said, it's settled then. What about Dee? Do you want to go on vacation with Roger too, just to change your mood? Dee stood up, bowed slightly, and then looked at Tans with a burning gaze. Thank you for your kindness and generosity, Lord Tans. But I am not like a certain fragile-hearted magician who needs a vacation. If you have anything to ask of me, please feel free to ask me. I will do my best to achieve your goal. Actually, there is no need to be so exaggerated. Although I have no objection if you are willing to work so hard. Tanis thought for a moment and said, how about this, Roger, Dee, after you've rested for a while in the territory, go north and help me bring some books written by dwarves and elves, as well as food and clothing related to the borderlands, to Hobbiton in the Shire. Find a hobbit named Bilbo Baggins and give everything to him. Then, say hello to him for me and say, thank you for the food, Bilbo, for saving Tanis from hunger on his journey. Gandalf also agreed with a smile. Ah, Hobbiton, it is really a peaceful place away from the world. There are chimneys with smoking chimneys and bustling farms, as well as tranquil lakes and emerald green terraces. If you let me choose where to settle down, Hobbiton would undoubtedly be one of my choices. Tanis nodded. Yes, even though I only lived there for a few days, I still can't forget those hobbits who loved life. Dee immediately nodded and agreed. Since he's a friend who helped Lord Tans, I'll make sure he's satisfied with the gift I give him. Roger smiled and said, it sounds like a perfect place to enjoy afternoon tea in the afternoon and read a book slowly while sitting on a wicker chair. If Bilbo Baggins is willing to let me stay, I think I would stay for a few days. Tanis recalled the hobbit who was almost as tall as himself but very kind-hearted. He relaxed and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He will, Roger. However, just 1 week after Roger and Dee set off, Thoren suddenly came to the territory of the Golden Tree again. Gandalf had not left yet. After hearing the news that Thoren had come here, he decided to talk to him about Lonely Mountain. However, when Tan saw Thoren coming into the city lord's hall with a gloomy face, he realized that something might have happened in the Blue Mountains. Gandalf had lived for so long that he had already mastered the skill of reading people's expressions and speaking, so he would not speak rashly before he found out what had happened to Thoren. So he signaled with his eyes to Tans, who had a better relationship with Thoren, to ask him what happened to Thoren. In fact, even without Gandalf's gaze asking, Tanis would know that he cared about his friends. Thoren, are you in any trouble? Why do you look so bad? How's the contact with the Dwarf Council going? Tans asked. Thoren downed the ale his maid brought him in one gulp and slammed the glass down on the table. His suppressed dwarven temper finally erupted. A Dwarven Council? Those cowards didn't even bother to come. They simply wrote back a letter refusing. That evil dragon hasn't appeared in nearly 60 years, and yet the dwarves of the Seven Kingdoms would rather sit back and watch the treasures of the Lonely Mountain be coveted by everyone than agree to my plan to reclaim it. Tans tilted his head and signaled the maid to fill Thoren's beer glass again, then said gently, drink another glass of ale to calm down, Thoren. After Thoren vented the anger he had been holding back on the journey, he sat down dejectedly, drank another glass of ale, closed his eyes and said, "No more. The ore and manpower to forge a large number of black arrows are gone, and Smaug's army outside the main gate is gone. They told me that I am not Durin's king and I have no inheritance to the throne. Only when I obtain the Arkenstone will they recognize the king's rights." Tanis and Gandalf looked at each other, and Tanis said, "You still have me, Thoren. I promised you, and I have not forgotten, that I would help you myself, whether you have the support of the Dwarven army or not." Thorin's eyes, which had been filled with loss and anger, softened. He looked at Tans and said, "You are the most trustworthy human I have ever met, Tans." Tans smiled, and then suddenly said to Thoren mysteriously, "Besides, it's not impossible for you to obtain the Arkan gem." Thorin's expression was momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean?" "The Arkenstone is far away in the Lonely Mountain. Not to mention the fact that the main gate to the Lonely Mountain is blocked, it's probably buried in that mountain of gold coins, deep under the feet of a fire-breathing dragon. How am I supposed to get the Arkenstone in this vast sea of gold?" Gandalf laughed and said, "Therefore, we need to sneak in quietly from the side door of Lonely Mountain and have a skilled thief steal the Arkenstone." Side door. This was Thoren. Snitch. This is Tans. The two men were surprised in different ways. After being surprised, Thoren frowned and looked at the old grey-robed human male, asking about his identity with his eyes. Gandalf politely replied, "I suppose I should introduce myself. My name is Gandalf, Gandalf the Grey." Chapter 51. The last of the 7 Dwarven rings. Thoren looked at Gandalf and nodded slightly. "I know your name. Tanis has also told me about you. So what do you mean by the side door?" Gandalf did not rush to take out the map and key, but said, "I have seen your father, Thrain, and he entrusted me with 2 things that can help you find the side gate of Lonely Mountain and enter it." However, Thoren stood up from his seat when he heard Gandalf's words. But he didn't care about what Gandalf said, but asked anxiously, "My father? Where did you see him? Many people say that my father is dead, but I don't believe it. He just disappeared." Gandalf pursed his lips and said, "I'm sorry, Thoren. When I met Thrain, he hadn't been reported missing yet, so I don't know where he went after giving me the things. The last time I saw Thrain was south of the gates of Moria, near Dunland. He was accompanied by a group of loyal dwarf warriors." Thoren sat down again in frustration. "This is the same news my father sent me last time. It doesn't help me find my father." Tanis coughed lightly at this time and said, "Thoren, since your father entrusted the important things to enter the Lonely Mountain to Gandalf, it means that he has not forgotten to reclaim the Lonely Mountain just like you." Gandalf also spoke in a low voice, "Yes, Thoren. It has been too long since we heard anything about Thrain. All that has been said about him has been nothing but rumors. Do not think of despair." Thoren gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled, and when he opened his eyes again, he had regained his usual majestic appearance. "Then let's talk about what my father left behind," said Thoren. Gandalf smiled. "That is a map and a key to the Lonely Mountain, Thoren. You can now search for and gather your men and wait for my news. When the time is right, I will tell you when to go to the Lonely Mountain." Thoren asked, "The right time? Why? Why not now?" Gandalf narrowed his eyes. "For the time foretold, when the birds return to Erebor, the reign of the beasts will end, has not yet come. Therefore you must wait, and I must find time to find a thief. This is the request of the wizard, Thoren Oakenshield." After listening to Gandalf's words, Thoren fell into silence. But Tanis asked at this time, "Gandalf, I have wanted to ask you since the beginning, why do you keep emphasizing the snitch?" Gandalf smiled and replied, "Yes, the thief. I naturally want this nimble thief to find the door to the Lonely Mountain and steal the Arkenstone from the dragon. I think no one likes to face a dragon head-on, so it is best to let the thief steal what we need." Tans rubbed his chin. "If it's just stealing, I think I can do it. Isn't it just about taking something without disturbing the enemy? And even if you are discovered, it's okay." Tans said that he is very good at running away. Gandalf looked over and sized up Tanis in surprise, "You have this ability? This is not like you." Even Thoren looked incredulous. Tans asked curiously, "So what do you think my style should be?" Thoren replied without hesitation, "A warrior who is worth 1,000 and a very generous and warm friend." Gandalf thought carefully and said, "I think you are a calm and upright knight. Stealing is something you can hardly associate with. Tans felt a little embarrassed by the two people's disguised praise, and quickly said, "Well, I'm not a professional thief. I just happen to have a prop that can help me accomplish similar things." As he spoke, a talisman made of a dark cloth with a shiny surface suddenly appeared in his hand. Invisibility Veil. This was obtained by Tans from a Black Knife assassin after he defeated him. Thoren didn't react, but Gandalf felt the magic of the veil. "What can this veil do?" "I can sense a peculiar power attached to it," Gandalf asked. Tans explained as he stepped out of his seat and slowly squatted down. "This is called the invisibility veil. Just by squatting down, you can completely hide your figure, like this." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Thoren and Gandalf. Thoren's eyes widened, and Gandalf praised in surprise, "What a brilliant skill of hiding. It's as if you have completely disappeared from this world." "Tanis, where are you now?" Tan's voice sounded from behind the two of them. "I'm here." He stood up and removed the invisibility effect. He held the veil in his hand and smiled. "Well, with this thing, I should be able to steal the Arcane Gem smoothly, right?" Thoren nodded. He thought it was nothing. But Gandalf had a strange look on his face, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Tanis asked directly, "What's the matter, Gandalf? Is there something wrong with the Veil of Invisibility?" Gandalf couldn't help but look at Tanis a few more times, and said, "There's nothing wrong with the Veil of Invisibility. The problem lies with the Lonely Mountain." Thoren looked puzzled. "What could possibly be wrong with the Lonely Mountain? I can guarantee there's no treasure there that could penetrate Tanitha's invisibility. If the dragon is asleep, it won't even know anyone has come." Gandalf shook his head. "No, that's not the question. I mean, you are a dwarf, Thoren. So the side door your father knew about must also be used by dwarves. It certainly wouldn't be as tall and wide as the main gate." "Oh, grass." Tans reacted, "Are you saying that with my size, I can't squeeze into the dwarf's secret door, even if I crouch down?" Gandalf said, "Well, I'm not sure about that. You can try to crouch down. Maybe you can get in, maybe not. But in order to ensure that we don't waste time in vain, it's better to bring a thief who is about the same size as the dwarves." Thoren searched his mind for the warriors he knew, but found that they were not cut out to be thieves. Gandalf saw what Thoren was thinking from his face and said with a smile, "Don't worry about the selection of the thief, Thoren. I promise to recommend a trustworthy thief to you as your companion on this expedition." Thoren could only nod. Then Gandalf looked carefully at Thoren's hands on the table, as if he was thinking about something, and his old face became serious again. Thoren noticed Gandalf's gaze and spread his hands and said, "What's wrong with my hands? You looked at me just now as if you were looking for something." Gandalf subconsciously wanted to smoke, but when he thought that he was indoors, he had to put it down in disappointment and fumbled with his pipe uncomfortably. "If you want to smoke, please feel free to do so. I wanted to tell you last time that I don't have so many rules here." Tans noticed this and said that he had long discovered that Gandalf had a bit of a smoking addiction. Gandalf showed a relieved expression, first nodded to Tanis with a smile, then skillfully took out a pipe from somewhere and took out some tobacco with a strange fragrance. Tans was familiar with the smell of the tobacco and asked, "I've smelled this kind of tobacco in Hobbiton before." Gandalf put the tobacco into his pipe, lit it with a snap of his fingers, took a comfortable drag, and exhaled before saying, "Yes, that's right, this is the finest tobacco from the Shire. If you want, I can save some for you." Tans shook his head. "Let's put the tobacco issue aside. If you don't answer Thoren's question, I'm afraid you won't be able to smoke in peace." Gandalf coughed lightly, flicked his cigarette holder, looked at Thoren and said, "I want to find a ring in your palm." "The ring?" Thoren's face changed, and it was obvious that he understood which ring Gandalf was referring to. Gandalf nodded. "Yes, that ring your grandfather wore, one of the 7 rings given to the Dwarven lords in ancient times. Where is it now?" Thoren straightened up in his seat, opened his mouth slightly, and finally shook his head and said, "My grandfather gave it to my father before he went to the battlefield of Moria." Gandalf exhaled a puff of smoke, which curled around his face, making his expression unpredictable. "So, Thrain disappeared with the dwarf ring?" Thoren nodded silently. Gandalf said nothing, but took a few more puffs of his cigarette, puffing out clouds of smoke. Soon, Gandalf finished the tobacco in his pipe, stood up, patted himself and said, "It seems that I can't stay for lunch today, Tanis. Tans asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so anxious all of a sudden?" Gandalf said, "I wasn't careful enough. I should have told Thoren to protect the dwarf ring when I last saw him. 4 of the 7 rings were devoured by dragons, and 2 were taken away before the Battle of Mordor. The last ring has also vanished along with its master, leaving no trace. This is a serious problem. I must go to the place where I last saw Thoren and look for any trace of him." Thoren immediately stood up and said eagerly, "Then please let me go with you. Thoren is my father. I want to see him alive or dead." Gandalf paused, looking at the other with wise blue eyes and pleading, "I understand how you feel, Thoren. But your mission now is to gather warriors willing to go to Lonely Mountain with you, while I search for your father. I will inform you immediately when I find him. Please trust a wizard's promise, they never break their word. When you have enough men, take them to Hobbiton, and I will draw a rune mark like an F on the door of the house of the thief I am looking for." Thoren clenched his fist tightly, then quickly loosened it, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to the wizard just once." Gandalf didn't have much luggage. After taking some limited dry food and a water bag, he said goodbye to Tanis and Thoren at the main gate of Stonewell. Tanis looked at Gandalf riding the white horse he had come with, and when he was out of sight, he looked down at Thoren beside him. "It seems that each of you is in such a hurry. You just came, and Gandalf left in a hurry." Thoren's mind was still on what Gandalf said about his father. He looked towards the distance where Gandalf disappeared, and his handsome face showed an emotion that was not sure whether it was longing or some other emotion. He did not hear clearly what Tanis said. Seeing this, Tans patted Thoren's shoulder and said, "You came too hastily this time. I haven't had time to inform Fili and Kili. Do you want to go and take a look at them? I guarantee that they are definitely different now." Thoren came back to his senses and thought of Fili and Kili. His expression softened and he smiled at Tans. "Well, I saw the letter they sent me. They said you found them an excellent teacher. I came here not only to tell you that the Dwarven kingdoms don't support me, but also to bring Fili and Kili's tuition. I have it with me. Shall I give it to you now?" After he finished speaking, he reached into his arms. Tans shook his head to stop him. "Don't pay the tuition to me. Give it to Fili and Kili's teacher. He's also from my hometown, and his strength is about the same as mine. To be honest, he's quite fond of Fili and Kili these days. He tells me every day that they're determined to persevere through that terrifying training, even if it means gritting their teeth." Thoren smiled proudly at the praise for Fili and Kili, then said with some worry, "Can their bodies handle it?" Tans smiled and said, "I can't guarantee anything else, but as for your health, I can say that apart from the Golden Trees territory, there's no other place like here where you can maintain your health, even without any hidden injuries." Thoren thought of the first time he met Tans, who healed his injured compatriot in a few strokes, and relaxed. Just as Gandalf said goodbye to Tanis and the others and set out to look for Thrain's whereabouts, Roger and Dee, who had set out earlier, also arrived near the Shire. Dee pointed up the river where he could faintly hear the sounds of people bustling about and asked, "Is that Hobbiton?" Roger took out a map from his pocket, consulted it, nodded, and said, "If we follow the river without getting lost, that's indeed Hobbiton." Dee glanced at Roger with disapproval, then pulled the reins of the packhorse pulling the heavy load and walked forward, saying, "When will you stop spouting meaningless nonsense? You always say yes and no, and you always repeat other people's questions." Roger put the map back in his arms and followed with a smile, "Because I'm really not sure." Chapter 52. Bilbo's Shock. The sun shines obliquely on the wide lawn, and the golden light dances on the tips of the emerald green grass, like countless sparkling little diamonds inlaid. The breeze blew gently, and the grass tips swayed gently, making a rustling sound, just like the bustling scene in Hobbiton. A winding path, paved with quaint bluestone slabs, led Roger and Dee through this tranquil green space to a cultivated vegetable garden. The vegetables in the vegetable garden are vying for beauty. The red tomatoes, yellow pumpkins, and purple eggplants appear particularly bright and vibrant under the sunlight. Bees fly among the flowers, diligently collecting pollen, and occasionally the sound of butterflies dancing can be heard. In a corner of the vegetable garden, a group of very short children were playing. Their laughter was clear and sweet, and their shadows stretched across the grass, changing shape as they ran. The Hobbiton children were the first to discover Roger and Dee. They hid at first and then poked their heads out, looking at Roger and Dee with curiosity and fear. "I think they might be afraid of the armor on you, Dalian." Roger noticed this and said with a smile, Dee rarely refuted. Instead, he looked down at his twin suits of armor, touched his metal visor, and said, "Perhaps you're right." Now it was Roger's turn to be surprised. He looked at Dee in surprise and said, "You're not angry this time." "Angry? Angry about what?" "This is the hometown of Lord Tanz's friends. If I scare those children, I might cause them to be unhappy." Dee asked curiously. Roger showed an expression of as expected. Dee did not say anything else, but took off his helmet with both hands, revealing his handsome face, which was a little pale because he rarely saw the sun. He forced a smile onto his lips and nodded to the little hobbits hiding behind fences or vegetable racks. As a result, the cute little hobbits shrank back, causing Dee's face to freeze. Roger laughed out loud. "I think you should practice more on how to smile in a way that won't scare children." "Do you know what that expression you just made looks like?" Dee asked stiffly. "Like what?" Roger said, "Like a dead person who just crawled out of a coffin, with a pale face and a stiff expression, trying hard to learn how to smile when he was alive." Dee was about to sternly retort to Roger that he definitely couldn't look like a deadborn, but when he saw the little hobbits poking their heads out again, he subconsciously softened his tone. "Don't compare me to those disgusting deadborns, Roger." Roger raised his hand and smiled comfortingly. My. I will pay more attention next time." Then he looked at the group of little hobbits, took off his wizard's hood, and looked at them gently with golden eyes. He squatted down, took out some snacks such as dried fruits and shook them. "Hello, we are here to see Mr. Bilbo Baggins. Could you tell him where he lives?" "Of course, you can get these snacks whether you answer or not." The little hobbits looked at each other and suddenly ran away, leaving Roger frozen in place. "Hat!" Dee couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this what you call approachable? You seem even scarier than me. After all, I didn't scare those kids away." Roger shook his head helplessly, stood up and put his pointed hat back on his head. "Maybe they are a little shy, which is normal." Dee just pulled the reins of the packhorse, glanced at Roger calmly and said nothing. Roger shrugged and continued walking forward. Passing by the vegetable garden, Roger and Dee saw a pond. The golden light of the sun danced on the rippling surface of the pond, as if countless elves were dancing on the water. By the pond, a few ducks swam leisurely, occasionally making a few cheerful calls, disturbing the tranquility of the water and causing the hobbits fishing nearby to wave their hands in dissatisfaction and drive the ducks away. Across the pond is a bustling market with crowds of people. Some people were selling fruits and vegetables they had just dug from their own gardens, some were promoting fabrics they had just dyed, and some were simply joining in the fun, chatting with others, or gathering in groups of 3 or 5 around tables and chairs they had brought in to enjoy a pre-lunch meal. Each of them had a smile on their face. The hobbits were all very short, a few centimeters shorter than the dwarves Roger and Dee had seen before. The difference was that these people did not have the dwarves' unique beards and sloppy clothes. They were all dressed very exquisitely and gorgeously, and it was obvious that they paid great attention to their appearance and mental outlook. However, none of them wore shoes. Their feet were several times larger than those of normal humans, appeared very rough, and their soles were covered with lush hair. So humans of normal height like Roger and Dee instantly became little giants among these hobbits and attracted their attention. After discovering Roger and Dee, the hobbits in Hobbiton began to talk about it. Especially since Dee was leading a packhorse loaded with various goods behind him, some hobbits with a bit of business acumen were thinking about what price to buy all the goods that Hobbiton didn't have, and then sell them to others at a slightly higher price. Dee felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by these hobbits, so he put his helmet back on and showed his golden mask. Roger recalled what Tanz said. Bilbo Baggins's home was in a cave on a small hillside. There was a row of benches at the door, an old mailbox, green grass covered the entire roof, and flowers of different colors were scattered on both sides of the door. The door was a standard round brown wooden door. Roger had an excellent memory. He recalled every word Tanz said with incredible accuracy, not forgetting even a single word. But when he looked out from under his pointed hat at the entire Hobbiton, his eyes became confused. Because there were so many houses that met these conditions, and each house seemed to be just as Tanz said, Roger couldn't tell which one was Bilbo Baggins's home. Dee glanced at Roger and said, "So you still don't know which family is Lord Tanz's friend? Seeing our numbers increasing, I feel like I'm being treated like some kind of rare animal." Roger could only helplessly say, "I really don't know." Perhaps Tanis didn't realize that the houses that hobbits live in are all pretty much the same. Dee paused and said, "Why don't we ask these people behind the fence?" Maybe they should tell us where the person we're looking for lives instead of pointing and talking about us. Roger agreed with Dee, but just as he was about to ask, a bewildered voice and the clamor of several children rang out. I don't mind playing some pretend games with you after we've had our fill, but you should tell me where you're taking me. Otherwise, I'll tell your parents and ask them to give me some more delicious blueberry cheese and strawberry cookies. However, the children just chattered and pushed the man forward. There is no doubt that this person is Bilbo Baggins. He is wearing a yellow plaid shirt, white baggy breeches, and a red vest. He is holding an extinguished pipe in his hand and is being pushed by several hobbit children with a helpless look on his face. He soon noticed Roger and Dee walking on the same road as him, and his expression instantly changed from helplessness at being pushed by children to surprise and suspicion. Wait, you're not going to take me to those two tall guys, you naughty troublemakers, I don't know them. Bilbo Baggins waved his pipe and made a gesture to drive them away. The children followed suit and ran to Roger with laughter, looking at him eagerly with longing eyes and hands stretched out. Roger reacted immediately, smiled, and handed over the dried fruits that he had promised to the hobbit children. Then the children ran away, leaving only Roger, Dee, and Bilbo Baggins, who instinctively wanted to run away but stayed to look at the two of them because of his damn curiosity. Roger took off his pointed hat again and saluted Bilbo. Excuse me, are you Mr. Bilbo Baggins? Bilbo saluted Roger and straightened his clothes, which had been messed up by the children's shoving. He cleared his throat and said, if you're looking for a hobbit, it's me. What do you two want from me? I have no need to buy anything behind you. He quickly raised his hand and pointed at the packhorse behind Dee, then put it down as if nothing had happened. Roger was about to answer that these things behind him were for you, when he heard a very sudden plop sound beside him. Then he saw Bilbo's eyes widen, and he looked around in confusion. In order to thank you for your help to my king, His Majesty Tanis specially ordered me to go to Hobbiton in the Shire to visit Mr. Bilbo Baggins. These things behind me are all thank you gifts from His Majesty Tanis to his good friend Bilbo Baggins. Dee said loudly. He knelt on one knee in the direction of Bilbo Baggins, causing an uproar among the hobbits who were already watching. What did he say? When did that fellow Bilbo save a king? Oh, look at your memory. Didn't someone fall from Bilbo's roof about half a year ago? I remember it, but it was a king. Bilbo was no less shocked than the hobbits around him. He exclaimed in a low voice, Tanis is the king? Isn't he a wizard? Roger held his forehead in response to Dee's sudden action, then shook his head helplessly and said to Bilbo, I can explain this to you, but I'm afraid we have to go to your house first. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, we won't be able to leave. Bilbo glanced at the increasing number of fellow villagers who had come to watch the fun and nodded quickly. You are right, Mr. Pointed Hat. Let your, Mr. Armor, get up first. My house is not far behind here. When Bilbo returned home with Roger and Dee, the news that he had saved a king and made a noble human knight kneel before him had spread throughout Hobbiton. The story became more and more mysterious, and it was almost evolved to the point where Bilbo was going to marry a human princess. The two people who came were witnesses, and the things worn by the draft horse were the princess's dowry. Bilbo carefully locked and closed the door, then looked at Roger and Dee, who were bent over, carrying large and small bags. He thought for a moment and pointed to the room on the right side of the door. Just put the things there, thank you. A few minutes later, Bilbo enthusiastically brought over a pot of boiling milk tea, a plate of cookies and a few slices of cheese. He came to the dining table, tied his napkin, and said to Roger and Dee with a smile, now we can have a good chat about Tanis and your affairs. Then he quickly looked at Dee and said, oh, no need to use honorifics with me. Oh, not completely, anyway, just normal polite address, just call me Bilbo. Dee had taken off his helmet again and nodded vigorously to Bilbo. Yes, Mr. Bilbo. Actually, there's no need to add the word sir. Well, as long as you're happy. Bilbo didn't insist any more. Then he took a cookie that smelled of milk, put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it down. You guys eat it too, Tanis was not as restrained as you when he was here with me. After all, it was him. Roger thought to himself as he smiled and pinched a cookie. What was a normal-sized cookie for a hobbit was a bit too small for Roger's. Dee took Bilbo's words as some kind of order and tasted the food Bilbo brought out very seriously. Bilbo even felt that if he asked, this strange man in armor would even give him a serious food-tasting report. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Roger and his name is Darien, but you can call him D. Roger said first. Bilbo smiled kindly, yes, I see. By the way, how is Tanis doing lately? I remember he told me before he left that he wanted to rebuild his hometown. Judging from the looks of you, he should have succeeded, right? Roger smiled and nodded. It's been quite successful, at least now we don't have to worry about having no shelter from the wind and rain. Bilbo shrugged and said, that's good. To be honest, I'm looking forward to his next visit, because the stories he told me were very interesting. I have already written down some of them. But there are still some things that are a little vague in my memory. I plan to ask him about them when he comes again. Dee replied, His Majesty Tans has been quite busy lately, but he asked him to write a letter and asked me to bring it to you. As he spoke, he took out a well-preserved envelope from the lining of his armor. As Bilbo took the letter, Roger said, Could I read your story about Tanis? I once travelled with him, though only briefly, but perhaps I can help to add something. Bilbo's eyes lit up and he grinned, Aha! That couldn't be better. Chapter 53. Time flies. Because Roger and Dee had different purposes, Roger came for the purpose of travelling, so he asked Bilbo to stay for one more week, and the enthusiastic hobbit readily agreed. As for Dee, after delivering the gift and letter from Tanis to Bilbo, he stayed overnight and left immediately the next morning. Before leaving, Dee very politely asked Bilbo if he wanted to go with him to Tan's territory, experience the greatness of the Golden Tree and join the Golden Law. No, I still think the laws of Bag End are more suitable for me. Please also convey my gratitude to Tans. He has given me so much. In addition to those delicious-looking dry goods and books I haven't read, there are even some luxuries that only human nobles use. Although Bilbo didn't know what the Golden Rule was, he subconsciously declined politely after seeing D's fanatical tone and pious look. As for those luxuries, they were actually prepared by Dee himself for Bilbo privately. Because Tans knew that Bilbo was more interested in books and food than these expensive luxuries. This time, Dee didn't get angry at the rejection. Instead, he nodded. That's a pity. I'll also convey your request to His Majesty Tans. Roger smiled and said, Be careful on the road, Dallion. Dee glanced at Roger, put his helmet back on, and said, You're the one who needs to be careful, Roger. I don't want to hear about you getting into trouble again. Ha, don't let someone like the Deadborn fool you this time. Roger simply returned the salute, and Dee left Hobbiton on his pack horse, which had been unloaded with all the gifts. Bilbo waited until Dee was far away before looking up at Roger. Does your friend usually speak so seriously? Honestly, I'm a little embarrassed by his compliments. Roger's eyes lit up with a smile. Darien only treats people he respects like this. You see, he's not like that towards me. Maybe it's because we're friends. Bilbo asked curiously, what's his attitude towards people he doesn't like? Roger thought about it carefully and said, either you just ignore it or draw your sword and strike it down. Bilbo widened his eyes slightly in mock surprise. Oh, then I'd better be careful not to become something he dislikes. Roger smiled and said, It's hard for you to be someone he hates. After all, you are a lively and energetic person. Bilbo's face showed surprise, and he tilted his head. What does this mean? Does he hate the living dead? Roger said mysteriously, or maybe it's not a human at all. Bilbo said he couldn't understand, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he turned around and said with a smile, Then let's go home and have a chat while we eat. It was very interesting what you did yesterday to help us understand about Tanis's experience. Roger, who had been following Bilbo's small figure, was startled when he heard his words, Wait, didn't we just have breakfast? Bilbo nodded matter-of-factly as he took out his pipe. Yes, we've just finished breakfast, but we still have 3 meals to eat, morning tea, chat cakes, and a snack before lunch. Roger subconsciously touched his stomach. He felt that he should increase his exercise during these days in Hobbiton. But how do these hobbits eat so much without becoming obese? Roger's curiosity was aroused, and he planned to use this week to observe the living habits of the hobbits. At the same time, in the territory of the Golden Tree. After visiting Fili and Kili, Thoren left again and returned to the Blue Mountains. The tuition he brought was a little beyond Tans's expectations. It was a silver-white battle axe full of Dwarven style, but it was forged with a rare metal that Tans had never seen before. Thoren called this metal mithril. The same volume of mithril is worth 10 times that of gold. When Thoren took out the axe, even Fili and Kili widened their eyes, unable to believe that their uncle would take out such a precious thing. Tans and Banar learned from their dwarf brothers that mithril is no longer mined because the place where it is produced is occupied by a balrog called Durin's nemesis. All the mithril that can be seen today has been passed down from ancient times, and each piece is a treasure. However, Thoren believed that his friendship with Tans was far higher than the mithril battle axe, especially after he saw the skills that Fili and Kili had learned. This idea became even more firm. After Bernard's almost crazy and obsessive teaching and Fili and Kili's perseverance, the dwarf crown prince brothers have learned many basic combat skills, and they can perfectly coordinate with the beast prayers they learned from Tans. It can only be said that asking Bernal to teach them was indeed the right person, because not every warrior who is proficient in combat skills can skillfully use prayer in battle. If Thoren himself didn't have so many things to do, he would have shamelessly asked Tans to let Bernard teach him as well. In the end, the mithril battle axe that Thoren used as tuition was given to Bernal by Tans. After all, Bernal was indeed teaching the two dwarves seriously and responsibly. When Bernal received the mithril battle axe, a hint of surprise appeared on his face the moment he held it in his hand. "I'm a little surprised. I can clearly feel that it is harder than steel, but it doesn't weigh much," Bernal commented after trying to swing the mithril battle axe a few times. At that time, Thoren felt secretly relieved when he saw Bernal expressed satisfaction with the mithril battle axe. Because in his heart, the magical fighting skills and prayers that Fili and Kili learned had hidden values that definitely far exceeded a mithril battle axe. If Fili and Kili returned to the Blue Mountains after learning the skills and passed them on to other loyal dwarf warriors, Thoren felt that they could defeat not only the evil dragon in the Lonely Mountain, but even Durin's Bane in the depths of Moria, and then mithril could be mined again. Of course, Thoren didn't realize that, in Tans and Bernard's eyes, the mithril battle axe was a weapon forged from a relatively rare metal. Even knowing it was worth 10 times its weight in gold, they didn't consider it particularly special. This wasn't Tans and Bernard's fault. They were both, even within the borderlands, accustomed to witnessing many legendary weapons. However, Tans and Bernal did not deny the value of the mithril battle axe. They both knew that they thought it was nothing because they were knowledgeable and experienced. If this mithril battle axe was given to Kenneth Hyde of Hyde Fortress, this old-school gold noble would definitely keep it as one of his finest collections, waiting to reward one of his brave soldiers when he made outstanding contributions. Time slipped away like flowing water, the hot summer gradually turned into the cool autumn, and several long months had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Roger travelled from Hobbiton to Bree and then to Rivendell, and along the way he was known as the mysterious magic swordsman. He returned to the territory of the Golden Tree with satisfaction. During this period, nothing unexpected happened. The Golden Tree grew normally, the scope of its influence expanded again, and the people in the territory lived their lives as usual. In addition to Tans occasionally summoning some residents of the border areas, hybrids, Greg's royal army, and the Storm King's exiled soldiers and lost knights from the Elden Ring, the problem of having a large territory but too few people was further solved. Oh, one correction here. Because the exiled soldiers and the lost knights were given these names after they lost their Storm King, at the suggestion of the young Storm King Neferi Lu, Tanis allowed them to take back their original names, Storm Soldiers and Storm Knights. The name of their legion naturally became the Storm Legion, and the people of the Golden Tree territory would no longer call them exiles or lost knights. The summoned hybrids were still sent to the current hybrid base camp, Taki Edale. After months of reconstruction by the hybrids at Long Dedale, the Lion hybrid replied that the port was ready for use. But the only problem now is that the hybrids of Longdale do not have intact ships to use the port, and the hybrid's appearance, which is different from that of ordinary people in Middle-earth, will cause them to be mistaken for orcs. Therefore, the hybrids continued to repair the remaining parts of Long Dedale Harbour. Tans also felt that this was not a problem. Before Shabad was rebuilt, the route from Long Dedale Shabad Rivendell could not be used. Although Kenneth Hyde suggested that after the hybrids repaired the abandoned ships in the Grand Harbour, they should sail out to the south, pass Andrast, and then turn around and sail into Dol Amroth in Gondor, so as to open up a sea route for communication with the Kingdom of Gondor. But this proposal was directly rejected by Tans, and both Nephi Lu of Stonewell and Edgar of Morn disagreed with this proposal. The reasons given by the three were very consistent, that is, the hybrids had no experience in such long-distance sea voyages. Especially Edgar, the city of Mon was originally a castle close to the sea, so Edgar had some basic knowledge of sailing. The opening of every sea route is accompanied by countless risks. If you are lucky, you may just stop at an unfamiliar place that is not your destination. If you are unlucky, you will really be lost in the sea and wait for death. In particular, Edgar emphasized that although those hybrids had drifted on the sea on ships, at that time they were imprisoned in the bottom of the ship as commodities and slaves. They didn't even know what the scenery on the sea was like and had no experience of sailing at all. Although the reason Edgar gave now sounded like a joke from hell and made everyone present look strange, Kenneth Hyde had to admit that he was right. Tans finally said, "In that case, after Shabad is rebuilt, I will personally go to Rivendell to ask Elrond for help. Perhaps among those elves who have lived for a long time there are captains who are skilled at sea voyages. I will share all this with him. I believe Elrond would also be happy to see a new sea route discovered." Neferi Lu, Kenneth Hyde and Edgar had no objections, so Tans wrote a letter and sent a winged hybrid stationed in the Golden Tree territory to bring the letter to the lion hybrid. Soon, the lion hybrid replied, and he also strongly agreed with Tan's decision. In fact, this made the lion hybrid feel relieved, as Long Dedale still had a lot of repairs to do. Although the reconstruction of the most basic residential facilities has been completed, the reconstruction of the city walls of Long Dedale is not over. The lion hybrids now just refilled the collapsed areas with rubble and wooden stakes. If they were to encounter another large-scale attack by the orcs, they would only be able to slow down the opponent's attack. The lion hybrid also mentioned in his reply that orcs had recently appeared around Long Dedale, but only in small groups of about 30 or 40. Before they approached Longdale, the winged hybrids patrolling the sky discovered these orcs and, in cooperation with the scaly hybrids on the ground, severely damaged them and drove them away. But about every half a month or so, a new orc will appear nearby, and the frequency of orc appearances has increased recently. The lion hybrid suspected that in some unknown part of Middle-earth some great movement might be made by the orcs. After reading the lion hybrid's reply, Tanis immediately thought of the things that Gandalf had mentioned before, lurking and ready to move. Alas, I wonder if Gandalf has found any clues about Thorin's father. The old man had been gone for several months without any news, and Tanis was really afraid that Gandalf had suddenly disappeared as well. Compared to Gandalf, who did not send back any news, Thoren was very active in keeping in touch with Tanis, sending letters every 2 weeks. While asking about Philly and Keely's recent situation, he also told Tanis about his own preparations for the Lonely Mountain expedition. "I announced my plan to the dwarves I trust." Dwellin was the first to respond, followed by Gloin, and then Dwellin's brother Balin also agreed to join. "So far, there are only so many. To be honest, I feel a little lost, because it seems that not all dwarves want to return to the Lonely Mountain, which makes me confused again. Even if we don't recapture the Lonely Mountain now, my compatriots are already very prosperous in the Blue Mountains, and this has become their new home. Am I really worthy of taking the lives of Dwellin and others and letting them join me on an expedition where they could be killed at any time? My dear friend, guardian of the Golden Tree, powerful wizard, please tell me the answer." Just as Tan saw the confusion Thorin expressed in the letter and was thinking about how to reply, Neferi Lu walked in and said, "Many human caravans have arrived from outside the territory, Tans." "Ah!" Tans raised his head in confusion. "What's the situation?" Chapter 54, Letter from Gandalf. When Tans arrived near Hyde Fortress, he heard noisy voices before he saw Kenneth Hyde. He exchanged glances with Neferi Lu and walked over to where the sound came from. "Dear guests who have come from afar, please be patient. The great lord of the Golden Tree, His Majesty Tans, will be here soon." Kenneth Hyde's very distinctive opera voice came, as if he was communicating with the other side. Around him, the King Greg's army, led by the Knight Commander, lined up in a row, stood upright, and displayed their weapons. Tans, still dressed in the armor of the White Wolf warrior, walked over and first glanced at the crowd opposite him inconspicuously. Then he said to Kenneth Hyde, "Thank you for your hard work, Kenneth. What's the situation now? Why are there 2 groups of people?" In front of Kenneth Hyde, some humans who had communicated with him before were dressed normally or even gorgeously, with carriages and armed followers following behind them. However, after seeing the well-equipped armored soldiers of the king's army, the followers lowered their heads and dared not act arrogantly. Not far from these humans, there was a group of ragged humans, including the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, and it seemed that they had come here with their entire family for refuge. There was vigilance and uneasiness in their eyes. The stronger men all stood in the front, protecting the women, children, and the elderly behind them. It was unclear what these people were talking about to each other, and most of the noise that Tans and Neferi Lu heard came from them. Kenneth Hyde turned around at the sound and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tans approaching. You're finally here, your majesty. Here's what's going on, these people claim to be merchants from Gondor. They heard of you and brought their caravan here. However, they couldn't produce the necessary documentation, so I asked them to wait here. But please rest assured, these merchants aren't causing any trouble. Instead, they're patiently waiting for you as I instructed. Tans nodded, then looked at the group of refugees in the distance and asked, what's going on with those people over there? Kenneth Hyde shook his head. I don't know. They didn't come here with the merchants. Instead, they came from a distance and stopped there while my caravan was communicating. I sent soldiers to inquire about their purpose, but received no answer. However, they didn't just disperse. Honestly, I have no idea what these people were planning to do. Tans said, then let's take things one at a time. Kenneth Hyde made way for Tans, who came up to the front of the caravan. This caravan was much larger than any dwarf caravan that had come here before. At least at a glance, Tans could see that there were no less than 10 carriages. Judging from the ruts in the mud, the carriages were probably loaded with a lot of stuff. And Tans also noticed that these carriages seemed to have been attacked. Some of the innocuous parts had scars that could not be repaired in time, and the armed followers also had traces of bandages on their wounds. Greetings, my lord. I am from Los Arnach of Gondor, a land as beautiful as flowers and snow. The leading merchant spoke. He had already guessed Tan's identity through Kenneth Hyde's actions. The businessman looked to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had blue eyes, long, neatly combed blonde hair, and a neatly trimmed blonde beard. He looked ordinary, but thanks to his decent attire, he gave a good impression. However, the long journey made his face inevitably show fatigue, but after seeing Tans, he still tried his best to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and even tidied up his dusty clothes a little. Tans noticed that the other merchants lowered their heads slightly after this merchant spoke, and he realized that he was the real boss of this caravan. Tans said, but I have heard from my ministers that you have no way to prove that you are merchants from Gondor. How can I trust you? An embarrassed expression immediately appeared on the businessman's face. He pulled out a silver badge from his bosom. The badge had a flower symbol engraved on it. My name is Guy. This badge is the crest of my family. Everyone in Gondor knows it. Tans raised an eyebrow. But this is the golden tree. What I need is a document that can prove your identity, not a family crest. From this point, Tans has already felt the difference between dwarves and humans in this world. Dwarves are very sensitive about this kind of thing. They always carry documents proving their identity, which are written in great detail and formality, often several pages long. Due to the dwarves' somewhat exaggerated habit, even the transaction list written down when trading with them can be used as a document proving one's identity. The human in front of him wanted to use a badge to prove that it would be fine if he was in the territory of Gondor or even Rohan, but unfortunately this was not Gondor or Rohan. Guy could only take back the badge. After all, facing a powerful wizard, Guy had heard, he dared not and could not express his dissatisfaction. Only a retard would lose his temper, but Guy is not that kind of retard, otherwise he would not have been sent by his own family as a representative to the wizard territory. So Guy could only say helplessly, my lord, to be honest, we were attacked by orcs on the way here, losing many men. We luckily escaped them by escaping to Shabad. But Shabad has long been in ruins, making it impossible to travel normally. We also lost several wagons while passing through the swamps, and the certificate happened to be placed with the valuable cargo of one of them. If it weren't for that damned attack, the caravan you see would be even larger. I really only have my family crest to prove my identity now, so I hope my lord will take notice. Oak, well, I can see that you have indeed experienced an attack. Tans nodded, actually believing what he said in his heart. Because Roger and Dee had just told him about the situation in Shabad not long ago, if he had not gone there and entered it in person, he would never know what the situation was like inside Shabad. What's more, when a normal person finds that Shabad is full of impassable swamps, he will definitely choose to bypass it. Since Guy chose to go through Shabad head-on, it means that he really has no way out because of Oak's pursuit. Hearing Tan's words, Guy finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your tolerance and kindness, Lord." Tan said, "Don't be so quick to thank me. I believe your identity for now, but I don't know what goods you want to sell." Guy had initially breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the first half, but relaxed when he heard the second half. He quickly smiled and said, "That's easy to say. Los Arnach is a land rich in flowers and fruits, so this time I've brought a lot of Gondorian fruits and flower seeds. Of course, the fruits I brought are very easy to preserve and will definitely not spoil. As for the flower seeds, I've brought corresponding flower specimens for each category, so that the residents of your territory can easily choose and purchase them. Fruit and flower seeds? Seems pretty good. Tans nodded subtly, then pointed to the largest, most heavily packed carriage in the middle and asked, "What's in that carriage?" Guy glanced left and right, then took a slight step forward and whispered, "My lord, those are some insignificant gifts in gratitude for your generosity and kindness." Tanis remembered what Gandalf had said to him. He could see that these people actually came for his reputation as a wizard, and they would definitely not be the last batch. He didn't say anything, but looked at Kenneth Hyde. "Kenneth, you lead this caravan into the territory." "As you command, your majesty." Tans, Kenneth Hyde agreed and walked over. As Kenneth Hyde passed by Tans whispered quickly, "Remember to find a few familiar dwarves when they sell things, so that these people won't raise the price." "Okay." Kenneth Hyde quickly replied in a low voice. Then, a friendly smile spread across his face, and he quickly walked towards Guy. "Mr. Guy, please have your caravan follow me. I will arrange an area for you to sell your goods." It was obvious that Guy wanted to say something more to Tans, but under Kenneth Hyde's enthusiastic invitation, he could only swallow his words temporarily, and left with Kenneth Hyde with the same flattering smile on his face. Let the equally sophisticated and smooth Kenneth Hyde handle this troublesome task of trying to make friends. Tans thought silently in his heart. The caravan's carriage slowly drove into the Golden Tree's territory. At the same time, the group of people dressed as refugees who had been silent suddenly became agitated, and several middle-aged men trotted over. "Shh." The knight commander who was in charge of maintaining order instantly drew out the great sword from behind him and stood in front of Tans. The sword in his hand gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and the soldiers of the king's army under his command also drew their weapons and aimed at the people who were jogging over. 3 men were frightened and stopped in their tracks. Only the man in the front kept waving something in his hand and did not stop to move forward. "That looks like a letter?" Tans held out his hand and said, "Put away your weapons and let that man come." The knight commander did not hesitate at all and immediately put the knight's sword back into the scabbard behind his back. At the same time, the soldiers of the king's army also put their weapons back to their original positions in unison. However, the knight commander only moved slightly to the side and did not completely expose Tan's figure. Although sometimes Tans wanted to say that he didn't need their protection given his own strength, he quickly thought of his position in the hearts of these knights and soldiers, so he just let them do as they pleased. The man got closer and closer, and at the same time he began to shout, "Lord Tans, is this Lord Tans? How did he know my name?" Tans subconsciously looked at Nephililu beside him, only to find that the female warrior was also looking at him with confusion. The man did not foolishly run directly to Tans, but stopped about 10 steps away from him and showed Tans the worn and tattered letter in his hand. Tans asked, "Where did you hear my name?" The man was panting. The run just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. When he got closer, the cold gazes of the knight commander and the soldiers made him shrink the courage he had finally mustered. He answered intermittently, "Yes, it was a grey-robed wizard named Gandalf. Our village was destroyed by the orcs, and he saved us from the orcs' butcher knife. He then wrote this letter, telling us to go to the southwest continent. In the land of Minhyrioth, there is a magical golden tree. That is the hometown of a wizard named Tans." Tanis's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Gandalf? Have you seen Gandalf? Where is he now?" The man shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. After the kind wizard gave me the letter, he continued to head east." Tans felt a little lost. He said, "Give me the letter. Let me take a look." The man subconsciously glanced at the alert knight commander, moved closer bit by bit, and handed over the letter. The knight commander took a step forward and took the letter, and the sharp-eyed Tans had already noticed that there was a rune symbol on the seal of the envelope that he had seen before, which was the one that Gandalf had demonstrated in front of him. "Give it to me." This letter was indeed written by Gandalf. Tans said. The knight commander, who was about to check whether the envelope was coated with poison, immediately handed it over respectfully. "My dear Tans, when you read this letter, it means you have seen these poor people. I know this is an unreasonable request, but apart from your territory, I really can't think of anyone else who can take in these people whose homes were destroyed by the orcs. Perhaps they will freeze to death or starve to death in the coming winter before they can find a place to take them in. I encountered them near the Glandwin River. Not only are orcs destroying their villages, but even trolls are fleeing from the mountains. This means Middle-earth will soon be in turmoil, and I still haven't found any trace of Thoren's father. However, Thoren's plan to conquer the Lonely Mountain can no longer be delayed. The dwarves must reclaim the mountain and establish a reliable defense before the terrible upheaval strikes. Therefore, I have decided to search for Thoren for one final month. If I still can't find him, I will seek out Thoren in the Blue Mountains and help him launch his expedition to the Lonely Mountain. Finally, I ask you once again to take these poor people in. Please trust this old man. They are kind folks skilled in farming and herding, not idle vagrants. They will definitely help rebuild your territory. Chapter 55. The last two candidates for the expedition. After reading the letter, Tans folded it and found that although the letter looked worn out, there were no tears in it, which showed that the person who delivered the letter had done his best to preserve it. He looked at the middle-aged man who handed him the letter. His face was full of hope and his hands were nervously crossed. Tans asked, "How many of you are here?" The middle-aged man looked confused and turned around. "Well, I'm not sure. There might be only about 20 people. After all, only 7 or 8 households in the village escaped intact. There may be some survivors from other households who followed, and some fell behind along the way. We should be the only ones left." Tans sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't rely on this middle-aged man who didn't even know the concept of statistics. He looked at Neferi Lu beside him and said, "Neferi, call Roderica from Hyde Fortress for me. Have these refugees listed on the roster and also record what they're good at." Neferi Lu nodded, but did not leave. Instead, she continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" Tans thought for a few seconds, then quickly nodded and said, "Also, have Irina prepare some liquid food for these people and arrange for them to live. Yeah, somewhere near Mills and his men." "Got it." After Nefeli Lu confirmed that Tans had no other instructions, she left. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and said to him, "Since Gandalf asked me to take you in his letter, and you are indeed able to persevere and come this far, I have no reason to refuse." When the middle-aged man heard what Tans said, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a look of joy appeared on his face. But Tans changed the subject, making the middle-aged man nervous again. "However, the premise for me to take you in is that you obey the laws of my territory. Joining my territory means that you will no longer suffer from hunger and disease, but at the same time, my territory does not need idle people with bad behavior." Tans warned in a stern tone. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly in fear, "Please rest assured, sir, we are all willing to obey your orders." Tans took one last look at the middle-aged man, then warned the Knight Commander, "Be smart and make sure Roderica is safe." The Knight Commander stood at attention and shouted, "Yes, Your Majesty Tans." Tans smiled at the Knight Commander, patted his shoulder armor, and left under the Knight Commander's excited eyes. He was now going to prepare to summon the remaining personnel for the expedition to Lonely Mountain and go to the Golden Tree to check whether the reserves of blessings were sufficient. It's not that Tans hadn't thought of summoning alternative candidates for the expedition to Lonely Mountain before, but because he didn't know when the expedition would begin, he prioritized using the blessings naturally stored by the Golden Tree to summon more soldiers and residents from the border areas. After all, the territory of Tanis can be described as vast and sparsely populated, which is one of the reasons why Gandalf suggested that the refugees come to the territory of Tanis when he rescued them. Because Gandalf also realized that the biggest problem of the Tans territory was that there were too few people. This is also the reason why Tans has not summoned other cities or strongholds in the border area for such a long time. Even if he summoned them, there wouldn't be any extra people to live there. Even now, more than 60% of the houses in Stonewell City are still empty, and Moor City was only filled with people a few days ago. Just as Tans was on his way back to the city of Stonewell, Guy, a merchant from the territory of Los Arnach in the kingdom of Gondor, or should I say the noble merchant Guy, came to the city of Morn. Although Guy's face didn't change much, his heart was completely shocked. What shocked him most was the twin golden trees that stood tall in the distant city of Stonewell. He had never seen such huge trees, nor had he seen giant trees that emitted such bright light. He had never seen a scene where the surrounding woods and grass all turned golden. Guy did not regard these golden woods and grasses as the normal withered colors of autumn, because these plants obviously still exuded vigorous vitality, which was very different from the old and withered yellow. No wonder the dwarves call this place a place full of gold. Guy thought to himself as he looked at the golden leaves hanging on the branches, his eyes full of curiosity. He wondered if the leaves were really all gold. Kenneth Hyde, a nobleman with a keen eye for detail, naturally noticed Guy's expression and said with a smile, "If you are wondering if these plants are actually gold, Mr. Guy, I regret to inform you that they are not. They have merely changed in color to gold, but their essence remains the same, unchanged." Guy suddenly realized and felt a little lost, but it quickly disappeared. If this place really was full of gold, as a noble with a business and economic mind, he would probably be worried about the monetary turmoil in his own country after so much gold flowed into Gondor. Of course, you can pick a leaf as a souvenir. Since you are not the first person to be curious about the plants in Tan's territory, I can fully understand the curiosity of you and your caravan members. Kenneth Hyde added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guy cleared his throat and smiled. "Then I'll obey your command, Lord Kenneth. But from what you said, has anyone else been here before?" After all, he came here with a mission, which was to establish a good relationship with the newly emerged wizard Tans, or at least to get to know him, so that if any changes happened to the family in the future, it would be convenient to seek help, which would leave a way out for himself. Therefore, when Guy heard what Kenneth had just said, he thought that there were already humans with the same idea as them who had come before him. Kenneth Hyde was well aware of the situation and naturally understood the essence of Guy's question. He maintained a gracious smile and said, "You misunderstood, Mr. Guy. You are the first human caravan to have travelled thousands of miles from Gondor. His Majesty Tans and I admire your perseverance. Finding this place was no easy task." Guy breathed a sigh of relief and complimented Kenneth Hyde. "No, if it weren't for the golden tree in Lord Tans's territory that could be vaguely seen in the distance, we wouldn't have found this place so easily." He sighed first, then smiled and said, "It has been a long time since anyone has set foot in Minarius, but being able to meet Lord Tans and such kind nobles as you, Lord Kenneth Hyde, makes our journey very worthwhile." Then Guy saw a group of dwarves passing by the caravan with a lot of noise. They greeted Kenneth Hyde with a big laugh and then walked towards the city of Morin. Guy looked at Kenneth Hyde and asked in surprise, "Were those dwarves?" Kenneth Hyde smiled and nodded. "Yes, they are from the Blue Mountains. Because His Highness Tans is on good terms with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, we often have trade exchanges." Guy's eyes became hot. He didn't expect to meet a dwarf in this remote land. He had thought this trip might be a loss-making attempt to gain publicity and make an impression on the new wizards. If he could buy some dwarven-made toys, kitchen utensils, farm tools and the like in this territory, perhaps even dwarven-forged weapons, that would be some real good stuff. In this way, Guy can make several times the profit after he returns, which is much more valuable than the fruits and flower seeds he brought with him. Kenneth Hyde saw all the changes in Guy's expression, but he didn't say much. As long as the price was reasonable, how Guy wanted to do business was his own business. After he led Guy's caravan through the city of Morn for a while, 2 elves, a man and a woman, walked over gracefully and saluted Kenneth Hyde. After noticing Guy's caravan, the elves nodded slightly to greet the human, and then left gracefully. Guy's eyes turned from fiery to shocked. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the departing figures belonged to 2 elves. He looked at Kenneth Hyde in surprise. "Master Kenneth, was I right just now? Those 2 are elves." Kenneth Hyde stroked his short golden beard and replied with a smile, "You are not mistaken, Mr. Guy. Those are elves from Rivendell. His Majesty Tans is on good terms with Lord Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, so Elrond sent some elves to live in His Majesty Tans's territory. In fact, these elves originally planned to stay for only 1 or 2 months before leaving, but as the golden tree grew, these elves actually fell in love with this giant tree in their hearts and were reluctant to leave. Anyway, Elrond did not set a time for the elves who stayed behind to return, so the elves in the Golden Tree territory tacitly did not mention returning. They wanted to stay here until they were satisfied and then go back to the valley. The last thing elves care about is time, isn't it?" Guy didn't know how to express his shock to Kenneth Hyde, but he changed his mind and asked with a forced smile, "Master Kenneth, do the elves also do business with the Tower Wizard?" Kenneth Hyde replied, "They are different from dwarves. They buy and sell things according to their mood. You may be able to buy a long sword forged by an elven master today, or you may have to wait a month and still not see the elves enter the city. Don't even think about harassing these elves. They are all friends of His Majesty Tans. If you are caught doing this..." Kenneth didn't finish his words, but Guy knew what he meant and nodded repeatedly, "I understand, I understand, I understand, I understand. Anyway, for Guy, having this possibility is already a huge pleasant surprise. Guy was surprised to meet dwarves and elves, while Tans also came to the courtyard where the golden tree was located in the city of Stonewell. Since the enemy this time is clearly a huge evil dragon, the candidates in Tan's mind are naturally those friends who have experience in fighting dragons. Among them, there were only two who challenged the dragon together with him and one. One was Bloodfinger Hunter Yura, and the other was Dragon Warrior Aegon. Especially Aegon, the one who challenged with him was the king among the flying dragons, Mad Dragon Bale. Aegon is already on Tans's summoning list. However, Tans was unsure about summoning Yura. Although Yura and he had faced the flying dragon Yakir together and successfully hunted down the dragon. But he had a very fatal problem. That is, like Irina, the daughter of Edgar, the Lord of Morn City, Yura and his daughter were used by Madfire's lackeys after their death. And if Tans remembered correctly, Yura's parasitic condition was even more serious than Irina's. At least Irina showed no physical abnormalities during her lifetime, while Yura groaned in pain after a battle, cursing the parasites in his body. During his 8 reincarnations, Tans had always wanted to save the Bloodfinger Hunter who had helped him many times, but every time he tried to save him, he failed. But this time, after he possessed the Elden Ring, perhaps he could summon this old friend and remove the parasites from his body. However, this is only a possibility. Since it involves insanity, Tans has to be cautious. Tans didn't know what the fire parasite in Yura's body was, or when he was infected. He only knew that after Yura died in the battle with pure purple Bloodfinger Eleonora, the damned insane fire parasite took over Yura's body and called itself Syabalili. Tans' mind lingered on Yura's name for a moment, but he finally gave up and did not summon him. Pity. Tans thought that he not only felt sorry for Yura, but also for the strength of Eleonora, the pure purple Bloodfinger. Because this pure purple-blooded finger was wearing the equipment of a dragon knight, which was also a symbol of a master dragon hunter. But it's just a pity that after Yura and Eleonora, he also has a higher priority candidate. Furthermore, this candidate is far more powerful than Eula and Eleonora, but only if someone helps suppress the scarlet corruption in her. A golden needle as long as his index finger appeared in Tan's hand at some point, and he then focused his mind on the Elden magic ring to summon it. Blessings converged, and a slender but strong one-armed female figure appeared. She has loose crimson hair and wears light green clothes. She looked around in confusion, and when she noticed Tans approaching her, her golden eyes lit up. Tanius, where is this place? The sudden sharp pain interrupted the woman's words, and her body began to boil with scarlet mist. But at the same time, Tans also quickly approached, and the golden needle in his hand pierced into the opponent's body. The scarlet mist gradually calmed down and disappeared. Tans took a step back and gave a gentle smile. Welcome to your new home, Millicent. Chapter 56, Gandalf's Invitation to the Feast. After the pain in Millicent's body eased slightly, she gave Tans a weak smile. Thank you, Tans. Tans met Millicent's golden eyes, nodded his head, and asked, have you recalled all your memories? Millicent nodded, her eyes filled with reminiscence. Yes, those memories just appeared along with the pain of the crimson corruption. Although I don't know how you got here, congratulations. In the end, you didn't bow to fate and chose your own path. Then she gave a beautiful and relaxed smile. So what do you need me to do for you this time? Tans smiled as well, and pulled out a finely crafted golden prosthetic hand from his space backpack. He handed it over and said, do you remember what you said to me after you recovered? You said you wanted to travel. What he took out was the Valkyrie's prosthetic hand. Millicent took the Valkyrie's prosthetic hand with her one arm, a look of nostalgia on her face as she said, you still have this thing? Yes, I remember that sentence, but I never thought I would say the same thing to you 8 times. She looked at Tans, who immediately came over and helped Millicent put on the prosthetic hand. While helping Millicent put on the golden prosthetic hand, Tans said, so this time I invite you to join a new adventure. Although the final destination of this journey is to face a dragon, I think you will not refuse. I can't find any reason to refuse. My sword is still willing to be wielded for you. After putting on her golden prosthetic hand, Millicent stretched it slightly and replied with a smile. She raised her prosthetic hand and nimbly took out a hairband from her pocket, tied her scattered crimson hair back into a short ponytail. Millicent then raised her head, glanced at the golden tree and the shadow tree, and said, I've never seen the golden tree look like this before. It seems a lot has happened since I left. Perhaps I should call you the King of Eldon now. Tans smiled bitterly. That's true, but please don't tease me like that. Given our friendship, the title of King of Eldon is too distant. You should just keep calling me Tans. Millicent smiled faintly and said, I remember that Valkyrie Marinia called herself Michaela's Blade. Perhaps I should call myself Tan's Blade. That name doesn't seem bad. Tans nodded and said, if you don't mind, you can call yourself that to others outside, but it's better for us to call each other by our names. Next, I will summon another friend, who is also my chosen adventure companion this time. Millicent asked curiously, who is it? Tans said, Dragon Warrior Aegon. It's normal that you don't know him, because I also met him later in the Shadowland. Shadowland, Millicent silently memorized this name she had never heard of, and then watched Tans put his hand on the already very thick trunk of the golden tree, and then a golden figure quickly appeared beside him. The figure was carrying a large bow on his back, with 2 dragon bones tied together with straw ropes, and there were countless claw marks on the surface. The quiver was filled with large arrows made of sharp gravel, which surprised Millicent slightly. Because she knew that these pieces of gravel could only be found in the territory where the ancient dragons roamed, which meant that this person often went in and out of the territory where the ancient dragons lived. It's just that the armor he was wearing was a bit shabby. Rather than being armor to protect the body, it was more like a piece of clothing made up of armor fragments of different shapes. Egan's face was hidden under the tattered conical hat. After seeing Tan's figure clearly, he called out Tan's name in confusion, just like Millicent who had just been summoned. But soon, memories flooded into Egan's mind, and the roar of the mad dragon Bale, who was still unwilling to admit his death before his death, and the roar of thunder and fire also echoed in his mind. Ha 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 ha! Mad dragon Bale! You're finally dead. Died at the hands of humans. The dragon warrior is the embodiment of your fear. Aegon didn't care about those extra memories. He only knew that the mad dragon Bale was successfully hunted down by him and Tans, and he laughed heartily. Tans did not say anything to interrupt Egan's laughter, but waited patiently until the other party laughed until his voice was hoarse, and then said, Are you relieved, Aegon? Ha ha ha, I feel relieved. Tans, my wish has been fulfilled, and my life is at your disposal. Aegon grinned happily. Tans smiled mysteriously, Don't worry, Aegon. What if I summoned you because there is still an evil dragon in this world that is killing all living beings? Aegon showed a ferocious smile, and widened his golden pupils, then I will use my harpoon to show this evil dragon what a dragon warrior is. What true fear is. Harpoon. Millicent couldn't help but say. Tans explained, it is the big arrow that Aegon made himself in the quiver behind him. It is not the harpoon for fishing that you imagine. Millicent gave a rather not so bad expression, or else she would have wondered what kind of dragon could be harpooned to death. Aegon noticed Millicent and asked, Is she one of the ones you asked to help slay the dragon? I can see she's a seasoned warrior. But facing those dragons, battle experience alone isn't enough. Millicent wasn't angry. Instead, she humbly said, You're right, dragon warrior. Tans and I have only killed one lava earth dragon. You undoubtedly have more experience than I do in dealing with enemies flying in the sky. I hope to learn from you during this journey. Aegon laughed loudly. Of course not, humble swordsman. I am more than happy to welcome a new dragon warrior to our ranks. Upon hearing this, Millicent looked at Tans and asked, You also have the identity of a dragon warrior? When did you join? Actually, I have many identities. Tans complained silently in his heart. However, Millicent immediately shook her head and said, That's a superfluous question. My memories tell me that every time I see you, your identity is different. From the Knight of Kalia to the Pureblood Knight, and then to the Hairsker of the Volcano Residence. I wouldn't be surprised if you became a dragon warrior again. Tans shrugged and decided to change the subject. You've just been summoned here, so there's a lot you don't understand. I'll show you around and explain the basics of this world along the way. We can also meet Bernal, who's also a member of this expedition. Aegon glanced around and said as he walked, I recognize this city, Stonewell, the city of the Storm King. But I don't know what's going on here since the Shadowland was blocked. What's the situation at the border area? I noticed that this doesn't seem to be the border area I remember. Millicent said that she was very interested in what happened to Tanis after her death, and Tanis told the two people everything they didn't know. Time flies again, and another month has passed. During this time, just as Gandalf had warned Tanis, a number of human caravans arrived from the east, either from Rohan or Gondor. Like Guy, they initially came with the intention of interacting with wizards, not expecting to buy anything valuable to take back. However, the fruits and vegetables produced in the Golden Tree territory were the best they had ever seen and eaten, so these merchants happily bought large quantities of some easy-to-store fruits and vegetables. In addition, the merchants made a lot of money from the handmade items made by the dwarves, including toys, etc. The only thing that made them feel regretful was that although they saw the rare elves, these elves were not willing to communicate or do business with them. But if you want to say who is the most miserable among these businessmen, it is Guy. Because the goods Guy brought were all fruits, and these fruits had travelled a long distance, and no matter how easy they were to store, their taste could not compare to fresh ones. What's more, the fruits in the Golden Tree territory are of much better quality than the fruits brought by Guy, which gave the businessman a headache when he discovered this. Although he was really sent by his family to make friends with the wizards, Guy didn't want to make no money at all. Fortunately, the flower seeds he brought with him could still be sold. Although the dwarves of the Blue Mountains and humans like Mills who fled to the Golden Tree were not interested in the flower seeds, some of the golden nobles and elves praised the flower seeds brought by Guy. Guy was not wrong, the flowers blooming in his hometown, Los Arnach, were truly beautiful. But before Guy could be happy for long, he was immediately poured a bucket of cold water. Because he noticed that after a week, no one came to buy the flower seeds he brought. Even the golden nobleman who was already familiar with him shook his head and declined. Then the men he sent out to investigate the situation brought back a result that surprised Guy, because they reported that the flower seeds had turned into blooming flowers one after another. Guy didn't believe it at first, but it wasn't until he saw the flowers he planted bloom within a week that he completely gave up. But at the same time, this also made Guy understand the magic of the wizard's territory. He was in awe but not discouraged. Instead, he decided to plant all the remaining flower seeds he brought, especially those with a long maturity period before flowering. He planned to wait until these flower seeds matured, make them into fine specimens, and bring them back to other cities in Gondor to sell. When Tans learned about this through Kenneth Hyde, he couldn't help but sigh that Guy had a very flexible business mind. If Guy knew what Tans thought of him, he would definitely be happy, because it meant that he had left some impression in Tan's mind, and the purpose of his visit this time had been achieved. In addition to the arrival of these human caravans, Tans also summoned new locations at the border within this month. Morn Tunnel, which is a mineral vein. With the existence of the Morn Tunnel, Tans no longer has to worry about the loss of weapons and equipment of his soldiers. Philly and Keely also said goodbye to Tans and Bernal during this month and temporarily stopped learning combat skills. Tanis also knew why, because Thoren sent 2 letters. One was for Philly and Keely, and the other was for Tanis. In the letter, Thoren said that all the members of the Lonely Mountain expedition had been gathered, and only Philly and Keely had not returned, so this time Philly and Keely were allowed to go back. Thoren also said that he would do his best and make one last attempt to the representatives of the 7 kingdoms of the dwarfs. If they still did not agree, then Thoren would no longer pay attention to them, but would set off immediately with the members of the Lonely Mountain expedition. Finally, Thoren mentioned that Gandalf had sent him a letter asking him to notify his expedition members to go to Hobbiton in the Shire. The reason is that the master thief that Gandalf found was in Hobbiton. When Tanis read this text, the leisurely figure of Bilbo Baggins came to his mind, because Gandalf also knew him. However, Tanis did not think that Bilbo Baggins was a thief. He could see that Bilbo was just an ordinary and normal person who would not steal at all. Tanis therefore thought that Gandalf had chosen another hobbit from Hobbiton. Not long after Philly said goodbye to Keely, a thrush flew into the Golden Tree's territory. It flew nimbly to the city of Stonewell, found the window of the city lord's hall, stood by the window with its cute brown head tilted, looked into the city lord's hall, made a pleasant cry, and then touched the transparent glass with its beak. Okay. Tans raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and found the thrush and the small paper tube tied firmly to its claws. He smiled, then picked up a few raisins from the fruit plate on the table, walked to the window and opened it. The thrush was not afraid of Tans at all. It chirped and jumped directly into the palm of his outstretched hand and happily pecked at the raisins. Tanis took the small paper tube from the thrush's claws and opened it. It was written in Gandalf's familiar handwriting. My dear Tanis, it's time to embark on a great adventure. I invite you to Hobbiton to attend the departure feast for the Lonely Mountain Fellowship. The location is familiar to both you and me, it's at the home of Bilbo Baggins, the man we both know well. Be careful not to be late, or the dwarves will begin enjoying the feast early. However, I believe they will be patient and wait for you if they know you're coming. Your everlasting friend, Gandalf. This time Gandalf's letter was short, but its content was very important. Tans gently stroked the thrush's head, causing the little bird to chirp again. Chapter 57, The Adventurer's Heart. In November of the year 2939 of the Third Age, in this ordinary winter, an expedition that no one expected began, starting from Hobbiton. The Shire, Hobbiton. That morning, Bilbo Baggins sat happily at the door of his house, with a cigarette holder in his mouth and his eyes closed, enjoying the peace and quiet. He was not at all wary, and then he saw an old man with a cane and a pointed blue hat. Bilbo Baggins greeted happily, "Good morning, Gandalf." He was greeting sincerely. "The sun is shining and the grass is exceptionally green." Gandalf stared at Bilbo through his long eyebrows and was about to say something, but Bilbo said immediately, "I wish you a good morning, and I also want to say that this is a good morning whether you like it or not. I also feel that this morning is very comfortable and worth enjoying." Gandalf's expression froze and his mouth closed. Bilbo had a smug expression on his face, and even raised his eyebrows provocatively. Gandalf cleared his throat and said, "It seems our hobbits are very good at learning to speak, but you can't say anything I said to you last time to me." Bilbo shrugged. "But if I hadn't said it, you'd obviously have wanted to repeat what you said last time." Gandalf pretended to be innocent, "Maybe, maybe not." Bilbo winked endearingly. "Perhaps I should rephrase it then? Good morning you might also mean, this is a very good morning to stand outside the gate and smoke a pipe." Then he glanced at Gandalf's waist, saw his pipe, and laughed, "Aha! Since you have a pipe with you, why not sit down and fill it with my tobacco? There is no hurry, we have all day to kill." When Bilbo had finished speaking, he put the cigarette holder back into his mouth, took a deep drag, and crossed his legs. He blew out a beautiful smoke ring, which floated into the sky but did not disperse, and continued to float over the hill. Gandalf tapped the ground lightly with his staff, and the smoke ring that had been drifting over the hill suddenly turned into a smoke butterfly, which fluttered its wings and flew into Bilbo's nostrils. "Oh!" Bilbo coughed a few times and looked at Gandalf dissatisfiedly. Gandalf stood still and said, "You blow beautiful smoke rings, Bilbo. But I have not the time to sit here with you this morning." Bilbo sighed. "So what brings you to me this time, Gandalf? Last time you asked me about Tanis, and then you left in a hurry, not even wanting to stay for dinner." Gandalf narrowed his eyes, put on a genial gesture, and said with a smile, "Bilbo Baggins, I'm planning an adventure and need to find someone to join me, but finding people is really difficult. However, it just so happens that I met a hobbit last time, and he told me that he wanted to go out and explore." "Oh!" Bilbo frowned, put down his pipe, stood up and pinched the corner of his clothes with both hands. He cleared his throat, shifted his bare feet inconspicuously, and said, "That's right, a risk. What kind of restless fellow would want to take such a risk? This is so frustrating and uncomfortable. I really can't figure it out." Bilbo put his thumbs in his suspenders and took out the envelopes that were overflowing from the mailbox. His eyes quickly scanned each letter after another, pretending not to pay attention to Gandalf. Gandalf's face showed an expression of expectedness. He stood motionless on his crutches, staring at Bilbo, until Bilbo was very close to the door of his own home. Only then did Gandalf slowly speak, "It is not a virtue to pretend to forget what you have said, Bilbo Baggins." Bilbo tucked the pile of envelopes under his arm and pointed at Gandalf with his other hand, which held his pipe. "Yes, but it is not a virtue to force me to take an adventure I do not want to take, Gandalf. Now I will go back to my bag and have a couple of cakes to calm my nerves." "Well, to calm my nerves about the adventure you invited me to take. Even if I told you that there were people we both know well on this adventure, would you not be willing?" Gandalf said. Bilbo stopped instinctively as he stepped into Bag End and asked, "Who?" Gandalf smiled and said, "Tanis, of course." "Oh, and probably a few of his friends." Bilbo immediately shook his head. "When you mentioned him, it reminded me that I still have several adventure stories about Tanis that I haven't finished writing. Well, I decided to stay at home and write all day." Then Bilbo looked at Gandalf and opened his eyes as if to say something, but finally said, "Well, good morning." Gandalf gave him a strange look. "Your good morning is so useful, and now you want me to get out of here. If I don't leave, will your morning be bad?" "Oh, Dear. Sorry, I don't want to go on any adventures, thank you. At least not today. I'm not free today. Bilbo closed his eyes, feeling a headache at the difficulty of Gandalf's words. He went into his bag and then put his lovely head out of the doorway and said, "But you are welcome to tea any time you like. Why not tomorrow?" "Tomorrow. Gandalf. Goodbye." With these words Bilbo drew his head back into bag and slammed the round green door behind him. Bilbo stood with his back against the round door, which he had locked, and said to himself, "Why in the hell did I invite him to tea?" However, the aroma coming from the pantry immediately attracted the hobbit's attention, making him smile and walk towards the room where the fragrance came from. As Bilbo had just told Gandalf, he was going to have a couple of cakes to calm his nerves, and then something to drink. Meanwhile, Gandalf still stood outside, laughing silently for a long time. Then he stepped forward and marked Bilbo's pretty round green door with the tip of his staff, drawing a queer rune as a mark, and then he went to the round window beside it and looked in. Bilbo had finished his second piece of cake by this time, and went to the door to see if Gandalf had left, and to get some good tea from the kitchen to make a pot of black tea. As a result, he happened to see Gandalf's big face looking in, and the hobbit was so frightened that he took a step back and leaned against the wall, even breathing much lighter. Gandalf noticed the movement in the house, smiled, and strode out of Bilbo's house. Bilbo breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to the kitchen to make a pot of tea as he had thought before. The sweet tea soon made him relax, and he began to think that he had successfully avoided Gandalf's invitation to adventure. Bilbo had to admit that when Gandalf said the name Tanis, the hobbit's heart was indeed stirring. Because after Roger came to his house and added more details to the adventure stories told by Tanis, Bilbo had become completely obsessed with Tanis's experiences. If it was an adventure he was willing to take part in, it would probably be another thrilling epic journey, right? Bilbo thought, holding the warm teacup in his hands, and then shook his head in self-mockery. "But what does that have to do with you, Bilbo Baggins? You're just an ordinary hobbit, with no sword skills and no strength. Even if you go, you'll only cause trouble for Tanis, right?" But our hobbit quickly put this feeling of loss behind him and began to enjoy his new day happily. By the next day Bilbo had almost forgotten all about Gandalf and the invitation to tea. After all, Bilbo's memory was not very good unless he wrote down all his appointments in his diary. For example, Friday, Gandalf, tea. But he was so confused yesterday that he didn't remember this matter at all. Just like yesterday morning, Bilbo finished his breakfast and sat at the door, smoking his pipe for a long time, letting his thoughts wander aimlessly. It was almost noon when he stood up from the bench at the door, dusted off his clothes, and decided to go to the market in Hobbiton to buy some fresh fish. His pantry was full of cured fish, but today Bilbo had a sudden impulse to have a fresh fish fried in butter and bacon. Hobbiton's marketplace is located on the other side of the lake, surrounded by narrow cobblestone paths. The sunlight nearing midday shone through the sparse clouds, dappling the canvas of the vendors' stalls. Just like that, the hustle and bustle and vitality of the market came into Bilbo's sight along with the sunlight. Fresh vegetables just picked from the fields are placed on wooden stalls. The bright carrots, green spinach, and plump potatoes all speak of the gifts of the season. The hobbit vendors shouted about the quality of their agricultural products, their voices rising and falling, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. Occasionally, a well-dressed peasant woman would grab a tomato from the basket and put it in her own. Meat stalls are separated by fences to maintain a certain order. The butchers selling mutton were busy cutting up pieces of fresh meat. The dull sound of their boning knives hitting the chopping boards echoed with the ovens behind them, and the smoked mutton gave off an enticing aroma. The pork merchants were busy removing bones and preparing for lunch. In another corner of the market, the baker's stall wafts the aroma of butter and fresh bread. The golden bread has just been taken out of the stone kiln, and the heat and aroma make people's mouths water. The spice merchants nearby were displaying the rare goods they had purchased from outside Hobbiton. The red, yellow, and green powders and fruits exuded an enticing aroma in the sunlight. From time to time, the sound of horses neighing could be heard, as the carts carrying goods were unloading. The hobbit children shuttled among the crowd, adding their laughter to the noise of the market. After entering the market, Bilbo looked around and confirmed that the stall where he often bought live fish was open as usual, then he walked over with a smile. Wooden stalls are covered with straw mats, on which are placed fresh fish, including silvery cod, plump salmon, and even octopus with bared claws. They are placed in wooden barrels according to their categories, jumping around inside and stirring up strings of water droplets. The stall owner was a burly hobbit fisherman. His hands were rough and powerful, and he was skillfully killing, desk-alling and disemboweling fish one by one. Blood formed a thin stream at his feet. "Hey, Fredger, give me a fresh cod," Bilbo said enthusiastically. The fisherman smiled, put down his kitchen knife, and picked out the fattest cod from the barrel while greeting Bilbo. "Well, Bilbo, how have you been lately?" Bilbo's eyebrows moved flexibly. "Me? Of course I'm fine, except that a grey wizard with a pointed hat came to my house yesterday and said some strange things. But he's not here today, so I'm still fine." The fisherman placed the selected fish on the chopping board and hit the fish's head hard with the blade of a kitchen knife. The poor fish stopped struggling and was then wrapped in oil paper and handed to Bilbo. Bilbo handed the money he had prepared to the fisherman, exchanged a few more words with him, and then left the market with a satisfied smile and returned to his home. Noon passed quickly, and Bilbo was not disturbed by anyone. He enjoyed the cod he bought with a smile on his face. Until night came, Bilbo stared at the moon hanging in the sky. He was thinking about what to eat in the evening, but he had been thinking for a long time and still hadn't decided. "What's the matter with you, Bilbo Baggins? Are you still thinking about Gandalf's invitation yesterday? Please, you should recognize your place. Bag End is the place for you. That kind of epic adventure should have nothing to do with you in this life. You should get up now, go back inside, pick out a piece of your favorite sausage or cured lamb leg, pair it with a pot of sweet, fruity red wine, and then it's time to go to bed." But for some reason, Bilbo just stared at the moon in a daze. Just as Bilbo was staring at the moon in a daze, the sound of armor colliding and the sound of firm footsteps on the ground attracted his attention. Before Bilbo could notice what it was, a familiar voice with a smile flew into his ears. "Bilbo, good evening. It's been a long time since we last met, and you're still so leisurely. Can you treat me and my friends to a sumptuous dinner?" Tan said with a smile. He was standing outside Bilbo's fence, with Millicent, Bernard, and Aegon standing behind him. Bilbo's face lit up with surprise, and he cried out, "Oh, Tans! How come you're here?" The hobbit, who had been in a daze just now, burst into amazing enthusiasm, trotted down the stairs, opened the door, opened his arms and hugged Tans warmly. Tanis followed Bilbo's movements, leaning down to hug him, then letting go and saying, "Someone told me there was a lively dinner party here, but I found the host in charge of the dinner distracted at the door. Are you in trouble?" Bilbo was stunned. Although he didn't know what the dinner party Tanis was talking about was, he just thought that the other party wanted to have dinner with him. And for a hospitable hobbit, Bilbo certainly wouldn't refuse the invitation. So he said with a smile, nodding and greeting the three people behind Tans in turn, "Trouble? Of course not. Welcome. And your friends? There will be plenty of food and wine today." Chapter 58, Guests coming one after another. Bag End, Bilbo's home. Fresh and sweet fruits, fragrant cheese slices, bacon and ham with a greasy aroma, freshly baked cookies, and high-quality honey waiting to be spread on the side, all these delicious foods were placed on the dining table. At the center of the table sat a steaming leg of lamb sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, and a plate of golden roasted chicken surrounded by red tomatoes and purple onion rings. Bilbo entertained Tans and his friends with the greatest hospitality. The little hobbit couldn't help but smile, and after being busy for a long time, he finally sat down at the dining table. Tans was not idle either. While Bilbo was preparing dinner, he helped Bilbo with some simple steps, such as washing the vegetables and fruits. After all, when it comes to cooking, hobbits are better. When Bernal and the others who came with Tans saw that Tans was helping, they naturally felt embarrassed to just wait at the dining table, so they took the initiative to help in the kitchen. Although this made Bilbo both angry and amused. He was angry because when four tall humans stood in his kitchen, there was almost no room left. The one who laughed was Tans and his friends who had indeed helped him a lot. The middle-aged man in silver armor and the crimson-haired girl used their knife skills that Bilbo found incredible to quickly cut the vegetables for later use and put them aside. They also accurately cut the bacon and ham into thin slices of the same size. Although Bilbo didn't quite understand why the portions they cut out were more than 4 people could eat, it was still enough to fill everyone's stomach even if they were big eaters. What surprised Bilbo even more was the robust old man who looked weathered but spoke in a very bold manner, because he took out the marinated lamb legs and turkey and roasted them by himself. The other party had controlled the heat perfectly. When Bilbo was inside the house, he smelled the fragrance. His years of experience as a gourmet made Bilbo's mouth water. He knew that the lamb legs and turkey outside must be very fragrant. He started to drool just thinking about it. So when Bilbo sat back at the table, he happily raised his wineglass and said to Tanis and the others, "Although I've already said what I'm going to say next, I still want to say, welcome to Bag End. This sumptuous dinner is made by us together, and it will surely be more delicious than any dinner I have ever tasted." Tans also raised the wooden cup in front of him, but the liquid shaking in the cup was not red wine, but orange juice squeezed from citrus fruits that had just been picked that morning. He doesn't like drinking much. He prefers the sweetness of fruit juice to the spiciness of wine. So some sugar was added to the juice in Tan's cup, because the pure squeezed fruit juice would be slightly bitter, and adding sugar would make it taste better. This was suggested by Bilbo Baggins. It has to be said that hobbits really know how to enjoy life. Millicent, like Tane, did not choose alcoholic beverages. It wasn't that Millicent hated drinking, but she really felt that as the Blade of Tans, she should always stay sober. Alcohol would paralyze her brain and limbs, so Millicent chose juice. As for Bernard and Aegon, these two elderly men did not have so many concerns, but instead of red wine, they chose golden ale, which was more drinkable. During Bilbo's enthusiastic opening remarks, a hobbit clinks glasses with 4 humans. Because Bilbo couldn't wait to start dinner, he planned to put down his wine glass and cut a piece of the lamb leg that old Mr. Aegon had roasted. As a result, Tans put down the cup and said, "Should we wait for the others?" Bilbo stopped his knife from reaching for the leg of lamb and looked at Tanis in confusion. "Others? Did you bring other friends with you? Are they late?" Tanis shook his head. "No, these are the only 3 people I brought with me. But Gandalf invited me to this dinner, but he is not here now. And as far as I know, there should be more." Tanis was interrupted by Bilbo's sudden realization. "Oh, yes, Gandalf. How could I have forgotten him? Yesterday I invited him to tea today, but he never showed up, and I was wondering if the old wizard had forgotten about it." So he put down the dinner knife in his hand, blinked and looked at Tans. "Then should we wait a little longer?" Just when Tanis was about to ask Bilbo if he knew that a group of dwarves would also be coming, the bell hanging on the gate suddenly rang, making a tinkling sound. Bilbo smiled, looked at Tanis and said, "Look, Gandalf is here. You guys sit here, I'll go open the door. Of course, it would be even better if you could help me get a set of tableware for Gandalf from the kitchen." Then the hobbit jumped down from his seat and ran towards the door of his house with his bare furry feet making a clacking sound. As Bilbo ran, he cried out, "I'm sorry, Gandalf. I almost forgot about you and kept you waiting." The green round door opened inward, and just as Bilbo smiled and welcomed Gandalf, he suddenly realized that the person coming was not the wizard at all, but a bald dwarf who was only a few centimeters taller than him. The man tucked his beard into his brown collar, and his eyes were very bright under the dark green toy cat. As soon as Bilbo's door opened, the bald dwarf rushed in as if it was natural that Bilbo had been waiting for a long time. The bald dwarf hung his hooded cloak on the nearest coat hook near the door and bowed deeply. "Dwellin, at your service." "Oh, Bilbo Baggins, at your service." Bilbo was stunned for a moment and subconsciously straightened his clothes and replied politely. Because he was so surprised, he didn't know what to ask for a moment. To ease the awkward silence that followed, Bilbo said, "I'm having dinner with my friends. I don't know why you came in so casually, but I welcome you to join me." Dwellin felt even more certain after hearing this. He nodded, the white light in the room reflecting off his scalp. "I came here for this banquet. Are they all here? Am I late?" Now it was Bilbo's turn to be confused. "Wait, do we know each other? Who else is coming?" Dwellin walked into Bag End and smelled the aroma of food. He followed the smell and found Tanis's location. Bilbo was following Dwellin at a loss. When Tanis saw it was Dwellin, he stood up and walked towards him, giving the dwarf a big hug. "Oh, Dwellin, it's been a long time. I heard about you from Thoren. I wanted to ask you if there were any omissions in the footwork that Nefili Rudo taught you." Dwellin had obviously not expected Tanis to arrive. His initially cold attitude towards Bilbo immediately became respectful. He stood where he was and said calmly, "Lord Tanis, I didn't expect you to be here. I've become very proficient in the steps Lady Neferi Lu taught me, and I'm very grateful for her guidance." Tanis patted Dwellin on the shoulder and motioned for him to find a place to sit. Dwellin looked at the delicious food and drinks on the table, smiled happily, and his beard trembled. Bilbo then moved closer, raised his finger slightly and asked Dwellin, "Is he also your friend?" Tans thought for a moment and said, yes, but he didn't come with me. Bilbo scratched the back of his head and asked, I don't understand, but since he's your friend, I'd be more than happy to welcome him to the dinner party. There's barely enough room for 6 of us. Tanis blinked. Didn't Gandalf tell you? Bilbo was stunned. What? At this time, the bell at the door rang again, but compared to when Dwelin came, this time the bell sounded like a very polite person shaking it. Tanis pointed to the door and said, besides my friends and I, there will be a large group of dwarves coming to your banquet tonight. So when we were making dinner, we specially prepared some extra food. Didn't Gandalf tell you? Bilbo cried as he walked towards the door. Me? Of course not. He just invited me on an adventure out of nowhere, and I already refused him. And I was so kind as to invite him to tea. And he lets a bunch of dwarves into my house uninvited? Oh, my God! He opened the door just at this moment, and a kind and gentle voice came from outside. What do you mean by oh my God? Are you in trouble? Bilbo immediately replied, difficulties? Of course not. Then he saw who was coming, and it turned out to be a dwarf. The dwarf looked very old, with a snow-white beard and wearing a loose maroon robe. He smiled and opened his arms and said, Balin, at your service. Bilbo opened his mouth, moved it, and finally said with a twitch of his Adam's apple, good evening, and thank you. Balin lowered his arms in surprise. He subconsciously glanced at the night sky, where the bright moon shone with its own brilliance. He nodded and said, yes, the weather tonight is indeed nice. Then he came in with all his familiarity, without asking whether Bilbo had invited him into the house or not. Then Balin saw Dwelin's cloak on the coat hook at the door and said with a smile, it seems someone has arrived first. Bilbo sighed. The hobbit's naturally hospitable nature prevented him from refusing the kind old dwarf from coming in. After closing the door, he took the initiative to take Balin to the kitchen. If you mean these people, they are here, said Bilbo. To be honest, Bilbo already felt something was wrong at this moment. He was happy to have guests, but he would rather know in advance that guests were coming, and it would be best if the guests were invited by him personally or were someone he knew well. Oh, maybe I won't have enough cake tonight? Bilbo thought. You must be the Lord Tans that Thoren mentioned? Nice to meet you. I'm Balin, and I'm happy to be of service. Then he watched Balin first bow respectfully to Tans, then greet Dwelin with a smile and squeeze next to him, but found that there were no extra chairs. So Balin asked, are there any extra chairs? Bilbo came back to his senses and said, chair? Oh, of course. Wait a minute. But before he could finish his words, the doorbell rang again hurriedly. Bilbo looked sharply at Tanis, who also showed a very innocent expression and said, I can help you get some more chairs from the warehouse. You can go open the door. Dwelin also stood up and said, perhaps I can bring some more beer. The bell rang again, and it was obvious that the person at the door was anxious, so Bilbo nodded and walked quickly to the door. It must be Gandalf now, isn't it? Thought Bilbo, opening the door. Standing outside the door this time were 2 dwarves, one with a yellow beard and his body bulging with weapons, the other with a short black beard and a bow slung over his back. Fili, Kili, at your service. They shouted in unison. Then they walked in as familiarly as Dwelin and Balin. It seemed as if the dwarves were all very familiar with each other. Kili looked around the door and praised, this is a really nice place. Fili nodded, took off the sword from his waist and handed it to Bilbo, who took it subconsciously. Tans happened to be passing by carrying a chair. He heard the noise and leaned over. Hey, Fili, Kili, you guys are here. Fili and Kili were a bit careless at first, but they immediately became well behaved after seeing Tans. Kili even quietly retracted his foot that was about to step on a wooden box at the door to rub the mud on the sole of his shoe. Good evening, Teacher Tans. The dwarf brothers greeted respectfully. Tans said, come in and help first. I'm afraid the original space is not enough. Your teacher Bernard is also in there. You can say hello to him first. After the dwarf brothers went in, Bilbo complained to Tanis, how many dwarves has Gandalf found? I can't believe that more than half of the guests in my house are dwarves now. Tanis patted the other man's shoulder and said, I don't know about this either, but what Gandalf did was indeed dishonest. He should have told you the number of people in advance. When he comes, I will definitely help you talk to him. Bilbo said immediately, oh no, I don't mean to refuse these dwarves from coming to my house. I just think we should get to know each other first before coming to visit, don't you think? Tanis nodded, of course. And at this time, the damn bell sounded again, ding dong ling dong. Tanis actually saw a look of despair on Bilbo's face, and then the hobbit went to open the door while muttering about dwarves again. Oh! After Bilbo opened the door, the screams of many dwarves were heard, and they rolled into the house one after another, leaving Bilbo dumbfounded. He looked at Tanis and shouted, "Is Gandalf planning to bring the entire dwarf family into my home?" "Oh, of course not, Bilbo Baggins. These are the last dwarf guests," Gandalf said with a smile as he bent over and squeezed into Bag End past the dwarves who were so crowded that they fell into the door. Behind him followed a handsome dwarf, Thoren Oakenshield. Thoren also squeezed in, looked at Bilbo, whose eyes were wide, and nodded to him slightly. Chapter 59. Banquet. Since Tanis and his companions were too tall to move around in Bag End, the task of moving the dining table and food to a more spacious room was given to these dwarves. Fili, Kili and Willin worked the hardest. The other dwarves skillfully entered Bilbo's food storage room and chattered about what food they wanted to eat. A short, white-bearded dwarf named Dori came over with a pot of tea and asked, "Would you like a cup of chamomile tea, Mr. Gandalf?" Gandalf stood against the wall, to avoid interfering with the dwarves moving the table, and smiled as he shook his head, "No, I'd like some wine myself." Thoren happened to be passing by carrying a stool. After hearing the conversation between Gandalf and Dori, he immediately said, "I want a glass of red wine too." Dori nodded respectfully to Gandalf and Thoren, then retreated with the teapot. The dwarf Bifur, with the broken axe blade stuck in his head, said in Dwarven, "I want raspberry jam and apple pie." His brother, the hooded boffer with the long black beard, said, "And mince pies and cheese." Bombur, the fattest dwarf, belched and cried out, "And there better be lots of pork pies and salad." "Oh my god, Bombur, you've already eaten a whole leg of lamb. It would have been fine if you didn't help, but you actually asked them to help you get food." Gloin, who was busy moving wine barrels, saw Bombur slowly licking the lamb leg bone in his hand clean, and couldn't help but curse. To which Bombur replied, "Hiccup. Well," he burped loudly. "Oh, my god." Groin, who passed by him, made a disgusted sound, covered his nose and walked away holding the heavy beer barrel. "Give me a few more eggs, my good man. And if you have any frozen chicken and pickled cucumbers, bring them out too." Bombur ignored all this and continued speaking loudly. Groin ignored him. When he passed by Tanis, he immediately stopped and stood at attention, greeting him happily, "Lord Tanis. We meet again." Tanis naturally still remembered the dwarf guard captain with whom he had a small misunderstanding when he first arrived in the Blue Mountains, and he smiled back, "I hope you have a pleasant evening." "Haha, of course." Groin replied happily and left with the barrel. Bilbo walked up to Tanis with an incredible look on his face, and looked at Gandalf standing opposite Tanis and said loudly and confusedly, "Why do these dwarves know what is in my food cupboard as well as I do?" He was really confused and even felt that it was not a group of dwarves but a group of terrible thieves and robbers who entered his home. Judging from the dwarves' behavior, Bilbo had no problem thinking so. Gandalf blinked and said nothing, while Tanis said to Gandalf, "Gandalf, you really should have told Bilbo in advance that these dwarves would also be attending the dinner. You should know that not everyone can tolerate the dwarves' familiarity." Gandalf said innocently, "But before I could tell him about this yesterday, our hobbit stormed into the house and shut the door on me." Bilbo pointed back and forth between himself and Gandalf in surprise and said, "Me? But I invited you to tea today. I didn't expect you to bring so many people. Look at my kitchen now. There's dirt all over the carpet." Then Boffer and Dori happened to be passing among them, and looked over when they heard Bilbo's cry. This made the duplicitous hobbit immediately change his tone and say, "Oh, I'm not picking on you. I welcome you to my home, and in fact I'm doing that already." Then he immediately muttered in a very low voice, "Of course it would be better if we knew each other." Boffer smiled and said, "I know," and walked away. This time, Dori took the red wine jug and 2 small wine glasses that Bilbo had just placed on the dining table. He carefully poured the red wine into them and handed the small wine glasses to Gandalf and Thoren respectively. Dori said proudly, "Mr. Gandalf, Lord Thoren, this is a small glass of red wine, just as you requested. It has a very fruity aroma." Bilbo pointed at Dori, opened his mouth in disbelief and whispered to Tanis beside him, "Tanis, did you see that? That dwarf is actually using my own treasured red wine to entertain my guests. Tanis also lost his composure and glared at Gandalf deliberately. Gandalf looked away, took the wine glass with a smile, and clinked glasses with Thoren beside him. The dwarves were very skillful and quickly piled bottles, plates, forks, knives, cups, dishes, spoons and all kinds of food and drinks on the long dining table. Thoren sat at the head, Gandalf sat on his right, Tans sat opposite Thoren and Benar and the others sat in their previous positions. Of course, the dwarves also greeted Bernal, Millicent and Aegon warmly, and did not ignore them just because they didn't know them. Bilbo sat on the stool by the fireplace, feeling a little sullen, nibbling on a piece of butter bread that he had rescued from the dwarves' plates, but trying very hard to act normal. After Thoren saw that everyone was seated, he raised the beer mug in front of him and looked at Tans with a smile. He first solemnly expressed his happiness and gratitude to Tans, and then said loudly, "The banquet has begun, everyone." Philly and Keely cheered together, "Good. The party is about to begin." "Oh, how come we've just started?" "Bombur is already gnawing on the second leg of lamb," Gloin exclaimed as he watched Bombur's mouth never stop moving. Boffer noticed Gloin's exclamation, looked at his brother Bombur, and raised his chin. "Hey, Bombur, go on." Then he threw a peeled hard-boiled egg into Bombur's mouth. Bombur opened his mouth directly, and the boiled egg was accurately bitten by his teeth. He then chewed it a few times and swallowed it into his stomach. "Yet!" Bombur cheered triumphantly. The other dwarves noticed the interaction between the cousins Bombur and Boffer and clapped their hands on the table with joy. Except for Thoren, who was watching all this silently, smiling as he ate the vegetable soup in front of him. Bilbo moved closer to Tanis, looked at the noisy dwarves and asked, "Are they always like this?" Tanis looked at the dwarves throwing food into their companions' mouths as if it were a weapon and said politely, "To be honest, Bilbo, I think they have calmed down a lot." "Converge? Am I sure I heard correctly? Do you call this situation converge? Bilbo asked in reply, emphasizing the pronunciation. Millicent, who was sitting to Tanis's left, said to Bilbo with some sympathy, "Tanis is right. If you spend more time with these dwarves, you'll know. If they didn't respect Lord Tanis's eating habits, they would have already put their feet on the table and started asking if anyone wants a glass of ale." Bilbo opened his eyes wide, pursed his lips, and raised his head, as if thinking. "Let's count down to 3, 2, 1 and drink this glass of wine." Dwalin shouted with a loud laugh. The dwarves, who were originally making noises, suddenly quieted down. After Dwalin's countdown, they extended their wine glasses to the middle of the table, clinked glasses with their companions, and began to drink in big gulps. Each dwarf who clinked glasses drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, and then burps came from their mouths one after another. Hiccup. The relatively small and quiet-looking dwarf, Ori, actually burped the longest, causing Philly and the others to applaud. Bernard placed his empty glass on the table and poured himself a drink while raising an eyebrow at the dwarves. He was somewhat interested in the lively scene. Philly and Keely happened to sit next to Bernard, so Bernard took the opportunity to chat with them, asking if they had neglected to practice their fighting skills since returning home. Gloin sat to Keely's left. Although two dwarves separated him from Bernal, he raised his glass to Bernal. "I heard from Philly and Keely that you are their combat instructor. I toast to you." Philly took the initiative to introduce, "Teacher Bernal, this is Groin, the most outstanding guard captain in our Blue Mountains." Gloin laughed and said, "That's all in the past, Philly. The most outstanding guard captains now should be you and Keely." Bernard smiled, clinked his glass with the other persons, and took a few sips. After finishing his drink, Groin said, "This is all thanks to you, Mr. Bernard, and Lord Tans. Without your careful cultivation, Philly and Keely would probably still be young boys." Keely laughed and shouted, "Why are you suddenly speaking like my uncle Thoren?" Gloin's brother, Oin, the dwarf holding the iron hearing aid, interrupted their conversation and said, "That's because Gloin's wife gave birth to a fat son not long ago. He's a father now." Keely said in surprise, "Is this true?" Groin showed a fatherly smile, took out a pendant from his arms, opened the pendant and showed the portrait inside to Philly and Keely. He said, "Look, this is my son. Isn't he as short and white as me?" Keely asked, "What's this cute little fellow's name?" "Gimli, in some ancient language, the name means fire," laughed Gloin. Bernard chewed on the name meaningfully, then smiled with satisfaction. "Gimli, Flame, well, Flame. Honestly, I really like this name. Flame, it sounds very good. If you don't mind, I hope to become this child's combat instructor. Groin's eyes widened, and he looked at Bernard in disbelief. Really? Bernal nodded, I don't need to lie. Kili excitedly pushed Groin's shoulder and said with a smile, ha ha ha, now I'm your son's senior brother. Philip silently prayed in his heart that Groin's son could withstand Bernal's devilish training. Bernal had a pleasant conversation with the dwarves, and the same was true for Aegon. He had already been drinking with the kindly dwarf, Balin, who was sitting next to him. It seemed that these two men who looked the oldest had a lot of topics in common. Mr. Aegon, it seems that the armor on you has many stories. Balin said with a smile while clinking glasses with the other party. After Aegon drank the wine, he said, yes, none of these armors are mine. I pieced them together from scraps I scavenged on the battlefield. Balin showed an interested look. Oh? Can you tell me more about it? I'm very interested in the stories of these armor masters. Aegon nodded, of course. Although Millicent was also infected by the liveliness of the dwarves at the banquet, she was not as relaxed as Bernard and Aegon. The dwarves ate, drank, and chatted. Time passed slowly and the various delicacies and drinks on the table were rapidly decreasing. Finally, the dwarves stood up and moved their chairs back, signaling the end of the banquet. Oh, it's finally over. Bilbo, who had been watching the dwarves devour his food, finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to clean up the cups and plates. He tried to maintain the calmness and politeness of a host and asked, are you all full? I mean, if it's not enough, I think there should be some left in the cupboard. We are full, Master Baggins! Cried the dwarves, all in great satisfaction. Someone shouted, even Bomber is full, which means we are full. Then the dwarves all burst into laughter. Thoren coughed lightly, and the dwarves immediately quieted down. He said, help our generous host, Bilbo Baggins, to clear the table and tidy up this place and the kitchen. Bifer and Boffer, blow your recorders. Philly and Kili, your fiddles. And you, Bomber, bring your drum from the door, of course. Let us make music for Bilbo Baggins's supper. Boffer, when his name was called, stood up and said, Bomber has eaten too much tonight and can no longer stand up. I will go and fetch his drum from the door. Then the other dwarves who were not called stood up and cooperated with each other, and skillfully stacked up all the things on the table like a circus performance. They piled up high, and a tower consisting of several plates, forks, teacups, etc. appeared on the dining table. Then Boffer brought the drum to Bomber, and the fat dwarf looked at the other dwarves who had taken up their instruments, and began to play the dwarven song. The other dwarves simply lifted the piles of tableware, placing a weight on the plates at the top of the tower to maintain balance, and walked towards the kitchen to the sound of their companions singing. Bilbo's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and he followed behind worriedly, shouting at the dwarves to be careful, and be careful again. Break the cups and break the plates. Dull your knives and bend your forks. That's what Bilbo Baggins hated. Of course, they didn't do any of these scary things. Everything was tidied up and washed clean, and they did it at lightning speed, as if it was not their first time doing this kind of work. Of course, Thoren did not participate in these things because his status was more noble. After the dwarves' music ended, Thoren spoke up, well, now it's time for us to talk about Bilbo Baggins joining our expedition. Bilbo was puzzled when he heard this and asked, expedition? What expedition? Dory, who poured wine for Gandalf, and Thoren Bifer, who only speaks Dwarvish, Boffer the recorder. The fattest Bomber. Ori the hiccuping, the dwarf who died holding the book in the mines of Moria in the Lord of the Rings movie is him. Gloin's brother Oin, who died in the Water Watcher before the Fellowship of the Ring. In the original book, Thorin even played the harp and took the lead in the performance. Gimli's name comes from the Old Norse poetic word gim, which is believed to mean flame. Chapter 60, Tuke's Blood in My Heart. Bilbo subconsciously stood behind Tans and asked, expedition? What expedition? Gandalf did not answer directly, but coughed and said, Bilbo, bring us a lamp and give us more light. Bilbo curled his lips, but our lovely hobbit still prepared to bring a lantern as Gandalf said. Tanis stopped Bilbo, holding a staff in his hand, and said with a smile, Bilbo, there is no need to go to so much trouble. Then, in Bilbo's surprised eyes, he gently waved his staff and cast the starlight magic. A soft light blue light instantly filled the entire room, making it brighter. Oh. Although I heard Mr. Roger mention that you can cast witchcraft, I was still surprised when I saw it for the first time. Bilbo said, looking at the ball of light above Tanis's head. Tans replied, it's just a trifle, a very simple spell. Then he looked at Gandalf and said jokingly, and our Gandalf also knows this level of illumination magic, but he just wants to make someone forget a problem for a while. Gandalf coughed loudly, pulled a map from his grey robes, and spread it on the table in front of Thoren. Thoren was not too surprised because he already knew that Gandalf had this map when he met him in Stonewell before. But even so, his eyes could not hide his excitement as he carefully looked at the map that Gandalf took out. Bilbo curiously stepped out from behind Tanis and came to Gandalf's side. He looked at the annotation on the map and slowly read, "The Lonely Mountain." Gandalf nodded. Yes, far away in the east, beyond the mountains and rivers, beyond the woods and the heaths, there lies a lonely mountain. That is the destination of our journey, my good lad, Bilbo. Bilbo said nothing, but stared at the map in a trance. After Gandalf produced the map, Gloin looked at Ori, the most knowledgeable, and said, Ori has read the omen, and the omen says, the time has come. His brother Oin added, yes, I heard from those tall humans from the east that ravens have already flown back to the mountains. This is exactly the same omen that Ori interpreted. Ori nodded. If the birds of old return to the lonely mountain, the reign of the beasts will end. That's what the prophecy says. Prophecy? When Tanis saw Gandalf, he always felt that this prophecy was related to Gandalf. Sure enough, Gandalf gave Tanis a knowing smile. At this moment, Bilbo's face changed. He turned his attention away from the map and looked at everyone sitting there. He even raised his hand politely and asked, beast? What beast? Boffer put down his recorder and said, Smaug the Terrible, of course, the greatest scourge of the world. Smaug? Who is it? Or what creature is it? Bilbo asked again. Boffer patiently continued, it is a dragon. It flies in the sky and breathes fire. It has teeth like razors and claws like butcher hooks. It also loves precious metals. Bilbo scratched his head. Yes, I know what dragons are like. But they don't sound very scary. The dwarves looked at the hobbit in surprise, obviously surprised by what he had just said. Bilbo said quickly, I'm serious. I really don't think Smaug is scary at all. Thorin laughed out loud, it seems that our Master Baggins does have some courage. Boffer said curiously, even if it burns you to ashes in the blink of an eye? It's like the furnace has wings. The flame flashes, the burning pain passes, and puff, and you are ashes. Bilbo then looked a little unhappy, and taking a few steps back said, oh, this is indeed not so good. But compared with the dragons I have heard of, it is still quite ordinary. Gandalf glared at Boffer, and Boffer said nothing more. But Balin, who had just exchanged some stories with Aegon, asked, what dragon have you ever heard of that is more terrible than Smaug? Gandalf also looked over with interest. He subconsciously thought that Bilbo had heard the story of the black dragon Ankalagan. But Bilbo's answer surprised Gandalf. He pointed at Tanis and said, it's the dragon Mr. Tanis told me about, Folshanks the dead dragon. That's the name. I can't remember it wrong, because I happened to be writing about Mr. Tanis's adventures recently. Thorin frowned, and the dwarves looked at each other and whispered. None of them had heard of the dragon's name, and they looked at Tans, as if they wanted to ask, but were afraid that their questions would disturb the other party. Gandalf glanced at Tanis, he knew that the dragon was most likely from the other's hometown. Balin asked kindly, could you describe it to us, Mr. Bilbo Baggins? Baggins nodded. Of course. Mr. Tans told me that Folshanks is an ancient dragon covered in hard rock scales. However, due to absorbing too much death power, it has turned black. The lightning it releases is still crimson dragon lightning, but it can also release a black and gold cursed mist that can kill people instantly. Black and gold, Gandalf and Thorin saw each other at the same time, and realized from each other's eyes that they were thinking the same thing. That is the golden tree with a double helix structure in the territory of the Tans golden tree, and the forked half of it is black and gold. It is indeed related to death, Gandalf thought silently. Thorin didn't have so many thoughts. On the contrary, he thought that since Tanis could tell Bilbo this adventure story, it meant that he survived the claws of the dead dragon. Boffer made an admiring expression towards Tans and asked, Mr. Tans, what happened to the dragon? Tans said simply, dead. Philly and Kili nodded heavily. It was obvious that this result was in line with their imagination of their teacher's ability. Thoren coughed, drawing the dwarves' attention back to him, and said, "Well, now that we have the map, I'm sure our wizard will have something else to say." Balin nodded in agreement and said, "Of course. We all know that the main gate of the Lonely Mountain has been blocked. We must need another way to enter. Mr. Gandalf must have come to tell us this method." Gandalf smiled at Balin and said, "You are right, Balin. I do have a way for you to enter the Lonely Mountain." Then, the seemingly elderly wizard cleared his throat and said, "Your presence here means that you all understand that Thorin's plan does not have the support of the 7 dwarf kingdoms, because they are only loyal to the true dwarf king. I am of course aware of the position that Thorin holds in your hearts, but only by obtaining the Arkenstone can Thorin's status as king be recognized. And the Arkenstone is buried under countless mountains of gold by the evil dragon, so we need a thief to sneak into the Lonely Mountain and steal the gem." Then he looked at Bilbo with a smile and said, "And I happen to know a secret side door in the Lonely Mountain that can let our thief in." Smaug is very familiar with the smell of dwarves, but he certainly has never smelled a hobbit. Bilbo pointed at himself in surprise, his eyes wide with uncertainty as he asked, "Snitch? Me?" Oin, who had his hearing aids in his ears, asked loudly, "Do you think you are a skilled thief?" Bilbo naturally shook his head, "I am a thief? Don't be ridiculous." Then Oin took off his hearing aid and laughed, saying, "He said he was." The dwarves started making noise again, leaving Bilbo standing there at a loss, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Thorin couldn't stand the noise around him anymore and shouted, "Enough! Quiet down!" The noise made by the dwarves seemed to have been muted. Thorin finally looked at Bilbo with his own eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at him and asked, "Tell me, Mr. Baggins, have you ever fought?" Bilbo didn't quite catch it. "Excuse me, what?" Thorin didn't care and said, "Axe or sword, what weapon are you good at?" Bilbo imitated Thorin's tone and said, "If you must ask, I am better at cutting bacon into pieces. But obviously, that is not what a burglar should do." Then he sighed and said, "I am not a thief. You have found the wrong person. If you are looking for a host who can provide you with a banquet venue, it must be me. But thief, I'm sorry, I have never stolen anything since I was a child." Thorin nodded. "I think so." Balin also said, "I agree with Mr. Baggins. He is not the material of a burglar." Dwellin looked at Bilbo, who looked anything but a warrior, and added, "And the wilderness is not for a good man. He can neither fight nor take care of himself." Bilbo nodded vigorously. Gandalf looked at Bilbo, somewhat disappointed. The dwarves started a new round of quarrel over whether Bilbo Baggins could be the snitch. Just when Gandalf couldn't help but want to shout to quiet the dwarves, Tanis's voice suddenly rang out. "Excuse me, everyone, but could I ask Bilbo a few questions?" Tanis asked gently. Thorin immediately slammed the table hard, quieting the dwarves and making Bilbo feel sorry for his table for a second. Bilbo looked at Tans and met his smiling gaze. For some reason, Bilbo felt that Tans had seen through some of his inner thoughts, which made his heart beat fast. He actually also hoped that Tans could give him a push. "What did you want to ask me?" Bilbo asked, not even noticing that his tone was becoming somewhat hopeful. As a shrewd man, Gandalf immediately noticed the emotion in Bilbo's tone. He had been thinking about how to persuade Bilbo, but now it seemed that there was no need. Tanis asked, "Bilbo, what do you think of the stories I have told you about my adventures?" Bilbo praised without hesitation, "Excellent. I never thought a person's adventure story could be so colorful." Tanis nodded, then looked at the puzzled looks of the surrounding dwarves and said, "Bilbo, you can refuse these dwarves and ask them to help you clean up your house and then leave immediately. Don't worry about the burglars anymore. I can assure you that they will never dare to complain about you." The dwarves, led by Balin and Dwellin, looked at Tanis with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why Tanis would take the initiative to give Bilbo a chance to refuse. Gandalf leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, as if he didn't care what Bilbo's final choice was. As the person involved, Bilbo himself was naturally surprised. He looked at Tans, who said to him again, "I'm serious, Bilbo. As your friend, I don't like you being forced or coerced into doing anything, because you may not be ready for an adventure. So as long as you say no, I will help you settle it." Then Tans glanced towards the kitchen and said with a smile, "Of course, I will also replenish the food that the dwarves ate tonight." Bilbo whispered subconsciously, "That's not the case." "Ah." Thoren was closer to Bilbo, so he heard the hobbit's voice. He laughed and then closed his eyes like Gandalf. Tanis smiled and asked, "And what is your answer, Bilbo?" Of course I wanted to refuse." Bilbo felt that he should be able to say it immediately, but the words did not come out of his mouth. Then Bilbo shut up again, and paced back and forth. There was something took in him that had been awakened when he had heard the stories of Tans, and the coming of the dwarves had only intensified it. He wanted to see mountains, to hear the sound of pine trees and waterfalls, to explore caves, and to carry a sword instead of a cane. The dwarves looked at each other, and seemed to have noticed that what the hobbit was thinking was different from what they thought, and they couldn't help laughing. Bilbo also noticed that the atmosphere in the room had become somewhat humorous. He sighed and said, okay, I admit that I am actually very timid and indeed not a thief, but I want to join this adventure. But I am afraid that I will lose my life, Tanis. Your adventure stories are very thrilling and almost cost you your life every time. But it is so attractive to me." He lowered his head, revealing a helpless smile, not wanting others to see his expression. He said in a self-deprecating tone, "Perhaps this reason I gave will make you laugh at me. Well, go ahead and laugh at me. I'm a hobbit who's afraid of death but yearns for adventure." But no one criticized him, which made Bilbo look up in surprise. Then he heard Tanis say helplessly to Gandalf, "In fact, you saw what Bilbo's heart longed for from the beginning, so you chose him." Gandalf cleared the dust from his cigarette and said with a smile, "That's just one of the reasons. I also know that the took blood in him won't let him stay in Bag End for the rest of his life. Of course, the more important point is that hobbits walk very lightly. In fact, if they want to, they can go unnoticed by anyone. I believe Bilbo's abilities are far greater than you think." He finally looked at Thoren and said, "Only this one thing do you have to trust me." Thoren turned around and looked at Bilbo seriously again, then turned to Gandalf and said, "Well, let's do as you say." Then he said to Balin, "Give Bilbo the contract, and also give him the contract between Mr. Tans and his 3 friends." Chapter 61, Excitement before the hike. After hearing Thorin's words, Balin nodded and took out 5 thick stacks of paper contracts from his loose maroon clothes. Balin smiled and said, "These are routine procedures, mainly including cash expenses, contract duration, due remuneration, and funeral arrangements." Bilbo's originally relaxed expression immediately tensed up when he heard the last word. After Balin handed one of the contracts to Bilbo, he stood up and handed the remaining 4 to Tans and the others. Tans quickly scanned the contract handed over by Bahrain, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he quickly wrote his name on it. After Tans signed his own name, both Millicent and Aegon signed their own names without even looking at the contract. Bernal took a quick look, but was soon dazzled by the dense rules and regulations and instructions on the dwarf contract, and then signed his name. As for our hobbit, after hearing what Bahrain said about the funeral arrangements, he began to read it word by word. In addition, hobbits are also sensitive to contractual documents, so he read it very carefully. Bilbo opened all the contracts in his hand. The long contracts were almost as tall as the hobbit. "Oh!" Bilbo mused, looking at the common words written in Dwarven art. "The conditions are as follows: remuneration will be paid upon completion of the transaction. If there is any profit, it will not be less than nor exceed 1/17 of the total profit." Bilbo nodded secretly, "Well, that's fair. We are not responsible for any injuries caused by the following reasons, or any sustained injuries caused by these reasons, including but not limited to, dismemberment." Bilbo checked that he was not mistaken and glanced at Balin. And Balin, the kind dwarf, smiled politely at Bilbo. Bilbo looked down at the contract again and continued reading. "The organs are removed from the body and burned to ashes." Bilbo slammed the contract shut and held it in his hand. The adventurous spirit he had finally mustered and the blood of the Tuck family were frightened by these few words. Boffer was amused and asked deliberately, "What's the matter, our Master Baggins?" Bilbo took a deep breath and exhaled, patted his chest and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that there are too many dwarves in the house. They have taken away all my fresh air." Gandalf glared at Boffer again, his straight eyebrows almost raised, and said, "Don't scare Bilbo's hard-earned courage away, or else without him to sneak into the lonely mountain to steal the Arkenstone, you will have to confront the evil dragon who is familiar with the smell of dwarves." Boffer fell silent immediately. Balin looked at Bilbo, who was breathing heavily, and asked with concern, "Are you okay, brother?" Bilbo patted his chest again and said, "Well, I'm much better now. At least I won't faint." Balin nodded and asked, "So, is our Mr. Snitch ready to sign his own name on this contract?" Bilbo pursed his lips. "Well, actually I can sign it, but..." As mentioned before, he was indeed a coward. Just some of the text descriptions in the contract made Bilbo, who had a very rich imagination, think of the scene of his tragic death under the claws of Smaug. Bilbo looked at Gandalf and Tanis separately and asked, "But can you guarantee that I can come back safely?" Gandalf was about to reply, but Tanis spoke before him, "I cannot guarantee your return, Bilbo. But I can assure you of one thing, you will be safe from all danger until I am dead. Any enemy who wishes to harm you must step over my fallen body." Bilbo looked at Tanis, and he did not see any fear of the unknown dangers in the other's eyes. Gandalf said kindly, "Bilbo, I remember when you were little, you always left home to go into the woods to look for elves. You would stay out late, returning home after dark, covered in mud, twigs, and glowworms. What the little hobbit wanted to know most was what lay beyond the Shire." Bilbo sighed and said, Yes, Gandalf, I know what you mean. The world is not in my book, nor in my map, it is outside my window." Then he smiled and looked at Tanis. "Tanis, remember when we first parted, I asked you if I should go out for a walk?" Tanis nodded, "Of course, I still remember how I answered you. Do you have the answer to that question in your heart now?" Bilbo raised the thick stack of contracts in his hand, walked to the table, took a pen and signed his name. "Yes, I think in addition to reading your adventure stories from books, I also want to write a story about my own adventures. If I could come back, maybe I would be different from what I am now." When Gandalf heard what Bilbo said, he looked at the timid yet brave hobbit with gentle eyes. After signing his name, Bilbo looked up at the people at the table and asked, "So what should we do next? Do we need to hold another dinner for me and Tan's friends to join the expedition smoothly?" Bombur, who was stroking his big belly, nodded excitedly after hearing Bilbo's words, "That's great." Keely rolled his eyes at Bombur. "We are not like you. Bilbo already made sure we were all well fed at the dinner just now." Bilbo scratched his head. "I don't know how much you ate, but I think there should be some leftovers in the kitchen, enough for a midnight snack." Philly said quickly, "Thank you for your sentiments, Mr. Bilbo, but we really can't eat any more." Bilbo saw that even the two dwarves, Balin and Willin, shook their heads, and then he said indifferently, "All right then." Tanis laughed good-naturedly. "I had forgotten that hobbits have the habit of eating several meals a day. Look, Bilbo, you are already better than the dwarves in terms of eating alone." However, a dwarf immediately objected. Gloin shouted, "The dwarf's strength isn't eating, but drinking. Master Baggins, do you want to challenge us to a drinking contest?" Bilbo looked around at the dwarves, all of whom perked up at the mention of wine, and said quickly, "If there's nothing else to do, I think we can just disband and get some rest. When does this adventure start? Tomorrow? Or the day after tomorrow?" Then he said to himself, "Oh, I ought to have locked my door after I went, lest the Lobelias should get their eye on Bag End and steal all my silver while I was gone." Thoren said, "I think you should go and pack your luggage for your long journey, Mr. Snitch. We will leave early tomorrow morning, so you don't have much time to pack slowly." Dwarves never procrastinate. Once they decide on their destination, they set out immediately. Tanis was used to the dwarves' ways, but Bilbo obviously had not expected the dwarves to set out so early. This made him a little confused for a moment, and he didn't know what to bring. A sleeping bag for the night, a light and convenient quilt, and clean clothes to change into. Maybe I should also bring some soap or something so that I can take a bath or wash clothes by the river. Bilbo began to get excited. This was the first time he decided to travel far away and go on an adventure with wizards and dwarves. His heart couldn't help but beat fast. "I'm afraid Bilbo will have trouble sleeping tonight." Tan said at this time, "Why not take this opportunity to introduce to you the helpers I brought with me on this trip?" Thoren heard this and smiled happily. "Okay, then be quiet. Let's listen to what powerful helpers the great wizard, Tanis, the Lord of the Golden Tree, has brought us." Bilbo, who was already very excited, quickly moved a stool and sat down at the dining table, pricked up his ears and opened his eyes wide, waiting attentively for Tanis' words. The dwarves fell silent, and except for Philly and Keely, the other dwarves looked at Tanis eagerly. Thoren mainly wanted to let his compatriots other than Philly and Keely know how powerful the three humans who came with Tanis were, in order to boost morale. After all, they were facing the evil dragon that destroyed their hometown. Thoren knew that although these brave dwarf compatriots responded to his call, they must still be afraid of Smaug in their hearts. He sent many letters to Tans, and Tans replied to them all seriously, including introducing to Thoren the 3 humans who came with Tans. Bernard, there is no need to explain this. Thoren knew that the other party was the teacher of Fili and Kili, and he saw it with his own eyes. The growth of Fili and Kili was obvious to him and the other dwarves. Although their personalities had not changed much, their strength was far greater than it was last year. The dwarves actually knew about Bernal from Fili and Kili, so when Tans introduced him, they all applauded enthusiastically. Although Bernard had never taught other dwarves, Fili and Kili, who also regarded them as crown princes, had already regarded Bernard as the dwarves' mentor, which was why they were so enthusiastic. Bilbo was secretly surprised, because he knew that Bernal was a human with similar strength to Tans, and Tans told him this himself. Quasi-King Bernal, he remembered that Tans called him that. Wait, could it be that these 3 humans Tans brought with him are all legends that appeared in his story? So Bilbo looked carefully, and first he looked at the beautiful, silent woman sitting next to Tanis. With her crimson hair and striking golden metal prosthetic hand, she must be the Miss Millicent that Mr. Tans mentioned. A swordsman with noble character. The other old man was wearing armor that looked like it was pieced together, and his pupils were like dragon pupils when they were erected. He must be Mr. Aegon, the dragon warrior who had faced the mad dragon Bale together with Mr. Tans. Bilbo almost cried out in excitement. He never thought that he would be able to go on adventures with 3 legends in the story. Oh my god, I actually met a living legend. While Bilbo was feeling emotionally stirred, Tanis finished introducing Millicent and Aegon. However, compared to Millicent, the dwarves paid more attention to Aegon. After all, his name was Dragon Warrior. And their final enemy on this journey is Smaug, an evil dragon. That's great. We have a powerful dragon slayer following us this time. Smaug will definitely die in his hands. Boffer said happily. Aegon laughed loudly and said, I promised Tans that I would plunge my harpoon into the dragon's body even if it meant risking my life. Harpoon? The dwarves, like Millicent at the beginning, looked confused when they heard Aegon talk about harpoons. Tans added promptly, what Aegon called a harpoon was actually an arrow he made from some kind of rock that resembles dragon scales. The dwarves' confused expressions disappeared and they began to shout at each other again, all talking nonsense and belittling Smaug. Thoren slapped the table again and said loudly, well, Mr. Tanis has finished introducing the powerful allies he brought with him. Now it's time to rest. Boffer, and Bomber, you 3 brothers, help our snitch master clean up the kitchen. The others can find a room to rest. Bilbo came back to his senses after hearing Thoren's words and quickly stood up from his seat. There are many rooms in Bag End, but it's a bit winding. Let me lead the way. The night passed, and Bilbo was too excited to sleep, as expected, so he started to check if everything was ready for the next day. It was not until dawn that he closed his bright eyes due to fatigue and fell headfirst onto the bed. But poor Bilbo felt he had not slept long before he was shaken awake. Hey, Mr. Snitch, wake up. Boffer came to Bilbo's bed and shook his shoulders. Bilbo groaned tiredly, his eyes half awake, and yawned as he half sat up from the warm bed. Are we going to set off? Boffer smiled at the sleepy hobbit and nodded, saying, yes, Thoren and the others are already outside, ready. You are the only one missing. Then Boffer looked down at a suitcase and 2 bulging sacks beside the bed and asked, are these the luggage you are taking? Bilbo nodded, still in shock. Yes, that's them. Well, where are you taking them? Boffer hung the suitcase over his shoulder, then easily picked up the hobbit's large cloth bag with his left and right hands, raised his foot and was about to turn around. He turned around after hearing Bilbo's cry and said in confusion, of course I'm helping you carry it out the door. Bilbo's sleepiness flew away, and he woke up and asked quickly, wait, going out? Don't you need breakfast? Shouldn't we eat and drink enough before setting out in the warm morning sunshine? Boffer suddenly understood and smiled, shaking his head. No, we can just make a quick breakfast while we're riding. Hurry up, Bilbo, and don't keep Thoren and the others waiting. Then the dwarf walked out of Bag End with the hobbit's luggage without looking back. Chapter 62. Home is behind you, and the world is in front of you. Bilbo hurriedly put on his warm clothes and walked out of Bag End. The stone path outside his fence was crowded with ponies, with dwarfs sitting in the saddles. At this time, Hobbiton was very quiet, and more than 90% of the hobbits were still sleeping soundly. It was already 9 in the morning when they opened their eyes. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, the hobbits' day would begin. As for the remaining 10%, they were patrolmen carrying lanterns and a certain big shot who was woken up by the dwarf. The dwarves spoke to each other in low voices because they were worried that their voices would be too loud and disturb the hobbits who were still asleep. "Actually, I think we can really have breakfast before setting off," Bilbo said, looking at Thoren who was riding on his horse, wondering what he was thinking. He noticed that Thoren had a pendant around his neck compared to last night. It was an old, aged black iron key, about the size of his palm. It was last night, after the dwarves had gone to bed, that Gandalf found the key to the side door of Lonely Mountain that Thoren had given him, and by the way, he exchanged some news about Thoren's father with him. Obviously, Gandalf did not bring good news, so Thoren was in a slightly depressed mood this morning. Thoren noticed Bilbo's gaze, put the key into his collar, and replied, "We must set off as soon as possible, and I think you should be well prepared in advance. This is not a journey, but an expedition, Master Burglar." Then he looked at Fili and Kili and said, "Give our hobbit a pony." No, that's not necessary. I still need to lock the door." "Thank you, I can definitely keep up with you on foot. I've always loved hiking. I tell you, I once walked all the way to Frogtown." Bilbo was still thinking of refusing, as he felt that he could catch up with Thoren and the others just by using his legs. In fact, it was because he had never ridden a horse before, so he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Then Fili and Kili each grabbed one of his shoulders and lifted him up. Bilbo let out a cry of panic as he was placed on the saddle of a pony. Just now, Boffer had hung all of Bilbo's luggage on the pony. Fili smiled and patted Bilbo's shoulder. "Relax, she is a good girl and will not throw you to the ground." Kili added from the other side, "Only if you don't hurt her. Pay attention to the reins in your hands and don't use too much force." At this time, Tanis came over riding Torret. Even though Bilbo was sitting on the pony, Torret was still half a body taller than him. The wise horse snorted at Bilbo, and it was obvious that he remembered the hobbit and the sweet apples he had fed to Torret last time. "Oh, Tanis! Good morning." Bilbo's voice was trembling because he had never ridden a horse before. Tanis smiled and said, "Good morning, my dear Bilbo. Don't be nervous. Relax your body. You will soon feel sore in your hips if you keep tensing like this. Leave it to your horse. If all else fails, you can bribe it with an apple." Bilbo felt the unsteadiness of his hips and said, "I wanted to use the apple, but I left in such a hurry that I didn't even lock the door." "Yes, I didn't lock the door." At this time, Boffer passed by and threw a bunch of keys to Bilbo. Bilbo reached out to catch it and found that it was the key to his own house. Bilbo looked at Boffer and asked, "How did you get the key to my house?" Boffer said matter-of-factly, "I found it by your bed this morning, just before I woke you up. Don't worry, Mr. Burglar, I checked your door carefully and locked it for you." Then he rode away on his pony, which was about the same size as Bilbo, humming a song. Bilbo started to speak but stopped himself. He tried to raise his hand but then realized he was sitting on a horse and put it down again, holding the reins tightly. Finally, he looked at Tanis and complained, "I think he is a better thief than me. Sometimes I really don't know what the dwarves are thinking." Tanis nodded in agreement. "That's true, but once you get used to the ways of these dwarves, I think you'll fall in love with them." "Me? Falling in love with these dwarves is such a bad joke," Bilbo said in surprise. He finally looked back at Bag End, which was gradually retreating behind him, and sighed, "But no matter what, the journey has begun." "Yes, Bilbo. The world is before your eyes, and your home is behind you. The legendary journey of a hobbit has just begun in a hurry." Gandalf came over with a smile on his face. Bilbo just gave an awkward but polite smile to the wizard who was always preaching, and then suddenly sneezed. Tanis asked with concern, "What's wrong, Bilbo? Are you feeling a little cold? I have some small cold weather items I can lend you." Bilbo's nose seemed to be about to burst, and he said as he rummaged in his pockets, "No, it's horsehair. I need to find my handkerchief." But Bilbo did not find his handkerchief in his pocket. "Oh, I won't leave him at home, will I?" Bilbo's eyes widened, and he turned around suddenly. He was about to shout loudly to ask the team to stop so that he could go home and get his handkerchief. Boffer slackened his pace again, and Bilbo came up to him at that moment. He looked at Bilbo's actions and said with an expression of astonishment, "I put your handkerchief in the right pocket beside the horse's belly. When I was locking the door for you just now, I saw your handkerchief fall out of the pocket and onto the floor." Bilbo looked at Boffer and at the same time felt in the pocket beside the horse's belly, and sure enough, he felt a soft, clean handkerchief that exuded a sweet fragrance. "Oh, thank you." Bilbo nodded. Boffer nodded as well. "You're welcome." Then he rode back to his brothers Biff and Bombur, humming happily as before. As an aside, because Bombur is much heavier than a normal dwarf, the dwarf's pony cannot bear it, so he rides a normal-sized horse, which he shares with his brother Biff. Tan said at this time, "There shouldn't be any problems now, right?" Bilbo curled his lips. "To be honest, I have some. I got up so early and haven't had breakfast yet. Now my stomach is growling. Not only that, I haven't put on my hat yet, let alone my wallet. I'm penniless now, not a penny at all." Gandalf came over with a smile, holding a lot of hats in his hands. "There are many kinds of hats here, my dear Bilbo, which one do you want to choose?" Bilbo cried out in surprise, "Where did you get all those hats, Gandalf? This kind of question is nothing but a trick for wizards, Bilbo Baggins." Gandalf waved his hand, and finally changed it to Bilbo's favorite light brown flat-billed hat and handed it over. Bilbo took it, put it on, and then asked, "The hat problem is solved. I don't think you need me to pay for anything with the money. So how do we solve the problem of breakfast? Let's make it clear that we hobbits will not feel hungry until we have eaten 2 breakfasts." Millicent happened to be riding a normal horse next to Tanis. After hearing this, she subconsciously asked, "Why do you not feel hungry if you eat 2 meals?" Bilbo smiled and said, "Because by the time the second meal is over, it will be almost noon and time for lunch." Millicent was surprised at the hobbit's appetite and looked at Tanis, who shrugged. Thoren, who was in the front, rode his horse and turned downhill. Next behind him came his 2 nephews, Fili and Kili, and then Balin and Dwalin. Next came Oin and Gloin, distant relatives of Balin and Dwalin. Next are Dori, Nori, and Ori. Although they look inconspicuous, they are actually also royal members of the Durin family, although not direct blood relatives. At the end were Bifur, Boffer and Bombur. Their status was not as noble as their companions in front. They were just descendants of the dwarves of Hazad-dûm. And after that, it was Tanis, Bilbo, and the others. Gandalf rode behind Boffer on his white horse, and Bilbo's pony walked beside Gandalf, and on his right was Torret. Gandalf and Tanis worked together to protect Bilbo in the center. Finally, there is the combination of Bernal, Millicent, and Aegon. Bernal deliberately fell behind, as he was responsible for the safety of the rear of the team. His knight's great sword was unsheathed, and the blade was carried on his shoulder armor, as he rode on horseback. Because there were so many people, the expedition team was very long, which also attracted the attention of the few hobbits who got up early. "I say, Mr. Bilbo, where are you going?" A hobbit standing by the road saw Bilbo and asked loudly. Bilbo smiled back and said proudly, "Me? I'm going on an adventure." "Adventure? Oh, you must be crazy, poor Bilbo." The hobbit chewed on the word, immediately understood its meaning, and instantly lost interest in the team. He shook his head and prepared to return to his orchard to pick vegetables and fruits for breakfast, and then sit outside the door, smoking his pipe all day. That's what a proper hobbit would do. Bilbo felt a little disappointed, as he thought he would receive other people's blessings. But he soon put the hobbit's words out of his mind and began to look forward to it. Goo! But the rumbling of his stomach made Bilbo realize that what he should be looking forward to most now was when breakfast would start. An hour after the expedition left Hobbiton and passed a pool and a meadow, Bilbo finally couldn't help but ask the question loudly. Thoren, who was walking in front, heard Bilbo's shout, stopped his horse, turned around and said, "We have to reach the old forest tonight, so there is no way you can stop and slowly make a fire and cook, Master Burglar." Bilbo frowned and cried, "But one must eat. I am very hungry." "Aren't you hungry too?" He looked at Tanis and asked, "Tanis, don't you think we should have breakfast?" Tanis blinked. He really wasn't hungry yet, but he didn't want to refuse Bilbo, so he could only blink. Then Bilbo looked at Gandalf again. "Aren't you hungry too, Gandalf?" "Well, oh hee, the tobacco from the Shire is really good." Gandalf naturally didn't feel hungry, so he could only talk about other things while holding the cigarette in his mouth. Just as Bilbo was about to continue asking, Bombur's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Then the sound was like a contagion, from Boffer to Bifer, to Gloin, Dwellin, Philly and Keely, and one after another every dwarf's stomach made this sound. Goo! Even Thoren was the same. Bilbo looked smug and raised an eyebrow at Thoren, causing the dwarf leader to look away. Thoren said in a deep voice, "Then give us 20 minutes to quickly finish our breakfast." The expedition team stopped temporarily. In fact, the dwarves had wanted to have breakfast for a long time, but they did not dare to make this request because of Thoren's majesty. Bilbo was the most industrious, for he was really hungry. He took out a frying pan and a fire starter from his luggage, and then skillfully built a fire with small stones from the soil. The dwarves gathered some dry grass and twigs and put them inside, and Bilbo started the fire. Then he put on a solemn expression, put a small piece of butter in the pan and spread it evenly, then put in the sausage and bacon. The dwarves suddenly felt that the dry, cold food in their hands had no taste, and all their eyes were fixed on Bilbo's pan. "I didn't quite catch you," Bilbo asked, shaking the pan to prevent the food from burning. "Where are we going to stay tonight?" Thoren silently put his dry food back into the bag, looked up at Bilbo and said slowly, "Old Linear." Bilbo smiled and nodded. "Very good, Old Forest, Old Forest." His smile froze, and the frying pan in his hand stopped shaking. Bombur looked longingly at the piece of bacon he had set his eyes on, which was gradually emitting a fragrant aroma. "What's the matter with you, Bilbo? That piece of pork bacon is about to burn." Then Bilbo uttered a rat-like shriek. "What? We're going to spend the night in the old wood? No, 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 not at all. Not at all." Thoren frowned and asked seriously, "Why? What's the reason?" cried Bilbo, giving Bombur the piece of bacon in the pan. "Because the old wood is mysterious and dangerous. They say in Hobbiton that the trees of the old wood will eat you in your sleep." Just then Bombur put the piece of bacon into his mouth, and the grease coated his lips. Chapter 63. Old Forest. Before the Second Age, Eriador, the End region, and even east of the Misty Mountains were covered with continuous forests. Over the next several thousand years, after the Númenóreans' wanton felling and the countless wars of the Dark Ages, only a few scattered patches of the once dense ancient forest remained. The remaining woods on its northernmost edge were called the Old Forest. In the middle of the Third Age, the Old Forest was part of the kingdom of Card Olan, whose territory stretched from the Barrow Downs in the east to the river Barandwin in the west. In the year 2340 of the Third Age, a hobbit named Goindad Oldbuck left the Shire and settled in the area between the east bank of the Brandywine River and the Old Wood, which later became Buckland. The hobbits who lived there cut down some of the trees to make room for their houses. They built a high fence between their homestead and the old woods, and it was said that the trees of the old woods had tried to climb over the fence and invade the Buckland. The hobbits fought back by felling hundreds of trees and setting fire to the overgrowth, creating a burnt patch that remains to this day. As a result, Old Linds's hostility towards the hobbits deepened. Thus, many hobbits in the Shire believed that the trees of the old wood were somehow awake and had ill intentions towards them. Bilbo Baggins was one of the hobbits who believed that the old forest was awake. He screamed and told the rumors and stories he knew about the old forest, and strongly opposed Thoren staying there tonight. But Thoren asked, "Have you ever been to the old wood yourself, Master Burglar?" Then Bilbo was instantly silenced. He flushed, and, gesturing with his hands, his pan had been taken over by Boffer, who continued to cook, said, "It makes no difference whether I've been there or not. Why, if I had been there, you would never have seen me alive. Why would I have gone there, such a dangerous place? No hobbit who values life would go into the old forest, let alone spend the night there. Don't get too excited, Bilbo. I understand how you feel." Tans put a gentle pressure on Bilbo's shoulder to calm him down. Bilbo lowered his hand when he heard Tan's voice, but his mouth continued to speak. "Tanis, you have to listen to me on this matter. Although I am a hobbit who stays at home and has never gone hiking, I have read more texts than these dwarves have eaten more rice. As a hobbit, I know the situation of the old forest very well. In Hobbiton, the bad reputation of the old forest is known to everyone, including women and children," Bilbo said. Thoren was not angry at Bilbo's attitude. On the contrary, he said seriously, "Go on and tell me everything you know about the old forest." Bilbo put his hands on his hips and nodded, "Okay, since you want to know, I'll tell you. The other dwarves had gathered round the fire which had risen on the grass, and were eating their breakfast which Boffer had cooked in a frying pan, and watching Bilbo intently. As for Tanis, Gandalf, Bernard, Millicent, and Aegon, they stood beside their mounts. Bilbo's mouth twitched. I don't know why it's suddenly become like a storytelling session, but as long as you listen to my advice and understand the dangers of the old forest, that's all that's good. Then he cleared his throat and began to tell his story. The stories told by those who have come to Hobbiton from outside prove the dangers of the old wood. Those who pass through it, whether they have bad intentions or not, are violently lashed by the branches. The trees move without wind, whisper in the night, and sometimes drop branches or raise their roots as people pass by. Those terrifying, moving trees can cause people who enter the forest to lose their way and lead them deeper into the woods. There are also rumors that the paths in the old forest will change their direction and even monitor those who enter. Paths that appear peaceful and safe on the surface can lead people into the most terrifying depths of the forest. Bilbo felt his mouth dry after he had spoken so much. Boffer kindly handed over a water bag, and Bilbo thanked him and drank it in big gulps. He put down the water bag, looked at Thoren and asked, "That's all? Do you still want to spend the night in the old forest tonight?" Thoren shook his head. "No, you have told me of the dangers, and therefore I do not intend to pass the night in the old forest." Bilbo smiled happily. Thoren then changed the subject, "But the dangers you speak of are all caused by travelers entering the old forest. Moreover, those so-called trees in the old forest harbor ill will towards you hobbits. Therefore, our destination today remains the old forest. However, we will not enter. We will camp outside." Bilbo's smile froze on his face and he froze. Amid the hobbits' dejected expressions, the dwarves laughed, and after a noisy breakfast, the team set off again. The dwarves were very happy. They told stories or sang songs while riding horses. Bilbo was riding on his own pony, looking very unhappy, and was lost in thought. Tanis patted Torret's horse's back, bringing it closer to Bilbo, and asked, "Are you still worried about the old forest?" Bilbo was slightly startled by Tanis's sudden question and replied, Oh. Yes, because every hobbit says it's dangerous there, including my grandparents, my parents, and I grew up listening to the rumors about the old forest." Gandalf came over and said, "But that's just a rumor after all. You haven't witnessed it yourself, have you?" Bilbo said crossly, "But the hobbits who went to the old forest and never came back were real, Gandalf." Tanis looked at Gandalf and asked, "You have been to many places. What do you know about the old forest, Gandalf?" When Bilbo heard this, he looked at the old wizard curiously. Gandalf took a puff of his cigarette and said with a smile, "I don't know much more than you, Bilbo. The only thing we should be careful about is not going into the old forest alone at night. The trees there are indeed different from those in other forests." Bilbo frowned. "So you actually knew there was danger there, so why didn't you stop Thoren?" Gandalf took another drag from his cigarette and said, "If we do not spend the night on the road outside the old wood, I am afraid we shall reach the Barrow Downs in the dead of night if we continue on, Bilbo." Then he asked with a smile, "Would you rather spend the night outside the old forest, where it's less dangerous, or in the Barrow Hills, where the howling of wights is everywhere?" Bilbo said speechlessly, "Must we choose between these two options?" Tanis said, "To be honest, I admire you hobbits for having the guts to live near these two places." Bilbo said, "There's nothing strange about it. We've been doing this all these years. As long as we don't go to the old forest or the Barrow Downs, we won't be in any danger." Then he muttered, "But I'm actually going to the old forest on my own initiative right now. This is crazy." Tanis laughed good-naturedly after hearing Bilbo's muttering. He said, "This is the meaning of adventure, Bilbo. Go to the dangerous places you've heard of, see with your own eyes that they are different from what you've heard, and then bring these experiences back and tell others." Think about it, when everyone in Hobbiton was discussing the dangers of the old forest, but no one had ever been there. And then you stood up, confidently told them that you had been there, and then told them what happened there. It's actually a great feeling. Bilbo thought about it and nodded. "It seems to be the case. Well, you convinced me." Tan smiled and said, "Of course, more importantly, I am confident that I can protect you and the other dwarves. Otherwise, I would not have let Thoren go near the old forest like this." Bilbo shrugged. "Then I'll leave it to you." Gandalf also joined in the fun and said, "Please help an old man like me, Tanis." Tanis just rolled his eyes at Gandalf's words. Gandalf needs protection? That's a complete joke. Who was it that wielded the ritual straight sword so skillfully during the Oak's attack? Thorin's expedition continued its journey and soon passed through the territory of the hobbits. Bilbo had arrived in a place he had never been to before. The terrain here is very open, the residents are decent and upright, the roads are flat, and there are one or two inns occasionally. From time to time, you can see dwarves or farmers strolling by, busy with their own business. These dwarves did not focus their attention on Thorin's team, because although a team of more than a dozen people like theirs was not a large number, there were still other similar large teams on the avenue. Moreover, Thoren had his hood pulled up so that the dwarves passing by him did not notice that the person riding on the horse was none other than the king of the dwarves of Durin. The expedition team did not attract anyone's attention here, perhaps because it was relatively close to Hobbiton, so no strange people appeared. The expedition continued along the road eastward and soon came to a place where the locals spoke very strangely. In Gandalf's words, they were speaking some variant dialect of the common language of men. These natives also sang songs that Bilbo had never heard before. Of course, Tans and the others hadn't heard of it either. Then Thorin led the team off the official road and into the small path next to it. Bilbo did not know how long the team had been marching. He only remembered that when the sun was high in the sky, the team stopped to have lunch and then continued on their way. Now, they were deep in the wilderness, with no human habitation, no hotels or inns to be seen, and even the road conditions were getting worse and worse. This made Bilbo want to ask Thorin if he had taken the wrong path. However, when he saw that Tanis and Gandalf on his left and right did not object, he thought it was not his turn to speak up, so he kept quiet. The sky gradually darkened, from fiery red to dusk and then to black in less than an hour. The road ahead could no longer be seen clearly on the ground, even with a torch. Especially before dark, Thorin had already seen the lush, dark green forest not far ahead. The trees seemed to block out the sun, and it was obviously the old forest that Bilbo mentioned. And now, in the night, the old forest looked even more eerie, causing Thorin to stop his horse. He raised the torch in his hand, looked toward the weed-covered road on both sides, pointed to the small hill on the right and said, "Let's rest there tonight." "Oh, we can finally take a break." Keely behind Thorin cheered happily. Philly wanted to do the same, but after being looked at by Thorin, he could only swallow his words and look at his brother who was cheering with envy. But for Tans, Keely's cheers were of no importance, because the dwarves had been noisy all the way, and one more cheer at this time would not make much difference. Bilbo also breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of Tans, he got off the saddle of his pony in a tortuous manner and almost fell down. He felt his legs go weak, his buttocks seemed to have lost sensation, and his legs were trembling. Bilbo swore that if Tanis had not held his arm tightly like a vice, he would have sat down on the ground. "What's the matter with me?" asked Bilbo. Tans called Torret back to the whistle and replied, "You've been riding for too long. It's normal. Don't be nervous." Bilbo looked at the dwarves who were still full of life, pointed at them and asked, "Then why are they okay?" Gandalf, who had already tied up his horse, came over and said with a smile, "I think that if a hobbit were to compete with a dwarf who has been travelling all year round in terms of physical fitness, the latter would obviously win." Bilbo sighed. "Well, I'll have to get someone to pitch the tent for me, and I'll have to rest my legs." Tans smiled and said, "That's no problem." Then he turned to Millicent and Aegon and called out, "Our lovely hobbit needs help." But before Millicent and Aegon could answer, Boffer's voice came, "What does he need?" Tanis looked at the dwarf with some surprise. He had actually noticed that since they set out early this morning, the dwarf seemed to have been hanging around Bilbo intentionally or unintentionally. Whenever Bilbo had any problems, Boffer would always respond promptly and come to help. Tanis smiled at the attentive dwarf and said, "His legs are numb from riding, and he needs someone to support him. As for the rest, let Bilbo tell you himself." Aegon came over at this time and said loudly, "Then I will help you get the things." Bilbo seemed a little overwhelmed by the two overly enthusiastic people. He said it was not necessary and was taken to the small hill by Aegon and Boffer to rest. Bernard and Millicent came to Tans at the same time. Bernard looked at the forest in the distance and laughed, "It seems that there are indeed some strange things in that old forest." Millicent nodded. "Well, ever since the woods came into our sight, I've felt a lot of eyes looking at us." Tans said, "It seems that our three feelings are correct. Although this place is still some distance away from the woods, just in case, Bernal, the first half of the night's guard duty will be handed over to you and Aegon. Millicent, you and I will guard the second half of the night together. Chapter 64. The Unlucky Dwarf. Bilbo lay in the tent, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, so he simply threw back the covers and went out. What's wrong? Do you want to go to the toilet? Bernard's voice suddenly sounded from beside Bilbo, startling the little hobbit. He looked over and breathed a sigh of relief when he recognized Bernard. He stretched his body and said, I don't need to go to the bathroom. I didn't eat much last night. I just can't sleep. No matter where I lie down, I always bump into dirty branches or small stones in the dirt. At the same time the dwarves began to snore, especially Bombers, which sounded like thunder. Bilbo gave a thumbs up to where Bomber was and gave Bernard a helpless smile, and these snorings. Bernal was sitting by the fire, holding a great sword in his arms, his chin covered with stubble. He patted his side and asked, if you really can't sleep, come and keep watch with me. Maybe after a while, you'll feel sleepy. Bilbo thought about it, and finally nodded and walked over, okay. He walked over to Bernal, first spread a clean mat on the ground, and then sat on it. Would you like some apples? Don't let anyone else see. Bilbo took out 2 shiny apples from his pocket like magic and asked Bernard. Bernard raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. He took the apple and took a bite. The sweet juice flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. This cheered Bernard up a lot. He said, is it your hobbit habit to carry snacks with you? Bilbo took a bite of his apple and mumbled, well, I suppose I should put some food in my pockets. It will come in handy when I get hungry and it's not time for dinner yet. Then Bilbo ate his apple and enjoyed the night view he had never seen before with great interest. As night fell, the stars gradually faded, and the road across the plain stretched out under the hazy moonlight. From time to time, the low chirping of crickets could be heard from the grass beside the road, occasionally mingling with the howling of wild animals in the distance. The night breeze blew gently, ruffling Bilbo's clothes and bringing with it a scent of earth and wild flowers. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at the old forest in the distance that the hobbits had talked about for generations. Those trees didn't seem so scary. Bernard noticed Bilbo's gaze and asked with a smile, do you also think there is something watching us from those woods? Bilbo was stunned. It was obvious that he had not expected Bernard to ask him this question. He replied, no, I was just thinking about how everyone I know is talking about the dangers of the old forest. But now I'm less than a few hundred meters away from the old forest, and I don't feel anything that makes me uncomfortable. As for the gazes looking this way, I think it's probably wild animals scouting around in the night. After all, we have the firelight here, so it's normal for them to notice us. Bernal smiled meaningfully. If only it were really just a beast hunting at night. Bilbo shuddered at Bernard's words. He wrapped himself in his thick clothes and asked, what do you mean? Are there other people in the old forest besides us? Bernard narrowed his eyes and looked at the forest. It's hard to say. Maybe they're not even human. Bilbo curled his lips. What is this, time for scary stories at night? Bernard just smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, so what do you want to talk about? About Tanis, for example, said Bilbo. Bernard glanced at Bilbo and said, but I remember Tan said he told you all his stories, didn't he? Bilbo nodded. Yes, but he hasn't told me many details yet. For example, what is his relationship with Millicent? Bernard showed a surprised look. I never thought you were such a gossipy person, Mr. Bilbo. Bilbo shook his head repeatedly. No, this is not gossip. I am asking seriously. Mr. Rogers' last visit has already allowed me to supplement many of Tanis's adventures in detail. So I also want to know from you some aspects that Tanis may not have paid attention to. Bernard chuckled. That's a very novel way of gossiping, but unfortunately, I don't know the specific relationship between that female swordsman and Tans. From what I've observed, Tans treats her as a confidant, not a romantic interest. Bilbo nodded in agreement. What are you talking about? A voice that did not belong to Bilbo and Bernard sounded behind them, startling the former and almost causing the apple in his hand to fall to the ground. Bernal did not react much, as he had already heard the undisguised footsteps behind him. Hello, Mr. Bernard. Boffer appeared with a smiling face and greeted Bernard respectfully. Bernard nodded and gestured for the dwarf to sit over. Bilbo, having recovered from his fright, said, why are you not asleep, Boffer? Boffer was surprised for a moment and said, "Of course I am not asleep, Bilbo. It is my watch time now." Bilbo said, "Oh, really? I thought Mr. Bernard was the only one keeping watch." Boffer said, "Besides me, there's Bifur. But Bifur and I just woke up and relieved Oin and Gloin." Then he raised his head and frowned, "But they said they were going to the bathroom, but they haven't come back in nearly 10 minutes. Even if they were going to the toilet, they should have finished." Bilbo didn't care and just joked, maybe they both had stomach upset last night, so it took a long time. Bernal asked seriously, "They've been gone for so long, aren't you and Biff going to go look for them?" Boffer nodded. "Bifur went to find them, and I came to inform you, Mr. Bernard, in case Thoren woke up in the middle of the night and didn't see Bifur and me, wondering where we were." Bilbo finished the rest of his apple and said, "I thought you were here to eavesdrop on our conversation." Boffer nodded. "In fact, I did hear your conversation and realized Mr. Bernal was here." Bernal interrupted the conversation and asked Boffer, "How long has Bifur been away?" Boffer was stunned. "Not long ago, about 2 minutes ago." Bernard sighed, stood up, pulled the knight's sword from its scabbard, and said to Bilbo, "Bilbo, go wake up Tanis. Bifur and the others may be in trouble, I will go to help them. Boffer, come here and show me the way." Bilbo became nervous and nodded quickly, "Yes, Mr. Bernard." Boffer's expression also became serious. He took a step forward, followed Bernard with a torch in hand, and pointed in a direction near the old forest. Brothers Oin and Gloin went in this direction because they wanted to find a more secluded place for convenience, said Boffer. Bernard looked at them, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He said, "So they headed towards the old forest. The only thing worth praising is that they weren't stupid. At least they went there together." At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly appeared in front. Bernard immediately protected Boffer behind him, raised the knight's sword with one hand and pointed it at the place where the sound came from. "I'm N.A. Bifur." The voice of the man who had heard the footsteps had evidently seen what was happening, and he spoke anxiously in Dwarvish. Boffer immediately recognized his brother's voice and hastened to explain the meaning of the words to Benar, but Benar did not lower his sword until the other man appeared within the glare of the torches. Boffer explained, "Because my brother was hit on the head by an axe, his brain is damaged and he can only speak Dwarvish." Then Biff glared at Bernard and said a lot of gibberish. Bernal didn't understand, so he looked at Boffer and asked, "What is your brother talking about?" Boffer nodded to Bifur and replied, "He said he found the shoes and the axe that fell from Oin and Gloin, but he didn't see anyone. What's even stranger is that there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, as if Oin and Gloin had suddenly disappeared." Bernal frowned, "What was the scene like?" Bifur understood the common speech, so he spoke Dwarvish to Boffer. Boffer, acting as interpreter again, said, "He said there were only a few willow trees at the site, and no signs of other animals." Bernard almost laughed out loud when he heard willow. Because of his height, he gently pressed Boffer's shoulder and said, "I know where Oin and Gloin are going. Come with me." Bifur looked at Boffer in confusion. Boffer looked at his brother and decided to go over with Bernal to take a look first. At least Mr. Bernard couldn't go alone. That's what they thought. Bifur took another torch from Boffer, and at the same time, he grasped the one-handed battle axe at his waist tightly in his hand, and followed Bernal carefully. The place where Oin and Gloin disappeared was not far from the camp, only about 40 steps away. It was obvious that they really just wanted to find a secluded place to solve their urgent problems. After all, no one wants to sleep smelling like urine. Bernard looked at one of the oldest willow trees and said to Bifur and Boffer, "Raise your torches and look up." The two dwarves obediently followed Bernal's instructions and raised their torches upwards. Then they saw a scene that shocked them. The missing Oin and Gloin were trapped by one willow branch after another and entangled in the treetops. Oin and Gloin also had willow branches wrapped around their mouths. When they realized their companions had noticed them, they kept making sounds, their eyes almost filled with excitement as if tears were coming out. The scene of Bifur leaving just now made Oin and Gloin's hearts sink. But if Bifur had walked a dozen seconds later, he would have been caught by these strange willow branches and hung upside down on the treetops just like Oin and Gloin. Boffer covered his mouth and cried out in surprise, "By Durin, what are these?" The willow branches crawled slowly on Oin and Gloin's bodies as if they had life, causing them to twist their bodies in fear from time to time. The willow branches that sensed the fire and were closest to the torches avoided it like snakes. Oin and Gloin's eyes seemed to desperately say, "Get us down here." Bernal understood the dwarf's pleading eyes, raised his great sword, and with a flash of cold light, Oin and Gloin fell to the ground along with the cut willow branches. Boffer and Bifer never saw Bernal swing his sword. "Oh, that hurts." Groin nimbly got up from the ground and said as he ran while touching his sore butt. The willow tree on which they were hung began to shake violently after Bernal cut off some of its branches. The whole tree seemed to be roaring in pain, causing the ground near the willow tree to tremble slightly. Boffer and Bifer, rushing to help Oin and Gloin, felt the ground vibrate beneath their feet. Boffer shouted in confusion, "Ooh, what's going on?" But his hands were not slow to move. He reached out and grabbed Groin, pulling him back. Just at this moment, the ground where Groin had just been standing suddenly cracked, and a huge tree root covered with moist soil rolled over. Gloin looked at the tree's roots with a lingering fear and cried out, "By Durin, this willow tree is like a farmer with his hands full of whips." Bifer and Oin were not as lucky as Groin. Perhaps because of their recent failure, the two dwarves were attacked by more tree roots. However, relying on the dwarves' natural control of body balance, they did not fall into the suddenly cracked ground, but nimbly stepped on the emerging tree roots or raised clods of earth to avoid several attacks. At this moment, Bernal's slash cut off all the tree roots and saved Bifer and Oin. "Oh, thank you so much. Although my hearing aid was lost under this willow tree and I can't hear what you are saying, I still want to say thank you," Oin shouted to Bernard. Bernal swung his sword again, and several more branches were cut down. There was no way the willow could get past Bernal and attack the dwarf. "Mr. Bernal. Something seems to be wrong with the other trees too. They seem to have moved just now." Boffer hid behind Bernal and reminded him when he saw the other trees. Gloin shouted, "They must be in the same group. These trees weren't that close to Oin and me just now. They are moving trees." Bernard simply warned the dwarves, "Get down on the ground and be careful not to get hit by my sword." He didn't feel any tension, and his eyes were as calm as water, without a trace of ripples. He swung the knight's great sword in his hand, and invisible vacuum blades shot towards the surrounding trees like sharp arrows, drawing sharp trajectories in the air and instantly penetrating the thick tree trunks. The trees were cut in half by the vacuum blade, making a series of roaring sounds. "That's wonderful, Mr. Bernard." Boffer and his friends acted as the atmosphere group, making cheerful noises. The people in the old forest are not tree people like Ents, but creatures called Worn. They could be Ents that became like trees, or trees that became Ent-like, or even a combination of both. It can be understood as being in a transitional state between a tree and an Ent. As mentioned earlier, the hobbits' indiscriminate cutting down of trees in the old forest provoked these Worn, so they mistook the dwarves, who were also short in stature, for hobbits. Chapter 65. The Moving Tree. The noise made by Bernal and others naturally woke up the sleeping dwarves. But before Thoren and the others woke up, Tanis had already hurried here under the leadership of Bilbo. "Bernard, is anyone hurt?" Tanis came riding on Torret, with Bilbo sitting behind him. Bilbo was nervously holding the brass short blade given to him by Tanis in his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bifer, Boffer, Oin and Gloin were there. Bernard plunged his sword into the ground and replied to Tanis in a relaxed tone, "If a few scratches that barely break the skin can be considered an injury." Tanis dismounted and walked towards where Boffer and the others were, while Bilbo remained on Torret's back. Even after such a dangerous escape, Boffer and Bifer still held the torches tightly in their hands. It was these flames that allowed Tanis to see the trees that were cut in half by Bernal. Bernal walked up to Tanis and said, "Those are the ones who attacked the dwarves, monsters disguised as trees." Tanis frowned, using the firelight to look at the still-moving trees that had been severed, and shook his head. "They're a bit like the incarnations of the little golden tree, but there are some differences. They can move freely, but they don't have human-like arms and legs." Bernard nodded. "I've noticed that too. Their methods of attack are nothing more than branches or roots, which are relatively simple. However, that simple method doesn't mean they're not dangerous. If I hadn't encountered them this time, I'm afraid these dwarves would have lost 2 or 3. He said, looking towards Oin and Gloin. Gloin and Oin were being checked by Bifer and Boffer for injuries. After hearing what Bernal said, the former immediately pulled his heart of hearing brother Oin to bow deeply to Bernal. Although given the dwarves' size, bending down is too difficult for them. Bernal raised his hand and waved it away, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. At this time, Thoren also rushed over with the remaining dwarves, shouting in Dwarvish, holding an axe and running to Oin and the others, surrounding them behind him. However, they soon realized that the crisis was temporarily resolved and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thoren came over and asked Tans, "What happened here? What happened to Oin and Gloin?" Tans pointed to the tree trunks that were still struggling and wriggling, and said, "Thoren, do you know these tree-like creatures?" Thoren looked in the direction Tans's finger pointed, a look of surprise on his face. He immediately shook his head and said, "I swear I have never seen such a strange creature." Gandalf's old voice boomed from behind them, "They are Warn, Tanith, and Thoren." Tanis turned around and looked at Gandalf, who was walking towards him with his staff. "Do you know them?" Gandalf stood beside Tanis and nodded. "Yes, but I had not expected to see them again. These creatures should have long been confined to Fangorn Forest, watched over by the ancient race of Ents. Without the Ents' watchful eye, the Warn would become strange and wild, and very dangerous." Bernard shouldered his knight's sword again and said, "It's clear that these creatures called Warn are not being watched over by the Ents you mentioned. Oin and Gloin were tied to a tree just because they went to the toilet." Gandalf frowned and thought, "This is indeed a little strange. In theory, these Warn should be guarded by an Ent." Tanis said at this time, "Perhaps it is because of the hobbits that these Warn have become so dangerous and violent." He looked at Bilbo, who was sitting in turret behind him, and whispered to Gandalf, "After all, Bilbo said before that many years ago, there was a great conflict between the hobbits of Buckland and the Old Wood. Perhaps the Ents of the Old Wood died at that time." Gandalf nodded thoughtfully, "I think you are right." Then Tans asked, "Can Warn communicate?" Gandalf coughed and said, "Well, in theory, it is possible to communicate with them, as long as you understand the Ent language." Bilbo, who was sitting on the turret, heard Gandalf's words and asked curiously, "Entish, is that the language of these tree people? Do you know Entish, Gandalf?" Gandalf did not answer, but changed the subject and said, "Thoren, tell your men not to go near the old forest tonight. We will set out early tomorrow morning." Thoren nodded and turned around to direct the dwarves back to the warm tent. Gandalf specifically warned Boffer and Bifer, who were supposed to be on guard duty, "Don't go looking at the trees that Mr. Bernard cut down out of curiosity. Do you hear me? They're still alive, not dead." Boffer and Bifer nodded repeatedly. Bilbo, on the other hand, turned into a curious child, pestering Gandalf with questions, "How come you're still alive after all this?" Gandalf glanced at Bilbo and said, "That's because their roots haven't been cut off by Mr. Bernard, Bilbo. They are still plants at heart. As long as the roots are there, they will eventually sprout again." Bernard came over and said to Bilbo with a smile, "I think if we use fire, they should be completely destroyed." Bilbo said subconsciously, "But that would cause a fire, wouldn't it? Besides, they can no longer pose a threat. Let them go, Mr. Bernard." "The kindness of hobbits always surprises me," said Gandalf. "I am sure our Mr. Bernard will not do anything to warn. But, Bilbo, you must first be concerned that nothing strange will happen to you when you pass through the Old Wood tomorrow morning." Bilbo asked in confusion, "Me? Why would it be me?" Tanis came over and took Torret's reins while saying, "I think Gandalf wants to remind you to be careful. After all, you told us yourself that the trees in the old forest hate hobbits like you the most. I guess Oin and Gloin were attacked by the willow tree tonight because they are somewhat similar in height to hobbits." Bilbo shuddered subconsciously, and with a forced smile on his face he said, "It shouldn't be such a coincidence. After all, in addition to hobbits, many dwarves and humans have also been tormented by the old forest over the years." Gandalf sighed, shook his head and said nothing more. The wizard's appearance made Bilbo worried. He quickly looked at Tans and asked, "You will protect me, right?" Tans nodded as a matter of course, as long as you are within my sight." Bilbo promised loudly, "I will certainly not leave your sight, Tanis." It was already late when Bilbo was coaxed into the tent by Tanis. So even with the snoring of the dwarves and the scratching of the branches, Bilbo fell into a deep sleep and exhaustion. The morning light was just beginning to shine, the mist was like a veil, and the road on the plain stretched to the horizon, with green grass and occasional wild flowers on both sides. A slightly cool breeze blew by, the grass tips swayed gently, and along with the morning frost, it also brought the cold before winter. The fire was buried in the sand, losing its warmth, and the last bit of white smoke stubbornly rose up. "The expedition team that stayed here last night has now left." Bilbo wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and sat on his pony, but he still shivered. Only the day after leaving Bag End, Bilbo missed his warm bed very much. "Boffer, who was ahead, looked back and said, "I think you should put on another piece of warm clothing, Bilbo. Winter mornings are colder than you think." Bilbo rubbed his cold nose with his hand and replied with a little complaint, "That's because I didn't expect to wake up so early. It's time to go back to sleep. It's okay to leave so early yesterday, but why leave so early today? And it's not breakfast every time. God, can't these dwarves eat a full stomach before setting off?" Boffer just smiled at Bilbo's trivial complaint. Tanis helped Bilbo take a fleece coat from the duffel bags hanging on either side of the pony, and the hobbit put it on quickly, finally feeling warm. Gandalf rode leisurely on his horse, smoking his tobacco. When Bilbo saw this, he also felt the urge to smoke. He took out his pipe and said to Gandalf, "Give me a light, too, Gandalf." Gandalf smiled and extended the finger with the ring of fire, and with a light snap of his fingers, the tobacco in Bilbo's pipe was lit. "I would call this the most convenient magic," Bilbo said with great praise. Gandalf added, "It is the kind of sorcery most convenient for the smoky hobbit." At this time, Thoren shouted from the front, "We are approaching the old forest, everyone be careful." The sound frightened the hobbit so much that he became nervous. He still remembered what Tanis and Gandalf said last night, and subconsciously let his foal move closer to Tanis. He was just about to say something to Tans, but he found that there were several silver-white gourd-shaped glass bottles in Tan's hands, and there seemed to be light golden powder floating from the mouths of the bottles. "What are you going to do?" Bilbo asked hesitantly. Tans replied simply, "To protect you." Then he unscrewed the glass bottles and scattered them into the sky. The golden powder seemed to have consciousness, covering the entire expedition team. A light golden translucent bubble appeared on the body of each dwarf touched by the pollen. The dwarves were surprised, and Tan's voice came just in time. His voice was loud and gentle, "Don't be nervous. These pollen formations can help you block a fatal attack." Gandalf looked over curiously and said in surprise, "How many secrets do you have that even I find incredible?" Obviously, the wizard discovered that Tans was not lying, and the golden pollen could indeed withstand a fatal attack. Tans said, "Perhaps you have seen less than 10% of what we have seen so far." Bilbo curiously poked the translucent bubble that wrapped around him, but the bubble did not change at all because of his finger. The expedition continued along the road outside the old forest. Bilbo didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that Thoren had said that they could not eat until they were about to leave the old forest at noon. But now it seemed that an eternity had passed and they had not yet left the old forest. Instead, there are more and more trees on both sides of the road, and it doesn't look like you are walking out at all. And many more. Bilbo was suddenly filled with a great fear. His listless look disappeared in an instant and he raised his head anxiously. The sky had been obscured by intertwined branches at some point, and one could only barely see the sun setting through the gaps between the branches, but one could not tell the time or direction. Bilbo shouted, "Stop! We must stop! We are not going in the right direction. We are not heading out of the old forest. We are already inside the old forest." Thoren stopped, took out the map and compared it with the road under his feet, frowned and said, "But we are walking on the road marked on the map." As he spoke, he pointed to a landmark on the road not far away. It was a signpost placed there to prevent pedestrians from getting lost. Dwellin laughed loudly. "Is our lord the snitch homesick, or perhaps hungry?" The dwarves laughed, and thought Bilbo was making a big deal out of nothing. Bilbo looked speechless, but he didn't have enough evidence to convince the dwarves. He could only continue shouting, "But we are surrounded by towering trees everywhere. Look up! The sunlight is almost blocked out." The dwarves, led by Thoren, all raised their heads, their laughter died down, and they began to talk among themselves. Thoren still frowned, but on the map. Tanis looked around with a serious expression at this time, and very rarely interrupted Thoren. "Thoren, what Bilbo said is not wrong. We are now in the old forest, and the map is no longer useful." Thoren, sitting on his horse, looked over in surprise. "How is this possible? I was very careful and followed the map carefully." Gandalf narrowed his eyes, looking at the countless trees around him, and said in a vague voice, "That's because the trees in the old forest are different from those in other forests, Thoren. They move, just like the trees that Oin and Gloin encountered last night." Tanis said, "When Bilbo spoke, I was already focusing on the trees. Just now, I noticed that they were getting closer to us. Prepare your weapons, Thoren, I'm afraid the big one is coming." Chapter 66, Dragon Feast Rescue. Prepare your weapons. Thoren gave the order without any hesitation after hearing Tan's words. He still had great trust in Tan's. Thoren drew the frost shell axe given to him by Tan's from his waist. Fili and Kili held the holy seal of prayer in their hands in tacit understanding, while Dwalin and Gloin looked at the surrounding trees vigilantly. The remaining dwarves were obviously slow to react because they were not professional warriors. However, although their reaction was slow, there was no mistake in their coordination, and they quickly formed a formation on horseback. Thoren shouted, "Tanis, Gandalf, can you two find the right path? We can't stay in the forest forever. This is their territory." Tans frowned and looked at the surrounding environment. After he realized that the trees were quietly moving and changing their paths, they seemed to become more and more unconcealed, and even began to blatantly lift their roots to move. This causes the surrounding scene to change every minute and every second. There may be a road between two trees in the last second, but the road disappears in the next second and appears in the opposite direction. And Tanis glanced at Bilbo, whose face was gradually turning lavender, and realized that the trees were even depriving the forest of oxygen at a very slow rate. Although it will not cause suffocation, the low oxygen environment will greatly affect people's consciousness and judgment. But finding the way is not Tan's strong point. It would be better to say that he would get lost without maps at the border area. So Tanis looked at Gandalf, and Gandalf nodded seriously and said loudly, "Leave the way to find the way to me, and be careful not to get entangled by those worn. Rush in the direction I point, no matter what is ahead." Thoren shouted without turning his head, "Sons of Durin, all hands prepare to charge." Gandalf picked up the pipe in his hand that was still not extinguished and chanted a long spell into it, but before he finished the spell, the ground where the expedition team was located began to tremble slightly. The old tree closest to them was already swinging its branches towards them. "Ha ha!" Thoren's roar broke the tense atmosphere. He gripped the frozen shell axe tightly, jumped off the horse with a nimble posture, and stepped heavily on the solid ground. As his feet touched the ground, a frosty force quickly spread out, like white waves shining in the sun, instantly wrapping several ancient trees on the road ahead with a layer of crystal armor. Then he gripped the reins of the saddle tightly and jumped back onto the horse's back. His movements were as smooth as a superb painting. Fili's fingers deftly searched his jacket pockets, and he felt the cool metal of his throwing knife. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kili draw his bowstring, his arrow ready to go. The frost area created by Thoren brought a biting cold wind, blowing across the faces of the two brothers. Philip swung his hand forward suddenly, and the flying knife cut through the air like a silver lightning, flying towards the branch covered with crystal frost. Kili was quicker, his arrow leaving the bough first, swift as a falcon swooping down on its prey. The arrow and the knife intertwined in the air like two intersecting beams of light, striking the branch with unerring precision. Although the force was not enough to cut the branches, their combined force in an instant caused the branches that were originally rushing straight towards them to change their paths, as if being pulled by an invisible hand and deviating from their original trajectory. The branches drew a curved arc in the air, and finally fell weakly, landing on the snow with a dull sound. The other dwarves were basically the same as Fili and Kili. The cooperation that seemed inconceivable to ordinary people seemed like ordinary play in the hands of the dwarves. They could often cooperate seamlessly to knock away the branches covered with frost. But this is still the old forest, the territory of those trees. No matter how well the dwarves cooperate, there will always be mistakes. Thoren shouted, "Gandalf, hurry up." Gandalf had just finished the spell when Thoren hurried him and he shouted anxiously, "I'm already fast enough. Don't rush an old man." The white smoke from Gandalf's pipe took the shape of a sparrow and flew quickly into the sky. The trees did not notice this, allowing the bird to fly through the treetops and find the right direction. At this time, the dwarves were facing great pressure and were about to collapse. If it weren't for the invigorating incense that Tans had the foresight to apply to them not long ago, I'm afraid some dwarves would have been hit by the branches and dragged away by now. But what surprised Tanis was that the branches seemed to have made an agreement and did not attack Tanis, Bernal, Millicent and Aegon too much. Even Gandalf was not disturbed when he was chanting the spell. Instead, the trees were waving their thick branches at the dwarves like crazy, which made it difficult for Tans to take out his staff and use large-scale spells to support the dwarves, because the killing range of the spell would definitely include the dwarves. "Tans, we need help!" Thoren shouted breathlessly, knocking away another branch with the frozen shell axe in his hand. Because of the frequent use of combat skills, Thoren's physical strength was consumed quickly, and he had decided that he could no longer hold the weapon. But Gandalf took no time to tell him which way to go, and he wouldn't let Thoren hurry him, so he had to ask Tanis for help. Before Tanis could open his mouth, Aegon's rough and hoarse voice suddenly rang out, "Plug your ears and the ears of your mounts, and open your mouths. There will be a deafening noise next." Bilbo rode his pony close to Tanis, his curious heart beating faster and faster. He tried to look at Aegon behind him, but as soon as he stood up, he was held down by Tanis, so that he could only look at the dense bushes and the mottled light and shadows faintly shining through the dark gaps. "Hide well and cover your horse's ears. These trees are obviously targeting the hobbits, but they can't tell the difference between dwarves and hobbits and mistake Thoren and the others for hobbits." Tan's voice was low and rapid. He knew what Aegon was planning next. Bilbo's hands involuntarily tightened around the reins, and the foal seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and tapped its hooves nervously. Although Thoren and the others didn't understand why, they still took action under the attack of the branches at Tans's rapid shouts. Bernal and Millicent had already ridden to the front of the team, their swords in their hands making continuous whines, helping the dwarves cut off the branches that kept attacking them. Of course, the ears of the horses they rode had already been stuffed with small gadgets that obstructed their hearing. Thoren's eyes swept through the group one by one, until the last dwarf, Ori, also blocked his and his mount's ears, then he quickly covered his own ears, accompanied by a loud cry, "All is well." Bilbo lay on the horse's back, his vision blocked by the horse's mane. He could only vaguely see Thoren's outline in front of him, but could not hear the specific words. Suddenly, fear spread like a haze, and he felt a chill running from the solace of his feet to his head. Bilbo turned his head almost instinctively, his eyes falling on Aegon's hand holding the scarlet light, and saw an incredible scene come into his sight. The ferocious head of a huge dragon appeared out of thin air in front of him. Although he had never seen a real dragon, Bilbo felt that it must be the dragon's head. Dragon Feast Prayer Roar. The dragon that had died at Aegon's hands and had its heart devoured by him had a bulging head with muscles, fangs, and terrifying horns. Its piercing eyes flashed a cold red. The dragon's roar was like thunder, shaking every inch of the forest floor, echoing in the deep woods and stirring up waves. Bilbo felt his head swelling and his heart pounding as if it was going to burst through his chest. The trees around him became distorted in his vision and the whole world went into slow motion. The shadow of the flying dragon that appeared from the Dragon Feast prayer cast a huge shadow among the trees, frightening the surrounding warren and making them retreat. But the effect of the Dragon Feast prayer seemed to be too good. Although Thoren and his companions and their mounts had their ears blocked, they were still stunned by the pressure brought by the dragon, a superior species. At this time, Gandalf's smoke bird also flew back and brought back information about the correct route. "Thoren, lead your compatriots and charge to your left. Don't stop." Gandalf's figure seemed unusually huge in the dark forest path, and his voice seemed to rise from the abyss, echoing in the ears of every dwarf. This was an unquestionable order, carrying a heart-pounding power, entering the dwarves' blocked ears. Thoren's movements were quick and decisive. The cloth covering his ears fell from his hands, signaling the dwarves to ride their horses and follow him. Bilbo came out of his shock, and the world seemed to come into focus again. The Fellowship had passed through the impenetrable old forest and was now walking across a meadow thick with autumn. The horses' hooves clattered against the withered yellow grass, mingled with the tenacious green. The clouds on the horizon seemed to be dyed orange and red by the setting sun, and the sky, moved by this gradient of colors, became soft and warm. The evening light lengthened shadows along the path they followed, and every step seemed a race against time. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and the hot breath of the horses. In the distance, the roar of wild beasts seemed to be heard, reminding Bilbo that he had not returned to Bag End, to that warm little nest. Tanis's relieved voice came from the side, "You finally came to your senses, Bilbo. You really scared me to death." Bilbo was a little dazed, and then quickly asked in confusion, "Me? Didn't we just pass through the old forest?" Boffer, who was in front, said immediately, "No, you fainted. When Mr. Aegon transformed into a dragon and roared, you fainted and fell on the horse's back." Bombur agreed, "Yes, I even heard you snoring. Not only did you pass out, but you slept soundly afterwards." Gandalf said with a smile, "Being able to fall asleep under the roar of a dragon, it seems that our Mr. Bilbo Baggins really has extraordinary courage." Bilbo shook his head, and his mind cleared up. He said, "Thank you for your concern, but please don't make me feel as if I just got out of a coffin. This feeling makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Egan's voice came from behind, To be honest, when you first fell unconscious, you looked like you were dead. I was shocked. Tans said gently. Fortunately, after examination, it was found that you fainted due to lack of oxygen and shock. Me, lack of oxygen? Bilbo pointed at himself and said in disbelief. Gandalf nodded. Yes, your face was purple at that time. The worm had been deliberately consuming the air in the forest, which led to this result. Bilbo pointed at Boffer unwillingly and said, then why are these dwarves acting like nothing happened? Boffer blinked. The worst environments we dwarves have encountered are far worse than that. The lack of air is a minor issue. You haven't experienced what it's like digging deep underground into a cave and encountering molten lava. The scorching heat will almost melt your lungs. If I have the chance, I can take you to the Dwarven blacksmith shop in the Blue Mountains to experience it. The temperature of the fireplace there should be about the same. Bilbo refused outright. Forget it. I don't think a normal person would choose to visit a place where they could roast themselves. But Boffer said, but we are going to the Lonely Mountain, where the dragon Smaug's fire is hotter than the fire in the smithy. Bilbo's face darkened. If you were trying to change my mood, I think you've achieved your goal, Boffer. Gandalf waved his hand. All right, Boffer, no need to scare Bilbo anymore. Boffer turned and rode over to his brothers Bifur and Bomber and began to chat with them. Bilbo's ears twitched slightly as he picked up the tiny sounds coming from Boffer. They were probably talking about what kind of magical power Aegon's dragon roar had. Curiosity gnawed at Bilbo's heart like an ant, and he began to recall the scene before he lost his mind. It was so shocking that even after he woke up, he could not erase it from his mind. Tanis saw what Bilbo was thinking. After all, the hobbit had it all written on his face. He smiled and said, that's a kind of prayer. Fili and Kili also pray in some way. As for what prayer is, I should have told you. Bilbo nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. I just didn't expect it to be so, shocking. After he said this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Although this experience in the old forest made him feel nervous, or even that he had done nothing, when it was all over and he was walking on a safe road, he felt that he would never leave. The Took blood in his body told him that this was the real adventure. At this time, the advancing team stopped, and Thoren's loud and deep voice came, Stop, the Barrow Hills are just ahead. The Barrow Hills at night are much more dangerous than the old forest. We will stay overnight nearby. Then Thoren dismounted, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards Tans. He showed a longing look and asked, Can I ask about the power used by the dragon warrior Aegon? I took a special look and found that the dragon roar that Aegon can use is not the roar of Guir, and the dragon head is a normal flying dragon head. The dragon head that is transformed from Guir's roar that players learn is even more ferocious and majestic. Chapter 67. Arrival at Bree. Although Thoren's voice was not loud, it reached the ears of the people around him. Bilbo pricked up his ears, but he didn't know whether he should listen or not. The nearest dwarf looked over. Gandalf was smoking a cigarette with a smile, but it was obvious that he was also curious about Thoren's question. Tans saw the desire in Thoren's eyes, sighed softly and said, That is not an easy power to master, Thoren. Thoren stubbornly said, But that is the powerful force that can transform into a dragon. If I can possess this power when facing Smaug, the possibility of defeating him will be much greater. Tans glanced at Aegon, who then said, Tans is right, Thoren. Although the dragon feast has restored my dignity, I am not a docile person. Kili came over and, having just overheard Egan's words, asked in surprise, Wait, is that a kind of prayer? Like the beast prayers Fili and I learned. Aegon said hoarsely, Yes and no. Beast prayers, I've heard of these prayers. They were created by the beast priest Gulanger, which means anyone can learn them. There's no barrier to entry. Kili and his brother Fili, who had come over after hearing the conversation, nodded at the same time. Although they still had not mastered the two beast prayers, they did not feel any difficulty in getting started. Thoren then asked, So, the threshold for Dragon Feast prayer is very high. Aegon laughed loudly, his laughter even a little scary. You guessed right, Thoren. Dragon Feast, as the name suggests, requires you to devour a dragon's heart to learn. And once you devour a dragon's heart, the curse will always be with you, making you thirst for dragon blood and devour more hearts, until you are finally turned into a flying earth dragon that can only crawl on the ground. Bilbo listened to Egon's words and noticed the golden vertical pupils under his hood. He immediately thought of the dragon's head and shuddered subconsciously. Thoren fell silent. Learning the dragon feast prayer required a dragon heart, but where could he get one now? The only giant dragon he knew of was still lurking deep in Lonely Mountain, and was the target he wanted to destroy. Thoren finally gave up on learning the dragon feast prayer and nodded respectfully to Aegon, saying, "I believe your explanation of the dangers of the dragon feast, Mr. Aegon. It's all thanks to you that we were able to escape the old forest today. On behalf of all the dwarves in the expedition, I express my gratitude to you." When Tans saw Thoren give up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he still had quite a few dragon hearts in stock in his space backpack. But as Aegon said, the side effects of the dragon feast prayer are too powerful, and there is no need for Thoren to take the risk to learn it. Bilbo waited until Thoren left before quietly approaching Aegon and asking with concern, "Mr. Aegon, are you feeling well? Is praying the dragon feast painful? I have some snacks. They won't help you with the pain, but they might help distract you." Aegon was stunned. He had not expected the hobbit to ask such a caring question. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Bilbo. But don't worry about me. The dragon feast has restored my dignity, so I gladly accept everything about it. As for the pain, that's nonsense. Using the dragon feast doesn't hurt me at all." Of course, there was one thing Aegon didn't say, which was that every time he used the dragon feast prayer, a subtle part of his body would transform into an earth dragon. However, after hearing what Aegon said, Bilbo trusted him very much. Without asking any more questions, he turned around and went to prepare the tent for the night. Tans came to Aegon only after Bilbo left. Aegon looked at Tans and said, "Are you here to ask me what's wrong with you?" Tans was stunned, then laughed and shook his head, "No, how could that be? Of course, this doesn't mean that I don't care about you." Aegon interrupted, "That's good. I'm probably not at the stage where I need a cane to walk. Tell me, what do you want from an old man like me?" Tans pointed to the hilly, rock-covered mountains in the distance, as well as the tombs scattered throughout them, and said, "I'm here to talk about keeping watch. Tonight, I think it's best to pay more attention to your surroundings." Aegon said, "Isn't this just the same as last night?" Tans said, "There are some differences. You, Bernard, and Millicent, I and you will not rest. You and Bernard will be responsible for keeping an eye on the direction the team is coming from." He paused and looked at the road they had come from. In the distance, he could vaguely see traces of the old forest. Then Tans spoke up. "I'm not sure the trees in the old forest will chase us. After all, they were only scared off by your dragon's roar. The Worn are truly strange, their movements are almost silent. If you don't listen carefully, you won't even notice their movements. If you spot any trees approaching, wake Thoren and the others immediately." Aegon patted his chest and said, "No problem, let me do this little thing." Tans patted his shoulder, then nodded to Bernard beside him, and finally walked towards Millicent. At this time, Millicent was helping Bilbo unload the bag from the horse. When she saw Tans coming, her bright and lively golden eyes looked over. "You and I will be responsible for the security of the Barrow Mountain tonight. You can rest for a while after dinner. I will wake you up in the middle of the night," Tans said gently. Bilbo saw the two talking, and while making a gesture to not disturb them, he left with the heavy tent stand in his hand. Millicent smiled and nodded in return, then looked up at the dim sky and said, "Is this the first time I go on an adventure with you?" Tans smiled. "If we don't count the time we went from the ancient ruins cliff to the Yatan Plateau and then all the way to the windmill village at the border, this is indeed the first time." Millicent withdrew her gaze from the dim sky and teased Tans, "Or should I say the 9th time? After all, you chose to respect me and went through the same journey 8 times, preventing me from being captured by the Scarlet Flower." Tans coughed lightly, looked at the dwarves who had already started a fire, and said, "Don't worry about the crimson corruption in your body on this journey. Enjoy yourself. This world is very beautiful." As the afterglow of the setting sun spread across the entire camp, the busy figures of the dwarves appeared particularly warm in the golden light. The bonfire was lit, and the blazing flames illuminated the copper-red faces of the dwarves. They gathered in a circle, and as Bilbo called out, the dwarves' pots and pans clattered and clattered. Their cooking movements are rough and skillful. The iron pot gleams with metallic luster in the firelight, and various spices and ingredients fly and jump in the pot, stirring up waves of tempting aroma. I think I will never be able to accept dwarves. They cook like an acrobatic performance. It's disrespectful to the ingredients. The hobbit came to Tanis and couldn't help complaining. Tanis said soothingly, "Calm down, Bilbo, they didn't drop the food on the floor, did they?" Bilbo grumbled, "But the food I brought this time is only on the second day, and I've already eaten half of it. Will I have to eat those hard dry food for another day?" After hearing Bilbo's muttering, Millicent couldn't help but laugh at the hobbit's words. She also comforted the hobbit, "You don't have to worry about food, Mr. Bilbo. After we pass the Barrow Down tomorrow, we will arrive in Bree, and we will replenish our food there." Bilbo then cheered up and his eyes brightened. "Bree? Oh, I know it. It's a town where both humans and hobbits live. Great, maybe I can replenish my tobacco there." As the smoke rises, the rich aroma wafts into everyone's mouth and nose. Although the dwarves' cooking skills were not as delicate and meticulous as Bilbo's, their passion and dedication to food were fully reflected in every bite. On the flat grass, the dwarves spread a few table mats and placed the golden roasted potatoes on them. Sweet starch was hidden under the cracked skin. There are also some roasted bacon, but it has undergone some special processing methods. When cooked by the dwarves, it has a rough flavor. The dwarf brothers Fili and Kili walk steadily, with proud smiles on their faces, each holding a plate filled with delicious food, and handed it to their teachers, Tanis and Benar, very sensibly. Groin noticed this scene, and a deep regret flashed in his eyes. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Bernal. But Gloin was not discouraged. His eyes unconsciously followed the steps of Fili and Kili, and he silently thought about how to show his kindness in advance when the expedition stopped for a meal next time. Bilbo, Boffer and Bomber sat huddled together on the same table mat, their eyes scanning the delicacies prepared by the dwarves with sharp eyes. His eyes seemed to penetrate the golden baked potatoes, and his nose seemed to be able to smell whether the seasoning was just right. Bilbo ate all the food on his plate while he was complaining about the dwarves' cooking methods and seasoning ratios. "This is not because it tastes good, but because I don't want to waste even a little bit of food." Bilbo convinced himself in this way. Night comes and goes, and time seems to be frozen in this tranquility. However, before one knew it, the eastern sky gradually began to turn pale. It was the first ray of dawn, quietly and silently peeking out. The sky gradually changed from dark blue to light blue, and slowly, layers of orange-red glow began to accumulate on the horizon. Nothing unexpected happened that night. No warn came chasing from the old forest, and no strange creatures ran out of the ancient tomb. In addition, eerie, inhuman cries could be heard from the ancient mound all night long. But fortunately, the dwarves all rested well, except for Fili and Kili who stayed up all night to stand guard. They almost fell asleep on their horses. Dwellin was about to wake up Fili and Kili, but Thoren stopped him with a raised finger. "Shh, let them sleep for a while," Thoren said softly, his eyes full of pampering. He slowed his mount slightly, and together he and Dwellin tied Fili and Kili securely to their respective ponies to prevent them from falling off if they fell asleep. Bilbo rode on the pony, wrapped himself tightly in his clothes, and watched the movements of the dwarves in front of him. He then curiously asked Tanis and the others, who had also not slept all night but were not sleepy at all, "Aren't you sleepy?" The two dwarf brothers are so sleepy that they are lying on their horses. Tanis closed his eyes and felt his body, then opened them and shook his head. "I do feel a little tired, but I wouldn't call myself sleepy." "Well, I do seem a bit foolish to ask a wizard such a question." Bilbo curled his lips and teased himself. Another day passed, and when Bilbo felt that his buttocks were about to turn into two hard stones on the saddle, the expedition finally arrived at the town of Bree. A deep ravine ran halfway around Bree Hill, enclosing the town of Bree on its slope. The inner circle of the ditch was surrounded by a dense hedge, with a gate on the west and south sides of the hedge. At this time, the expedition was at the west gate of Bree. Dong dong dong! Thoren dismounted and politely knocked on the closed west gate of Bree. There is a small door in the west gate. After hearing the knock, footsteps and the sound of a lantern shaking were heard from behind the door. "Where are you going?" The night watchman at the west gate opened the small observation window at the bottom of the door, looked at the dwarves outside and asked. Thoren whispered back, "We're going to the prancing pony." The young night watchman closed the observation window, opened the small door, and raised the lantern in his hand to shine on Thoren and the others. 1, 2, 3, a total of 13 dwarves, 5 humans and even a hobbit. "Are you from the Shire? What are you doing in Bree?" A silver coin appeared in Thoren's hand and he threw it to the Night's Watchman, who caught it subconsciously. "We are just staying at the Prancing Pony Inn. The rest has nothing to do with you, Night's Watch," Thoren said in a low voice, with a sense of authority. The Night Watchman took the silver coin with a delighted smile and said, "I have no other intentions, generous dwarf. Please come in. After dark, it is my duty to ask passers-by their intentions." Keely whispered behind Philly, "Does that mean we don't have to give him the silver coin?" Then he was slapped on the head by Philip in anger. Then he struggled to open the west gate and let Thoren and the others ride in. The streets of Bree were deserted, and the occasional passers-by looked at this magical team composed of humans, dwarves and hobbits with curiosity, and then hurried home without any concern. Thoren stopped in front of an inn. A long wooden stake protruded from the eaves of the inn, and hanging from the stake was a decoration with a relief of a white horse and the words "The Prancing Pony Inn" clearly written on it. "We're here," Thoren said. Chapter 68. The Dwarves being targeted. The stars dotted the night sky, and the tavern called the Prancing Pony flickered on the street. The young inn servant who was in charge of receiving them at the door diligently directed Thoren and the others to the stable where the horses were stored, except that Tans took advantage of the servant's inattention to put Torret back into the spirit horse whistle. Of course, the inn servant's attentiveness might also be due to the silver coin Thoren gave him. But even so, Thoren still let Philly and Keely stay in the stable first, to prevent the servants from doing anything strange to their very important mounts on the expedition. Thoren and the others were the first to enter the Prancing Pony Inn. Thoren pushed open the heavy oak door, and a bustling atmosphere with the aroma of wine and food hit him. Inside the tavern, candle light flickered, creating a play of light and shadow. Rough copper lamps hung from the wooden beams, casting a warm glow in every corner. Drinkers sat around the carved wooden table, laughing and talking loudly. Some talked loudly, some whispered, and the occasional clink of silver cutlery could be heard. At the bar, the bartender bustled around, his hands deftly dancing in the air as he mixed a variety of drinks. Whenever he finished a glass, he would gently place it on the bar, leaving behind a long, thin trail of foam. Not far away, by the fireplace, several people who looked like farmers were sitting together. Their faces were covered with dirt, and their noses and cheeks were red from alcohol, but they could not hide their simple smiles. They drank together, the firelight reflected on their faces, and they waved their arms and told exaggerated stories. The waitress who was in charge of serving the food, who was also the daughter of the owner of the Prancing Horse Inn, was dressed in a neat black dress, with her light blonde hair tied into a short ponytail, and she was walking back and forth between each table in the hall. The entry of Thoren and the others did not quiet down the noise in the inn, but made it even louder, and the topic gradually turned to why did a large group of dwarves suddenly appear here. Although Thoren and his group were large in number, fortunately, the lobby on the first floor of the Prancing Pony Inn was large enough and there were several empty tables in the corner. After Suo Li and the others occupied the place, the waitress came over with a smile and asked in a friendly tone, "What would you like to eat? Are you staying overnight tonight?" Then she quickly took in the composition of Thoren's group and added with a smile, "While we don't have any special rooms for dwarves, we do have several excellent hobbit rooms. Of course, we also have normal-sized rooms for you to stay in." Thoren took out a heavy purse from his waist and threw enough silver coins on the waitress's plate. The crisp sound of the silver coins colliding with each other made her smile and her eyes shine. Thoren said, "Give us each 2 loaves of whole wheat bread, a bowl of vegetable soup, a sausage, half a piece of cheese, and a piece of fruit. Also, prepare enough rooms for us to stay in. We don't need hobbit rooms, just ordinary human rooms." The waitress replied readily, "No problem, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." After she finished speaking, she turned and left. But Thoren suddenly stopped her and said, "Wait." The waitress turned around and asked, still smiling, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Thoren pointed at Bilbo, who was rubbing his sore thigh, and said, "Give him a separate, fine hobbit room." The waitress held the tray and saluted gracefully, "As you wish." Bilbo looked at Thoren in surprise, opened his mouth, and pointed at himself, "Me." Thoren glanced at Bilbo calmly and said, "Cherish this last night of sound sleep in a warm bed, Mr. Burglar. After we leave Bree, your pillows and blankets filled with down will be gone forever." Bilbo kept his mouth shut, but put on an expression that said, "I'm prepared for this." Because there were so many people with Tans and Thoren, the waitress had to go back and forth 5 times before delivering all the food Thoren ordered. Tans sat at a table with Benar, Millicent and Aegon, while Thoren sat at a table with 5 dwarves, Fili, Kili, Dwylin, and Balin, while Dori, Ore, and Nori sat on the high seats with Oin and Gloin. Because Bombur was the biggest and fattest, he could only sit at the same table with his brothers Biff and Boffer. He ate the half piece of cheese that had just been served on his plate in one gulp, chewed it happily for a few times, and reached towards the table, but did not touch the pint of ale he had imagined. "Oh, if only I could drink. I'd love to have a drink," he complained to Boffer in a low voice. Boffer, who had been eating his own fried pork sausage, glanced at Thoren when he heard Bombur's words and whispered, "I don't think Thoren will allow any drinking tonight, at least not with a hangover. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we reach the Lonely Mountain." Bilbo sat with Gandalf and Aegon, and he felt that the pain in his thigh was much better. Tans was sitting at the table next to the 3 of them. He just picked up the whole wheat bread from the plate and frowned, but he didn't stop what he was doing. Bernard's voice came with a smile, "You noticed it too." Tans chewed the food in his mouth, swallowed it, and took the opportunity to pick up the vegetable soup and said, "How many people are watching this place?" Like Tans, Bernard ate the food on his plate as usual, but he had already glanced around the bustling hall of the Prancing Horse Inn without leaving any trace. He laughed softly after hearing Tan's question. There were 4 of them, more like 3 groups. 2 bearded men were leaning against the window, a slant-eyed man was sitting at the bar, and a bald, one-eyed man was among those drunken farmers. "They've been keeping their eyes on us since we entered the Prancing Pony Inn. At first, I thought they were just curious about the dwarves and us, after all, we were both wearing armor. But you also noticed the murderous intent in their eyes just now? But it wasn't directed at us, but at your group of dwarf friends." Tans ate while laughing, as if chatting with Bernard about something interesting. "Well, that's quite interesting. In fact, I rarely come to an environment with so many people. If they hadn't looked away from me, I might not have noticed that Thoren had been targeted. But the only thing I don't understand is, who was targeting Thoren and the others?" Bernal said, "This is easy. We have more people now. These people will definitely not make any moves. But after they leave, you and I will each take 2. Tans smiled and said, "No, to be safe, call for help. 4 people are too many. Kill 1 and see what the remaining 3 say," he said, looking at Millicent, who had just heard the conversation between them but didn't say anything. Millicent simply returned a confident smile. While they were talking, the 2 humans with black beards sitting by the window seemed to have confirmed something. They looked at each other, threw a few copper coins on the table, stood up and walked outside. Tans's eyes met with Bernard and Millicent's. As soon as the 2 bearded men walked out of the Prancing Pony Inn, Tans stood up and stretched. "I'm going to the bathroom," Tanis said with a smile to Thoren and Gandalf, who were looking over. Then he found the waitress and asked her very politely where the toilet was. Gandalf was smoking a cigarette, his face obscured by the smoke and his eyes narrowed. It was obvious that the wizard had also discovered some problems. Perhaps only the dwarves had not yet realized that they were being targeted. The restroom of the Prancing Pony Inn was in the opposite direction of the main door, so when Tans walked towards the restroom, the remaining 2 people who were watching Thoren and had not left yet did not feel anything was wrong. Tanis went alone to the restroom of the Prancing Pony Inn. After confirming that no one was around, he squatted down. Suddenly, a layer of dark gauze covered his entire body, and then his figure disappeared. The invisibility veil he had shown Gandalf and Thoren before finally came in handy. Tans returned to the lobby of the Prancing Pony Inn smoothly and quickly. No one could see a man in armor walking in a squatting position until Tans walked out of the Prancing Pony Inn. The 2 bearded men had not gone far yet, and were walking hurriedly on the street less than 50 meters away from Tans. Walking on the deserted streets at night gives you so many opportunities. Tans stared at the 2 men with cold eyes and thought to himself. "Are you sure, brother? Is that the Thoren we are looking for? Those dwarves are almost exactly the same, I can't tell them apart." One of them, a bearded man wearing dark brown cloth and a scimitar at his waist, asked his companion. Another bearded man answered confidently, "Of course, I'm sure that the leading dwarf is Thoren. Unlike you, who just arrived here from Dunland, I've been to the Blue Mountains and met him in person. His features match the portrait, so it must be him." His expectation froze in the air, and the praise from his companions did not reach his ears as he had hoped. He felt inexplicably confused and slowly turned his head, but the scene before him made him freeze instantly. Tan's fist was wrapped in the whistling wind, sweeping over like a hammer, and hitting his forehead mercilessly. The bearded man's eyes went dark and he fell to the ground without making a sound. Hey, what a good sleep you have. If Bilbo had the same sleep quality as you, I wouldn't have heard your whispering every night. Tan said as he dragged the two of them into the darkness beside the street. And no one saw anything. After all, it was late, dark, and cold outside, so everyone was in their warm homes. At the same time, in the Leaping Horse Inn, the bald, one-eyed man who was mixed in with the drunk farmers was also preparing to leave. The bald, one-eyed man stood up quietly, his large cloak covering his figure. He paused deliberately and looked around, as if waiting for something. However, the people in the inn were busy with their own things and no one noticed his actions. Finally, he made sure that no one noticed him before he slowly walked out of the inn. Millicent also waited until the bald one-eyed man walked out of the inn, said she was tired and wanted to rest, and shouted to the waitress. The waitress immediately understood and, smiling, led Millicent through the bustling lobby of the inn, down the quaint wooden stairs, and gently led her to a guest room on the second floor. After Millicent entered the guest room and closed the door, her expression, which had just been smiling at the waitress, suddenly became cold, as if she had become a different person. She pushed open the window of the guest room on the second floor, and the cold wind rushed into the house like a wolf or a tiger, blowing up her long, fiery red hair. Millicent's golden eyes were fixed on the bald, one-eyed man walking alone outside. Her slender body flexibly flipped out of the window, like a cheetah in the jungle, swiftly and silently flipping out of the window and leaping onto the moss-covered roof. Her light body left almost no trace in the night, leaving only a series of slight sounds on the tiles. Inside the Prancing Pony Inn, the charcoal fire crackled, and Bernard's smile looked particularly bright in the firelight. He gently put down the empty ceramic bowl in his hand. It was still warm, and the wooden spoon made a crisp sound when tapping on the edge of the bowl. Bernard stood up, like a hunting leopard, his eyes sharp and direct at the last squinting man in the corner. The squinting man noticed the gaze and his body stiffened slightly. He wanted to stand up and leave here immediately, leave the Prancing Horse Inn, but he felt as if he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying monster. If he dared to move even a little, his body would be cut in two by the sharp blade in the next second. At this time, Bilbo asked cautiously at the table next to him, "What's wrong with you? Why are Tanis, Millicent, and you all standing up one after another? Are you hiding something from me?" Thoren also looked over with an inquiring look. Even if he was slow-witted, he noticed that Tans and the others were behaving a little abnormally. Gandalf signaled Bernard not to worry about Bilbo, and took over the conversation with a smile, saying to him and the dwarves, "It seems that after eating and drinking tonight, there will be a good show waiting for us, Thoren, Bilbo." Bernard paced forward, each step making a dull, rhythmic sound on the wooden floor. His smile gradually faded, and the corner of the slanted-eyed man's mouth twitched. He sat down by the window, his face pale. The other people in the Uema Inn also felt this invisible pressure and their voices became quieter. The squinting man moved his lips and was about to scream and slander Bernard as a robber, trying to cause a brief panic in the inn, but he was interrupted by a sudden sound of footsteps. The innkeeper's daughter was coming down from the second floor. She had led Millicent to the guest room not long ago and happened to come down at this moment. Her arrival seemed to inject a breath of relaxation into the tense atmosphere. Bernard smiled faintly, opened his arms warmly, and walked quickly to the squinting man. He laughed loudly at him and said, "What a coincidence, Lacard. I didn't expect to see you here. It's been 7 years since we last met. How have you been recently? Hey, can you give him and me 2 more pints of fine red wine? Let's celebrate my reunion with my friend." The waitress clearly had no idea what was going on. After hearing Bernard's words, she smiled happily and nodded, "Of course. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you." Then, Bernard really did meet a long-lost friend and put his arm around the slant-eyed man's shoulders. However, where no one else could see, a sharp knife was pressed against the man's waist. "I don't expect to pry any information out of you. Do you understand what I mean?" Bernard grinned and laughed, then spoke in a low voice into the ear of the squinting man without changing his expression. The man with the squinting eyes felt a tightness in his heart, but he also pretended to be happy to meet his friend after a long separation, and started chatting and laughing with Bernard. Although it was only Bernal who was speaking, he just nodded and said yes, okay and so on. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about this, the others ignored it and continued with their previous actions. If Tans heard Bernal calling the man with squinting eyes again at this moment, he would probably laugh out loud. "Puff, Cough, cough. Well, it is obvious that even Aegon, who has been away from the border area for a long time, knows clearly what the three words Rakad mean. Chapter 69. Why is it oak again? Thump. Ouch. A dull scream pierced the night. The four humans who had their own ulterior motives and were targeting Thoren were tied up by Tans and his men, with rags stuffed in their mouths, and thrown onto the deserted soil somewhere in the cold town of Bree. The moment their bodies fell, the soil was pressed into a dent and was stained with a cold breath. The close contact between their skin and the wet soil brought not only physical coldness, but also a chill in their hearts. Tans, Bernal, and Millicent were hidden in the darkness, like ghosts in the night, with no expression on their faces. The four bodies were scattered on the grass, their breathing gradually becoming steady, yet with the rapidity and restlessness of surviving a disaster. Bilbo was nervous and scared, hiding behind Gandalf in his grey robe, and looking at Thoren with a gloomy face. The other dwarves were still in the Prancing Pony Inn, and Thoren had not yet told them what had happened, not even Philly and Keely. He walked up to the squinting man, leaned down, his eyes swept over him, and a barely perceptible sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. Tans originally wanted to let himself be the interrogator, as he had a way to charm the other party and make them temporarily his own people, which would save a lot of time. But Thoren flatly refused. He said that he was the one being targeted, so he had to interrogate these people in his own way. Thoren drew the frozen shell axe from his waist and tapped the squinting man's face with the cold axe blade. He asked in a low voice, "Who sent you here to spy on me?" The squinting man's body trembled involuntarily, clinging to the soil, wishing he could disappear into the ground. There was a glint of fear in those naturally slanted eyes, but because his mouth was blocked by a rag, he could only make a "whew" sound. It can be seen that the man with squinting eyes really wants to take the initiative to answer the question. Thoren pulled the rag out of the squinting man's mouth, pressed the frozen shell axe lightly on his neck, and signaled him with cold eyes to speak. A hint of hesitation flashed in the slanted-eyed man's eyes at first, but under Thoren's intense gaze and the stinging pain in his neck, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "There's a bounty on your head, sir." "Reward? Who?" Thoren asked. The slanted-eyed man pleaded in fear, "I really don't know. I just saw a reward notice and a portrait somewhere else. It said that if you see a similar dwarf, you can go to Green Avenue. Naturally, someone will come out and buy this information from me." Tans and Bernal burst out laughing when they heard this. If it was just surveillance, then what did that murderous look they felt not long ago mean? Thoren heard their laughter and naturally understood that the squinting-eyed man was lying, at least he didn't tell the whole truth. So he raised the frost shell axe in his hand and chopped it down. "No, no, no, I'll say it again." Then, amidst the terrified eyes of the squinting man and his abruptly stopped screams, the frozen shell axe cleanly cut off his fragile neck. But no blood flowed out of the wound. The freezing power contained in the frozen shell axe directly solidified the blood into cold blood-colored crystals. The squinting man's head rolled to the side of the bald one-eyed man, causing the latter to open his eyes wide. Gandalf shook his head regretfully, and Bilbo, who was hiding behind him, let out a low cry of surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a bloody scene, which made Bilbo feel a little nauseous, and the food he had eaten last night churned in his stomach. But at the same time, Bilbo was even a little surprised that he did not have any resistance to Thoren's behavior in his heart. As for Tans, he did not forget to take out the flexible collector made for him by Teacher Serlin, and absorbed the black soul from the body of the squinting man after his death. Thoren stood up expressionlessly, tapped the axe blade of the frozen shell axe with his fingers to shake off the blood and ice crystals on it, and then walked to the bald one-eyed man. The bald one-eyed man's only remaining healthy eye showed a panicked look, and his pupil shrank. "You have thought of the answer, you know," Thoren said with a smile. The bald, one-eyed man was so scared that he was sweating profusely and nodded vigorously. As the cloth was pulled out of his mouth, he stared at the severed head of the slant-eyed man in horror and said quickly, "That slant-eyed man is wrong about one thing. Although I saw the reward just like him, the reward is actually for your head. Bring your head to Green Avenue and you can get a large sum of money from Oak." "Oak?" A pale figure subconsciously flashed through Thoren's mind. But for Tans, when he heard that the mastermind behind targeting the dwarves was the orcs, he suddenly felt speechless. In Tan's mind, Oak has now become like a cockroach, which can appear anywhere and disgust you at any time. Thoren snorted emotionlessly and asked, "Where did the orcs come from?" The bald one-eyed man was stunned and shook his head subconsciously, "I don't know. But the cold edge of the frost shell axe immediately made him cry out again, "But the bounty I tore off is in my breast pocket. I really didn't lie. I really don't know where the orc came from. Perhaps you can recognize him from the bounty." Just as Thoren reached out his hand to feel for the reward order the other party mentioned, Tans also began to feel for the headless body of the slant-eyed man. Since it was said to be a bounty, the dead squinting-eyed man must have one on him. Sure enough, Tans was even faster than Thoren in finding a bounty order made of some animal skin, but Tans did not recognize the rough words written in black paint on it. It is neither the writing of the dwarves, nor the writing of the elves, and certainly not the common language of humans. Gandalf noticed Tanis's confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Tanis replied, "I have never seen the words on this bounty." "Do you recognize them, Gandalf?" "Bring it here, and let me see it," said Gandalf. At this time, Thoren also found the wanted warrant from the bald one-eyed man's arms, but then he found 2 identical wanted warrants from the remaining 2 bearded men who had not been interrogated but had bad faces. But these 3 bounty warrants seemed different from the one Tans had found. The animal skin Tans had found from the slant-eyed man's body was larger and darker, and the ink looked like it had been ground with blood. Thoren also couldn't understand the words on it. After stuffing the rag into the bald one-eyed man's mouth again, Thoren came to Gandalf with the 3 bounty warrants. Gandalf originally had a smiling expression as if he was watching a show, but after seeing the bounty warrants in the bright moonlight, his face became serious. Tanis noticed the change in Gandalf's expression and asked, "Is there anything noteworthy in these words, Gandalf?" Gandalf took the 4 bounty notices and read them one by one. Then he squinted his eyes at the 3 people still alive on the ground and said, "The language used on these bounty notices is written in the dark language." Thoren was stunned for a moment, then his expression became as serious as Gandalf's. "Dark whisper." Gandalf nodded, separated the 3 identical bounties, and looked at Thoren. "These 3 are indeed bounties, and the reward they offer is your head, Thoren. This bald fellow and these 2 darklings really accepted the bounty because they were after your head." Without waiting for Thoren's reply, he searched the larger animal hide he had found on the slant-eyed man's body and said meaningfully, "This isn't a bounty, it's an order. It instructs the man who will be killed by your axe not to disturb you upon discovering your whereabouts, but to secretly follow you and report back at all times. The man you killed was a spy colluding with the enemy, and he came with a mission. It seems that our journey ahead is not as safe as we thought, Thoren. And you have to thank Tans and his friends. If it weren't for Mr. Bernard and Ms. Millicent's help in capturing these people alive, I'm afraid we would have encountered something even worse," Gandalf said after throwing all the animal skins in his hand into Thoren's arms. Thoren frowned. "But I do not know where the orcs who offered my reward came from, and I swear I have told no one of this expedition." Gandalf said, "There is an orc who would put a price on your head without knowing what you are doing. In your heart, Thoren, you know who it is, don't you?" Thoren was silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and uttered a name, "Azog the Defiler, the damned pale orc." Gandalf nodded, then frowned at the 3 humans and said, "But there's one thing I don't understand. After you cut off Azog's hand, he's been hiding in the mines of Moria for a long time. But why are you suddenly offering a bounty now?" Thoren said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. Let him come. If he meets me, I will make him understand the wrath of the son of Durin." Gandalf glanced at Thoren, sighed, then looked at Tanis and said, "We must speed up, Tanis. The sudden appearance of Azog makes me suspect that the enemy has begun to act. Because Azog is not only an orc, but also an outstanding general. Thoren and his men had better recapture the Lonely Mountain as soon as possible, the sooner the better." Bilbo was completely bewildered. He didn't understand what Azog or Dark Tongue meant. After hearing Gandalf's words, he subconsciously asked, "What do you mean by the sooner the better, Gandalf?" Gandalf looked at the little hobbit and said, "It means that this is the last night you will be able to sleep comfortably." Bernard came over with a smile. "Have you discussed it? What about the remaining 3 people?" After hearing Bernal's words, the bald one-eyed man and the 2 bearded men from the Dark Land shook their heads wildly and struggled on the ground. Millicent controlled her prosthetic hand and took out her long sword, which made them quiet down. However, all 3 of them made pleading sounds, they did not want to die like this. Tans thought for a moment and looked at Thoren, "It's your decision, Thoren. After all, you are the one who interrogated them, so their lives should be left to you as well." Bilbo blinked nervously, swallowed, and looked at Thoren. He didn't know how the dwarf would decide the fate of these three people. Gandalf did not interrupt, but looked at Thoren quietly with deep eyes, waiting for his decision. Thoren turned to look at the three humans begging for mercy on the cold earth and said calmly, "Knock them out. I'll call Philly and Keely over and dump them in any toilet. They're not worth my heads, so let them spend the night in the pit with the maggots and flies." The three people breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although they would be thrown into a dirty and smelly toilet, it was better than losing their lives. Bernal looked at Tans, who nodded. He then shrugged and knocked out the three men one by one. The morning light of dawn gently wiped away the hazy night of Bree Town. Thoren and his companions carried their backpacks on their shoulders, drank the freshly drawn clear well water, and tied their dry food tightly to the saddles. The residents of Bree looked at the dwarves with curiosity as they made large purchases. Bilbo, along with the dwarves, carefully selected every piece of bread and every roll of dried meat at the market. The haggling of the merchants still seemed to echo in his ears, but the creaking of Bree's east gate told Bilbo that he was about to set out. However, he felt that something was different about the team. Looking around, he found that one person was missing. Bilbo called out to Tanis, "Tanis, why isn't Mr. Aegon following?" Tan smiled and replied, "Oh, Aegon. He said he caught a cold last night. He's old after all. But don't worry, he'll catch up on horseback soon." Bilbo nodded and said, "I see. I will prepare a bowl of hot cold repellent soup for Mr. Aegon at the next meal. Trust my cooking skills." Tanis said, "Of course I believe you, Bilbo." Bilbo felt relieved and happily rode his pony to catch up with the group. After the long journey over the past few days, he became more and more experienced in riding horses. But what Bilbo didn't notice was that Gandalf looked at him strangely after hearing Tanis's words. Tans, on the other hand, had an innocent expression on his face. In the town of Bree, three people who were knocked unconscious by Bernal were found by someone who got up to go to the toilet in the morning. The bald, one-eyed man recalled last night's events with lingering fear. He heard the two dark, bearded men discussing something, which made him ask, "What are you talking about?" One of the Dunlendings sneered, "What for?" "To collect the reward, of course. Those dwarves were foolish enough to let us live. Although we can't get Thoren Oakenshield's head, you heard about what the slant-eyed guy had. If we can tell the orcs where those dwarves are, we'll definitely get the reward." Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at the bald one-eyed man. "Why, you want to go too?" The bald, one-eyed man shuddered as he recalled the swordswoman who had knocked him out silently. He quickly shook his head and refused, "Forget it. I'm afraid I'll have the life to take the money but not the life to spend it. I'm a native of Bree and can survive without the money. You can do whatever you want." After he finished speaking, he left the two of them without looking back. "Ha, coward!" The Darklander who was talking to him spat at the bald man's back, then looked at his companions and said, "Let's hurry and set off from the east gate. Those dwarves probably haven't gone very far. Follow them and report their whereabouts to the orcs on the Green Road." Another companion sniffed the stench on his body, frowned and said, "Do you want to take a shower first? You stink too much." The bearded man from Dun Lodge rolled his eyes. "By the time we're done bathing, the dwarves will have disappeared. This stench is nothing compared to the Dun Lodge swamps. Just bear with it." The companion had no choice but to agree reluctantly. After the two of them left, Aegon, who had caught a cold last night, came out from a hidden corner with a sneer on his face, holding his dragon hunting bow in his hand. He then looked up, his golden dragon eyes searching for the commanding heights of Bree Town. From then on, there was a legend in the town of Bury. That is, people who do bad things will be knocked unconscious in the toilet by the incarnation of Bree Town. If they still do not repent, the incarnation will turn into a terrifying archer who can shoot an arrow through their heart no matter how far away they are. P.S. The bald man is indeed a native of Bree Town, a rogue named Bill Ferny. Not only did he appear in the Hobbit movie, he also had a role at the Prancing Pony Inn on the Lord of the Rings set, causing trouble for Frodo and his friends, and eventually becoming a bandit. Thoren would spare their lives out of arrogance, but for killers like Tans who came from the border area, it is impossible for him to let them go since he has already offended them. Not to mention that these people who targeted the dwarves had the intention to harm them, so Tanis gave face to Thoren and Gandalf, and did not want Bilbo to be exposed to such a dark side. Therefore, he hid it from them and let Aegon, the sharpshooter, stay to deal with these scum. In addition, in the original novel, Azog was actually killed by Ironfoot Dane during the Battle of Moria. I am following the movie version, after all, Daniel has a lot of roles in this movie. Chapter 70. The Panicked Farmer. Just one day after Tan's and Thoren's group left Bree, two unwelcome guys quietly arrived outside the east gate of Bree. Or maybe it would be impossible for them to enter Bree town at all because they were two orcs. It was also a cold night, and the two orcs rode on their wolves, grinning at the town of Bree. The spy, the human who surrendered to his master, did not contact us today, said one of the oaks. Another oak smiled grimly. That means there are two possibilities. One is that the spy betrayed his master and escaped. The other possibility is that he discovered the target his master was looking for, but was exposed and killed. Roar! The orc's warg growled. The orc soothed the wolf and said to his companion, "You continue to wait here for the slanted-eyed man. I will search along this road. If he does not return, you go directly to report to the master." At this time, Tans and his companions were having a bad journey because the weather was getting bad. The grey sky is like a huge block of lead, making it hard to breathe. Raindrops escaped from the gaps in the clouds and pierced the earth mercilessly like needles. The November chill mixed with the rain brought a biting chill that made people shiver. The world in the rain became blurred, and every scene seemed to be painted with oil paint, becoming distorted and disillusioned. Bilbo had thought that the weather on this expedition would be like that of May or September, either warm or slightly cool, with neither rain nor wind. Just like the happy stories told in the story. But now it was cold and wet, and although Bilbo had been forced to camp in the wilderness before, at least the ground was dry then. Even in the old forest, the branches were just a little prickly. This is terrible. I forgot my umbrella and have to wear my straw raincoat, muttered Bilbo. Then he raised his head, looked at Tans, who was sitting on Torret's back and also had no umbrella, and asked, "Don't you feel uncomfortable, Tans?" "There are some, but fortunately, it's not unbearable." Tans replied as he felt the rain quietly soaking through his straw raincoat and penetrating into the white wolf armor. Bilbo said without thinking, "Okay, but you and Gandalf are both powerful wizards. Can't you cast a spell to change the weather? You don't need to make the weather very pleasant, just make sure it doesn't rain. I feel like a fish in a fish tank." He rode his pony and followed the main group along a muddy path. It was raining heavily and had been falling all day. Water was dripping from the brim of Bilbo's hat into his eyes, and his cloak and raincoat were already soaked. Even the pony under his crotch was tired and stumbled along the muddy road. Dwarves like Dori and Ori, who loved singing and telling stories, became unhappy and unwilling to talk because of the rain. Even Boffer, who was always smiling and optimistic, sighed as he looked at his pipe, which was too wet to light. Dori, who was wearing a hood in front, had his cheeks red from the cold wind. He tightened his cloak and, after hearing Bilbo's complaint, turned around and shouted, "Mr. Gandalf, and Mr. Tanis, can you stop the flood in the sky?" Gandalf was also annoyed by the rain. After hearing Dori's voice, he shouted back in annoyance, "Isn't it raining, dwarf? It will rain again unless it stops. If you want to change the weather in the world, go find another wizard." What a piece of nonsense literature! Tanis couldn't help but smile after hearing Gandalf's words, but the smile soon froze. Because he found that the dwarves in front of him, including Bilbo, were looking at him with hope. Even Thoren looked at Tans with the same look. He couldn't stand this damn weather anymore, but he hadn't found a suitable place to stay yet, so he could only keep moving forward in the cold and dark rain. If they still can't find it, Thoren can only continue to lead the team forward in the dark. If you want to change the weather in the world, you should go find other wizards. Isn't Gandalf talking about me? After all, there are only 2 wizards in this expedition team. Excluding Gandalf himself, there is only Tanis. Tanis looked at Gandalf in surprise and found that he was looking at him with a cunning expression on his face. "You old man, I almost forgot that I am a wizard to the outside world." Even Bernard joked with a smile behind Tans, "Yes, Tans, you know so many magical spells, a mere rain can definitely handle it." Tanis turned around and rolled his eyes at him, then said to Bilbo and the dwarves, "I'm sorry, but I can't drive away the rain." Bilbo and the dwarves showed lost expressions on their faces, but their attention was soon drawn back to Tanis's words. "But, if you just want to make your body warmer and your mind clearer, I still have some ways." Tans said with a smile, and at the same time, a golden light appeared in his hand, which was the catalyst used to perform prayers. Golden Tree Grace, the dazzling golden blessing gently flows into the bodies of the expedition members through this prayer, constantly bringing new vitality and warmth to their bodies. Bilbo felt an itchy warmth on his fingers that were frozen by the rain. Although the rain continued to fall, he felt much better than before. Philly and Keely's eyes lit up as they suddenly realized that the beast prayer they had learned had a similar effect. Philly looked at Keely and smiled. It seems that Teacher Tans has taught us another way to use prayer outside of combat. Keely said with some excitement, "What are you waiting for? Let's try it now." The dwarf brothers took out the holy seal of claws given to them by Tans, and used it for the beast prayer beast vitality. The next second, the off-white beast prayer replaced the golden tree prayer performed by Tans. The excited expressions on Philly and Keely's faces did not last for a second before they turned bitter. Although the beast vitality that the two of them cast on themselves did have an effect, it did not warm up their bodies like the prayer cast by Tans. In other words, the beast prayer they cast wasn't very effective. Keely tightened his thick, wet clothes and asked Philly, "Why is it ineffective?" And the prayer that Teacher Tans cast also disappeared. Philip felt the coldness gradually creeping over his body and shook his head in confusion. Bernard's horse sped up slightly, approaching the Dwarven brothers. He cast the same golden tree prayer as Tans and said, "It's a coincidence I haven't told you this yet, but I had intended to wait until you've mastered the beast prayers. Philly, Keely, remember this, in most cases, different types of buff prayers with the same effect will not stack, they will only be replaced by the later prayer." Philly and Keely nodded immediately. Since Bernard was talking about something related to prayer, Thoren also listened carefully. He keenly grasped the subtext of Bernal's words. "Mr. Bernal, are you saying that a person can learn more than one prayer?" Bernard glanced at Philly and Keely's uncle and said, "That's just theoretical. But biting off more than you can chew. Many people spend their entire lives mastering just one type of prayer, and that's already considered exceptional talent. So far, I've only seen 2 people who can expertly switch between different prayers and spells in combat." Thoren subconsciously asked, "Which 2?" Bernard smiled and replied, "One of them is a wizard as powerful as myself, and you have already met the other one." Then he looked at Tans with a smile without saying a word, causing Thoren to look over as well, revealing an understanding expression. He murmured, "It's Tans. I should have thought it was his." While Bernard was communicating with Thoren, Tanis was chatting with Gandalf. Gandalf said with a smile, "It is indeed right to put Bilbo and the dwarves' complaints on you." Tanis curled his lips and said, "But this is only temporary. We still need to find a place to stay tonight that is sheltered from the wind and rain. If the rain continues, my prayers alone will not be enough to help Bilbo and Thoren get enough rest." Gandalf nodded and said, "Don't worry. Although it's a little dark, I remember the way around here. A little further ahead, there's a farmhouse. I know the owner, and he and his family will take us in for the night." Tans breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Then he looked at Thoren and called out, "Thoren, do you hear what Gandalf said? There is a place to rest a little further on." Thoren replied, "I hear you. Dwalin, Gloin, lead the way with me." Soon, Tans and the others, along with Thoren and his party, entered a deep valley, and the rain had become much lighter. There is a river at the bottom of the valley. The water level of the river has risen a lot due to the rain. The willow trees on the river bank have been bent down, as if they were sighing. The wind blew away the dark clouds, and the wandering moonlight appeared among the fleeting clouds over the mountains. It didn't take long for the lonely mountain fellowship to walk out of the valley and soon saw the farmhouse that Gandalf had mentioned. Next to the farmhouse, the chandelier in the chicken coop hadn't been turned off, but with the help of the newly reappearing moonlight, it still glowed dimly and warmly. A few poultry rested quietly in their cages, with the occasional low clucking sound emanating from them. In the sheep pen, several docile sheep huddled together, as if seeking each other's warmth, their breath evaporating into white mist in the air. In the distant stable, a horse stood alone, its mane trembling slightly in the rain, as if listening to the whispers around it. The horse's hooves occasionally stepped on the mud, making a dull sound. But strangely, there was no light on inside the farmhouse, and it was unclear whether there was anyone inside. Gandalf saw this scene and murmured in surprise, "Could it be that it rained today and made this farmer fall asleep early?" Tans asked, "Let's go and take a look. We'll know the situation." Thoren's move is generous enough to appease the farmer's dissatisfaction at being awakened from his sweet dream. Thoren and his companions rode on ponies and arrived at the farmhouse located deep in the mountains and forests. Their arrival did not seem to alarm the occupant of the house, so Thoren politely dismounted and slowly walked to the wooden door. His hand gently shook the old bell on the door, and the crisp bell echoed in the quiet air. The ringing of the bell gradually subsided. While waiting for the owner of the farmhouse to come out, Thoren's eyes carefully depicted the outline of the farmhouse, the simple structure, the rough stone walls, and the weathered wooden door. It was obvious that the farmer Gandalf knew had lived here for a long time. But still no one answered the bell, and no lights were lit in the farmhouse. The dwarves had little patience, and Thoren frowned and rang the bell again, but the result was the same. Gandalf came over with a frown, stroking his long grey beard and muttering to himself in confusion, "This shouldn't be the case. The owner of this farmhouse never goes out in the winter." Thoren glanced at Gandalf and said, "But no one is responding to us now." Gandalf was silent for a moment, then decided to speak directly. He shouted, "David, son of Dain. Are you there? I am Gandalf. I am passing by here tonight and would like to stay for one night." The wizard's voice echoed in the farmhouse. Just when Thoren was about to suggest going in and knocking on the door, a surprised middle-aged male voice came from inside the farmhouse, "Gandalf. Is it really you? Gandalf?" Gandalf heard the relief in the voice's voice and responded gently, "It's me, David. I don't know what's happened to you, but I'm here, and I've brought many friends with me. There are a few of us, though, so I hope you don't mind." The door of the farmhouse was quietly opened a crack, and a somewhat bald head poked out. After seeing Gandalf and the others standing at the door, he immediately opened the door and ran over excitedly, even shouting in a tearful voice, "A lot of people? I don't mind a lot of people. Great, finally someone is here." Tans, Bernal, and Millicent looked at each other. They were not stupid. It was obvious that the farmer seemed to have encountered some terrible monster. Gandalf asked gently from outside the fence, "What's the matter, David? What terrible thing has happened to make the steady farmer I know look like this?" David heaved a sigh of relief again as he saw Tanis and Thoren, who all had weapons hanging around their waists, as if he was expecting that the people Gandalf brought with him were a group of fully armed mercenaries. But the next moment David's expression became tense. He looked around and quickly opened the gate to let Thoren and the others in. He was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said to Gandalf, "Recently, there has been a huge monster in the valley at night. It looks like a brown bear, able to stand up, but much larger. I saw it with my own eyes just the day before yesterday. For the past 2 days, that monster has been wandering around my farmhouse and has already kidnapped 4 of my sheep." Chapter 71, Ogre. The farmer's house was not very big, so after Tans and Thoren and his group entered, it seemed a little crowded. Fortunately, most of the people entering the house were short dwarves, otherwise it might not be possible to fit everyone in. Tans's eyes slowly swept across David's home. The interior furnishings were simple and slightly rough. Several wooden tables and chairs are neatly arranged, the wood grain on them is clearly visible, and time has left faint traces on them. There were some farm tools piled up in the corner of the house. They looked like they were frequently used, but they were all kept in good order. The fireplace occupies the center of one wall and its presence is the warm core of the room. The fire crackled and burned, casting a soft light that brought the pencil portraits of David's family to life. These portraits use simple lines to outline the wife's tenderness and the son's liveliness. Their eyes seemed to be looking through the paper at Tans from afar. David's hands held 2 pots of boiling hot tea steadily, and the steaming heat filled the room. The farmer's brow was filled with apology, "I'm sorry, I never thought that my family would entertain so many people, and the tea sets are not enough." Thoren raised his head, took the teapot from the other's hand, and politely replied, "That's fine. You can provide such a safe haven on such a cold and damp night. It is a great help to us." Tans's gaze lingered on the portraits for a moment, and he asked, "Are these your wife and children? Aren't they here?" David's body stiffened slightly, then he shook his head gently, a trace of loneliness flashing in his eyes. "They've returned to their hometown, in the village not far outside the valley. The farmhouse needs someone to watch over it in the winter, so at this time of year, I'm the only one left here, accompanied by the crowing of chickens, the bleating of sheep, and the neighing of horses." Then he showed a thankful expression, "Fortunately, my wife and children are not here, otherwise I really don't know what I would do if I encountered that monster." Gandalf took his pipe out of his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked with a smile, "David, tell us in detail what the monster looks like." Then he looked at Tans and the others and added to David, "These men are among the best warriors. You can trust them completely. David recalled what happened in the past few nights and nodded with lingering fear. Okay, Gandalf, I believe you. Then he swallowed, looked at Tans and others in the house, and said in a trembling voice, I didn't actually see the monster head on. Of course, if I did, you wouldn't have met me tonight. As if to lessen his fear, David cracked a joke. But Tans didn't laugh. Instead, he asked, and then? Well, then, I was actually awakened the night before yesterday by the bleating of sheep and the shaking of the ground. A terrifying, enormous figure passed by my bedroom window. I peeked over, but in the darkness, I couldn't see clearly. I only knew it could stand like a human, holding the sheep under its armpits as easily as a person holding a hen. And then the day before yesterday, and last night, it came again, and each time it took away 2 sheep. Aegon asked loudly in an old voice, what about skin color? Are there scales, claws, hair, or anything like that? David lost himself in memories, carefully recalling the monster's back, and shook his head. I couldn't see its skin color clearly at night, but it had no hair, scales, or claws. At this point, even the farmer himself showed an uncertain expression. But it even wears shabby and loose clothes, and there's a knife hanging from its waist that's almost as long as me. It's like the giant the bards talked about. I wonder if it can speak. Aegon sighed, this information may not be enough. Bilbo, who had been listening to their conversation intently, nodded thoughtfully. Well, Mr. Aegon is right. I've read a lot of books, but I've never heard of such a monster. It would be nice if you could describe it in more detail. David immediately looked apologetic and said, I'm sorry, I'm so scared that I've been hiding at home these past few nights. I don't even dare to go out during the day, for fear that the monster is wandering in the valley. Although the monster has never appeared during the day, it only appears at night. Then he said sincerely and eagerly, if you can kill that monster, I am willing to give you a generous reward. David looked around and finally his eyes stopped on Thoren, because when he invited these people in just now, the dwarves all looked up to Thoren. He said, judging from your attire, you're planning a long journey, aren't you? You'll definitely need money and other necessities. While I'm not a wealthy man, I've saved a small fortune through animal husbandry over the years. I can offer you a reasonable reward for hunting monsters, along with a letter. If you continue east, you'll undoubtedly pass by the village where my wife and children are within 3 days. Give them my letter, and you'll be able to replenish your food and water supplies in the village, as well as find a place to rest. Thoren said, well, it's a fair price. Then he turned to Tans and asked, will you join the hunt, Tans? Tans nodded in anticipation, why not, Thoren? This is a monster I've never seen before. It makes my heart itch. Bernard then spoke up, smiling, count me in. Tans, how about we have a race to see who can put an end to that monster first? Tans glanced sideways, raised his brows, and asked, what's the point of this? Bernard shrugged nonchalantly, his voice full of ease, it's just a small game. After all, I've lost to you so many times, I have to find a chance to win back a game. Kili heard the conversation and said, if Teacher Tans and Teacher Bernal both join in, then we won't have a chance. I don't think there's any monster that can withstand a blow from you two. The other dwarves all made noises of agreement, and the farmer's house was gradually filled with the dwarves' laughter, leaving David puzzled. It was as if the terrible monster that had kept him awake for days was a weak stray dog on the roadside, left to be slaughtered. Thoren couldn't help but smile. He turned to Balin, who had closed his eyes and was resting, and shouted, Balin, please help Tans, Bernal and this Mr. David draft a contract for hunting the monsters in the Deep Valley. Balin opened his eyes, smiled kindly, nodded, took out a pen and a thick stack of paper, and began to write. David was confused and looked at Gandalf in bewilderment, why are we writing a contract all of a sudden? Gandalf smiled and said, I believe that the contract written by the dwarves can be used as an official document in any country. The farmer nodded blankly. Although he didn't understand, it seemed very formal. But he quickly became nervous again, no, now is not the time to write a contract. That monster might be coming soon. I have to turn off the lights quickly. Balin's voice sounded politely at this time, okay, Mr. David, Mr. Tans, and Mr. Bernal, after you have read the contract once, you can sign and seal it. The contract will take effect immediately. The contract drawn up by Balin was not as long as the one signed by Bilbo, but it also filled 2 pages. When Tans and Bernal took the contract, they glanced at it briefly before signing their names and handing it to David. The farmer, holding the contract, which still smelled of ink, read the words and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Seeing that David was still hesitant to sign, Balin said considerately, "If you can't write, I can do it for you." David shook his head. Although he could not write many words, he could still write his own name. He sighed heavily, and David could tell that these people and the dwarf were serious, so he had to sign his name. Just as he signed his name, there was a sudden sound of heavy footsteps outside the house, and the rustling sound of paper scratching stopped abruptly. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the quiet air like drums, accompanied by a rough breathing. The dwarves' boisterous laughter came to an abrupt halt, and their faces, once brimming with joy, were now filled with tension and vigilance. Their ears were pressed against the walls and the ground, trying to capture more information. What? Although the heavy footsteps stopped, the sheep in the sheepfold began to cry out in panic. The sheep's screams immediately woke up the sleeping chickens in the chicken coop. They flapped their wings, struggling to get up from their half-asleep state, and let out a series of rapid clucking sounds. The sudden commotion also affected the horses further back in the stable. Thoren's horses had been quietly munching on wild grass when they were disturbed by the sudden commotion. They raised their heads, their big eyes flashing with anxiety and vigilance in the dim light, and the white breath from their nostrils intertwined in the air. The horses' hooves tapped the ground lightly, accompanied by snorts, and their neighing was particularly prominent. Ori, the dwarf closest to the window, cautiously stretched out a finger and slowly opened the window a crack under the nervous gaze of the other dwarves, and his eyes slipped out through the crack. Dori whispered beside Ori, "Did you see the monster clearly?" The vision of dwarves is naturally different from that of humans. Although they cannot see very far away like elves, it is still enough for them to see the outside scene clearly in the hazy moonlight at night. Therefore, Ori naturally saw the monster's appearance clearly, and as the most knowledgeable dwarf in the Lonely Mountain expedition, he also recognized what the monster was. Ori withdrew his gaze from the window slit, then looked at his companions who were staring at him eagerly in the house, and whispered, "That's a man-troll." Ogre, although the dwarves were nervous, they were obviously not as panicked as before. Indeed, sometimes the unknown is the greatest source of fear. But Gandalf stopped what he was doing and looked up in surprise. Kili breathed a sigh of relief and said, "No wonder they dare not appear during the day. It's because they are afraid of the Sunday." Bilbo blinked and said, "Troll? Wait, is that the one I know from books?" Boffer nodded and replied, "Yes, so don't worry. Perhaps we can handle it without Mr. Tans and Mr. Bernard. It's just a troll. We can handle it alone." Bilbo hummed and said, "Perhaps you are right, Boffer, but where are Tans and Bernard?" Boffer was stunned, then suddenly looked in the direction where Tans and Bernal were just now, only to find that the two people who should have been there had disappeared. Millicent, who had still not moved, noticed the looks from Boffer and the other dwarves and said gently, "As for the two of them, they were already out with their weapons when Ori secretly opened the window." As Millicent finished her words, there came from the window the ogre's howl of pain, and the slight tremor of his heavy body collapsing on the earth. The conversation between Bernal and Tans also came in through the gap in the window that Ori opened. "Tanis. I won this time after all, right? Okay, Bernard, I admit you won. But you wouldn't cut a huge hole in the farmer's field just to win, would you? If I had been slower, your spell would have hit this big guy on the head. So what do we do now? You've cut this monster in half, what do you do with the body? What kind of creature is this? The blood and the organs that have fallen out are really stinking. You can't blame me. Who would have thought this big guy had the same body as a normal person? I thought it wasn't wearing armor because it was confident in its physical strength, so I didn't intend to hold back from the beginning." The two men's voices grew closer and closer until one of them knocked on the window. Da-da-da. The window was opened by Bernal from the outside, revealing his somewhat embarrassed expression. He looked at David and said, "Maybe your sheep pen needs a good cleaning." David looked at Bernard in confusion but shock. No matter how dumb he was, he knew that the monster that had frightened him for several nights was solved so easily. From the noise just now and the conversation between the two men, David knew that the monster didn't even have time to resist and died very peacefully. It was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Gandalf stood up and said, "Don't bother. If it's a troll, its body will turn to stone at dawn. David, you just need to get a good night's sleep and clean up some strange-shaped stones when you wake up the next day." Tanis looked at Gandalf as if he was about to leave and asked, where are you going? Gandalf sighed and said, my good boy, I must go explore the direction he just came from. The trolls will not come down from the mountain easily. There must be something wrong that made this stupid troll run to the human territory to steal livestock. Chapter 72. After hearing what Gandalf said, Tanis asked, must it be now? It is getting late, Gandalf. Gandalf did not pause, but said, I am a wizard, Tanis. For a wizard, it is more important to find out the truth of a matter, rather than to care whether the time is right or not. Tanis frowned slightly and said, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'm worried. Millicent and I will go with you. With Bernard and Aegon staying here, there's no need to worry about anything going wrong. Gandalf smiled and nodded. It would be inappropriate for me to refuse such an enthusiastic offer. However, I don't know how long this trip will take. It may only be one night, or it may be a whole day. He looked at Thoren and said, if you haven't seen Tanis and the others return by early morning, you can set off first. Well, we'll meet up at the village David mentioned. Within a week, Tanis, Miss Millicent and I will definitely catch up with you. Thoren nodded slightly. I hope you will be on time, Gandalf. Gandalf smiled faintly and said, oh, my dear Thoren, the wizard is never absent. Bilbo realized what was happening and his eyes widened. Wait, Gandalf, Tanis, are you leaving the team? Tanis said soothingly, it's only temporary, Bilbo. We'll see each other again in a week at the latest. Bilbo nodded blankly, but he felt a little unsafe after Tanis and Gandalf left. Tanis looked at Bernal and Aegon and warned, Bilbo's safety is temporarily in your hands. Bernard nodded calmly, while Aegon laughed and said, no problem, Tanis, not even a dragon can harm your friend. Thoren looked at Fili and Kili and said, you two go help Tanis and the others prepare dry food for about a week, and then go to the stable to get Gandalf and Miss Millicent's horses. Fili and Kili immediately got up and ran out of the farmhouse. But when Tanis and the others came out, they found that the dwarf brothers were standing there in a daze, as if they were frozen in time. Their eyes were wide, their mouths slightly open, and their expressions were confused and lost. Seeing this, Tanis asked, what's wrong, Fili, Kili? Fili came back to his senses and glanced at the farmhouse obscurely. After finding that Thoren did not follow him out, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Tanis, there is a small problem. Kili continued, originally we were supposed to have 18 horses, but now, even including the farmers, there are only 15. 4 of our horses are missing. Fili nodded. Yes, but Fili and I can guarantee that the horses are tied up in the stable. Tanis frowned, I think we should tell Thoren about this. Fili immediately refused, no, let's not worry about it for now. He glanced at the farmhouse again and pleaded in a low voice to Tanis and the others, please, Teacher Tanis and Gandalf, don't tell Thoren that the horses are missing. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to sleep well tonight. Kili also nodded repeatedly, and it was obvious that they did not want to be scolded by Thoren after knowing this. The hazy moonlight gently fell on the quaint stable. The wooden fence swayed gently in the breeze, making a creaking sound, but it did not disturb the horses inside at all. Wait, why is there a creaking sound from the wooden fence? With this question in mind, Tanis curiously walked a few steps closer to the stable, came to the other side, and discovered the truth about the missing horse. The stable on the other side had been destroyed at some point, and the sound was the broken fence shaking in the wind. Gandalf also looked over, frowned at the huge footprints left on the ground and said, it seems that there is more than one troll who just came to David's house. It's just that the troll you and Bernard killed didn't have time to leave. Tanis glanced at the location of the stable and the sheepfold and nodded. Yes, the stable is further out. I did hear the horse's frightened cry just now. I originally thought it was scared by the ogre, but I didn't expect that another ogre had taken the horse away. Kili asked subconsciously, then why did the ogre take the extra time to go to the sheepfold and steal the sheep? Gandalf glanced at Kili unhappily. Perhaps it's because every troll has a different taste, Kili. But I would rather you tell Thoren about this now. One troll coming down the mountain is cause for concern, and now there's more than one. This is a development worthy of our vigilance. Use your rock-hard brain and think about it, Kili. Would a troll risk being burned down the mountain for no reason? Well, maybe they just want to go down the mountain for a change. After all, there are no sheep or chickens in the mountains. Kili retorted subconsciously, but his voice began to soften when Philly tugged at his sleeve and he saw Gandalf's eyes looking at him more seriously. Tanis coughed lightly and quickly comforted Gandalf. Gandalf, there's no need to be so angry. Philly, I will go with you and Keely to help explain the missing horses. Philly then nodded quickly. At least with Teacher Tans there, he and Keely didn't have to face Thorin's wrath directly. Sure enough, after Tans brought the two frightened dwarves back to the farmhouse and explained the situation to Thorin, Philly and Keely were not scolded by him. But the price is that the two of them must be responsible for finding the lost horses. Otherwise, if they lack horses during the day tomorrow, there will be no way for everyone to keep up with the team's pace. This meant that Philly and Keely had no choice but to go into the valley with Tans and the others in the cold night. So Bilbo shouted outside the farmhouse, "So why did you bring me out? I have nothing to do with the loss of the horse." Philly and Keely looked at each other and said at the same time, "But you are our hired thief, Mr. Bilbo. We think you should be able to find the troll's footprints soon and lead us there." Bilbo looked at Philly and Keely in disbelief, then noticed their serious expressions and became even more speechless. Well, he said, resigned to his fate, "I knew this day would come, but it's coming sooner than I thought. It's safer to look for the footprints of a troll at night than for the footprints of a dragon." Tanis had wanted to let Bilbo go back, but he didn't expect that he agreed himself. Gandalf also said, "It is indeed a relief to have a hobbit to help. Let us go before the other trolls get too far." The valley in the middle of the night, washed by a winter rain, seems particularly quiet. The raindrops gleamed silver in the faint moonlight, and the wet soil exuded a cold breath. The stream in the valley became more turbulent after the rain. Occasionally, a drop of water would slide down from a height, splashing ripples. Gandalf held his staff in one hand and his ceremonial sword in the other. Tans also had a sword and a staff in his arsenal, and he also cast the starlight spell to illuminate the scenery in the deep mountains and forests ahead. They walked in front, with the two dwarves and the hobbit in the middle, and Millicent responsible for the safety of the rear. Gandalf and Tanis stopped, and Tanis frowned after looking around. Bilbo saw the team stopped and asked subconsciously, "What happened?" Gandalf looked back and said, "There's so much grass and trees ahead that I can't see the troll's tracks anymore, Bilbo." Tans nodded and stared at the winding valley ahead. The place where they were was not suitable for walking. The air in the deep valley was filled with a mixed smell of earth and moisture, and the ground underfoot was covered with wild grass, which was even taller than the ankles and swayed gently in the wind. Trees were densely packed on both sides, their branches and leaves intertwined to form a dense green shade that blocked out most of the moonlight. If it weren't for the starlight above Tan's head that continuously provided a bright light source, the faint light of the torch alone would be enough to make them lost here. Moreover, Tans noticed that the ground here was not as soft and warm as the ground outside, which allowed the ogre's footprints to be clearly visible. On the contrary, the soil here is mixed with hard stones, and you have to use a lot of deliberate force to leave clear footprints on it. Bilbo, guided by the light from the starlight above Tanis's head, squinted his eyes and looked towards a tree on his right. He raised his hand and pointed, "Do you see that tree? Is there something wrong on the trunk of the tree on the right? I'm not sure, though. It's just a feeling." Tanis followed Bilbo's finger and indeed found something discordant on the tree trunk. Keely's eyes were sharp. He said, "Looks like a few scratches made by a sharp object." Tans nodded, then looked around the tree carefully and found the same scratches. "Yes, and the trees behind it also have similar scratches. And it seems there's something else," Bilbo said hesitantly. He stepped forward with his big furry feet, moved carefully, crawled to the ground, and picked up something. Bilbo pinched a few strands of horsehair between his fingers, showing a surprised expression. "These are the hairs that fell from the horse. It seems that this is the right direction." Gandalf laughed and said, "You are indeed our snitch. You can even find such an inconspicuous thing." Millicent said from behind, "Then these knife marks must have been left intentionally by the trolls. They also need to carve marks in this deep valley covered with weeds and trees so that they can identify the way back to their nest." Tans nodded. "You're right, Millicent. The knife marks are quite recent, having been left in the past few days. Considering what David said, it's very likely that they were trail marks left by the trolls to make it easier for them to reach David's farmhouse and steal his livestock." Philly and Keely looked at each other excitedly, and the latter said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and follow them. It will be troublesome if the ogre kills the horse." Tans did not act immediately, but instead cancelled the starlight spell above his head, allowing darkness to return to the forest. Because the lighting effect of the starlight spell was so good, he was worried that the ogres would be able to see the light he created from a long distance away. Gandalf took over Tanis's responsibility of lighting. He reached out and touched the top of his staff, producing a very faint white light that was not easily noticed. Tans then turned around and said in the direction where Fili and Kili had just spoken, "Don't be anxious, Fili, Kili, patience is the most important thing." With the help of the light from Gandalf's staff, Tanis and his companions quickly found the troll's lair by following the marks on the tree. Rather, these ogres never expected that humans would follow them, so they did not hide at all, and the firelight from the campfire directly exposed the ogre's position. There were 2 ogres in total, and each of them was busy. One of them was tall and had muscles as hard as iron. It used a huge moss-covered rock as a whetstone and rubbed the sharp knife that was shining with a cold light vigorously. The other ogre appeared cunning and clever, stirring the black soup pot on the campfire gently and rhythmically with a spoon in hand. The liquid in the pot was boiling and roiling, making a dull sound, and gusts of hot air with a pungent smell filled the air. The captured horses were tied randomly to the thick trunk of a tree. The horses were huddled together, their bodies trembling. "Are you not ready yet, William? I've been waiting for so long that I'm hungry, and my knife is almost broken." The ogre who was sharpening the knife stopped what he was doing, turned around and asked in a simple and honest tone. At the same time, its hands were not honest and it reached directly into the soup pot, trying to pinch something out of it. Then, his companion William hit him hard on the head with a hot spoon. "How many times have I told you, don't touch my pot? Tom. And Bert hasn't come back yet, so we have to eat together, understand?" "Oh, it hurts. I'm just hungry, not that I don't want to wait for Bert." Tom defended himself, covering his head. William pointed at Tom without hesitation. "You don't want to wait?" Tom said aggrievedly, "But Bert is too slow. We have been waiting for almost half an hour." William cursed. "It's because it wants to keep eating mutton. It ate mutton the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday, and the day before yesterday, it was still mutton. My mouth is full of the mutton smell." After hearing this, Tom laughed and said, "Why don't we just capture that farmer tomorrow? It's been a long time since I tasted human flesh." William rolled his eyes at the other person and said, "Forget it. That farmer looks skinny and small. He must be all bones. He'll taste sour. I don't want to eat that farmer before the livestock in the farmhouse have finished eating him." Then he heard Tom's puzzled voice, "William, what is that? Why are there fireballs floating in the air by themselves?" William turned his head and saw a huge fireball instantly covering his face. Chapter 73. Bilbo's first loot. The ogre named William only had time to hold his face and scream, and the next second, the sword flashed like lightning. Accompanied by a silver light, Millicent appeared silently behind William like a ghost. William's scream stopped abruptly, and his huge bald head separated from his fat and huge body and fell smoothly to the ground. At the same time, the other ogre, Tom, seemed to have not yet realized that his companion had died tragically. He even pointed at Millicent and said stupidly, "Hey, William, this little human female actually cut off your head. It's so funny." Oh. Filikili let out a war cry, and the beast prayer beast stone was cast out. Several sharp pieces of gravel hit Tom's eyes, making him cover his eyes and cry out in pain. "You little dwarfs have offended me." Tom covered his eyes and fumbled for the sword at his waist, waving it around wildly. Bilbo picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the person, shouting, "Hey, here I am." The small stone hit Tom's hairless bald head accurately. He covered his eyes and swung his sword, which was longer than the dwarf's, in the direction of Bilbo's voice. But Tom didn't know that Bilbo had already slipped away on his big hairy feet, and the back of the stupid ogre was exposed to Fili and Kili. "Drink!" Fili quickly ran under Tom, and the beast's prayer beast claw appeared, and the sharp claws cut off the ogre's 2 calves. Tom's body was like a puppet whose support had been pulled out. His huge body tilted backward unsteadily, and the sand and soil on the ground splashed everywhere as he fell. The ogre blinked rapidly a few times with his only remaining bright eyes, and through his blurred vision, he saw Philip nimbly move to the side and was not pinned under him. After falling to the ground, Tom forced himself to open his non-blind eye again, only to see another dwarf. Kili had a provocative smile on his lips, the bow in his hand was already drawn, and an arrow was condensed with a cold light like moonlight, ready to be released. Time seemed to freeze, All movements merged into a series of still images, until Keely loosened his fingers and the arrow, like an arrow released from a bow, cut through the air and pierced Tom's head with unerring accuracy, taking the ogre's life. Yet, when Philip saw his brother finished the harvest, he rolled over and stood up, waving his fists and shouting excitedly. Keely did the same, running over to his brother and bumping fists with him. Only then did Tans come out from the surrounding woods, with the staff on his waist. It was obvious that the fireball was his masterpiece. He smiled and clapped his hands. Excellent cooperation, Philly, Keely. You have made excellent use of beast prayer in actual combat. Philly and Keely both smiled happily and bowed deeply to Tans. All this is thanks to you and Teacher Bernard's teachings. Tanis nodded, then looked at Bilbo, who was looking over at him from the other side, and said with a smile, "Of course, you two should not forget Bilbo's cooperation. It was he who attracted the attention of the ogre, which made your surprise attack plan a success." Philly said, "Of course, we won't forget." Then the two dwarves rushed up to Bilbo and cheered him so much that the hobbit felt a little embarrassed. Tanis smiled and asked Bilbo, who was being pulled by Philly and Keely to celebrate, "How do you feel, Bilbo?" Bilbo, who had been grinning along with his dwarf brothers, froze for a moment and said hesitantly, "What feeling?" Tans shrugged and smiled, "Of course it's the adventurous feeling after defeating a seemingly invincible enemy. How about it? Can you feel your heart beating wildly?" Bilbo touched his chest and realized that even through the thick clothes, he could still hear his heart beating bang bang. When he had just attracted the ogre's attention, he had been extremely nervous. But now Bilbo felt as if he were very excited for some reason, and it was this excitement that made him laugh foolishly along with Philly and Keely. Tanis nodded his lips and finally said, "You can't hide the smile on your lips, Bilbo. Remember this feeling. I hope you will enjoy adventures." Bilbo nodded somewhat confusedly. Although he had no idea what Tans meant by this, it did not affect his joyful and excited mood at the moment. However, he still felt a little unreal and said unsurely, "But I only threw a few stones at the ogre. It was Philly and Keely who actually killed it. Does that count as me helping?" Tans said, "You should ask Philly and Keely what they think." Keely said immediately, "Of course you deserve some credit, Master Snitch. Those stones you threw were very accurate, even more accurate than Philly's throwing knives." Philly coughed loudly and said with a smile, "Well, it's actually as accurate as my throwing knives. I saw with my own eyes that a stone hit the ogre's nostrils." Keely ignored Philly's explanation and nodded. "Yes, I will explain to Thoren in detail when we get back. Hiring Bilbo Baggins as a thief for the Lonely Mountain expedition is definitely worth it." Tanis smiled as he watched Bilbo's flattered expression, then he realized that someone seemed to be missing. He looked at Millicent, who was untying the horses from the tree trunks and gently soothing the frightened creatures. "Millicent, have you seen Gandalf?" Tanis asked. Millicent raised her head and replied gently, "After the battle, he went deeper into the forest. Now I don't know where he went. But we shouldn't worry about him. Judging from the surroundings, there should only be these three ogres." The grass behind Bilbo, Philly, and Keely swayed, and Gandalf's pointed wizard hat poked out from it, revealing his old and wise face. His voice just happened to ring out at this moment, and he said with a smile, "Of course you don't have to worry about me, Ms. Millicent. And I think you should come with me to take a look. Trolls are afraid of sunlight, so there must be caves nearby where they hide from the sun. I just found these troll caves, and there are a lot of good things in them." Tan's eyes lit up. He loved this part of collecting spoils the most. So he walked quickly forward, and as he passed Bilbo, he patted him on the shoulder happily, "Come on, Bilbo, and let us enjoy the joy of winning the spoils of battle together." The troll's cave was not far away, and they arrived there in just a few minutes. The cave was hidden in the heart of a small curved hillside, surrounded by wild grass. Beside the cave entrance, a piece of cloth that smelled like rotting meat was carelessly discarded, with dried brown spots stuck on it. It was obviously used by the trolls to block the cave entrance and the sunlight. Gandalf reached out and touched his staff, making the light from the tip of the staff shine brighter. "This is it," he said, and Tans and the others all walked in. The interior of the cave was dark and damp, with human and animal bones scattered on the ground, and a disgusting stench filled the air. But what surprised Tans was that there were shelves in the ogre's cave. His eyes fell on the simple shelves deep in the cave, which were piled with all kinds of food, shriveled fruits, dried meat strips, moldy bread and broken cans, and he didn't know what unlucky guys they were looted from. Added to this was a miscellany of stolen goods, ranging from brass buttons to jars full of gold coins in one corner. There were also a lot of clothes hanging randomly on the wall, but it was obvious that these clothes were too small for the trolls. They were probably the clothes of the victims. Gandalf and Bilbo were rummaging through the shelves aimlessly, occasionally stepping carefully over the skulls left by humans on the ground. As for Millicent, she did not come in, for someone had to look after the horses that had been rescued with such difficulty. After discovering the jars of gold coins, Philly and Keely perked up and no longer felt that the troll's cave was smelly. They grinned and started to move the jars out of the corner. Tans ran straight into the ogre's house with a sharp gaze. His sharp eyes made him notice that something was reflecting light there. My treasure hunting intuition never deceives me. It must be something good, not some strange mushroom or forging stone. Bilbo felt a little bored. Although Philly and Keely were counting the gold coins excitedly, he had no interest in the gold. Therefore, Tanis's action directly attracted Bilbo's attention, causing him to ask, "Tanis, have you found anything?" All that could be heard was the crisp sound of metal colliding from Tans's side, and then Tans's excited voice came, "I really found something good. Look, these swords." He walked quickly out of the shadowy corner, holding several well-made swords of various shapes and sizes in his arms. In the light of Gandalf's staff, the two swords were particularly eye-catching. They were covered with gorgeous scabbards, and the gems inlaid on the hilt still sparkled brightly even though they were covered with dust. Bilbo's eyes widened. "Oh, these swords don't look like troll swords." Gandalf also came over with a look of surprise, and with a light wave of his staff, the dust on the swords was swept away. He looked at the swords in Tan's arms with a nostalgic look, and pulled out one of the two special swords. He said, "And they are definitely not made by humans. These swords come from Gondolin, forged by the High Elves in the First Age." Tans put down the other swords and picked up the special one. "High Elf? This sword is as sharp as some of the legendary weapons from my homeland." Gandalf smiled and shook his head, "Of course not. Lord Elrond was born in the Second Age," he said, returning the sword to Tans. Tans said curiously, "I thought you would be interested in this sword." Gandalf smiled and patted the ceremonial sword hanging at his waist. "Oh, if I hadn't had these two swords you gave me, I would definitely ask you for a weapon to defend myself. But now, another sword is too much for me." Tans shrugged and kept one of the swords to give to Millicent outside. Then he said to Bilbo, "Philly and Keely, how will you divide it?" Philly and Keely shook their heads together. Philly said, "Teacher Bernal has given us a useful longsword." Then he rolled his eyes, gave Bilbo a nudge, and pushed him toward the swords, saying, "Let Bilbo choose. He should have the first choice of his first spoils." Bilbo hadn't expected this and pointed at himself, "Me?" Tanis nodded, "Yes, you deserve it, Bilbo." Bilbo then squeezed his hands and said, "Well, in that case, I'll choose this sword." He did not choose the remaining jeweled sword, but a small knife in a leather sheath, just the right size for a hobbit. Bilbo placed the knife beside the brass short blade Tanis had given him, and patted them with satisfaction. Gandalf added, "The swords of the elves glow blue when they encounter orcs or goblins. Then you must take heed, my good hobbit." Bilbo blinked in understanding. Tans put the remaining swords back into the space backpack, took the sword he had chosen for Millicent in his hand, and walked out of the ogre's cave. "Millicent, this sword is good, would you like to try it?" After Tans went out, he saw Millicent outside and threw the sword in his hand with the scabbard over. Millicent raised her prosthetic hand to catch it, a look of slight surprise on her face. "It's so light." Then she grasped the hilt of the sword with her other hand and pulled it out, revealing the silver blade inside and the runes on it. She swung the sword a few times, then sheathed it with satisfaction. "Thanks, Tans, this sword is really nice. I wish I knew its name." "It has runes upon it," said Gandalf. "Perhaps Lord Elrond himself will explain its marvelous origins to you when we reach Rivendell." Millicent nodded. At this time, a hint of dawn had just appeared in the sky, and the faint light of dawn spread like a thin thread in the east. "Let's go back. It's getting late. Thoren and the others should be getting ready to get up," Gandalf said, looking up at the slightly bright sky. After Tans and the others left, the ogre's corpse was exposed to the sunlight, emitting white smoke and a sizzling sound. Their corpses turned into the materials they were made of, turning into a pile of harmless rocks. These ogre-like stones lay alone on the ground, with only birds perching on them. As the sun continued to rise, Light and shadow danced on the edges of the stones, casting mottled shadows. Perhaps only people who occasionally passed by would be surprised by these strangely shaped stones. Chapter 74. Stubborn Thoren. When Tans and the others returned to David's farmhouse, Thoren and the others had already packed their things and were ready to set off. On the farmhouse lawn, now bathed in the early morning light, the dwarves wandered at random, their shadows lengthening in the dawn's twilight. The air was thick with boredom, mingling with the scent of fresh grass. The dwarves either tickled the lazy sheep in the sheepfold or poked the white-feathered chickens in the chicken coop as they stretched their necks to look for food. They yawned or burped, and as the dwarves had brief conversations, Thoren looked in the direction where Gandalf and the others had left last night. Of course, the only one who actually burped was Bombur, the fat dwarf. The sound of his burps was like a wisp of smoke suddenly rising from a hill, unique and with a hint of satisfaction. This was because Thoren had asked David to prepare breakfast for Tans and the others in the morning, but Tans and the others still hadn't shown up until the breakfast was cold. Bombur adhered to the principle of not wasting any grain of food. He decided to sacrifice his stomach and ate all the breakfast for 6 people including Tans under the shocked gaze of the other dwarves. "Sometimes I'm afraid your belly will explode, Bombur," said Boffer, looking at his brother's round belly. Bombur was sitting on the ground rubbing his bloated belly because he had eaten too much. He smiled innocently when he heard what Boffer said. Thoren heard the conversation between the two dwarves and smiled silently. Then he raised his head to look at the sun hanging high in the sky. His expression changed back to that of a majestic dwarf leader, and he said loudly, "Wait for the last half hour. If Tans and the others still don't show up, we will set off and wait for them in the village ahead." At this moment, the sharp-eyed Dwellin saw the shadowy figures of Tanis and his men approaching, and shouted to Thoren, "I see someone coming, Thoren. I wonder if it's Tanis and Philly." Balin narrowed his eyes and smiled, "My eyes tell me that it is Philly Keely and your friends coming, Thoren." Thoren nodded, and soon enough, Tans and his companions appeared in everyone's sight, leading the horses that had been abducted by the trolls. Tans and the others walked over, and Philly and Keely excitedly greeted them. The two dwarf brothers each carried a jar of gold coins they had taken out of the troll cave, and they reported their battle results to Thoren one by one. Thoren's heart finally settled down when he saw that Philly and Keely were not injured. He listened silently to Philly and Keely's descriptions of the thrilling battle with the trolls, and only spoke after they stopped talking, "But you can't carry these jars of gold with you forever." Keely waved his arms and said, "That's easy. Philly and I plan to dig a pit nearby and bury these cans in it. We can take them out when we pass by here again on our way back from Lonely Mountain." Philip also nodded. They had both thought about the problem of carrying the gold coin jar on the way. Thoren said, "It's good that you have considered it, but remember that these gold coin jars were found by the 6 of you. When you come back to dig them up, you can only take your share." Keely nodded vigorously. "Of course I understand. Philly and I will only take what is ours." Thoren patted both of them on the shoulders and said, "Go inside and see if you left anything behind. Let's get ready to go." While Thoren was talking to Philly and Keely, Gandalf looked in surprise at David, the farmer, who was also getting ready to set off. Oin, Gloin, Nori, Dori, and Ori, the 5 dwarves in the chicken coop, nimbly helped David catch the white-feathered chickens in the chicken coop and put them on the carriage. David himself drove the docile sheep out of the fold, and when he heard what Gandalf said he said, "I intend to go with you, Gandalf." He glanced in the direction Gandalf and the others had come from, or more accurately, the direction the trolls had disappeared from, and said, "I've lived here for so many years, and I've been here every winter. But this year is different. The appearance of those trolls makes me feel very unsafe. I'm afraid that after you leave, what if new trolls come? I plan to go to the village where my wife and children are, and stay there for a while." After hearing what David said, Gandalf smiled and nodded. "Well, there's nothing wrong with you doing this. We have more people than you and can help you watch over the animals on the road." David looked at the dwarves around him and said thankfully, "Although these dwarves are a bit careless and unconcerned about details, they do help a lot in driving these livestock. If I were alone, I would probably just hide in the house and pray that the ogres wouldn't come in." Amid the songs and stories of the dwarves, the Lonely Mountain expedition set out again. Less than a day after Tans and Thoren and his party left David's farmhouse, 2 sturdy wolves rushed out of the valley. On the back of the warg were the 2 orcs outside Bree. One of them directly controlled the warg to cross the fence of the farmhouse and saw the stone-turned ogre corpse inside the farmhouse and the messy traces on the ground. The wolf under its crotch twitched its nose, raised its head and let out a creepy wolf howl. Ouch! In reality it was communicating in the language of the wargs with the orcs that rode on its back. The orc leaped from the warg and, with a few quick steps, came to the door of the farmhouse. There was a chain hanging on the door, but he pulled out an extremely sharp machete from his waist and swung it at the wooden door. Under the violent swing of Oak, the wooden door quickly shattered, and then Oak kicked the door open and walked in. When he came out, he was holding a few red beards and a piece of mud-stained rag in his hands, with a hideous smile on his face. It threw the things left by the dwarves into the house, looked at its companions, and uttered the language of dark creatures, Zidger Dorgil, Rost Buzz Igimanim. Tell the master that the dwarven scum has been found. The village David mentioned was 3 days' journey from his farmhouse. There were no other accidents along the way, and Tans and his companions arrived smoothly at the village where David's wife and children lived. When the villagers saw such a large and powerful team, they all looked at them with caution and curiosity. But it was obvious that they all knew David. After seeing David in the team, the vigilance in the villagers' eyes quickly disappeared. The curious villagers ran directly to the mud brick house where David's wife and children lived, knocked on the door and told the people inside that David had come to the village with a large group of dwarves, 2 armored knights, and a wizard. Obviously, the sophisticated armor on Tans and Bernal made the villagers think they were nobles. When David's wife heard the news, she was at a loss at first, but she quickly came to her senses. She asked her 2 sons to clean up the house, then washed her face and hands before running out to greet her husband with a nervous mood. David, why did you come back suddenly? Did something unexpected happen? She saw that David had brought back the sheep and chickens he raised, and also noticed that the number of sheep was not right. She asked in surprise and worry. David slowed the carriage slightly, picked up his wife, glanced at the villagers watching the excitement from both sides of the road, and whispered, "A monster has appeared in the deep valley. I'll tell you the details when we get home." The wife nodded, then asked, "So, what's going on with those dwarves and the knight?" She didn't ask about Gandalf because as David's wife she had met Gandalf a few times. David explained briefly, "They are friends brought by Gandalf. If it weren't for them, I might not have made up my mind to come back." The village was not big, with only a few dozen households, so Tans and Thoren quickly arrived at David's home in the village. David's 2 teenage sons look very much like him. When they saw their father coming, they shouted "Dad" happily. David strode over, and the 2 children ran over and threw themselves into his arms. He hugged them tightly and stroked their hair with his calloused hands. "Come, children, help drive the sheep back to the yard. We have guests coming," David said gently to his 2 sons after releasing the hug. David's 2 sons were very obedient. They helped their father lead the docile sheep into the backyard of the house. On the other side, the dwarves signaled to David's wife not to help, and they also brought the chicken coop containing the white feathered chickens to the backyard and put it down. The wife whispered to David, "I've never seen so many dwarves in my life, and they seem very friendly to us." David said, "Maybe it's because I took them in for the night. Go prepare some delicious food, and I'll go to the market to buy a few barrels of wine. Don't worry, the dwarves will pay for it." The wife was a little resistant at first, but after hearing David's last words, she smiled happily and went to the kitchen to light a fire and cook. David finally had time to find Tanis, Gandalf, and Thoren. There was also a kind-looking dwarf with a white beard sitting at the table. The 4 of them were discussing their future arrangements. "Here is the reward for helping me get rid of the ogre, and I will also provide you with food and water when you leave as stated in the contract," David said as he placed a black coin on the low table where the 3 of them were sitting. Thoren didn't do anything with the money bag, but looked at Tans, because this was the reward for him and Bernal. "Thank you for your promise, David. I'll help pass on Bernard's copy." Tans didn't try to be polite, but nodded to David, reached out and put the purse into his space backpack. David widened his eyes slightly, and the money that suddenly disappeared from Tan's hands made him realize that Tan's identity was not simple. It was another wizard. David recalled how familiar Gandalf and Tanis were with each other, and could only assume that Tanis was also a wizard. With this thought in mind, David left home and headed to the village market to buy a few barrels of ale. After all, he had heard the dwarves talking about wanting to drink since last night. After seeing David leave, Thoren looked back at Gandalf and asked, "Where are you taking us, Gandalf?" "We are getting closer and closer to the land of the elves," Gandalf said with a smile. "You are right, Thoren. I am taking you to Rivendell to seek help from the lord there, Elrond." Then he looked at Tans and smiled, besides, Lord Elrond is Tan's friend. I believe he will not refuse our request for help. Thorin's face turned gloomy, and he said in a low voice, Elves? No, I would never go to the elves' territory even if I die, Gandalf. Not to mention asking me to ask the damn elves for help, I will not go near there. Gandalf showed a surprised expression. He did not expect Thorin to reject him so harshly. Even Balin's originally kind expression seemed to be a little out of place. Tans even recalled the commotion caused by Fili and Kili when Elrond first came to his territory. Gandalf asked in confusion, why not go there? The elves can provide us with food, shelter, and advice. Thorin refused without hesitation, I don't need their advice. Who are the elves to advise me? Gandalf couldn't believe Thorin's answer and continued to persuade him, we have a map, the one I gave you, which your father Thrain entrusted to me for safekeeping. There is a spell on it that hides some words that we have not yet deciphered. Lord Elrond can help us break the spell and decipher the words on the map. Help! Thorin seemed to be touched by this word, and his voice began to contain anger. What did the elves do to help us when the dragon attacked Erebor? The orcs sacked Moria and desecrated our sanctuary, and the elves watched and did nothing. Thorin clenched his fists and looked at Gandalf, suppressing his anger. Now, you want me to find the elves who betrayed my grandfather and my father. Gandalf showed a headache expression, and then became serious, but you are not your grandfather and father, Thorin. I gave you the map and the key, not to let you cling to the past. Before Thorin could finish his words to Gandalf, he replied in a snarling tone, I didn't know you had the map and key. Gandalf's face also showed a rare expression of anger and incomprehension. Tanis said to smooth things over, Thorin, Gandalf, both of you calm down. There is no need to quarrel over such things. Thorin's chest rose and fell several times, and finally he nodded to Tans, you are right, Tans, but I will not go to Rivendell, and I will never ask the elves for help. In the movie, Thorin and his companions were already discovered, so the orcs quickly caught up with them. Gandalf, while being chased by the orcs, led Thorin and his companions into a secret path leading to Rivendell, forcing Thorin to go in. Hilarious! Chapter 75 Crux. After Thorin finished speaking, Tanis immediately noticed that Gandalf's expression turned extremely bad, as if the cultured old wizard was about to erupt his temper like a volcano. Tans hurriedly comforted Gandalf, then blinked wildly and signaled Balin with his eyes, asking the kind dwarf who wanted to persuade Thorin but didn't know how to do it to pull Thorin away. Gandalf's expression improved after he could no longer see Thorin, but he was still very angry and his chest kept heaving. Tanis tried to change the subject and asked, Gandalf, I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Why are dwarves like Thorin, Fili, and Kili so hostile to the elves? Thorin even seems to be hating them. Have the elves really betrayed the dwarves? He thought for a moment and added, but from my experience with Elrond, I don't believe he's the treacherous villain Thorin describes him as. Furthermore, when they encountered the dwarves in my territory, they didn't show any dislike. It was the dwarves who were unilaterally hostile to the elves. Gandalf patted his chest, took a deep breath, then sat down and put the cigarette holder in his mouth. He took a long drag on his cigarette before answering Tan's question, his tone still hinting at Thorin's anger. This is both difficult and easy to explain. But if I were to recount the conflicts between the dwarves and elves from the beginning, it would take too much time. Tanis heard Gandalf talking about his unique wizard nonsense literature again. He waited until the other party's mood improved a little before he smiled and teased, then tell me briefly, and I will ask Elrond for the details myself. Gandalf looked at Tanis in surprise and said, you mean to say that you support me taking the dwarves to Rivendell? Tanis nodded. I have no reason to refuse, Gandalf. Elrond has long wanted to invite me to Rivendell, so this is a good opportunity to go. Of course, more importantly, there is no hatred between the elves and me. On the contrary, our relationship is quite good. The relationship was indeed very good, especially when the golden tree grew stronger and turned into a giant tree. The way the elves looked at the golden tree made Tans feel like they were even on a pilgrimage. Of course, this is just a feeling, the elves do not regard the golden tree as their sacred tree. Tans could feel that there was actually more of a sense of nostalgia in their eyes. Gandalf sighed, if only Thorin were as easy to talk to as you. Tans shrugged. So what happened to the dwarves and the elves? You haven't told me that yet. Gandalf glanced in the direction Thorin had left, then turned his head to look at the dwarves in the house. He stood up, motioned for Tanis to follow him, and said, to avoid irritating the dwarves, let's talk outside. Tanis followed Gandalf to a relatively secluded part of the village. This is an abandoned house that has not been inhabited for a long time, as if it has been forgotten by the villagers. The iron chain on the rotten wooden door was rusted. The wind blew silently through the broken window, stirring up dust and scattering items in the room at random. Of course, Tanis and Gandalf did not enter the abandoned house, but stood in the grass behind the house. Gandalf put down his pipe and said, Thoren's words are full of his own subjective feelings. The real facts are by no means what you heard. Moreover, he has made a mistake about one very important thing. Please allow me to explain to you that the elves who are at odds with them are not the same elves led by Lord Elrond. Tans showed a look of astonishment and said with a smile, I knew that Elrond would never sit idly by and watch innocent people being attacked by dragons. Then he asked, where did the elves who are at odds with the dwarves come from? Gandalf replied, those are hunters from Mirkwood, led by their elf king, Thranduil, son of Orifer, who dwell in the Mirkwood region within Mirkwood. Although both are elves, strictly speaking, these Mirkwood elves belong to the Sindarin, while Lord Elrond and his men belong to the Noldor. Then he sighed, however, because elves rarely appear in the sight of humans or dwarves, they are not aware that elves have different cultures. Tans nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Thoren hated all the elves. So what did the elves do? Gandalf raised an eyebrow and shook his head vigorously. What did the elves do? No, Tanis, quite the opposite. It was the dwarves who were at fault first. One could even say that the Sindarin elves stood indifferent and did nothing when Smaug attacked the Lonely Mountain. It was entirely the dwarves' fault. They pushed their allies away with their own hands. He looked at Tans's surprised and amazed expression and continued, the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain were once on good terms with the Sindar of Mirkwood. I'm sure you know how prosperous the Lonely Mountain once was, with gold flowing freely from the top to the bottom of the mountain. But as the dwarves' wealth grew, their kindness faded. According to what I have heard, Thranduil once asked Thror, the king of the Lonely Mountain at the time, Thorin's grandfather, to repair his late wife's necklace. Thror gladly agreed and repaired the necklace with precious diamonds. But when Thranduil wanted to take back his late wife's necklace, he was refused by the dwarves. Tanis opened his mouth slightly, dumbfounded by what Gandalf said. He said in disbelief, why is this? Why would the dwarf refuse to return the necklace to the elf king? Gandalf sighed deeply and answered, elves and dwarves, each has his own story. The elves say the dwarves stole their treasure. The dwarves say the elf king refused to pay their due wages. Unfortunately, because of this, Thranduil broke off relations with the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain. After hearing what Gandalf said, Tanis's features twisted into a knot. He didn't know what tone to use, so he could only ask weakly, whose words do you believe more, Gandalf? The elves or the dwarves? Gandalf's mouth twitched a few times, he glanced in the direction of Farmer David's house, and whispered, I believe the elves' words more, Tans. Of course, please don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean that I don't trust Thoren, otherwise I wouldn't have given him the key and map to the hidden door of Lonely Mountain. It's just... only... Tanis waited for Gandalf's next words. Gandalf said meaningfully, however, the gold of the Lonely Mountain carries a certain disease that curses Thoren and his people, the direct descendants of the royal family of Thoren. Tanis, I must remind you that I know you and Thoren have a very good relationship, but precisely because he is your good friend, you must put away those magical and expensive items of yours and don't show them to Thoren, for fear of irritating him. Tans frowned now, and his expression became serious when he heard that there was some disease in Thoren and his family's blood. He asked, since you know it's a disease, why don't you get treatment? Gandalf sighed and said, if it was a disease that could be cured so easily, Thror would not have ended up in such a miserable state. This is not a physical illness, but more of a mental illness, and neither you nor I can predict when this mental illness will appear in Thoren. Tans said, I will always pay attention to Thoren's problems. He is my friend and someone I am willing to lend a hand to in the most difficult times. I will never sit idly by. Gandalf looked at Tanis with a gratified look and said, it is the greatest luck in Thoren's life that he has a friend like you. What luck? What happened to Thoren? Bilbo's voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Tanis turned suddenly and looked at Bilbo in surprise, making the hobbit think that he had done something wrong. He stood there awkwardly and tried to explain that he had not meant to eavesdrop. Although Bilbo hadn't come with hostility, Tanis hadn't let his guard down, but he still hadn't realized when Bilbo had actually walked up behind him. Bilbo forced a smile and stammered, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I just noticed Thoren wasn't happy with you, and I was worried about you. And, it was Boffer who sent me to call you two back to prepare dinner. David has already bought the wine from the market." Tanis nodded and gave Bilbo a reassuring look, which made the latter breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Gandalf and asked in surprise, "Is this why you chose the Hobbit?" Gandalf smiled faintly, walked over to Bilbo and patted him gently on the back, which made Bilbo a little at a loss. Gandalf said, "Let's trust the judgment of a wizard. Our Bilbo will surely bring us more surprises." Bilbo shook his shoulders uncomfortably and said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I think we should hurry back to eat, or the dwarves might finish their food." Tanis nodded and walked back with Gandalf, while they discussed how to persuade Thoren to go to Rivendell. Bilbo lagged behind by a little and did not catch up immediately, for he was thinking about what Gandalf had just said. In fact, Bilbo almost heard everything Gandalf said. At first, he simply wanted to wait until they finished talking before appearing so as not to disturb Tanis and Gandalf. And Bilbo himself had no intention of eavesdropping, he stood quite far away. But who knew that Gandalf's voice would become louder as he spoke, and Bilbo could hear it. This made him feel very awkward. He didn't know whether to show up immediately or wait for them to finish. By the time Bilbo decided to call them, Gandalf had already finished talking about the dwarves. "Is there a cursed disease in Thoren and his people's blood? Will it put them in danger?" Bilbo thought to himself with some uneasiness. This kind-hearted hobbit actually cared about others instead of whether he would be implicated by the dwarf's illness. "What's wrong, Bilbo? Come on." Tanis's concerned voice came from the front, bringing Bilbo back to his senses, and he immediately followed Tanis and Gandalf. David's family did not skimp on dinner. He not only bought ale from the market, but even got a barrel of wine. His wife also slaughtered a lamb and several chickens. These animals were lucky enough to escape the clutches of the ogre, but unexpectedly became food for the dwarves. Just as David said, Thoren did not eat and drink for free. Instead, he paid David's family the due amount for the food and drink consumed by the dwarves according to the local market price. Seeing this scene, Tans kept muttering in his heart, as if as long as Thoren did not involve the issues of the elves, he would still be the upright and friendly dwarf leader. At dinner, perhaps because of Thoren's quarrel with Gandalf in the afternoon, he rarely chose to drink. The dwarves, who were originally a little restrained and didn't know whether they should drink, saw Thoren start drinking first, so they couldn't hold back and started drinking from the barrels one by one. Even Balin, who looked the most kindly, and Rui, who was the most knowledgeable, threw aside their reserve and started drinking. It can be seen that the dwarves really like wine. However, when the dinner was almost over, Thoren quietly left David's house alone. Thoren's cheeks were flushed with a slight drunken blush, but his eyes were still clear. As the laughter and chatter of dinner faded away, he gently pushed open the door of David's house and walked into the night alone. After a while, Thoren skillfully climbed onto the roof of David's house and sat on the ridge, keeping a distance from the hustle and bustle inside the house. The bright moon hung in the quiet night sky, and its silver light fell on Thoren, covering him with a layer of light silver gauze. His gaze seemed to pass through the moon. The tiles on the roof looked particularly warm under the moonlight, and one or two fallen leaves rolled gently in the night breeze. Thoren just sat there, not moving. "What are you thinking about?" Tan's voice broke the silence here, making Thoren turn around in surprise. At this time, Tans was not wearing the White Wolf war ghost armor, but an ordinary set of clothes, rarely revealing his handsome face. Thoren asked, "Why don't you continue eating with them?" Tans rolled over and landed directly beside Thoren, then patted his clothes and sat down. He replied, "Because I saw a dwarf with a gloomy face and quietly left the table." Thoren's mouth twitched a few times, and he finally said helplessly, "Is my expression really that obvious?" Tanis shrugged. "Everyone can probably sense that you are in a bad mood, but they're afraid of your usual majesty, so they don't dare say anything. Are you still angry about what happened with Gandalf this afternoon?" Thoren turned his head and looked back at the moon in the night sky. He replied in a low voice, "No, I'm actually no longer angry. In fact, I actually understand that Gandalf is right. Going to Rivendell to seek the help of Lord Elrond will allow me to obtain information about the secret door of Lonely Mountain faster and more effectively." Then he sighed deeply and said, "But when I hear the word elves, even now, uncontrollable rage rises from the depths of my soul. I cannot forgive them, I cannot forgive the elves who never offered a helping hand when my people were in trouble. Even though I know that consulting the elves on this matter would be helpful to me." Tans nodded. He was about to say something when he saw Thoren's eyes looking forward suddenly become confused, and soon became sharp again. Without waiting for Tans to speak, Thoren immediately stood up and said quickly, "There are dozens of dark shadows in the distance from this village, rushing towards us. They are wolf scouts. Damn it, a group of orcs are approaching here. Why are they targeting this village?" Tans also stood up instantly and looked in the direction Thoren had just looked. In the moonlight, those dark shadows with pairs of green eyes ran quickly towards us. Chapter 76. At David's house, the careful Bilbo actually noticed that Thoren and Tanis left one after another. He wondered if it was related to what Gandalf said in the afternoon. Millicent noticed the hobbit's distraction and said gently, "Are you worried about Tanis and his friends?" Bilbo put down the bowl in his hand and heard the dwarves' laughter and chatter. He nodded honestly, "Yes, don't you worry about them." Millicent replied in a relaxed tone, "Trust Tans. He cares about his friends more than anyone else." Then she winked at Bilbo. "Perhaps our only concern is that Tanis can be quite direct with his words sometimes, which might embarrass those he cares about. That's one of the things that attracts me to him, but it can also be a disadvantage." Bilbo tilted his head in confusion at the end and asked, "Why is it called a shortcoming?" Bernard overheard their conversation, joined in, and answered for Millicent, "This shortcoming lies with Tanis himself. He truly cares for his friends. Even if it puts him in grief or crisis later, Tanis will help without hesitation, not knowing what refusal means." Bilbo's eyebrows moved up and down, and he still didn't understand why. Bernard saw the expression on Bilbo's face and shrugged. "You don't seem to understand yet. Let me give you an example. What if Tan's friend asked him to kill that friend?" Bilbo said incredulously, "Why give this example? How could someone ask their best friend to kill them?" Bernard took a swig of wine, put the wooden bowl down, and curled his lips. "This is a long story. Anyway, you know that Tans did go through something similar." Bilbo frowned. He didn't remember Tanis telling him such a thing. Just as he was about to continue asking Tans curiously, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps on the roof. Bilbo's eyes followed the source of the sound, and for some reason his heart began to beat faster. Immediately afterwards, there was a heavy sound of jumping at the door. The wooden door made a dull groan, and then was pushed open by an urgent force. The cold wind outside rushed in like a wild beast, wantonly sweeping away the smell of wine and warmth in the house. Bilbo felt a chill come over him, and with the cold wind came the stern face of Thoren. The hobbit felt that what was making his heart beat so fast was what Thoren was about to say next. Sure enough, he heard Thoren say concisely and forcefully, "Everyone, take up your weapons, a large group of wargs are approaching here." The noise in the house suddenly died down, and after a moment's silence, it immediately became noisy again, but this time the dwarves were cursing the enemy's attack. "I'll let them know that dwarves are not to be trifled with, especially when they dare to interrupt the dwarves' enjoyment of fine wine. I'll have to sink my axe into the brainless heads of those wargs before I can calm down." Dwellin and Gloin, the two dwarf warriors with the hottest tempers, were the first to put down their wine bowls, stood up cursing, and reached for the axes at their waists. The other dwarves did the same, except Bombur, who was still trying to finish the remaining food in his bowl. Only after he had finished eating did he stand up from the chair that was almost too heavy for him, his big belly shaking. As soon as Thoren finished speaking, Millicent immediately stood up and asked Thoren, "Where are Tans and his men?" Thoren nodded slightly and said to the tall swordswoman, "Tans has gone ahead to the wilderness west of the village to stop the wargs. He asked me to stay and inform you to prepare for battle." Millicent thanked Thoren softly, turned, and walked quickly out of the house. Bernal also stood up, his movements agile and decisive. He grabbed the heavy knight's sword from the chair. The scabbard gleamed blue in the dim candlelight and glanced at Aegon. Aegon's laughter was rough and hearty. "Don't worry, Bernard. I will find a high point in the village and kill any wargs that manage to get past your defences." Kilai also came over with his quiver on his back and his longbow in his hand. He said respectfully to Aegon, "Mr. Aegon, I will go with you." The fire in the fireplace danced, and the clash of swords and scabbards echoed throughout David's home. Bilbo looked at the busy dwarves and asked Gandalf beside him, feeling a little overwhelmed, "Gandalf, what should I do?" Gandalf was still wondering why the orcs and the wargs had come, but Bilbo's words interrupted his thoughts. The wizard looked at Bilbo, saw the timidity and panic hidden in his eyes, and smiled reassuringly, "You stay in David's house and protect David, his wife, and children." Boffer came over and said to Gandalf, "Let me and my brothers protect Bilbo and the farmer's family. Bilbo has never fought before, and those evil orcs won't care about that." Bifur and Bombur followed behind Boffer, and Gandalf was a little surprised by the dwarves' initiative. He looked up and his eyes met Thorin's. Thorin nodded lightly to Gandalf, then withdrew his gaze and walked out of David's house with Fili. Gandalf then realized that the three dwarves, Boffer, Bifur, and Bombur, were arranged by Thorin to protect the hobbit Bilbo Baggins. Only when most of the dwarves had left did David dare to come over and ask Gandalf what had happened. The space in the house was not large, and the dwarves had almost filled his house, so he and his wife and children ate in his bedroom. The noise of the dwarves drowned out what Thorin had just said, so David had no idea what he had said. From David's perspective, he only knew that one of the dwarves roared, and then the other dwarves suddenly stood up with murderous intent, walking out of the house with their weapons in their hands, which made him a little scared. Gandalf looked at the farmer and said in a serious tone, "Hide your wife and children, and then take me to the village chief's house. There are orcs attacking." "Oak? Hiss, come with me quickly." "No, let me get ready first." David was obviously stunned, but he quickly reacted, nodded, and walked towards the inner room. After he had told his wife and children to hide, he came out with a hoe in his hand and nodded to Gandalf. Gandalf looked at David in surprise. "You don't look surprised or afraid," David said as he walked, "because this isn't the first time our village has encountered orcs. These guys appeared earlier this year. Although we paid a price to drive the orcs away the first time, they haven't been able to gain any advantage since then. To be honest, orcs are easier to deal with than the wargs they ride. They are very fragile, and even untrained adult villagers can easily defeat them. But the trouble is the wargs. Those that run fast and have very sharp teeth are the real threat." Gandalf took a last look at Bilbo and Bombur and the others who stayed behind to protect him, gave them a reassuring look, and followed David's pace. He frowned after hearing David's words. "You mean the village has been attacked by orcs before? When was the first attack?" David replied without hesitation, "In March, maybe a little later. The first people to discover the orcs were the village hunters out hunting. They noticed the wargs that were different from the normal wolves. They escaped back to the village at the cost of 2 of their lives. This alerted the village and prevented the orcs from attacking them." Gandalf asked again, "How many times did the orcs attack after that?" David thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about that. I go to the cottage in the deep valley every summer. But before I left, the village was attacked by orcs twice." Gandalf smacked his lips. Because he remembered what Tan said about when he met Thorin and saw the dwarves being attacked by orcs. After the Battle of Moria, when the orcs' leader, Azog the White, disappeared, the orcs gradually disappeared from the sight of humans. Over the years, the orcs would never take the initiative to attack the dwarves from such a distance, nor would they dare to attack human settlements. Something must have happened among the orcs. Gandalf narrowed his eyes, and considering the fact that Thorin had been put on the bounty in black language, a very unlikely guess emerged in his mind. "We are here, Gandalf. This is the village chief's house." David's voice called Gandalf back from his thoughts. The wizard raised his head and saw a hunter in leather armor standing outside the village chief's house with a nervous look on his face. The chief of David's village was a muscular middle-aged man with unkempt golden hair, weather-beaten cheeks that were slightly tipsy and purple-red, and he smelled of alcohol. It was obvious that the village chief had drunk a lot of wine that night. When he saw the hunter and David, he looked a little impatient. But when he saw Gandalf, he seemed to have sobered up a lot. He burped and asked, "What on earth is the wind that brings a wizard to me tonight?" "Village chief, the village guards must be dispatched quickly. The armored knight who came to the village today told me that a large group of orc wolf scouts are coming outside," the hunter said anxiously. Gandalf looked at him with a hint of surprise, then spoke directly, "Yes, our friends have spotted them and are trying to stop the wargs outside the village. In the name of Gandalf the Grey, I request that you dispatch the village guards to protect the village and support my friends. They are a group of dwarves from the Blue Mountains, along with 2 armored humans and a female swordsman with a metal prosthetic hand." When the village chief heard these 2 words, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, instantly dispelling all his drunkenness. His eyes suddenly changed, and the expression on his face froze, no longer showing any impatience. The village chief straightened his back and took a deep breath. The cold air entered his lungs. Feeling the cold air swirling in his lungs, he shivered. He dug into his waist pocket several times before pulling out a bunch of keys and handing them to the hunter, saying, "The key to the bell tower is with me. Take it and ring the bell to make the villagers hide. I'll go find those guards. They should all be together by now." Gandalf frowned, his eyes fixed on the village chief's staggering steps and the lingering smell of alcohol. He took a deep breath and said to David, "You must help your village chief and go call the guards." After the wizard said this, he hurried away. David nodded quickly, then froze for a moment, looking at Gandalf walking away and asked, "Where are you going?" Gandalf disappeared quickly on the village path, leaving behind a sentence without looking back, "Of course, we must go to help Tanis and Thoren first." Outside the village, the moonlight was as silver. A group of wolves broke through the silent night and shuttled through the shadows where the moonlight could not reach. Their eyes flashed with a dark green light, their muscles were tense, and their limbs stepped on the inky woods and grass. These evil creatures were getting closer and closer to the village. If it were an ordinary pack of wolves, the leader of the pack might not be able to help but let out a low and powerful wolf howl. Yet they were wargs, intelligent creatures with their own language. The branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently in the wind, and the ground covered with fallen leaves became a cover for the wolves. Even when they ran close to the ground, they carefully avoided those protruding rocks and dead branches, for fear of making the slightest sound. However, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared, and a sharp arrow pierced through the night and hit the wolf running close to the ground in the front with incredible accuracy. The arrow accurately pierced the hair on its forehead and embedded deeply into its brain. Its forehooves struggled weakly in the air for a few times, and its body was carried forward by the inertia of running, hitting a raised piece of ground with a dull sound. "Oh oh oh!" A short and sharp wolf howl came from the mouth of a warg, and the other wargs echoed it. "Ah! Keep charging!" The warg howled again, and the surrounding wargs responded. They no longer concealed their whereabouts, allowing the sound of their hoofs to echo in the dense forest, causing the leaves to tremble. But another sharp arrow pierced through the night and nailed the arrowhead firmly into the head of the wolf in front. Blood and brain matter bloomed into a cruel flower in the night. The wolf let out a short and shrill howl, its body suddenly stiffened, and then it sprinted several meters. For the wargs, the archer's accuracy was far beyond their expectations. In the center of the village stood the bell tower with its heavy bell hanging on it, and Aegon stood on its top. He narrowed his eyes, and under Kili's shocked gaze, the strong hand silently pulled the third arrow from the quiver. The wrinkles on Aegon's face seemed even deeper in his concentration, and the corners of his mouth drooped slightly. "Bend the bow, put the arrow on it, draw the string fully, and release the string." It was as easy as drinking water and eating. With a dull thud, the arrow accurately hit the back of the third wolf, and blood instantly dyed its copper-green fur red. The wolf's body twisted in pain, and its fallen body shook the dust. The roar stopped abruptly, and only weak wails remained. Chapter 77. Eat my comet Azrael. Too strong, Mr. Aegon. Kili cheered excitedly when he saw Aegon's archery skills, which allowed him to hit the target with his bow. He immediately imitated Aegon, drew his bow and shot an arrow at the distant wolf. However, Kili's arrow did not hit the wolf like Aegon's. It's not that the arrow shot by Kili lost its power before it even flew out of the village entrance, and fell shakily on the crown of a tree in the village. But Kili was not surprised by the scene. He just looked at the short bow in his hand, then looked at the long bow in Aegon's hand that was taller than him, curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. "This is definitely a hardware issue, not mine." Kili comforted himself in his heart. Aegon's actions continued when the hunter who had run to the village chief's house finally arrived at the bell tower. The hunter had naturally seen the two people on the bell tower a long time ago, but he did not drive Aegon and Kili, a dwarf, out of the bell tower. Instead, he opened the door breathlessly with the key given by the village chief, and shouted upwards, "Who are you?" "Oh, never mind all that. Do you see the rope under the bell? Help me ring the bell." "Kili, please help me," Aegon said while shooting arrows on the top of the bell tower. Kili, who was beside Aegon, nodded. He jumped lightly and landed on the platform accurately, his boots making a dull sound on the stone surface. The rope danced in Kili's powerful hands, and with each swing the bell chimed sharply and sharply. Ding dang dang dang. The bells rang throughout the village, letting every household that had experienced the orc attack know what had happened. The doors of every household were closed, and through the window lattices, one could see the nervous expressions on the faces of women, both old and young. However, although they looked nervous, they were not panicked. The women hugged their children tightly in the arms and comfort of their men, humming lullabies with suppressed trembling voices, hiding in a place in the house where it was difficult for outsiders to find them. The men picked up anything at home that could be used as weapons, such as axes, sickles, or pitchforks, pushed open the door and walked out. The previous attacks by the orcs had taught the villagers that these evil dark creatures would have no sympathy for them. If the villagers show weakness and are unwilling to resist, they will only intensify their killing to satisfy their desires. In the center of the village, the bells are still ringing, and every strike seems to strike people's hearts. Without exception, the men holding various sharp weapons consciously gathered in the direction of the village guards, and the village chief had already arrived at the compound where the guards were located with the help of David. Although they are called the village guards, they are just a patrol team spontaneously formed by some experienced old hunters and young, energetic, and strong young people in the village. They only had experience fighting against orcs a few times and could not be considered qualified warriors. After the bell rang, a look of panic flashed across the face of the young man who was still eating dinner. He put down his bowl and stood up, but he didn't know what to do next. He only returned to normal after being scolded by several old hunters. "Why are you panicking? The key to the bell tower is in the hands of the village chief. Since the bell is ringing, it means the village chief has known about it for a long time and must be on his way. Bring your hunting bow and quiver, and get ready to kill those orc scum." An old hunter with a silver-white stubble on his chin kicked a young man who looked a bit like a baby and scolded him. The village chief flung open the door, revealing his face, purplish-red from the cold wind, and addressed everyone inside. "Occult wolf scouts are approaching from the west of the village. The knights and wizards who were coming to the village today have already gone there. Quickly, grab your weapons and go to the west to help." The old hunter nodded. Seeing the young men all moving, and then seeing the village chief, supported by David, about to pick up a short, sharpened stick, he quickly stopped him, saying, "You're drunk, so don't get involved." "David, quickly hold the village chief back." The village chief glared and shouted in dissatisfaction, "I am the village chief, how can I hide behind the young people in the village?" The old hunter showed a look of disgust on his face. "Don't act like a hero at a time like this. You're drunk, but it's a good thing you're just causing trouble. Do you really think I'm worried about you? David, keep an eye on him. He has to stay here until he sobers up." David nodded blankly, "Hey? Okay." Then the old hunter glanced at the others who were ready, shook his head at the drunken village chief, and walked out. West, outside the village. A bell rang in the distance, and the warg's sensitive ears caught the sudden sound. They knew that their whereabouts had been completely exposed. The wargs began to howl, and the sound echoed in the night sky and spread far away. It was not the anger of defeat, but a cry to the orcs. The wargs were in great need of support. Because the sharpshooter in the village had killed 8 of their compatriots without them noticing. Behind the wolf scouts, the wolf-riding orc rider, Yuzneg, who had discovered the dwarves, shouted in the black tongue, "We've been spotted. Full speed ahead. Kill all those humans and dwarves. Especially the dwarf my master wants a bounty on. Bring me his head." As ordered. Groups of orcs riding on wolves emerged from behind Yuzneg. "Don't attack from one direction, attack in separate directions to tire the human wizard out on defense." Yuzneg shouted again. In terms of numbers, although there are not as many as the orcs that attacked Tan's territory at night, there are still more than 100 of them. If we count the wolf scouts who attacked first, there were nearly 130 of them. The people in David's village might not have thought that the orcs that attacked this time were not just a dozen or so like in the previous times, but a whole group of orc wolf riders. They were a professional army, not the looting orcs of the past. These orcs and wargs were enough to burn the whole village to the ground, and the dwarves would have no chance of escape. The reason why a whole group of well-trained orc wolf riders came this time was because of Tans and the others. Originally, Yuzneg did not want to bring a whole army of wolf riders, firstly because he felt it was unnecessary, and secondly because he did not have enough authority to lead such an army. But its other companion who stayed in Bree heard the presence of a wizard among the dwarves, and also 2 humans in armor. Based on the description of the armor's features, Yuzneg instantly recognized one of the humans in armor as the wizard who was supposed to be in Minarius, the one who slaughtered all the orcs in that area and seized the port of Long Didale that its owner had painstakingly rebuilt. Yuzneg's memory told him that this wizard was very different from the wizards the other orcs had seen. He was full of martial virtue, and when he saw Orc, he even rushed towards him, brandishing a huge sword that was taller than others. He also used spells with strong lethality. He is completely different from other wizards who try not to take action if possible. So Yuzneg used his limited intelligence to come to a conclusion, that is, if he brought a dozen wolf riders to challenge these dwarves, it would simply be to add a few more heads to the wizard's hands. So it continued to track the dwarves while leading its team back to Windcloud Peak through the Green Avenue. That is where its owner is currently, and it needs to report these things to the owner. It was obvious that its master was also afraid of the human wizard, and even dispatched a whole team of well-trained and well-equipped wolf riders to deal with him and the dwarves. When Yuzneg saw this entire army of wolf riders, he was also deeply shocked, but soon the bloodlust rising in his heart made him grin fiercely, just like his current expression. Yuzneg was already imagining himself cutting off the heads of the human wizard and the dwarf, presenting them to his master, and receiving the reward. Just as Yuzneg was thinking this, the orcs in the front suddenly began to riot and their speed began to slow down. "What's going on?" Yuzneg shouted impatiently. However, the wolf under its crotch twitched its nose a few times, as if it smelled something, and a low, uneasy growl came from its throat. Then a roar was heard from the front, and it became louder and louder. A huge blue-green torrent of magic with a breath of destruction arrived in an instant, brushing past Yuzneg's right ear and continuing to run backwards. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a long day, yet it seemed like just a moment, and the turbulence of magic finally subsided. The air around them seemed to have just awakened from a nightmare, and the blue-green magical particles slowly dissipated. They flickered with their last rays of light under the moonlight, like stardust gradually fading in the night sky. On the ground, the rampant magic left an indelible mark, and a wound appeared in the earth. Yuzneg was thrown to the ground by the wolf and fell down, and the wolf's body collapsed to the side. Then, a sharp pain came from the right side of the body of the orc rider Yuzneg. Following the pain, his gaze shifted and he saw that his right arm, calf, and part of his torso were gone. The cross-section is very smooth and regular, as if it was suddenly cut by a sharp blade. The dark blood flowed out from his broken limbs like an uncontrolled spring. At that moment, it suddenly realized that the wolf did not deliberately throw it off. Instead, the entire right half of its huge body evaporated, leaving only the left half falling powerlessly on the muddy ground. The wolf's incomplete internal organs and gurgling blood flowed out from the broken parts, like a red river of despair, slowly flowing on the cold land, reflecting Yuzneg's desperate and confused mood. So, what is that? Yuzneg felt his vitality slipping away bit by bit like sand in an hourglass. The cold feeling spread from its limbs to every part of its body until it devoured its consciousness. Yuzneg's vision was gradually shrouded in darkness, with only a glimmer of light remaining. It crawled clumsily and with difficulty using its intact left hand and left leg, like an abandoned stray dog. The next moment, the same blue-green torrent as before suddenly occupied Yuzneg's remaining vision, and then, like a TV that was turned off, his consciousness was disconnected with a snap and he fell into eternal darkness. 2 minutes ago. Tan simply stood on the road leading to the village, frowning slightly as he watched the approaching wolf. Although Aegon's archery had killed some of the wargs, there were still many left. If Tanz relied on himself alone and did not use magic, the wolves could easily rely on their mobility to bypass him and enter the village directly. Even if Tanz was riding Torret, there was already a huge unfairness between the attackers and the defenders. That's right, the attacker only needs to consider attacking, while the defender has a lot more to consider. However, this time I came out, I didn't prepare too much of the blue dewdrop holy grail bottle, probably only enough for about 4 sips. So Tanz frowned as he was thinking about what spell could be used to destroy these wolves with the lowest magic power consumption. Just at this moment, the village bell rang rapidly, and the wargs running towards them began to howl, followed by orc warg riders, who were dozens of times larger than the warg scouts, appearing from the direction where the warg scouts appeared. This actually made Tanz frown relax, because the number of enemies exceeded his imagination, so he didn't need to think about saving magic power. There is no way he can intercept all these enemies by himself, so he only needs to focus on eliminating most of the enemies and not use up all his magic power at once. After all, Tanz is no longer under the protection of the golden tree, and the blue dewdrop holy grail bottle will not slowly restore the blessings in it. Let Bernal and Thoren deal with the remaining small number of enemies. So, in the dark green eyes of the wolf scouts, Tanz suddenly took off his white wolf war ghost helmet, then put on a dark green gem-like human head on his head and wrapped his face with tattered cloth. Then, Tans quickly searched his space backpack for the amulet needed to cast the spell. He was used to just chopping with his broadsword, but he hadn't used this magic for a long time, so he was a little unfamiliar with it. Portrait of Radagon, Magician Block Amulet, Magic Scorpion. Tans held 3 amulets of different colors and shapes in his hand and then quickly put them into the amulet bag. The last thing that appeared in Tans's hand was a dark green crystal staff that was exactly the same color as the gem on his head, Azrael's comet staff. The prerequisites for casting the spell were almost ready, and the wolf was only more than 60 meters away from Tans. But Tans did not panic at all. Instead, he raised his staff, and a magic circle emitting azure light instantly appeared under his feet. Pyroxene Magic Realm. The effect of the magic circle is very simple, that is, the characters in the magic circle can increase the power of the magic they cast. Then a slender elixir Holy Grail bottle appeared in Tan's hand, and the Holy Grail bottle was now emitting a blue light. The wolf scout was getting closer and closer, only about 40 meters away. Tans popped the cork of the Holy Grail of elixir and drank the blue liquid in one gulp. It was as if an endless surge of magic power burst out from his body, and the cloak on his back moved without wind. More than 20 meters. Tans looked at the wargs, and both sides could see the expressions and goosebumps on each other's faces. Oh, sorry, the wargs couldn't see the expression on Tan's face because it was blocked by the dark green gem. 15 meters. Tans raised his right hand, pointing the tip of his staff at the wargs and the orc riders coming up behind them. The monkey show is over, it's time to eat my comet Azrael. A surging torrent of magical power suddenly appeared from nothing, directly occupying all eyes looking in this direction. For a moment, the blue-green light was so bright that even the bright moonlight was dimmed. Tans, do you mean that there happened to be a group of enemies rushing towards us in a nearly straight line from a distance before they dispersed? It's not that Oak, who was giving the orders, he didn't order them to disperse, but Comet Azrael was moving too fast. Chapter 78. Gandalf's Anxiety. Tans felt mentally exhausted, and his brain felt a noticeable tingling due to the almost dry state of magic power, so he quickly terminated the spell in his hand. He put down his staff and scratched the back of his head to ease the pain. The reason why Azrael's first comet could last for nearly half a minute was because the elixir he drank from the Holy Grail bottle was mixed with blue secret dewdrops. This dewdrop allows Tans to cast spells within 15 seconds without consuming any of his own magic points. The second comet, Azrael, was designed to consume Tans's own magic power, so it ended quickly. But such intense consumption of magic power also allowed Tans to achieve great results. Whether it was the warg scouts or the orc warg riders in the rear, more than 70% of them died at his hands. While Oak was still not able to react and was frightened by his spell, Tans quickly took out the blue dewdrop Holy Grail bottle from his space backpack. He drank 2 sips of the liquid in the dewdrop bottle in succession. The cool but slightly spicy liquid poured into his throat, quickly replenishing his exhausted magic power, and his headache was relieved a lot. Tans put away the blue dewdrop Holy Grail, which still had room for 3 more sips, and changed the Isra Elite stone crown on his head back to the White Wolf War Ghost's helmet, and the staff in his hand returned to the giant's sword. After a brief panic, the orcs, they actually ran away, in front of Tan's surprised eyes. It's the wizard in wolf armor. It's Okeekshan. It's here. They ran and shouted in panic. What? Tans was stunned for a moment, but having experienced the large-scale night raid by the orcs, he immediately reacted. Could it be that they had just killed the captain of this orc army? That would be quite lucky. Tans thought so in his heart. He originally thought that the captains of the Oaks would hide behind the main force out of fear of death and would not come out until they were sure of victory. He had not forgotten to take out the flexible collector made for him by Teacher Cillian, and absorb the souls of the dead orcs and wargs. After this expedition is over, the golden tree will definitely grow much faster. At this moment, the battle cry of Thoren and others came from behind Tans. The dwarves held their weapons high and took steps on their short, sturdy legs, running no slower than the fleeing orcs. The Orcish wolf riders, unaware of the truth, saw a large group of dwarves, actually less than 10 in number, rushing out with ferocious looks, and thought they were ambushed. They ran away even faster, wishing their wolves would grow 2 more legs. Some orcs were initially puzzled by the rushing dwarves, because there were so few of them, and they thought they were just bluffing. But when the people of David's village rushed out with hunting bows and farm tools, the suspicious orcs gave up hope and fled on their wolves. It was during this process that Aegon shot down 3 slower orcs. The pressure brought by the archer made it easier for the orcs to escape. Thoren did not follow the dwarves in chasing the fleeing orcs, but stopped beside Tanis and looked at him with some surprise in his grey-blue eyes. Tans touched his visor and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Thoren?" Thoren's Adam's apple rolled a few times and said, "I didn't expect you to use such a powerful spell. The strength of wizards is beyond my imagination." Then Thoren's expression relaxed and he smiled, "But this also means that our chances of defeating that evil dragon are better." Then several footsteps were heard, Millicent and Bernard came over, and then Gandalf came in a hurry. "Millicent and I just went to other directions of the village to check, worried that orcs might attack the village from those locations. But fortunately, they seem to be planning to attack only from the west." Bernard saw Tanz's gaze and explained first. Millicent nodded, concern visible in her golden eyes, and she asked softly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Gandalf looked Tanis up and down with a wonderful expression, and answered loudly for Tanis, "Injured? No, I think the only one in Middle-earth who can hurt him now is the dragon in the Lonely Mountain. These little orcs and wargs want to hurt Tanis, unless he himself doesn't want to be on guard." Tanis looked at Gandalf with a strange look when he suddenly shouted loudly, because it was the first time he saw Gandalf shouting so loudly, even louder than the dwarves. Gandalf hurried to Tanis, raised his old hand, grabbed Tanis' arm and pulled him aside. "You!" Gandalf looked at Tanis and wanted to say something angrily, but when he saw Tanis' puzzled face, he swallowed his words back. Tanis looked at Gandalf, and his eyes seemed to say, "How can you use such powerful spells at will?" However, Gandalf seemed to realize why Tanis was able to use this spell. He finally sighed and said, "I know you have an extraordinary background, Tanis. Since you are allowed to use it, it would be very long-winded for me to say more. But I still want to say that I hope you will try not to use this dangerous spell against friendly factions, and try not to cause indelible effects on the ground." Tanis nodded. "I understand that, Gandalf. Personally, I really don't like the idea of a beautiful scenery being transformed into a corrupted land by some strange spell." The attack by the Pale Orcs on Thoren and Tans ended with less than 20% of the Orc riders escaping. If the Orc captain Yuzneg, who died in the Comet Yuzlay, knew about the heavy casualties, he would probably be glad that he died in such a battle with such a huge disparity in strength. Otherwise, even if he led the team back, he would definitely be thrown into the wargs by Azog. After the dwarves returned from hunting the orcs, the old hunter came with his guards to thank Tans very respectfully. While the two groups were greeting each other, Gandalf left them and found a few relatively intact bodies of orcs and wargs to examine. The more Gandalf examined the crude armor which the dead orcs wore, the more grave his expression grew. He even sat on the body of a wolf without any disgust, took out his pipe, lit the tobacco, and started puffing away. Tans noticed Gandalf's look, declined the old hunter's invitation, pulled Banar over and asked him to chat with the villagers, while he walked to Gandalf's side. "What's the matter, Gandalf? Why do you look like you're thinking about something important again?" Tanis asked. Gandalf exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a low voice, "Because I have indeed discovered something very remarkable, Tanis. These attacking orcs are not the orcs who sneaked into the west to plunder. Look at their clothing, Tanis. Although they are not as good as the army in your territory, these orcs are already the elite soldiers who have received special training among them." Tanis tilted his head, caught the white light from Gandalf's staff, and looked at the orc corpse on the ground. Chapter 79. Brown-robed Radagast. Gandalf exhaled another puff of smoke and said to Tanis, "Do you remember the trolls we encountered not long ago? Those 3 trolls must have come south from the Edenmoor in the north. When did these mountain trolls dare to travel so far south? It has been many years since they did so. The last time was when the dark forces were rampant." Tanis, taking off his white wolf warrior helmet, made a "how should I know" expression and replied, "I don't know as much about this kind of thing as you do, Gandalf. But I believe what you said. Something bad is definitely happening. Take David, for example. If we hadn't stayed with him overnight, I'm afraid that after the trolls had eaten all the sheep in his sheepfold and the chickens in his henhouse in a few days, it would be his turn." Gandalf took another drag from his cigarette and said, "So we must lead these dwarves to Rivendell. I have matters to discuss with Lord Elrond. I am deeply uneasy, Tans. Thoren is wanted in the Dark Whisper, the trolls have moved south, and now we have discovered a whole army of orc warg riders here. I have a feeling that the things I fear are falling in the direction I fear, like a dwarven minecart on its tracks. Dwarfs' minecarts never slide on the tracks. If we can recapture the Lonely Mountain, I will let you see what dwarf mining technology is. Thorin's voice came from behind Tanis, and it was obvious that he heard what Gandalf said. Gandalf saw Thorin and thought of his quarrel with him during the day. He couldn't help but feel a headache. He took another deep drag on his cigarette and said, "It's just a metaphor, Thorin. If you don't like me using the dwarf's mine cart as a metaphor, I can also change it to the elves' fallen trees. In short, I just want to express that something serious is happening in a place we don't know about." Thorin smiled faintly when he heard Gandalf change his metaphor. "Oh, the elves' fallen trees, that's a good metaphor, wizard." Gandalf shook his head. "It would be much better if you could be less hostile towards the elves. Or if your fellow dwarves could leave one alive when they hunted down the orcs so we could interrogate them and find out who brought this orc army here," eyeing your head. Thorin's expression changed slightly. "An army? Aren't these orcs here to attack the village?" Gandalf looked at Thorin unhappily and pointed his staff at the corpses of the orcs. "After the Battle of Moria, do you not recognize the clothes these orcs are wearing?" Thorin took a few steps forward and saw the armor on the orcs clearly, and his face became gloomy. Balin, a dwarf who had also experienced the Battle of Moria, hurried over when he saw Thorin's gloomy face. He was worried that Thorin would quarrel with Gandalf again. After all, the expedition still needed the help of wizards. But when Balin saw Oak's body, he also fell silent. He and Thorin seemed to have returned to that uncelebrated war, with countless companions' bodies exposed in the wilderness. After the bodies were collected, the fire burning the bodies burned for 7 days and 7 nights. These orc armor styles are only used by the orcs under Azog. We haven't seen them for many years. Balin returned to reality from his memories and said in a sad tone. Thorin nodded silently. After hearing what Balin said, Gandalf said, "Yes, Azog, the pale orc. Tell me, Thorin, who else did you tell about this expedition?" Thorin raised his head, fixed his eyes on Gandalf, and replied seriously, "I assure you, I only spoke of this to Tans and invited him to join the expedition." Tans spoke up at this time, "No, there are also dwarf representatives from the 7 kingdoms." Thorin said to Tans in a loud and excited voice, "Are you trying to say that someone has betrayed me? Even if it is you, I would be unhappy if you dared to question the loyalty of my people, Tans." Tans raised his hand to signal Thorin to calm down, and said gently, "I'm not saying anyone has betrayed you, but there's no guarantee that those dwarves might reveal your plan while drunk and be overheard by those with ulterior motives. After all, not all people living in the Blue Mountains are dwarves, right?" Balin also tried to comfort Thorin at this time, whispering in his ear, "Thorin, calm down. Tans will never question the loyalty of the dwarves." The excitement in Thorin's eyes gradually faded, and he seemed to realize what he had just done. His grey-blue eyes trembled slightly, and a guilty expression appeared on his face. He said to Tans in a dry voice, "I'm sorry, Tans, I didn't mean that. I was thinking of Azog. I'm sorry." Thorin's voice dropped to a low note, and he turned to Gandalf and said, "And Gandalf, I shouldn't have been so angry with you during the day. You didn't have to keep the key and the map for my father, but you did it anyway." Gandalf looked at Thorin, sighed and asked, "So you can go to Rivendell with me obediently?" Then Thorin shut up and turned his back on Gandalf, leaving him sitting and glaring over the warg's corpse. "Damn the dwarf stubbornness!" Gandalf muttered. Tans came over, patted Thorin's shoulder gently, and gave him a reassuring smile. Then Tans said to Balin, who was looking worried beside him, "Balin, take Thorin back and let him rest first. It's getting late, otherwise it will affect our journey tomorrow." Balin nodded quickly, took Thorin's arm and left. Gandalf watched Thorin and Balin depart, took another puff of his cigarette, and asked Tanis, "You've seen how stubborn Thorin is. He's hopeless. Even now he's still fuming with the elves he imagined. How can you convince him, Tanis?" Tans also showed a headache expression. "Actually, I saw Thorin going out alone during dinner tonight, so I chased him and wanted to talk to him about this. I feel like I almost know why Thorin is hostile to the elves, and I just need to convince him. But the sudden appearance of the wolf scout interrupted my conversation with Thorin. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity next time." Gandalf also stood up at this time and walked back with his staff. Tanis asked, "Gandalf, where are you going?" Gandalf said without turning his head, "Of course I have to go to bed. If I don't go to bed now, I'm afraid the dwarves will be so angry that I won't be able to sleep." The next morning, the hazy morning light shone through the mist, still shining on Tans, Thoren, and others who had already gotten up. Because of what happened last night, Thoren realized that his expedition to Lonely Mountain was not safe, so he set out early in the morning. For this reason, he also rejected the village chief's invitation to host them for a few days. Bilbo yawned and looked sleepy. He didn't sleep well yesterday. He was worried all night whether the orcs would come back again. Even though Tanis told him very confidently that the orcs would not come back to the village, it did not ease Bilbo's tension. The dwarves did not have this psychological burden. Except for the two brothers Oin and Gloin who were responsible for keeping watch at night, the other dwarves slept soundly, snoring one after another, as if they were not the ones chasing the orcs at night. Well, the snoring of the dwarves was also one of the reasons why Bilbo couldn't sleep peacefully. After all, even when they were in the wild before, Bilbo always slept in a tent by himself. "Hey, wake up, we're leaving." Boffer held out his hand and waved it in front of Bilbo's eyes, which were about to close. Then he held the hobbit's shoulders and shook him, forcing Bilbo to open his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha!" The dwarves laughed at the hobbit's appearance, except for Thoren, who looked very calm at this moment, as if nothing had happened last night. He first glanced at Bilbo, then glanced at Tanis, Gandalf and the others from the corner of his eye, and then he said loudly, "Let's go." Bilbo yawned and asked, "Shouldn't we say hello to David?" Boffer said, "No, they are still asleep." Thoren meant to set out while the villagers are still asleep. Bilbo could only nod. As he rode his pony, he asked, "Well, it's a good thing you were up so early after drinking so much ale last night. I thought you would sleep until noon." Bombur burped and said, "That wine is not enough for me to drink alone. Don't underestimate the drinking capacity of dwarves. Last night's wine was at most just an appetite." Bilbo looked at Bombur in disbelief, and then Boffer said with a smile, "Don't listen to Bombur's nonsense. He can drink so much even among us dwarves. But the wine we drank last night was certainly not enough to give us a hangover." "What do you mean by that, Bilbo?" Boffer asked curiously when he saw Bilbo's frightened expression. Bilbo patted his chest and said, "Because I think that although you ate a lot of food at Bag End, you didn't drink too much of my wine. In a way, shouldn't I be grateful to you?" Boffer shrugged. "Oh, if you insist on thanking me, we're not unwilling to accept it. I hope to have plenty of drinks ready next time I visit you, so you can see what a dwarf's drinking capacity is." Tanis heard the banter between Bilbo and Boffer and laughed silently. But when he saw Gandalf's sad expression, he immediately returned to normal. Gandalf saw Tanis's appearance and said, "It's okay, you don't have to worry about me." Tans curled his lips and said, "But the expression you showed is really worrying." Gandalf sighed. "Because I am racking my brains to think of how to persuade Thoren, Tanis. If you were in my position and knew clearly the stubbornness of the dwarves, you would have the same expression on your face." Millicent's voice came, and she gently comforted the seemingly old wizard, "Old Mr. Gandalf, please believe in Tanis. He will definitely be able to convince Thoren to go to Rivendell." Tans, Thoren and the others continued their journey to Lonely Mountain. In the next few days, they were lucky enough not to encounter the same rainy days as before. But as time draws closer to the end of the year, the weather becomes increasingly colder. The severe cold descends silently like a ruthless king. When leaving David's village, you can still see some green along the way. However, now, the cold winter wind is like a sharp blade, cutting through every inch of land, eroding the remaining green into a withered yellow. The dwarves also changed into winter clothes and wrapped themselves up in thick cotton jackets. But Bilbo could only wrap himself tightly in 3 layers of autumn clothes. Although he was already very bulky, the winter chill still penetrated through his collar and cuffs. "Ah!" Bilbo sneezed and rubbed his hands together, trying to get some warmth. Tans saw Bilbo's appearance and said with concern, "You need a winter coat, Bilbo. No matter how thick your autumn clothes are, they won't keep you warm." Bilbo looked embarrassed. He rubbed his red nose and said, "I know, but I didn't expect it to be so cold outside in winter, so I only brought some clothes without fleece. If I had known earlier, I should have brought my gloves, so I would have been warmer." After all, the book he read did not tell him that the winter temperature in other places was much lower than that in Hobbiton, which made the hobbit fall into trouble. Then he asked somewhat embarrassedly, Tans, I mean, can I still use that magic you cast on that rainy day?" Tanis nodded, and the next moment a holy seal appeared in his hand. "Yes, it is possible, but prayer can only last for a while. You will need a winter coat to solve this problem. Wait, Mr. Tans, wait a minute. The winter clothes are here. Boffer's voice came from the front. He rode on a pony, wearing a felt hat and holding a clean dark green velvet winter coat in his arms, and hurried to the side of Tanis and Bilbo. Bilbo eagerly held out his hand to take the winter coat, and then with the help of Tans and Boffer, he put it on the horse and breathed a sigh of relief. That's much better. Thank you, Boffer. Boffer smiled and shook his head. He raised his hand and pointed behind him with his thumb. This isn't my winter coat, and I didn't bring a second one. If you want to thank someone, thank Thoren. He saw you didn't have a winter coat and gave you his spare one. His exact words were, we can't let our burglar get down from the cold. Bilbo was startled, then he looked down carefully and found that there was the emblem of Durin's royal family on the cuff of his dark green winter coat. He raised his head and saw Thoren's calm gaze on him. He hesitated for a moment and raised his hand to wave as a thank you. Tanis smiled. It seems our dwarf leader is very concerned about the thief he hired, don't you think, Gandalf? Gandalf said, I have never doubted Thoren's kindness, but it would be better if he would listen to my advice and go to Rivendell. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of the team, and Thoren shouted loudly, someone is approaching quickly. Tans frowned and looked over, and found that there was an old man with a hunched body sitting on a sled, and he was being pulled by a group of huge hares. After seeing Tans, Thoren, and the others, the old man seemed to have thought of his target and immediately changed direction and rushed over on a sled-like thing. Just as Tanis subconsciously wanted to draw his weapon, Gandalf's voice spread throughout the team. He said, don't get excited. That's my old friend, the brown wizard, Radagast. Thoren and the others in the front finally quieted down again. Gandalf glanced at Tanis and said, come with me and meet this old friend of mine, and let me introduce you to him. Although I don't know why he didn't stay in his forest, but came to us instead. Chapter 80. How to Persuade a Stubborn Dwarf. Gandalf. Gandalf. It's me, Radagast. The old man wearing a brown wizard robe and a felt hat shouted loudly when he was still some distance away from Tans and the others. Although the voice sounded old, it did not sound like the volume an elderly person could shout out. It sounded more like a young person with full energy putting in all his effort. Tans's company and Thoren's group stopped, and Gandalf took the opportunity to ride up to greet them, while Bernal looked at Radagast with interest. He pulled the reins in his hand, urged the horse forward a few steps, came to Tan's side and whispered, that old man, like Gandalf, only looks like an old man, but he is not old at all. Tans nodded. Of course I noticed that. What do you mean by bringing this up suddenly? Bernard shrugged and said, nothing. I just lament that there are still many powerful people in this world. I don't know why, whether it's Gandalf or this guy called Brown Robe, they are intentionally or unintentionally hiding. No, it should be said that they are suppressing their strength. I'm just curious why they do this. Just like the army of orc riders we encountered in David's village before, Gandalf could easily have dealt with it alone. Tanis pondered, perhaps there are concerns we're not aware of. I can sense that Gandalf isn't hiding his strength on purpose, and he also reminded me not to use spells that are too powerful. Well, there's no point in us speculating here alone. Why not ask Gandalf privately later? Bernard nodded. That's exactly what I was planning. There are many things in this world that we're still too unfamiliar with, and I won't feel at ease until I understand them. As someone who excels at fighting the fated, you should understand the importance of intelligence. If you know your opponent's intelligence, you can develop tactics based on their combat habits. Then Tan's expression became somewhat interesting, because of Bernal's words, he thought of Sir Bazi. Seeing Tan's expression, Bernard obviously thought of Sir Bazi and fell into silence. After a moment, Bernard covered his face and explained, no, I don't think it has anything to do with intelligence. He just talks too much. Bilbo looked at the two people who had suddenly fallen silent and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Tan smiled faintly and replied, we're talking about an interesting old friend. Perhaps you'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Bilbo curled his lips and said, okay. Gandalf now joins Radagast and calls out Tan's name, asking him to come as well. Oh, Radagast the Brown, I want to introduce you to a new wizard, Tans. Gandalf said with a smile as Tans rode toward to Radagast's sled pulled by rabbits. Tans dismounted, nodded politely to the brown-robed wizard, and then looked him over. His hair, which had not been washed and groomed for a long time, was mixed with his long eyebrows and beard, revealing his naive facial features, and the hair on the right side seemed to be stained with something white and then dried and solidified. He looked a little dirty, his clothes were all torn, and there were dust and mud spots everywhere, as if he had been left in the forest for a long time. As Tans approached Radagast, he smelled the smell of bird droppings coming from him. Well, it seems that it is self-evident what that dried stuff in the other person's hair is. I'm afraid your brown robe is because it was soaked in mud. Tans complained in his heart, he really didn't know how to describe Radagast's outfit. Gandalf saw what Tanis was thinking, and he also knew that his colleague liked to stay in the forest and therefore did not care about personal hygiene. So he coughed lightly and said, Radagast, this is Tans, the restorer of the land of Minirius and the lord of the twin golden trees. Oh, hello. I remember you. You were the one who fell from the sky. I'm glad to have another wizard here. No, Gandalf, I'm not here for him. Although I'm glad, I'm not here for him. I'm here for you. Something is wrong, very wrong. Radagast first extended his hand to Tanis with a smile. Before Tanis could think about whether to endure the stench and shake hands with the other party, the wizard suddenly came up to Gandalf nervously and said a lot of words in an excited tone. Gandalf also silently took a half step back, took out his pipe, wiped the mouthpiece, and then lit the tobacco. He held the mouthpiece of the cigarette to Radagast's lips and said, Don't be impatient, my old friend. Take a puff to calm your nerves. This is fine tobacco from the Shire. Radagast suddenly laughed again, and just as he was about to open his mouth, his brows furrowed. I wanted to say something. The words are on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember them. Radagast repeated this action 3 or 4 times, his face looking anxious. Tanis was about to ask what was wrong, but was stopped by Gandalf with an expressionless face. Then, with his pupils shaking, Tans saw a lively stick insect being pinched out from Radagast's tongue, and he put it in his palm with a satisfied smile. Gandalf looked at Radagast's actions with a sidelong glance, and handed the cigarette holder to him again. This time Radagast took a long puff comfortably, with an astonished expression on his face, and his eyes almost rolled up. Tanis couldn't help but whispered in Gandalf's ear, Isn't it the same for other wizards? Gandalf immediately replied righteously, Don't get me wrong, he's the only one like that. Saruman the White is quite serious. As for the 2 blue ones. He blinked and thought for a moment, then said, I don't know about the 2 blue-robed men. After they went to the far east and south, there has been no news from them. At this time, Radagast exhaled the smoke he had inhaled into his lungs, and his originally neurotic eyes became normal. Gandalf signaled to Tanis with his eyes, and the brown-robed man was able to communicate normally. Well, now tell me what happened, said Gandalf. Radagast said, Mirkwood is sick, Gandalf. Then he glanced at the dwarves behind Gandalf and Tanis who were listening intently, and pulled Gandalf's sleeve to get away from the dwarves. Radagast took a few steps before reacting and dragging Gandalf to Tanis's side. With his other hand he grabbed Tanis's armor and brought them to a place where the dwarves could not hear their conversation. There is a kind of darkness that hangs over Mirkwood, where nothing grows, at least nothing good grows. The air is also corrupt and filthy, and there are those awful webs, said Radagast. Gandalf frowned and asked, The web? What are you talking about? Radagast replied very quickly, Spiders, Gandalf, those huge spiders. I am sure they must be the offspring of Ungoliant, or I would not be a wizard. Ungoliant, it was the first time that Tanis heard this name, but it was obviously not a good name, because Gandalf frowned even deeper after hearing this name, and even started smoking. The reason why we mention Gandalf smoking is that he put the cigarette into his mouth without even wiping the mouthpiece. Tanis could see enough to tell how much the name troubled Gandalf. Gandalf, he asked, what does the name Ungoliant signify? Before Gandalf could answer, Radagast spoke first, that is a terrifying giant spider. Legend has it that it emerged from the outer darkness. It is very likely that it is a hatched and fallen god. Tans nodded in understanding, then asked, So those giant spiders are the descendants of this spider, countless generations later. What does their appearance mean? Darkness, Tanis, said Gandalf, puffing out a puff of smoke. Radagast nodded like a bird pecking at food and added, I followed these giant spiders all the way to Dol Guldur. Gandalf turned and looked at Radagast with a questioning look. Dol Guldur? But that fortress has been abandoned for a long time. Radagast's expression was solemn and a little horrified, and he shook his head slightly. No, Gandalf, the fortress is not abandoned. I sneaked into the fortress and immediately felt a dark force entrenched there. The power is stronger than I have ever felt, and the shadow within is like a horror from ancient times. The fear in the brown-robed man's eyes became more and more obvious, and even his voice trembled as he spoke. I saw him, Gandalf. He was a wizard who could summon the dead, and he was wrapped in darkness. Then Radagast suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Gandalf's grey robe, saying forcefully, "Darkness must have returned, Gandalf." They called out my name, and I felt great fear in my heart. Then I escaped from Dol Guldur and have been searching for you ever since. Gandalf placed his other hand on Radagast's and said gently, "Calm down, Radagast. A necromancer, are you sure?" Radagast withdrew his hand and took out a sword wrapped in plant fiber leather and sealed with witchcraft from his dirty brown robe, and gestured solemnly for Gandalf to take it. Tans also frowned when he saw the sword. "This sword doesn't give me a good feeling, Gandalf. It doesn't look like a weapon that a living person can use. A normal person will get sick even if he touches it," Tanis warned worriedly. Seeing that Tans believed what he said, Radagast nodded quickly and whispered, "Indeed, this sword is definitely not from the world of the living." Gandalf nodded to show that he understood, then opened the package, revealing the sword inside. It was a plain-looking straight sword, but the blade was covered in rust, as if it had just been taken out of a cemetery. And the moment the black hilt was revealed, the sharp roar of the sword's owner seemed to ring in the ears of Tanis and Gandalf. "A sword that has been separated from its owner is trying to intimidate us?" Tans raised his eyebrows, and a holy seal appeared in his hand, and the golden light became brighter and brighter. But Gandalf closed it in time and wrapped the sword again. As he tied the rope tightly, he said to Tans, "My dear Tans, this sword cannot withstand your power. It cannot be purified by you yet. I need to take it to Rivendell to show it to Lord Elrond." Tans glanced at the dwarves waiting for their conversation not far away, and especially at Thoren, and asked, "I think we should tell Thoren directly that we must go to Rivendell." Gandalf sighed and felt a headache. Radagast now showed a look of relief, and climbed back onto the sled pulled by the jackrabbit. Gandalf looked at Radagast and asked, "Are you leaving now? Won't you come with me to Rivendell?" Radagast smiled and shook his head. "Although I am glad to see the trees of Rivendell, I still prefer the little creatures of Mirkwood. They are waiting for my return. Without me, it would be terrible if the giant spiders came back. Goodbye, Gandalf." As he spoke, the hares kicked up their strong, powerful legs and pulled Radagast away with the same speed and agility as when they came. Tanis watched the other person disappear into thin air and said to Gandalf, "Your colleague's personality is truly unique." Gandalf's mouth twitched, and he put away the sword and replied, "You can just say that he has a very strange character, there is no need to use such euphemisms, my dear Tanis." After Tanis and Gandalf returned to the team, they persuaded Thoren to go to Rivendell. However, as Tanith expected, Thoren still refused to go to Rivendell to seek the help of the elves. At this moment, the dwarf's stubbornness really opened Tanith's eyes. Gandalf was naturally very angry. Tanis felt that his beard was curled up with anger, and he even wanted to impulsively abandon the dwarves and go to Rivendell alone. Tanis did try to persuade Thoren, but Thoren was different from when he faced Gandalf. He did not contradict Tanis at all, but he did not agree either. He was even willing to return the frost shell axe to Tans rather than go to Rivendell. This dwarf leader is a man of few words and no one can stop him. Later on the journey, although the weather no longer continued to get colder, Tans, Thoren and the others began to be attacked by orcs. At any time, day or night, an orc on a warg might strike you. But the number is not large, only 7 or 8 at a time, less than the number of people in the expedition team. There is no need for Tans to take action against such a small number of people. The dwarves alone are enough to deal with them. Thoren pulled the frost shell axe from the wolf's corpse and looked at the orcs in confusion, pondering, what is their purpose? Do they expect us to be reduced in numbers with such a small number? Tans put the soul collector back into his arms and said after hearing Thoren's words, "These orcs are obviously delaying our progress, Thoren. Haven't you noticed that because of their attacks, our progress has slowed down in the past few days? A journey that used to take a day now takes 3 days." Then he sighed, glanced at Bilbo, who had dark circles under his eyes, and said, "Thoren, Bilbo is almost at his limit. He has not had a good rest for a long time because of the orcs' harassment every night." Thoren was silent for a moment and then said, "So you want to persuade me to go to Rivendell again, Tans?" Tanis said, Yes, if only for Bilbo's sake, or to shake off those orcs who are following us, it would be a good idea to go to Rivendell. Thoren fell silent again. Tans went on to say, the elves of Rivendell and the elves of Mirkwood are not the same elves at all. The elves you claim betrayed you are the latter, and Elrond has done nothing to you. Moreover, the orcs are now beginning to use their lives to delay your journey to the Lonely Mountain, which shows that they are plotting something against the Lonely Mountain. Thoren, the more the enemy wants to do something, the more we will prevent them from succeeding. Oh, Bilbo! Look out! Boffer's cry came from behind, and then there was the sound of Bilbo and Boffer falling one after the other. Thoren looked over, but Bilbo and Boffer were too hidden by their horses' legs to be clearly seen. But soon Philly said, it seems that Bilbo was too tired, and his body was a little weak because he had never been on a long journey. So he fainted from the cold wind and fell off his horse. Fortunately, Boffer caught him and he was not hurt. But... Thoren looked at Philly and asked in a low voice, but what? Philly looked at Thoren fearfully, swallowed, and said, but Boffer said Bilbo has a high fever. Unfortunately, we don't have any medicine. If we let him continue to be exposed to the cold wind in the wilderness, I'm afraid. Thoren subconsciously glanced at Tanis, who was also frowning because of Bilbo's illness. He waved to Thoren and was about to leave. Prayer has no effect on healing. I must first go and see how Bilbo is doing to prevent him from getting worse. To the valley. Unexpected words came out of Thoren's mouth, causing Tans to turn around suddenly, thinking he had misheard. Thoren saw Tans's surprise, and, slightly impatient because of his own change of heart, he quickly whispered, I said to go to Rivendell. Since you said that the elves of Rivendell had nothing to do with the elves who betrayed me, and I don't want us thieves to lose our lives because of this. If this gets out, the name of Thoren Oakenshield will be forever tainted. After he finished speaking, he turned around and stopped talking with his back to Tans. Tanis didn't waste any time and quickly ran to Bilbo's side. Gandalf was already trying to stabilize Bilbo's body temperature. Philly, go and see how Bilbo is doing. Thoren didn't turn around, but his voice reached Philly's ears. With a clear purpose, Tans and Thoren and his party arrived at the edge of the Rivendell territory just 2 days later.